563 God Realm Demonic Beasts. If the family disciples watching outside knew about this, they would probably be scared stiff on the spot. How many God Realm Demonic Beasts existed on the Deepwood Star? Probably half of them were killed by Huang Xiaolong. But this is still not enough. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself as he put away the demonic beast's core. These 563 pieces of beast core were insufficient for him to advance to peak half-step God Realm. He estimated he'd need at least another 1,000 beast cores. Looks like I need to figure out another way after leaving this place. Huang Xiaolong felt somewhat depressed. At the same time, his consciousness submerged into the token. 30 million? I'll be able to surpass that amount today. Huang Xiaolong leaped up, swinging the blades of Azura in his hands. Multiple blade lights gathered into a ferocious wind cyclone, carrying a skyful of beast cores rotating at high speed. From the beginning, Huang Xiaolong had only used his blades of Azura to attack, combined with his wings of demon. Up until now, he had yet to summon the twin dragon martial spirits and soul transform. Neither did he use the godly Shumi art. Even so, it was sufficient for Huang Xiaolong to win the first place. When the curtain was about to fall on day 9, the scoreboard exploded in a bright light, rivaling the sun, piercing 10,000 zhong to the heavens. The crystal stone shook with vigor as the crowd watched with stupefied expressions. The person who everyone acknowledged to be this round of assessments number 1 was actually relegated to second place. And the board leader was no longer Gudu Lung. First place, Huang Xiaolong. These two words at the very top of the scoreboard emitted a blinding radiance. The moment Huang Xiaolong took over the scoreboard, the entire square quaked as the crowd erupted in a tremendous uproar. He really did it, he took first place. What kind of a freak is this Huang Xiaolong exactly? Even Gudu Lung was overtaken by him. Concealed deep in the void, Li Jichuan and Su Haodong both wore astounded expressions. Maybe this is temporary? There is still a day's time. Gudu Lung could still snatch the top place back, Su Haodong said. But would Gudu Lung truly have any hope of regaining the top spot? What he witnessed was Huang Xiaolong pulling further away from Gudu Lung in a short time, widening the distance between them. 30,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1 hour later, Gudu Lung's points were already 10 million behind Huang Xiaolong, and the gap between them only grew wider. On the Cloud Sea mainland, within a certain space inside Gudu City, the giant body of an old man sat atop an immense altar. This old man's eyes were completely cloudy white, including his pupils. The old man's white-colored eyes glimmered with a golden light, muttering to himself, "There's actually someone that could overtake Lunger points. I'm curious to know which unique physique this person possesses." This old man was none other than Gudu Lung's family ancestor, Gudu Badian. Just like Gudu Badian, other Superforce's family ancestors were guessing Huang Xiaolong's real talent and strength. On the other hand, Elder Zhang Tianchuan, who was overseeing this time's assessment, reported the matter on the scene to the Institute's upper level with haste. In general proceedings, an overseer like Zhang Tianchuan was not required to make any reports until after the assessment ended. But in this situation where Gudu Lung was actually surpassed by another person for more than an hour, and the difference only grew wider as time passed, prompted him to do so. Who was Gudu Lung? A genius that even their Black Warrior Institute's principal wanted to receive as a personal disciple. But now, there was a possibility that someone that was even more of a monstrous genius had appeared. What did this represent? On the Black Warrior world surface, inside the Black Warrior Institute compound, Institute Principal Fengyang was shocked listening to the report. What? Gudu Lung was overtaken. It is so, Principal, a Grand Elder affirmed. This was reported by Zhang Tianchuan moments ago. It is a kid named Huang Xiaolong, but, according to them, during the aptitude test, his strength was only within the 2,000 points range. Institute Principal Fengyang gradually calmed down. A light flickered in his eyes. Principal, this Huang Xiaolong, how do you see him? That Grand Elder hesitated. Monitor him. Institute Principal Fengyang spoke in a solemn tone. Send someone to investigate this Huang Xiaolong's background. Yes, Principal. While various forces lingered in shock, on Deepwood Star, Huang Xiaolong was standing above a vast expanse of sea, slaughtering ghostly creatures. The sea water was a pure black, with an endless number of ghostly creatures emerging from the bottom of the sea, circulating the true essence energy in his dantian. The true essence fire spread out from Huang Xiaolong's body, transforming the immediate several hundred li area around him into a sea of fire. Huang Xiaolong proceeded forward, and in his trail, all the new ghost creatures that just emerged from the sea was instantly burned to ashes, releasing their souls in the air. Seeing this, he displayed the blood deed pact, opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In less than a breath's time, numerous ghost creatures' souls were sucked into Huang Xiaolong's body, directly refined. As for the God Realm ghost creatures, Huang Xiaolong captured and sealed their souls before throwing them into the Linglong treasure pagoda. By this point, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with the points on the scoreboard. If there was a change in position, the token would quiver as an indication, letting him know. Back on the square, the various forces experts and disciples continued to stare dumbly at the crystal stone in the air as Huang Xiaolong's points flew up again as if gaining a second wind. Although Guduleng's points were also shooting up in a mad dash, it looked like a futile effort as the distance widened. At one point, it passed 130 million points in difference. Xianxia in third place looked even more pitiful with over 600 million points between him and Guduleng. It would be more merciful not to mention Wang Biaoyuan. Above the Ghost Sea, Huang Xiaolong had just killed a mid-first order god realm, sealing its soul and putting it away inside the Linglong treasure pagoda when the airspace on the whole Deepwood Star shook like waves. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples reappeared on the Hall of Heroes Square. 10 days had passed. The assessment finally came to an end, and all the surviving students were sent out of the Deepwood Star. 10 days ago, there were more than 80 million disciples, but after coming out, an approximate of only 50 million disciples remained. The others were turned into food for the demonic beasts, monsters, and demons. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, all eyes zoomed onto him. Whether it was disciples of the Black Warrior Institute or other families' disciples, participants or part of the spectating crowd, all their attention fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. The look in their eyes was as if they were looking at a terrifying monster. Envy, hate, jealousy, shock, fear, all rolled into one. At the end of the assessment, Huang Xiaolong's final score surpassed 3.5 billion points. This was a figure that made people go crazy, a figure that conjured up a bloody picture, a figure that made it hard to imagine or believe. Killing a half-step god realm demonic beasts brought 800 points, an early first-order god realm was 10,000 points, and a mid-first order god realm was merely worth 50,000 points. How many half-step god realm and peak half-step god realm demonic beasts did one have to kill in order to reach that staggering figure? The previous first-place winner didn't even reach 2 billion points. Guduleng's score was equally astonishing, but it paled in comparison to Huang Xiaolong's. Guduleng's points slightly exceeded 2.8 billion points, whereas Xianxia at third place collected over 1 billion points. You're Huang Xiaolong? At one point, Wang Biaoyuan stood in front of Huang Xiaolong, in a slightly condescending bearing. Right? Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently. If I'm not wrong, you're just a half-step god realm, right? I'm very curious. A half-step god realm like you? How did you manage to accumulate more than 3.5 billion points? Wang Biaoyuan questioned. His ranking dropped to the 4th place. Failing to enter the top 3 made his mood extremely bad. Many people in the square had the same query as Wang Biaoyuan in their hearts. The gazes watching Huang Xiaolong fluctuated slightly. That's right, this Huang Xiaolong was just a half-step god realm. How did a half-step god realm achieve 3.5 billion points? Strong as a half-step god realm was, there was no way their strength could reach such a terrifying point. Jiang Shaozi, Su Shaoqing, Jiang Wei, Li Mingxian, He Xiu, Yang Shiqi, Su Mei, Zhu Haixiang, and all other geniuses that participated in the assessment had the same doubt and disbelief. In truth, even Guduleng found it hard to accept the result just like that. He himself was a god realm acknowledged as Gufu family's strongest genius. His talent was highly praised by their Gudu family ancestor. Yet, he was actually defeated by a half-step God Realm warrior. Huang Xiaolong's expression remained aloof as he spoke. How I achieved 3.5 billion points is not something I need to explain to you. With that said, he turned around and walked toward the new disciple gathering area. Courting death. When Wang Baoan saw Huang Xiaolong turn around, ignoring him, fury exploded in his eyes and he bellowed, "Immovable Wisdom King's God King Fist," hurling a fist at Huang Xiaolong. The air exploded from the sudden pressure. Wang Biaoyuan's punch gave the surrounding genius disciples an illusion that the surrounding air was like a large bubble about to pop. Amidst shocked exclamations and gasps, everyone backpedaled or fled sideways to safety. This is the Wang family's divine rank battle kill that is not passed to outsiders. Immovable Wisdom King's God King Fist. It is said that when one cultivates this skill to a certain stage, it can kill the enemy with just one punch. Moreover, even in death, that person will not move, standing immovable for 10,000 years. Shock filled the square. Everyone's attention was focused on Huang Xiaolong as they watched Wang Biaoyuan's immovable Wisdom King's God King Fist about to strike the young man's back. Each of them wanted to know how Huang Xiaolong would respond to Wang Biaoyuan's fist. The Black Warrior Institute elder Zhang Tianchuan was about to step forward to break the fight when a voice sounded in his ears, halting his action. Before the fist was about to land, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around. His right palm extended out, wrapping over Wang Baoan's fist. The air blast sounds immediately died down. The chaotic airflow returned to normal. And the surroundings were dead quiet. The spectating crowd was dumbfounded. This actually works? Not far away, Gudu Lung's pupils needled watching this. An unnoticeable black light flitted past, but inwardly he was shocked. In that split second, a myriad of possibilities ran through his mind except for the result he was seeing. Jiang Shaozi, Su Shaoqing, and the rest were equally astounded. With a slight push from Huang Xiaolong's right hand, Wang Baoan felt his body involuntarily stagger backward, being pushed dozens of meters back before he managed to regain his balance. Wang Biaoyuan's face flushed beet red with fury as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. "You!" Without another word, a golden light burst out from his body, preparing to attack again. Others cannot interfere? Huang Xiaolong remained stoic. Cold gaze fell on the nearby Wang family disciples. Wang Baoan looked at the Wang family disciples around, barking, "This is a fight between me and him. No one is allowed to interfere." His body once again burst out in a golden light as if a layer of golden qi enshrouded over his skin. A palpitating energy surged violently from Wang Biaoyuan's body. Indestructible Vajra Physique. Wang Biaoyuan has awakened his indestructible Vajra Physique potential when he advanced to God Realm. The indestructible Vajra Physique is very powerful. Its defense is even scarier. At Wang Biaoyuan's current strength, even a late First-Order God Realm cannot break past his defense. Seeing Wang Biaoyuan display his indestructible Vajra Physique, the square was astir with excitement. When Wang Biaoyuan displayed his indestructible Vajra Physique, Gudu Lung's cold expression was slightly tinged with a hint of sullenness. Admittedly, a Wang Biaoyuan applying the power of his indestructible Vajra Physique was a strong enemy. Huang Xiaolong observed Wang Biaoyuan for a moment with a calm demeanor. Since someone came knocking on his doorstep, he might as well reveal a small portion of his strength. Let the Black Warrior Institute have a good look. Wang Biaoyuan attempted to attack him in public, yet no one from the Black Warrior Institute tried to stop him. Huang Xiaolong knew this was because the Black Warrior Institute also wanted to know the level of his strength, or more accurately said, they were suspicious of his 3.5 billion points. By this point, Wang Biaoyuan had raised his momentum to the peak. "You're not using the sword?" Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the ancient sword hanging around Wang Biaoyuan's waist. He could tell that this Wang Biaoyuan was a sword cultivator, one with proficient skills. Wang Biaoyuan's eyes were frosty. "Against you, I don't need to use a sword." Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders at Wang Biaoyuan's retort. Since it is so, then he wouldn't be polite. 9 chained punches. Wang Biaoyuan made a sudden lunge forward. Both fists struck out with a killing intent. When his fists struck out, Consecutive images of golden fists flew out, moving up and down, left and right, making it hard for anyone to predict their trajectory. Huang Xiaolong harumphed, dashing forward instead of maneuvering to dodge the attack, extending both his fists. Doesn't this Huang Xiaolong know that Wang Baowen's indestructible Vajra physique fists are as hard as a demi-divine artifact? He still dares to fight head-on with Wang Baowen with his fists. It seems like this Huang Xiaolong's fists are about to be wasted. Heads shook in pity as they watched. A cold smirk crept up Wang Baowen's face watching Huang Xiaolong trying to counter his attack in the same manner. But a cruel light flickered in the depth of his eyes. In a split second, for fists collided, and a thunderous explosion trailed behind. The smirk on Wang Baowen's face stiffened as his muscles tensed. The cruel light in his eyes was replaced with an unknown trepidation. He looked at Huang Xiaolong, but just as he was about to speak, a flood of horrifying power crashed against his whole person. A sharp pain traveled from his fists, so strong that he couldn't resist letting out an anguished scream. Wang Baowen was sent flying back, repelled by the powerful force. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed with aggression. In a flicker, he appeared in the path of Wang Baowen's flying figure. "Stop!" Wang Baowen's scream brought the Wang family disciples and guards back to their senses. For silhouettes rushed out, attacking Huang Xiaolong. "Scram!" Huang Xiaolong's voice reverberated like thunder, slapping a single palm at the four attackers. The four people's actions froze in midair for less than a second before falling to the ground like meteors, crashing into the square at an even faster speed. Huang Xiaolong's expression remained unchanged as he added another palm strike on Wang Baowen's back. Poof! Blood flew out like arrows. Wang Baowen was sent flying higher into the sky. His screams sounded weaker and further away, disappearing into the layers of cloud. Gently, Huang Xiaolong's feet touched the square ground once again, standing amidst a thick silence from all four directions. The crowd sucked in a cold breath looking at the four Wang family guards that were slapped to the ground by Huang Xiaolong, lying on the ground with half a breath left. These four Wang family guards were all late First Order God Realm. Late First Order God Realm. Done in with a single palm. Seconds later, Wang Baowen's scream was heard again from the sky above, falling back down at high speed. A booming crash resounded when his body hit the ground. Spider line cracks zigzagged on the square surface. When everyone finally laid their eyes on Wang Baowen, to their horror, they discovered that little flesh remained on Wang Baowen's indestructible Vajra physique arms, and there was a glaring handprint that seemed to protrude slightly on his chest all the way from his back. The crowd was dumbfounded. Was this the indestructible Vajra physique that rivaled a demi-divine artifact? If they did not witness the fight from the beginning, they'd have thought it was a paper tiger. Gudu Lung looked at Wang Baowen, lying there as if he was going to faint into oblivion any time. His face muscles slightly twitched. Brutal. Too damn brutal. Is he still human? His larynx shifted as he observed Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over Gudu Leng, Zhang Xiaozi, Su Shaoqing, and the others. The message in his eyes to them was clear. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and question my strength? Detecting the provocation in Huang Xiaolong's gaze, an unpleasant expression shadowed Zhang Xiaozi, Su Shaoqing, Zhu Haixiang, and other top geniuses' faces. Yet no one dared to step out in contrary, including Gudu Leng. Even Wang Baowen, who activated the indestructible Vajra physique, was turned into a mere paper tiger in front of this person. If they walked out, wouldn't they be pummeled into a pig head? The crowd fell into a prolonged heavy silence when an abrupt angry shout cut across the square as a figure leaped out from the Wang family's midst, attacking Huang Xiaolong. A Wang family master, a third-order God Realm warrior. His action was too fast. It did not occur to anyone that a Wang family master would try to assassinate Huang Xiaolong. Insolent! Just when that Wang family master was about to slap his palm down on Huang Xiaolong, a fleeting sword light glinted and disappeared. The Wang family expert howled in pain, clutching his hand as he retreated, looking fearfully at Black Warrior Institute's Elder Zhang Tianquan. It was Elder Zhang Tianquan who attacked earlier. Everyone could see that all 5 fingers of that Wang family master were cleanly cut off. Zhang Tianquan glared coldly at the Wang family group, emphasizing each word. This is Cloud Sea Mainland. This is Black Warrior City. This time, take severing your 5 fingers as punishment, but next time, it will be your life. Huang Xiaolong had proven his strength. Thus, he was the Black Warrior Institute's first place holder for this assessment. If Huang Xiaolong was killed in the Black Warrior City, wouldn't that turn the entire Black Warrior Institute into the century's biggest joke? A genius like Huang Xiaolong was a rare sight in 100,000 years that would surely rise to become the Black Warrior Institute's precious treasure in the future. Of course, the Black Warrior Institute needed to safeguard him. In fact, crucial measures should be taken to safeguard him. Clutching his wounded hand, that Wang family master had no choice but to swallow his anger, similarly of the other Wang family masters. In this matter, they were at fault. Both Huang Xiaolong and Wang Biaoyuan had determined that no one was allowed to interfere, but the Wang family made a sneak attack after Wang Biaoyuan lost. Zhang Tianquan's frosty gaze scanned the crowd before turning toward Huang Xiaolong with a bedazzling smile. Junior brother Huang, are you all right? That tone, that manner, they completely floored the crowd. Zhang Tianquan was an elder of Black Warrior Institute, a person of high status in the whole Black Tortoise Galaxy. Did he need to show a new disciple so much courtesy? Then again, recalling Huang Xiaolong's terrifying talent and strength, they could only accept it. Relying on the talent and strength that Huang Xiaolong had showed, Elder Zhang Tianquan's courtesy and smile became a natural matter of course. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tianquan's dazzling smile with a slight flattered feeling, politely answering, Elder Zhang, I'm unharmed. Zhang Tianquan nodded with a big smile, but his sharp eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. That gaze sent goosebumps down Huang Xiaolong's neck. Subsequently, Zhang Tianquan officially announced the top 10 name list. As for the 11th to the 100th place, Zhang Tianquan merely ordered someone else to announce the rest of the list to the public. After the top 10 places were announced, it was the prize-giving ceremony. Only the top 10 places had any rewards. The prizes for the 2nd to the 10th place were given out by Elder Zhang Tianquan, but when it came to Huang Xiaolong's turn, his prize was given out by Grand Elder Bao Xinrui. From this, the difference in treatment between the 1st, 2nd, 3rd place and the rest was obvious. On the stage, Huang Xiaolong received a spatial ring from Grand Elder Bao Xinrui which contained 10 million Xuanwu coins, 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength Pellet, 1,000 Saint Grade Spirit Stones, and 1 Divine Rank Battle Skill. When Huang Xiaolong received his reward from Grand Elder Bao Xinrui, the Grand Elder observed the young man in front of him. His old wrinkly face was full of smiles, nodding with appreciation. You are very good. Very good. This short statement drew envious and jealous glares from the surrounding geniuses. Bao Xinrui was recognized as the strongest person under the High God realm in the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy. Never had anyone heard him praising any juniors. Then, before the envious and jealous gazes subside, Bao Xinrui spoke again. The Institute principal wants to see you. Do you have time? Everyone was dazed, dumbfounded. The Institute principal wanted to see Huang Xiaolong. Even Huang Xiaolong did not expect the Black Warrior Institute principal would want to meet him. Still, it was good news to him if the Black Warrior Institute principal wanted to see him, therefore he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he wasn't so dumb as to refuse. Seeing Huang Xiaolong agree, Bao Xinrui started the squares transmission array, disappearing before everyone's sight together with Huang Xiaolong. After the 2 silhouettes disappeared vanishing from their vision, a great commotion swept through the crowd. The Black Warrior Institute's principal wants to see Huang Xiaolong. What do you think this is about? Huang Xiaolong's talent is astonishing. Maybe the Institute principal wants to give him more rewards, or, who knows, maybe he even wants to take Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. What? Take Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple? Cannot be, right? Doesn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong reached the sky in a single bound? The discussions in the square grew lively. Some guessed that the Institute principal was of a mind to receive Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple due to his talent that was higher than Guduling's. But there were those who disagreed with this view, for it had been more than 20,000 years since the Institute principal last took in a personal disciple. Rumors circulated. On the other side, following behind Bao Xinrui, Huang Xiaolong saw a colorful blur enter his vision, and he had arrived in another enormous square. Lining the perimeter of the square were building structures that seemed to have no end, exuding an ancient aura of the vicissitudes of time, aged by the passing of years. This is our Black Tortoise World Surface's North Star Square, Bao Xinrui explained. If you want to go to the Cloud Sea mainland in the future, you can be transported directly into the Black Warrior City with the transmission array on this North Star Square. This was the Black Tortoise World. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, taking in the rich spiritual energy into his body. The spiritual energy here was very pure, twice as pure as the spiritual energy in the martial spirit world. Its purity level actually surprised Huang Xiaolong. The purer the spiritual energy, the more importance it had to a cultivator's practice. Bao Xinrui led Huang Xiaolong out from North Star Square, flying toward the center region of the Black Tortoise World. Following behind Bao Xinrui, Huang Xiaolong watched as they flew over one city after another, palaces after palaces, each one more prosperous than the one before. In some places, Black Warrior Institute disciples could be seen laying out array formations. In some mountainous areas, the earth was excavated to build new cities. While Bao Xinrui and Huang Xiaolong were on their way to the center region of the Black Tortoise World. Inside a large city within the center region, Grand Elder Chan Yu was reporting to Institute Principal Feng Yang. Principal, we've investigated Huang Xiaolong's background. He's a disciple of our Black Tortoise Galaxy's martial spirit world. The day before, when Huang Xiaolong's points surpassed Gudu Lang's points, the Black Warrior Institute principal ordered people to investigate Huang Xiaolong's background. Based on the Institute's forces, investigating a person's background was no difficult matter. When the Institute principal heard that Huang Xiaolong was indeed a native of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, he breathed out in relief. He had been worried that Huang Xiaolong might be a disciple cultivated by other galaxies' super forces, but now these worries were vanquished. Martial spirit world? Black Warrior Institute principal mused over the said world surface, saying, since that great Fiend God War, the martial spirit world's overall strength dropped rock bottom, falling out from the galaxy's top 10,000 world ranking. It's unexpected that such a talented young man would come out from there now. There were more than 120,000 world surfaces in the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy. He couldn't possibly remember all of them. However, he did have some impression on the martial spirit world. Grand Elder Chan Yu's mouth moved as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. What is it? Institute Principal Feng Yang noticed his strange manner and asked, is there a problem with Huang Xiaolong? Grand Elder Chan Yu's did not carry the usual confidence as he spoke. That Huang Xiaolong was born in the martial spirit world a little over 30 years ago. A little over 30 years? For a brief moment, Institute Principal Feng Yang's brain failed to make the connection. But when he finally realized what Grand Elder Chan Yu was trying to say, Feng Yang sucked in a sharp cold breath. You're saying that Huang Xiaolong, cultivating until up now, only took about 30 years? Watching the Institute Principal's stunned and bewildered expression, Grand Elder Chan Yu nodded in all seriousness. It is so, Principal, that Huang Xiaolong is merely 30-something years old. When he found out the result of the investigation, his reaction was no less dramatic. This simply made the terms like monstrous genius or peerless talent insufficient to describe Huang Xiaolong. Gudu Leng was hailed as Gudu family's strongest genius in history, but Gudu Leng had spent more than 150 years in cultivation, whereas that Huang Xiaolong merely cultivated for approximately 30 years or so. Given the same amount of time, to what extent could Huang Xiaolong's power grow? At the time Chan Yu received this information, even he, someone who never uttered an uncouth word, couldn't help spitting out, I'll be damned. What kind of freak is he? This freak monster's mother also had to be a horrifying lady to actually give birth to such a super freaky, unrivaled monster. The Black Warrior Institute principal took a deep breath to calm himself, recovering from his shock. Even so, the glimmering light in his eyes belied the excitement in his heart. At first, he still had some nagging doubt, but now, he absolutely had to receive Huang Xiaolong as his disciple. A personal disciple. Whatever the price. Afterwards, the Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang asked a few more questions related to Huang Xiaolong. But the more he asked, the more stunned he became. Grand Elder Chan, you conducted a detailed investigation on Huang Xiaolong, ranging from the time Huang Xiaolong started cultivating to how much time he took to step into Saint Realm, how long Huang Xiaolong spent to advance from Saint Realm to high-level Saint Realm, etc. The more Institute Principal Feng Yang heard, the more engrossed he became. It was at this time that a disciple came knocking to report that Grand Elder Bao Xinrui had brought Huang Xiaolong over, and were both waiting in the outer hall. Only then did Feng Yang curb his questions, hurrying the disciple to bring Grand Elder Bao Xinrui and Huang Xiaolong in. Huang Xiaolong respectfully walked behind Bao Xinrui into the main hall. Inside, sitting in the head seat was a middle-aged man in a golden brocade robe, with fair skin and eyes profound like the galaxy. A deep, vast aura could be felt from his person. This man was likely the Black Warrior Institute's principal. And beside the Institute principal stood a black-haired elder, perhaps a certain Grand Elder of the Institute. But Huang Xiaolong keenly sensed the moment he stepped into the main hall that the way the Institute principal and the Grand Elder looked at him seemed a little strange. Similar to how Elder Zhang Tianchuan stared at him in the Hall of Heroes Square. It truly made him uncomfortable. "Greetings, Principal." Entering the main hall, Bao Xinrui saluted to the middle-aged man. Huang Xiaolong also hurried to perform a respectful salute. The Black Warrior Institute Principal Feng Yang excused both people's greetings. He rose from his seat and approached Huang Xiaolong with a radiant smile. "You're Huang Xiaolong?" The smile sent Huang Xiaolong into a momentary daze before he replied, "Yes, Institute Principal. Are you willing to worship me as your master?" Next came Institute Principal Feng Yang's thunderclap question. The spacious main hall went strangely quiet of all a sudden. Grand Elder Bao Xinrui was dumbfounded on the spot. Huang Xiaolong fared no better. This was too direct. Only Grand Elder Chan Yu standing at the side did not feel surprised. "You are unwilling?" Failing to hear Huang Xiaolong's answer after waiting for some time, Institute Principal Feng Yang became slightly anxious, half probing for an answer. "No, Institute Principal, this was so unexpected that Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to answer. In fact, on the way here, Huang Xiaolong had thought of this possibility. But when the Black Warrior Institute Principal Feng Yang broached the subject of receiving him as a disciple in such direct manner, it still felt too sudden. Then, Institute Principal broke out in laughter. "There are a lot of benefits being my disciple, for example. You get 100 Saint Grade Spirit Stones as allowance, 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength Pellets, and moreover, you can look at all the rare and precious techniques inside the Black Warrior Treasury at any time. If you have any cultivation problems, you can come ask me any time." Institute Principal Feng Yang listed a number of benefits that made the Grand Elder dumbstruck at the side as he listened. Why did it feel like the principal was afraid that Huang Xiaolong might refuse him? That he was using these benefits to bait Huang Xiaolong? Were his eyes deceiving him? Hearing the things coming out from the Institute Principal's mouth, Huang Xiaolong felt a tad speechless. But he took a deep breath and performed a respectful bow toward Feng Yang, saying, "Disciple Huang Xiaolong greets Master." Huang Xiaolong had given the matter a great deal of thought before arriving. There were only benefits to worshipping the Black Warrior Institute principal as his master. First of all, it was the cultivation resources. Just like what the Institute principal said, every month he would receive 100 Saint Grade Spirit Stones, 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength Pellets, and the most tempting of all were the techniques inside the Institute's treasury that were open to his perusal. This was a resource that no other Black Warrior Institute disciple could enjoy, not even if one climbed all the way to the status of an elite disciple. Huang Xiaolong was aware that only the Grand Elders, Vice Principal, and the Institute Principal had the authority to enter the Institute's treasury as they wished. All these benefits were good, but the most important of all was the identity of the Black Warrior Institute Principal's personal disciple. An identity that would conveniently make things easier for Huang Xiaolong when moving around in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Previously in the Hall of Heroes Square, he gravely wounded Wang Biaowen, and Wang Biaowen was a top talent that the Wang family cultivated. In the coming days, the Wang family would definitely find ways to settle this score, but with the identity of the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, the Wang family could only swallow this loss. In this assessment, Huang Xiaolong had shown great promising talent. He believed there would definitely be big families or super forces that would like to kill him in the cradle. Thus, he had to borrow the Institute principal's reputation to shield him. Not to mention, the Star Sword sect and the Ying family that he was worried about in the past were no longer an issue. When Institute Principal Feng Yang saw that Huang Xiaolong was willing to worship him as master, he laughed heartily in happiness. He stepped forward, pulling Huang Xiaolong up. "Excellent, excellent." His laughter shook the hall. Both Grand Elder Chanyu and Bao Xinrui cupped their hands, congratulating Principal Feng Yang. "Congratulations, Principal, for receiving an outstanding disciple." Both elderly were sincerely happy that the principal was able to receive Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple. With Huang Xiaolong's talent, it wasn't hard to imagine that in a few thousand years' time there would be an additional High God Realm Master to Black Warrior Institute's name. What made Huang Xiaolong even rarer was the fact that he did not belong to any super forces in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Such talent, such clean background was undeniably many times more ideal than good oolong. Feng Yang couldn't stop smiling looking at Huang Xiaolong. "You're the fourth disciple Master has received. Master doesn't have many good things, so Master will give you this mulberry sword as an apprenticeship present." With that said, he took out a wooden sword and gave it to Huang Xiaolong. The wooden sword was neither long nor short. It was no different from an ordinary wooden sword appearance-wise, but Huang Xiaolong knew that this wooden sword was anything but. Watching this on the side, both Grand Elder Chanyu and Bao Xinrui were stunned by the fact that the principal was willing to part with the wooden sword, gifting it to Huang Xiaolong. This was the principal's most treasured sword. He kept it by his side at all times for the last 10,000 years, maybe even longer. He was reluctant to give it to his eldest disciple, so neither of them expected the principal to give it to his newly received fourth disciple, Huang Xiaolong. This was proof of how much the principal cherished his youngest disciple. Huang Xiaolong received the mulberry sword, giving his thanks. "Thank you, Master." After Huang Xiaolong took the mulberry sword, Feng Yang joyfully went on. "This mulberry sword is imprinted with a set of sword skills I created from enlightenment. After you refine this mulberry sword, practice the mulberry sword technique." Then, his head looked over at Grand Elder Chanyu. "Make an announcement to the galaxy. I've taken Huang Xiaolong as my disciple. The ceremony will be held 1 month later. All families' patriarchs and sovereigns are invited to bear witness." As the Black Warrior Institute's principal, him receiving a disciple was a big event. The entire Black Tortoise Galaxy's big event. Of course, it couldn't be considered done with the slapdash just now. The worship ceremony had to be conducted on a grand scale. Very soon, news of the Black Warrior Institute's principal receiving Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple spread out, sending great waves in the galaxy. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's final score in the new disciple assessment was also spread out. Some were shocked, some felt envious, and others were jealous. Of course, most people felt that Huang Xiaolong ascended to great heights in a single bound, akin to a poor country bumpkin that suddenly befriended the emperor of an empire. However, when the Superforce's ancestors found out that Huang Xiaolong had merely cultivated for no more than 30 years, their momentary days turned into strong envy toward the Black Warrior Institute principal for receiving such a heaven-defying treasure. Whereas the Wang family that was still harboring a grudge against Huang Xiaolong could only give up on any ill intentions. "Ancestor, are we really going to forget this matter?" Within a certain space, Wang Biaoyuan's face displayed great unwillingness. But, just as the words left his mouth, he was sent flying by the Wang family ancestor with a sweep of palm. Holding the side of his face as he climbed up from the ground, Wang Biaoyuan was stunned with disbelief as he looked at his ancestor. As far as his memories go, his ancestor had never hit him. The Wang family ancestor's eyes were cold glancing at him. "The Wang family's face has been shamed by you. If you have the ability, go defeat Huang Xiaolong fair and square. Roll back to your place, and go into closed-door practice." About the same time, the news of the Black Warrior Institute principal receiving Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple spread out. Another piece of news also spread. Wang Biaoyuan was beaten to a pulp by Huang Xiaolong in the Hall of Heroes Square, turning the Wang family into a laughingstock in the eyes of other prominent families. A God Realm master, one that had the legendary indestructible Vajra physique, was beaten like a dog by a half-step God Realm. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? The schadenfreude from the other families caused the Wang family ancestors to lose a lot of face. Wang Biaoyuan dared not make another sound, seeing that his ancestor was really upset, squirming away as quickly as possible. Huang Xiaolong. Every time he recalled the scene of himself being pummeled by Huang Xiaolong in the Hall of Heroes Square, Wang Biaoyuan's eyes gleamed with venomous vengeance. This matter, he would absolutely not let this humiliation slide. Defeat Huang Xiaolong fair and square? In that case, he will defeat Huang Xiaolong fair and square. New disciples were subjected to competition assessment every 3 years, and at that time, new disciples were allowed to challenge each other. Huang Xiaolong, 3 years later. I will defeat you in front of the Black Warrior Institute principal and the entire institute's disciples and elders. Wang Biaoyuan sneered. He would let his ancestor and the whole galaxy understand that Huang Xiaolong was nothing before him. A soft light flashed in his hands, revealing a treasure map. This treasure map was something he got 3 months ago. As long as he could find the pure metal essence indicated on the map, within 3 years' time, breaking into second-order God Realm or even mid- or late second-order God Realm was highly possible. It was no wonder that Wang Biaoyuan had confidence in defeating Huang Xiaolong. This pure metal essence was comparable to the innate spiritual embryo treasure that Huang Xiaolong found previously. On top of that, Wang Biaoyuan's indestructible Vajra physique was of the metal element. After refining this pure metal essence, his indestructible Vajra physique would be enhanced to an unimaginable degree. While everyone was immersed in the shocking news of the Black Warrior Institute principal receiving Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple, the star of the moment was cultivating inside a large palace-like manor in the center region. This manor belonged to the Institute principal, a compound spanning thousands of li, and the spiritual energy here was several times denser and purer compared to other places. Sitting cross-legged inside the Shumi temple, Huang Xiaolong took out the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets he was rewarded, opened his mouth and swallowed 100 pellets in one go. If Gudulang, Wang Biaoyuan, Xianxia and the others saw this scene, they'd jump up in fright. One of this Black Warrior Greater Strength pellet contained extremely potent energy. An average disciple required at least 1 month to fully refine and absorb the effects of a single pellet. Even geniuses of Gudulang and Xiangxiao's caliber only dared to take 2 or 3 pellets at once. But Huang Xiaolong actually swallowed 100 pellets in one go. The instant the 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets entered his body, Huang Xiaolong immediately felt flows of pure cold energy gather into an energy tide, rushing to every corner of his body. Neither panicking nor hurrying, Huang Xiaolong ran the Azura tactics, steadily refining these tides of energy and absorbing them. Several hours later, he fully refined the effects of 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. Stopping to check his body's condition, he immediately felt that his true dragon physique had grown more powerful, and his soul grew noticeably stronger. You kid is a genuine strange creature that has never existed before. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai couldn't resist voicing out after seeing Huang Xiaolong refine 100 pellets in one sitting. During his time, even he didn't dare to swallow 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets at once. Moreover, refining them all in a mere 5 hours. Even if one eats rice, it wouldn't digest so quickly. This kid was literally treating the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets as snacks. Old Dragon, what do you think about my master's strength? Huang Xiaolong asked. The master Huang Xiaolong was referring to was, of course, the Black Warrior Institute's principal. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai slightly paused before answering. Very strong. Even at my peak strength, I may not be your master's opponent. May not be? That means there was a fighting chance. Just from this, one could imagine how strong Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was in his time. After all, the Black Warrior Institute principal Fengyang was the current strongest person in Black Tortoise Galaxy. 1 hour later, Huang Xiaolong continued swallowing 100 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. Like this, 3 days passed peacefully while Huang Xiaolong finished refining all 1,000 pellets that he got from the first place reward. 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets refined in just 3 days' time. Dragon Emperor Aotai was already numb, being rendered speechless. An average disciple refined 1 pellet every month, 12 pellets in a year, taking a century to refine 1,200 pellets, and 2 centuries' time to refine over 3,000 pellets. After he was done with the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets, Huang Xiaolong began refining the 689 God Realm Beast cores that he harvested from the Deepwood Star, starting from the lower early First Order God Realm. This time as well he refined them in a batch of 100. After that, it was the souls of the ghost creatures he killed, and this didn't take long, for he only had a little over 100 of these sealed souls. Despite having yet to reach peak half-step God Realm, his strength took a great leap compared to the time before he entered the Deepwood Star. Exiting the manor, Huang Xiaolong decided to take a stroll outside. There was still 2 weeks' time before the grand apprenticeship ceremony. Taking advantage of this window, he wanted to take a look at the Black Tortoise world. As coincidence goes, he ran into Institute Principal Fengyang just as he was going out. "Master!" Huang Xiaolong stepped forward in greeting. Institute Principal Fengyang's face was filled with mirth as he nodded, saying, "How are you progressing with refining the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets? Although they're high-grade divine spirit pellets that can strengthen your physical body and cleanse your soul, you still cannot consume too many at once. It happened many times in the past where some new disciples overestimated their talents and swallowed 15 pellets in one sitting. In the end, the potent energy was too much for them, nearly causing their bodies to blow up and die." Hearing this, both Huang Xiaolong and Dragon Emperor Aotai had an awkward sheepish expression on their faces. "What's wrong?" Noticing the oddity on Huang Xiaolong's face, he asked with concern. Those Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets? I've already finished refining them." Huang Xiaolong's brain churned rapidly, and decided to answer honestly. "What? Why, you're saying that 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets, all of them, you refined all of them in 15 days? Institute Principal Fengyang looked at his newly received personal disciple with a dumbfounded expression. "And yes," Huang Xiaolong nodded. Originally, he wanted to say that those pellets were finished in 3 days but decided against it. After all, it might be too overwhelmingly shocking. Watching Huang Xiaolong nod his head, Institute Principal Fengyang's nerves twitched slightly despite his high shock tolerance. 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets in 15 days. Thinking of this number, Fengyang felt a bout of dizziness. It took Fengyang a while to gradually calm down, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Huang Xiaolong, this new disciple of his. At this very moment, he finally realized the monstrous level of his youngest disciple. Fengyang's face beamed with happiness, chiding Huang Xiaolong with humor. "You kid, thankfully my shock tolerance is above average. If it was anyone else, you'd have frightened to them death. However, with your consumption speed, regardless which super forces in the galaxy, I'm afraid they'd be reduced to beggars by you." As Fengyang was saying this, he took out a spatial ring. "There's 20,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellet inside here. I'll give you all of it." Accepting the spatial ring, Huang Xiaolong said, "Thank you, Master." Then, Fengyang gave Huang Xiaolong's body a quick check, and after he made sure there was nothing wrong, he breathed out in relief. Of course, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was hidden deeply. Not even Fengyang was able to see through it. When Fengyang heard that Huang Xiaolong was planning to go out for a stroll, he said matter-of-factly, "I'll tell Zhang Tianchuan to bring you around." Huang Xiaolong hastily waved his hand, insisting that it wasn't necessary. That would be too conspicuous. He preferred not having other disciples pointing and whispering about him the entire way. Since Huang Xiaolong insisted that it was not necessary, Fengyang dropped the subject and told his disciple about certain restricted areas of the Black Tortoise world, reminding Huang Xiaolong to pay attention not to get close. These areas were dangerous even for high-level God Realm masters. Huang Xiaolong committed them to memory one by one before leaving the manor. Watching Huang Xiaolong's disappearing figure, Fengyang nodded to himself with a faint smile. This disciple's talent far surpassed his estimation. Being able to receive such as disciple before he ascended to the divine world gave him immense gratification. As for Huang Xiaolong, after leaving the manor, he casually toured the city, taking in the sights. The Black Tortoise world was roughly the same size as the Cloud Sea mainland. And the whole Black Tortoise world was the Black Warrior Institute. As the Black Tortoise Galaxy's top academic institute, as well as the top super force, it had a strict hierarchy. New disciples like Huang Xiaolong, who had just passed the selection assessment, merely held the status of an institute's outer disciple. Above the outer disciples were the inner disciples, next were the elite disciples. Going further up were the institute's elders, grand elders, institute vice principal, and the institute principal at the top. Therefore, sidelining Huang Xiaolong's identity as the personal disciple of the institute principal, he was one of the bottom-rung outer disciples. In the Black Warrior Institute, outer disciples had neither status nor identity. Other than Huang Xiaolong's batch of new disciples, there were many more disciples from previous years that had yet to be promoted as inner disciples. Hence, the Black Warrior Institute's outer disciples had accumulated to a staggering several 100,000 in number. Flying in the air, one of the things Huang Xiaolong noticed the most was the large number of outer disciples in white robes. A while later, Huang Xiaolong made his way toward the Supreme Harmony Hall. Although Huang Shaoling won the first place in the assessment and had received the promised rewards, he had yet to receive his outer disciple identity slip and robe. This Hall of Supreme Harmony was the place where disciples came to collect their identity token and robes, as well as the place where tasks were given out. Soon, Huang Xiaolong could see a grand building nestled amongst a long mountain range from afar, built in the middle of a mountain about 100 zhang from the ground. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong descended in the open square in front of the Supreme Harmony Hall. In the square, other than outer disciples, a large number of inner disciples were present. Even some elite disciples could be seen flying over some distance away. Because Huang Xiaolong had yet to collect his outer disciple robe, he was still wearing the beast god robe he had on long ago. Hence, the moment he appeared in the square, his presence was eye-catching. Ignoring the stares directed at him, Huang Xiaolong calmly walked into the Supreme Harmony Hall. He should be one of the new disciples that passed through assessment, coming to collect his identity token and robe. A disciple that has just passed through assessment is acting so arrogant? He must have gotten used to being arrogant outside, suffering from the illusion that he's a remarkable genius. It seems this punk has to be taught a lesson, so that he's aware of reality. A half-step God realm's existence in the Black Warrior Institute is nothing but mud under our feet. Some disciples immediately felt Huang Xiaolong unpleasant to their eyes, watching the indifferent aloof expression on his face. In general, the new disciples that had passed through the assessment would quiver with apprehension facing the old disciples and inner disciples, careful and cautious, not daring to even fart in front of them. Which one of them behaved like Huang Xiaolong, ignoring them as if they were invisible? Almost immediately, an old-time outer disciple strode over to Huang Xiaolong. It's senior brother Lin Sen. Senior brother Lin Sen is close to breaking into the God realm. Within the outer disciples, his strength ranked within top 10. Ha! This new disciple is in for it. Wait and see how this new disciple is going to cry for mommy in a while. The surrounding disciples moved closer in anticipation of a good show. In the Black Warrior world, the Black Warrior Institute did not restrict disciples at the same level from dueling as long as no deaths occurred. This was also the main reason why this Lin Sen dared to make a move on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was just about to step into the Supreme Harmony Hall when a tall, brawny young man approached him in a less than friendly manner. This young man's arms were muscular and thick. Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, the young man raised his arm and swung a punch at Huang Xiaolong without a single word. The force exuded by the fist was powerful and compact. Cutting through the air, it sounded like sharp friction between metal. In the last 2 weeks, Huang Xiaolong did take the time to familiarize himself with Black Warrior Institute's battle skills. Thus he recognized the battle skill this young man was displaying. A battle skill named Dynamic Fist. This battle skill was quite barbaric in nature. Upon reaching major completion, one punch could easily crumble a great mountain, snap steel kernel, and shatter a jade heart. Huang Xiaolong stood still, waiting for the young man's fist to arrive in front of him. Then, he lifted his palm and executed a swift strike. This palm strike opened a space rift, Air blasted from the force and the ground tremored. Fear exploded in the old outer disciple Lin Sen's eyes. He instinctively wanted to retreat, yet to his dismay, he discovered that he couldn't move. He could only watch wide-eyed as Huang Xiaolong's palm hit his body. Pa! A sharp crisp sound rang out. Lin San was sent flying with a single palm strike from Huang Xiaolong. His chest blasted open, crashing into a far corner of the square like a dead dog. In the next second, Lin Sen's body rolled out of the square, falling down the 100-zhang mountain height. Lin Sen's miserable screams echoed in the air. The gathered disciples were stunned. This really was this term's new disciple. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare a backward glance as he entered the Supreme Harmony Hall. The disciples standing at the entrance waiting to watch a good show retreated rapidly like the tide, opening a wide berth for Huang Xiaolong. After he stepped into the hall, a dark red-haired young man blocked Huang Xiaolong's path with an arm, his expression frosty. "Little punk, do you know who you just hit?" The dark red-haired young man was dressed in a red brocade robe, proof of his inner disciple status. A late First Order God Realm. "Don't know." Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. "Even if I know, so what?" The dark red-haired young man's expression turned sullen in an instant. A new disciple still dared to act so arrogantly before an inner disciple. That was literally a reckless act. The garnet-haired young man's eyes were icy cold, glaring at Huang Xiaolong. "Little punk, do you really think passing the new disciple assessment means that no one dares to take your life? Let me wake you up. Every year, the number of Black Warrior Institute outer disciples who lose their lives outside performing various tasks isn't small." This was a naked threat. There were fatal risks every time the Black Warrior Institute's outer disciples went out to perform tasks. And in general, the Institute wouldn't employ resources to investigate the cause of death of an outer disciple. "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong retorted with a cold sneer. "Then, could it be that you don't know that quite a number of Black Warrior Institute's inner disciples also lose their lives while performing tasks outside?" "You!" A sharp glint exploded in the garnet-haired young man's eyes. Murderous intent roared in his heart. But he didn't make any move, for inner disciples were forbidden from attacking outer disciples. This was one of the Black Warrior Institute's strict rules which he dared not violate. Thus he forcefully suppressed the urge to kill the punk in front of him. "Little punk, in 2 months' time, all new disciples are required to perform a task outside. I'll see how long you can keep your arrogance." The look in his eyes grew increasingly frosty. The underlying meaning of his words was that 2 months later, when Huang Xiaolong went out to perform his task, he would deal with Huang Xiaolong. However, the support behind him had to be substantially powerful, seeing that he dared to say that in public. Throwing that sentence to Huang Xiaolong, the garnet-haired young man snorted and walked away. Huang Xiaolong did not stop him. "I can feel a flaming ice energy coming from this young man. He's probably a Lin family's core disciple." Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added, "Only the core members of the Lin family who practice their Lin family's secret technique, the Flame Ice Cardinal technique, can emit this kind of energy." The Lin family was one of Black Tortoise Galaxy's super forces. In the past, perhaps Huang Xiaolong would have spared some thoughts on the matter, but things were different now. "Still, I must break through to God Realm at the earliest possible," Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. At his current strength, he was considered unrivaled against Second-Order God Realm and below. However, if he ran into an enemy above Second-Order God Realm, he would be caught in a sticky situation. Regardless of time and place, one's own strength was the most crucial. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't so naive as to assume that the sole identity of a personal disciple of the Black Warrior Institute's principle would enable him to walk sideways in the galaxy. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong received both his disciple identity token and robe from the Supreme Harmony Hall. Leaving the Supreme Harmony Hall, Huang Xiaolong went straight back to Fengyang's manor instead of loitering in the streets. In the Black Warrior Institute, outer disciples were not allocated their personal yard. Usually, for disciples shared a room, which was an inconvenience for Huang Xiaolong to cultivate. Therefore, for the time being, Huang Xiaolong stuck to living in Fengyang's manor so he could cultivate without disturbance. He planned to move out once he was promoted to an inner disciple, where each inner disciple was given their personal courtyard. Even though his master Fengyang did not mind it, Huang Xiaolong preferred being less dependent on his master. After Huang Xiaolong walked into Fengyang's palace-like manor, in the distance, an inner disciple came out from the shadows with a shocked expression staring in the direction where Huang Xiaolong's silhouette disappeared. It was a long time later before he recovered, quickly turning away. Some time later, the same inner disciple arrived at a courtyard, reporting to the garnet-haired young man who wanted to deal with Huang Xiaolong what he saw. The garnet-haired young man, Lin Jun, was stunned at what he heard. "Are you sure that punk entered the Institute principal's manor?" "Yes, senior brother Lin Jun." That inner disciple inquired. "Do you think that could be Huang Xiaolong?" Lin Jun's expression darkened. A new disciple able to enter and leave the Institute principal's manor as he pleased. Even a blind person could discern this new disciple's identity. No wonder a new disciple dared to show such arrogance, not even putting an inner disciple like him in his eyes. "Senior brother Lin Jun, I think we should just forget about this matter." That inner disciple carefully persuaded. A light flickered in Lin Jun's eyes. He waved a hand at the disciple saying, "You're excused for now." That disciple acknowledged softly and backed out from the courtyard. Lin Jun remained where he was with his hands behind his back. Forget about it? Unfortunately, his heart was unwilling to let things slide. As for Huang Xiaolong, after returning to Fengyang's manor, he continued to cultivate by taking the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. He planned to refine all 20,000 pellets that Fengyang had given him earlier within half a month, refining everything before the apprenticeship ceremony. To refine all 20,000 pellets in half a month's time, on an average count, he'd need to refine over 1,300 pellets daily. Sitting in a meditative pose inside the Shumi temple, his mouth opened and inhaled more than 200 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets into his body. Circulating the Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art, the formation diagram inside his body appeared, releasing abundant amount of true dragon essence energy. 200 pellets medicinal energy rushed into the diagram formation like a raging river and was instantly disintegrated, becoming part of Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong had noticed this when he was refining the first 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellet that he received as reward. This Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art's diagram formation was able to increase Huang Xiaolong's energy refining speed. This was the reason Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could refine all 20,000 pellets in half a month's time. Still, Huang Xiaolong dared not refine too many at one time. His true dragon physique had reached minor completion. Refining 200 pellets at one time was already the limit of what Huang Xiaolong could endure. Time flowed. Each time, Huang Xiaolong would refine the pellets in batches of 200. Half a month later, inside the Shumi temple, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, breathing out turbid qi from his mouth, coming to a stand on his feet. After half a month of tedious refining, he finally finished the 20,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. 20,000 pellets later, Huang Xiaolong's battle qi, true essence energy, and true dragon physique saw a great leap in strength. Even his soul gained a significant level of clarity. If the news of Huang Xiaolong refining 20,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets was made known, a large number of people would be frightened to death. Fengyang was struck dizzy when he found out that Huang Xiaolong had refined all 1,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets in 15 days. But now the number had increased by 20 times. Huang Xiaolong exited from the Shumi temple. At this time, the sun was rising on the horizon, but the whole Black Tortoise world was already bustling. For today was the Black Warrior Institute Principal's Apprenticeship Grand Ceremony. The Black Tortoise Galaxy's numerous masters arrived in the Black Tortoise world through transmission arrays from different parts of the galaxy. The whole Black Tortoise world was in a convivial atmosphere. Every city was decked out in colorful lanterns and streamers. Above the airspace of each city, flowers of every color glowed brightly as they spun. Group after group of Black Warrior Institute disciples lead guests from every family toward the Institute's central grand hall, where the apprenticeship ceremony would be conducted. By the time Huang Xiaolong came out from the Shumi temple, Institute Principal Fengyang was already in the grand hall, greeting the guests that arrived from all over the galaxy. Before that, he had instructed Elder Zhang Tianchuan to wait for Huang Xiaolong to come out from closed-door practice and lead him over to the Grand Hall. On the way, Zhang Tianchuan explained in detail to Huang Xiaolong the steps involved in the apprenticeship ceremony and what he needed to pay attention to. The apprenticeship ceremony involved many complicated steps, and Huang Xiaolong committed each of them to memory. When Zhang Tianchuan led Huang Xiaolong into the Grand Hall, the many high expert guests present almost immediately turned their attention toward him. On this day, in the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy, Huang Xiaolong was the center of attention, not only because he was about to become the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, but also due to the talent and strength he displayed during the new disciple selection assessment that had shocked everyone, including some Super Forces ancestors that had gone into seclusion for many years. That was why many High God Realm ancestors were also present at this grand apprenticeship ceremony, something that had never happened in the past apprenticeship ceremonies of the Institute principal. Being the focus of so many high experts, any average people would be so nervous that they might start walking backward. However, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered slightly with a small burst of Buddhism energy as he walked into the Grand Hall with a calm expression. Noticing the Buddhism energy emitted from Huang Xiaolong's body, the many high experts present showed various expressions. There was still time before the apprenticeship ceremony began when Huang Xiaolong arrived. Institute Principal Feng Yang dragged his youngest disciple around the Grand Hall, introducing him to various ancestors and patriarchs of different super forces and families. Other than Institute Principal Feng Yang, representatives from the other 21 super forces from the Black Tortoise Galaxy had arrived, which included both ancestors and patriarchs. Among the other 21 super forces, 17 ancestors came to attend the ceremony. This scene made the other experts present astonished. Each of these ancestor-level characters hardly ever appeared in public. When the introduction came to the Gudu family's ancestor, Gudu Badian, he laughed heartily with Institute Principal Feng Yang. Feng Yang, this disciple of yours really makes me envious. He has only cultivated for 30 years. I estimate he'll break through to God Realm in 10 years. In that case, he only took 40 years of cultivation to reach the God Realm. This is shattering the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy's record. Some family patriarchs, sect sovereigns, and elders did not know beforehand that Huang Xiaolong merely had 30 years of cultivation experience. Hearing Ancestor Gudu Badian talk about it now, great waves of shock swept through the Grand Hall. In the millions of years of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's history, the person who broke through into the God Realm in the shortest time was one of Zhang family's ancestors, Zhang Xiaohuang, achieving that feat in 80 years, whereas this Huang Xiaolong only needed 40 years. Just moments ago, these patriarchs and sect sovereigns assumed that Huang Xiaolong's talent was higher than Gudu Leng's, but never did they imagine that Huang Xiaolong's talent was this monstrous. Institute Principal Feng Yang joined in the laughter as he said to Ancestor Gudu Badian, even though this disciple of mine managed to reach half-step God Realm in 30 years of cultivation, who really knows when he will reach peak half-step God Realm? As for God Realm, it's still too early to say. It is Ancestor Gudu's great-great-grandson Gudu Leng that makes people envious. Rumors say that he has comprehended the Gudu family's supreme secret technique, the solitary god's infinitude up to the 99th destruction layer. The guests who heard this were once again shocked. Gudu family's solitary god's infinitude. This was a supreme technique created by the Gudu family's first ancestor, with a total of 300 layers. According to rumors, at the 100th layer, its power was earth-shaking, enabling the cultivator to produce God Force. Moreover, it was said that after achieving the 100th layer, even if one died, they could be reborn. Rumor has it, other than the first Gudu ancestor, no one else was able to cultivate the secret technique until the 100th layer. No one expected Gudu Leng to have already reached the 99th step at his age. With Gudu Leng's talent, it was absolute that he would be able to achieve the 100th layer. Ancestor Gudu Badian chuckled with satisfaction. Langer has only achieved the 99th layer so far. Whether he can reach the 100th layer is hard to say. Then he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Little Huang kid, you must work hard in the coming 3 years. 3 years later, there will be a new disciple assessment. My family's Langer will be challenging you at that time. He's very sulky that you snatched the first place this time. Huang Xiaolong saluted in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, answering, Sure, 3 years later, I will accept Brother Gudu Lang's challenge. Feng Yang continued to introduce Huang Xiaolong to other Superforces ancestors and patriarchs, and to forces that were in a good relationship with the Black Warrior Institute. While this was going on, these ancestors and patriarchs were extremely courteous. After the relevant guests had been greeted, Feng Yang introduced Huang Xiaolong to his 3 other disciples. His eldest senior apprentice brother was named Lu Yun. He had a gentle outward appearance, well-mannered, looking no more than 30-something in age. Definitely a good-looking man. The second disciple, Qin Yang, was taciturn by nature. The third disciple was called Qi Wan, and was also Huang Xiaolong's third senior apprentice sister, a beauty with a pair of spirited eyes that seemed to speak. Previously, all 3 of them were out to perform tasks and had just returned. This was Huang Xiaolong's first time meeting them. As the hour inched closer, patriarchs, sect sovereigns, and other guests continued to arrive at the Grand Hall. For the apprenticeship ceremony, Institute Principal Feng Yang only invited the Superforces as well as the first-ranked forces, so the guests who made their way here were the Superforces ancestors, or the first-ranked forces patriarchs and experts. Winland World, Lu family's patriarch arrives. Congratulatory gift, a pair of yin-yang fish. Nine Windings World, Wu family's ancestor arrives. Congratulatory gift, a piece of Divine World's night astral stone. The voice of the Black Warrior Institute elder in charge of receiving guests rang sonorously through the hall. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat every time he heard the names of the gifts. These patriarchs and ancestors' congratulatory gifts were each rare and precious treasure even by the standard of large auction houses. 2 hours later, the apprenticeship ceremony began. Due to Zhang Tianquan's detailed explanation earlier, Huang Xiaolong managed to get through the apprenticeship ceremony without making any mistakes. Everything went well during the ceremony. At the end of the ceremony, Huang Xiaolong respectfully performed 3 kowtows to Feng Yang and greeted Master, as he served a cup of spiritual tea. Feng Yang was all smiles as he received the cup of tea. Taking a sip from it, he said, "Good, good, good disciple, quickly rise." He even personally stood up to help Huang Xiaolong up. This little action was duly noted by all guests present with shock in their eyes. Just from this, they could clearly see how much the Institute principal cherished Huang Xiaolong. No one noticed the ray of jealousy flitting across the eyes of Feng Yang's second disciple. With that, the apprentice ceremony came to an end. Feng Yang invited all the guests to the banquet tables, where ancestors and patriarchs raised their wine cups in endless congratulatory toasts. Lively chatter filled every corner of the hall that lasted until dusk. Only then did the guests bid farewell and took their leave from the Black Tortoise world. Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong returned to Feng Yang's manor and excused his other 3 disciples back to their own courtyards. Arriving at the manor, Feng Yang called Huang Xiaolong to his side, giving him a spatial ring. "These are the congratulatory gifts from the ancestors and patriarchs that came today." Congratulatory gifts from the ancestors and patriarchs. Surprised, Huang Xiaolong looked at the spatial ring. Just as he wanted to refuse, his master threw his head back and laughed. "Silly kid, keep it, as master is giving them to you. I do not lack these things." Huang Xiaolong could only obey. Watching Huang Xiaolong put away the spatial ring, Feng Yang added, "From what Ancestor Gudu said today in the Grand Hall, it seems like he's very confident that Gudu Lang would be able to practice the solitary god's infinitude to the 100th layer within 3 years' time. At that time, Gudu Lang will definitely be a threat." His voice contained concern toward Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong reassured Feng Yang, "Master, rest assured, your disciple will work hard to break through to God realm within these 3 years." Feng Yang nodded. "Other than Gudu Lang, you must also be careful of that Wang Bowen. I received news that the kid found a piece of pure metal essence and he's in closed-door practice, refining it this very moment. 3 years later, he too will most likely challenge you." As for Huang Xiaolong's reassurance that he will work hard to break through to God realm within 3 years, Feng Yang did not pay it any attention. Although he acknowledged Huang Xiaolong's excellent talent, from his perspective, breaking through from half-step God realm to peak half-step God realm, then to God realm in just 3 years was impossible. Huang Xiaolong did not expect that Wang Bowen was lucky enough to come across a piece of pure metal essence, But despite knowing that, Huang Xiaolong threw the matter to the back of his mind. Institute Principal Fengyang went on. The 20,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets I gave you are enough to last you 1 year. When you finish them, Master will give you more. Huang Xiaolong nodded yes, the image of obedience. Following that, Fengyang imparted some cultivation knowledge to Huang Xiaolong. By the time Huang Xiaolong returned to his yard, 1 hour had passed. Watching Huang Xiaolong's leaving silhouette, Fengyang smiled, shaking his head. He was aware that this disciple of his put neither Gudulang nor Wang Boen in his eyes. Then again, given his disciple's monstrous talent, this much arrogance was nothing. Back in his yard, Huang Xiaolong opened the seal on the spatial ring containing today's congratulatory gifts. Looking into the spatial ring, Huang Xiaolong was instantly dumbfounded. Every inch inside the ring was stuffed to the brim with precious treasures, lustrous precious divine pellets, shining elixirs that were hundreds of thousands of years old. Huang Xiaolong was bedazzled at the sight, gulping nervously. If the items inside the spatial ring were taken out to auction, it'd be like striking it filthy rich overnight, becoming the galaxy's wealthiest nouveau riche. His spiritual sense swept inside the space. A small cluster of golden pellets in a corner caught his interest. Taking out one of the golden pellets, a bright aureate light glowed from the golden pellet as it sat quietly in his palm. This is an ancient Grand Mist Desire golden pill, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai exclaimed in astonishment. It's good stuff, ah. Even during the ancient times, this Grand Mist Desire golden pill was hard to come by. One of these is several times better than refining a God Realm beast core. I didn't expect there to be people who would be willing to take this out. Grand Mist Desire golden pill. Huang Xiaolong's eyes instantly brightened. He had heard of this Grand Mist Desire golden pills, where gods of ancient times gathered hundreds of 100,000 years old medicinal herbs and refined them using innate fire. He immediately entered the Shumi temple, sitting in a cross-legged position. His mouth opened and inhaled 10 golden pellets into his body. Muffled popping sounds could be heard coming from the insides of Huang Xiaolong's body. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong finally refined all 10 Grand Mist Desire golden pills. His body felt lighter and comfortable, something he did not feel when refining the Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. Inside the spatial ring, there was a little over 30 Grand Mist Desire golden pills. In one sitting, Huang Xiaolong had refined 30 pellets, keeping the remaining few for his family. He spent the next 1 month inside the Shumi temple, either refining divine pellets or 100,000 years old elixirs received from the congratulatory gifts. Although not all the divine pellets were on par with the Grand Mist Desire golden pills, they were still rare and precious medicinal pellets in the galaxy. In this 1 month, his strength rose steadily, bringing him infinitely closer to peak half-step God Realm. Signs of an imminent breakthrough became more apparent as time passed. In the course of 1 month, eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and third apprentice sister Qi had visited him a few times, and he was able to get along amiably with both of them. His eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun had a gentle personality, whereas third senior apprentice sister was generous and considerate. They both looked after this junior apprentice brother in their own way. They appeared at his doorstep every other week, offering cultivation advice to Huang Xiaolong. Both of them had been disciples of the Institute principal for more than 20,000 years and were high experts of 10th Order God Realm and above. Thus, Huang Xiaolong greatly benefited from their guidance. However, never once did his second senior apprentice brother appear. On this day, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was talking to Huang Xiaolong. 2 months after passing the new disciple selection assessment, there will be an outdoor task delegated to all new disciples, and that's tomorrow. You should join together with the other new disciples. Huang Xiaolong nodded. As the Institute principal's personal disciple, he could decline to participate in this new disciple outdoor task. However, he preferred not to stand out due to special treatment. Other than that, participating in the new disciple task would be beneficial to his cultivation. From his understanding, most new disciple tasks were hunting demonic beasts, bandits, or ghostly creatures. Making a short calculation in his head, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he'd be able to advance to peak half-step God Realm with another 100 First-Order God Realm Beast Cores or 100 souls of First-Order God Realm Ghost Creatures. The night passed. On the next morning, Huang Xiaolong went to inform the Institute principal before making his way out from the manor, arriving at the Supreme Harmony Hall a short while later. By the time Huang Xiaolong arrived, most of the new disciples were already assembled at the square. With a quick scan around, he quickly spotted both Gudu Lang and Xianxia. Honestly, he was surprised seeing them both here, for he never expected they too would participate in this new disciple task. Based on these two people's identities, they needn't participate if they weren't interested. As time passed, more and more new disciples arrived at the square. "It's Wang Biaowen," someone suddenly shouted. Huang Xiaolong's gaze trailed behind the crowds, falling onto a figure flying at breakneck speed from afar, whistling through the wind, leaving a tail of golden flames behind him. This person was none other than Wang Biaoyuan. In seconds, Wang Biaoyuan already arrived in front of the crowd of new disciples as he descended to the square. When his feet touched the pavement, it felt like 1,000 caddies of heavy metal falling down. One could feel the ground shaking underneath their feet. As his feet touched the ground, Wang Biaoyuan shot a cold gaze in Huang Xiaolong's direction before looking away without a word. Huang Xiaolong noticed that Wang Biaoyuan's temperament could barely be considered as having grown more steady, with his aura better controlled, different from the arrogant tyrant exuding a sharp aura 2 months ago. It seems like the other side's strength had enhanced a large degree from refining the pure metal essence. This was also another person Huang Xiaolong did not expect to show up and participate in the new disciple task. In general, refining treasures such as the pure metal essence was better done without interruptions in between until it was fully refined. Stopping in between could greatly reduce its benefits. It didn't take long for all the 100 new disciples to assemble. When all were present, Elder Zhang Tianquan finally appeared in front of them. He was overseeing this round of new disciples' tasks. Standing at the front of the square, Zhang Tianquan's eyes swept over these new faces, stopping a second longer on Huang Xiaolong with a slight nod and faint smile. "I'll be overseeing this round's new disciple task. Later on, we'll be heading to the undead world to hunt ghost creatures." Zhang Tianquan continued, "After we arrive in the undead world, everyone should pay attention to their safety. The ghost creatures there are not the same as the ones on the Deepwood Star. These ghost creatures in the undead world possess tremendous recovery power, making it that much harder to kill them." Zhang Tianquan reminded everyone things they needed to pay attention to during the task. Of course, there were rewards for any tasks taken, including this one. However, only for the top 3 places. Huang Xiaolong memorized everything Zhang Tianquan reminded them to take note of. Since Zhang Tianquan took the trouble to remind them, remembering it was better than not knowing. A short while later, Zhang Tianquan led the group to the transmission array on the North Star Square and started it up. A flash of light appeared, and after feeling as if the universe flipped upside down, they arrived at a bleak and barren desert. Surveying their surroundings, the barren desert seemed to have no edge. Dry sand skittered across the dunes. Above the veil of sand, high in the sky, were pools of black energy that emitted a foul, rancid stench and death aura. "This is the undead world." Zhang Tianquan's voice sounded in everyone's ears. "I hope all of you have remembered what I've said. We'll assemble at this transmission array in 1 month's time. Now, go and perform your task accordingly." Just as Zhang Tianquan's voice fell, Gudu Lang, Wang Biaowen, Jiang Shaozi, Su Shaoqing, and the rest disappeared from the scene in a flicker. As Gudu Lang, Wang Biaowen, and the other silhouettes disappeared from the transmission array location, Huang Xiaolong too made his move. Huang Xiaolong was actually nonchalant about taking first place on this new disciple's task. For him, the most important now was advancing to peak half-step God Realm. With the innate spiritual embryo, as long as he could reach peak half-step God Realm, breaking through to God Realm was an easy matter. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong hovered in the air above a valley, a deep frown etched on his forehead. In the last 3 days, the majority of the ghost creatures he came across were either half-step God Realm or peak half-step God Realm. The number of God Realm ghost creatures were too low to meet Huang Xiaolong's expectations. In 3 days, he only managed to kill no more than 20-something. The average wasn't even 10 a day, which depressed Huang Xiaolong. If things continued to move at this rate, he'd be wasting 10 days before he could advance to peak half-step God Realm. 10 days. Huang Xiaolong muttered. The duration of the new disciple's task was 1 month, minus the 10 days needed to achieve peak half-step God Realm. Only 20 days remained. It seems I can only break through to God Realm when I return. Refining the innate spiritual embryo to break through to God Realm was not something that could be done in 10 days or half a month. Hence, he had no other choice but to wait upon returning to the Institute before refining the innate spiritual embryo. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Hands bent like claws, Huang Xiaolong crushed the God Realm ghost creature attacking him. His mouth opened and inhaled, swallowing the ghost creature's soul into his body, and ran the blood deed pact to refine its soul. Just as Huang Xiaolong finished refining the soul of his latest kill, his body suddenly shuddered. A low crisp noise sounded inside his body, followed by a surging current of energy exploding in his body. Joy flooded his heart. Peak half-step God Realm. Finally, he was at peak half-step God Realm. A while later, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the joy in his heart, taking out the new disciple task token. In the last 10 days, he did not pay any attention to the points recorded, therefore he had no idea what was his current ranking was. 7th place, 683.21 million points. When a ray of his consciousness submerged into the little token, a message appeared in his mind. 7th place, still not too bad. Huang Xiaolong thought. He had been focusing on hunting God Realm ghost creatures, making moves occasionally when he came across half-step and peak half-step God Realms. Even so, being able to rank 7th place was better than he had expected. His worst assumption was that someone might have kicked him out of the top 10. Currently, Guduleng reigned 1st place, however, this time Wang Baowen was holding firm at the 2nd place, whereas Xianxia was 3rd. Now that he had achieved his main objective of peak half-step God Realm, it was time to go all out. Huang Xiaolong leaped out, the true essence energy in his dantian spun, creating a layer of true essence fire on the surface of his skin that continued to expand, spreading out. The true essence fire transformed his immediate surroundings into a sea of fire, incinerating every ghost creature caught in its vivid flames. Against these ghost creatures, the most effective method was his true essence fire, causing Huang Xiaolong to put away his Azura sword skill or other battle skills for that matter. The passage of time flowed by and half a month passed. Huang Xiaolong, who was initially at the 7th place, began to catch up at rapid speed, like a déjà vu of the disciple selection assessment, taking over the 1st place. Guduleng fell to 2nd place. 10 days prior, Guduleng, Wang Baowen, Xianxia, and the others were secretly gleeful at Huang Xiaolong's less-than-ideal ranking. No one expected that within half a month, this person would pull the same trick he did during the assessment, overtaking them one by one until he stood at the top spot. In the subsequent days, there was no suspense. Regardless of how Guduleng tried to narrow the difference in points, it only grew wider and further away until the allocated time of 1 month passed and they were required to assemble at the transmission array. As expected, the 1st place once again went to Huang Xiaolong. When Zhang Tianquan led the disciples back to the Black Tortoise world through the transmission array, Wang Baoyuan and Zhang Xiaozi didn't look too good. Wang Baoyuan especially. He had followed the treasure map and found the pure metal essence and had been in closed-door practice for 2 months before this in order to refine the pure metal essence, and he greatly benefited, seeing a huge increase in his strength. Wang Baoyuan's sole motivation in participating in the new disciple's task was to suppress Huang Xiaolong's limelight a little. But who knew that the points difference this time was even larger than the last? Zhang Tianquan brought everyone back to the Supreme Harmony Hall where he gave out the rewards for the top 3 places. Wang Baowen watched with a gloomy expression as Huang Xiaolong went up to receive the 1st place reward. Punk! Enjoy this while it lasts. Wait till the next new disciple's assessment. Let's see if you can still act this arrogant. While passing the rewards to Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Tianquan spoke some courteous and amiable words. Barely half an hour later, Zhang Tianquan dispersed the disciples from the square. Leaving the Supreme Harmony Hall, Huang Xiaolong made a beeline back to his master's manor and dove inside the Shumi Temple. Inside the Shumi Temple, Huang Xiaolong was flushed with excitement gazing at the innate spiritual embryo at the center of the 10 Buddha formation. His heart raced. Finally, the time had come to refine this innate spiritual embryo. Every day, he could only look but couldn't eat. His heart had been itching, long waiting for this day to arrive. Little rascal, don't forget. This innate spiritual embryo has formed its own intelligence. You must be very careful when you refine it later. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice reminded Huang Xiaolong. If you fail, its consciousness will seize your body instead. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was unable to help Huang Xiaolong during refining. Everything depended on Huang Xiaolong himself. Hence, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke to remind him of the risk. Huang Xiaolong nodded, calming his excitement and looking dignified. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he approached the innate spiritual embryo, sitting cross-legged across from it. When his emotions were like the surface of a still lake, Huang Xiaolong began to run the Azura tactics, unsealing the embryo's energy bit by bit. A brief moment passed and Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. In that immediate instant, the terrifying amount of spiritual energy contained inside the embryo rushed out like a tsunami into his body. Even his true dragon physique trembled with the sudden rush of energy from the innate spiritual embryo, causing prickling pain all over, which shocked Huang Xiaolong. Since he started to cultivate the treasure dragon protective shield art, forming that diagram formation within his body, regardless of how many divine pellets or beast cores he refined at one time, pain was the furthest thing. Yet, this innate spiritual embryo's spiritual energy was actually pushing his true dragon physique close to the limit. Huang Xiaolong quickly focused, running the Azura tactics cycle after cycle as throbbing pain shot through him, while he continued to absorb the horrifying amount of spiritual energy. Again and again. It was only several hours later that the pain eased. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong dared not relax 1 second, nor make any mistakes, for he keenly felt that the embryo's awareness resistance had been growing stronger, fiercer. If it weren't for Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's powerful seal, it would have probably flown out from the Jade Stone. 1 day later, not only did the embryo's struggles not lessen, it was even more violent. The fiercer it struggled, the faster the violent spiritual energy flowed into Huang Xiaolong, surpassing the Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art's current absorbing capacity. Cracks started to appear on Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique. Bloody lines emerged on Huang Xiaolong's skin, akin multiple blood dragons etched on his flesh. A ghastly sight that would make anyone palpitate. But, just as these dragon-like blood streaks emerged, a myriad of golden light shone through the cracks of his skin from the inside. Bit by bit, the red lines disappeared as his body mended. Before one could breathe in relief in the next second, his skin split once more. And so it repeated crack, mend, for 3 whole days. 3 days. In these 3 days, the pain he experienced was akin to his soul having bad cramps. This hurt 1,000,000 times more than the time his body exploded and was rebuilt by the Dragon Pearl. One couldn't imagine the excruciating pain of his body hanging on the verge of blowing up every second. Yet this damn torturous pain repeated time and again with no end in sight. At one point, when Huang Xiaolong felt like he could barely endure another second, as if he'd lose his mind from the pain, his overdrawn true dragon physique finally stopped cracking. From then on, regardless of how fiercely the innate spiritual embryo's awareness struggled and resisted, crashing its spiritual energy against Huang Xiaolong's body, his true dragon physique remained stable as a rock. As the Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art diagram formation swallowed abundant spiritual energy, strands of space and time laws were also absorbed by it, transferring them to Huang Xiaolong. Above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, gleaming lights filled every corner. Time and space laws swayed like fine threads, growing stronger and longer with each glimmer. In the beginning, these time and space law thread were like fine, delicate wool threads measuring 2 to 3 centimeters. But as time passed, these time and space law threads grew thicker, growing longer. After half a year had passed, those time and space law threads were thick as a red thread and 10 centimeters long. Half a year refining the innate spiritual embryo brought unimaginable transformations to Huang Xiaolong's Qi-Si and Dantian. The battle Qi in Qi-Si was now a golden liquid of high viscosity, vibrant and potent. Even his Qi-Si seemed to shake as if it was holding a bright sun that was about to explode. And within the space of his Dantian, 10 glossy beads formed from his true essence energy glittered. The primordial divine dragon inside each bead looked like they were about to break free from the bead. The innate spiritual embryo's resistance had stopped altogether by now. Suddenly, a rippling sound came from Huang Xiaolong's body as he sat motionless in a cross-legged position at the center of the Shumi temple, followed by dazzling crepuscular rays. He quivered visibly, feeling as if the battle Qi within his Qi-Si had broken through a giant dam, rushing into a mysterious meridian. Simultaneously, the 10 divine dragons inside the 10 beads within his Dantian flew out. The beads disappeared. On the outside, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique glowed like lustrous jade stone, refracting light. God Realm. After half a year of non-stop refinement of the innate spiritual embryo's spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through from peak half-step God Realm to God Realm. God Realm masters in the Black Tortoise Galaxy were like a pseudo-deity existence. In the vast galaxy below the God Realm all were mortals. Regardless of world surface, in any family or clan, a God Realm master had a high standing. However, even after breaking into the God Realm, Huang Xiaolong did not stop. Instead, suppressing the jubilance in his heart, he continued to refine and absorb the spiritual embryo. 8 months turned into 9 months. 1 year passed. Not only did Huang Xiaolong solidify his recent breakthrough to God Realm, his strength continued to rise, advancing through the orders. Early First Order God Realm, Peak Early First Order, Mid First Order, Peak Mid First Order. 2 years passed. One day, the figure sitting in the middle of the 10 Buddha formation opened his eyes. This simple action was enough to cause the airflow to rumble like thunder. Huang Xiaolong stood up, his eyes shining brightly, sensing the tremendous power surging through him. 2 years of closed-door practice, not only had he succeeded to break through to God Realm, he even advanced to peak late First Order God Realm. Just a little bit more and he could step into Second Order God Realm. In his initial estimation, after refining the innate spiritual embryo, he would at most be able to reach late First Order. Reaching peak late First Order was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Late and peak First Order couldn't be mentioned in the same breath, for the gap in strength was incomparable. His spiritual force delved into his own body, carefully noting the condition of his body. Each vein and meridian resembled a coiling primordial divine dragon. His viscera and 6 bowels were like clear crystals, as if they had transformed from flesh and blood to jadestone form. Honestly, this gave Huang Xiaolong a fright. Recovering quickly, he immediately noticed that his true dragon physique's defense and power had increased by at least tenfold. If his true dragon physique was said to be perversely strong prior to reaching God Realm, now it would be a super perverse physique. Huang Xiaolong believed that he could crumble an ancient divine mountain with a mere punch. Going further down into his Dantian, Huang Xiaolong found something new. There were strands of immortal essence force circulating within. That's right, immortal essence force. His true essence had fully evolved, turning into immortal essence force. Whereas in his soul sea, the threads of time and space laws had grown thumb-sized thick, 1 meter in length each, adding up to 13,652 threads. 13,652 threads. Generally speaking, rare geniuses from superforces could form about 100 of these time and space law threads in their soul sea, usually as thick as a red thread and no more than a dozen centimeters long. Second-order God Realm masters could accumulate up to over 1,000, even a peak late Second-order God Realm barely had more than 10,000 time and space law threads. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even advanced to Second-order God Realm, yet he already formed more than 13,000 time and space law threads. If this matter was made known, people would be shocked to their core. The difference between a strong and weak God Realm master, other than their physical attributes, battle skills, and cultivation technique, The time and space law threads within their soul sea also played a crucial role. The more time and space threads they formed in their soul sea, the more powerful their attack would be, and the bigger the individual's potential was. Z's 13,652 threads. Dragon Emperor Aotai's envious voice sounded. Moreover, each one is thumb-size thick and 1 meter long. Little brat Huang, aren't you too perverse? Even some third-order God Realm Master's time and space threads cannot compare to yours. Dragon Emperor Aotai was speaking the truth. Indeed, the majority of third-order God Realm Master's time and space law threads were severely lacking compared to Huang Xiaolong's. Huang Xiaolong flashed a sheepish smile. Really? Realer than a pearl. Dragon Emperor Aotai subsequently added. But what ability did you get after refining the innate spiritual embryo? Of course, a peerless treasure such as the innate spiritual embryo had other benefits other than simple enhancement of cultivation and strength. Huang Xiaolong became excitement being reminded of this. His hand extended up like he was gathering something from the void. Before the astonished Dragon Emperor Aotai, ample pure spiritual energy sprung vigorously from the void, condensing into a piece of spirit stone. Spirit stone. Dragon Emperor Aotai went totally blank. What was this? This little rascal could draw the spiritual energy hidden in the deep void, condensing them into spirit stones. Dragon Emperor Aotai felt like fainting, wishing he could faint right there and then. Isn't this too much? Doesn't this mean this rascal's future is radiant and gleaming with an infinite amount of spirit stones that he'll never see the bottom of? Yes, after refining the innate spiritual embryo, the ability Huang Xiaolong obtained was transforming the pure spiritual energy within the void into spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong looked at the spirit stone hovering in the air. His hand moved. A gentle force pulled the spirit stone to his palm. Spiritual energy flowed with vigor, plentiful and vibrant. However, Huang Xiaolong was still slightly disappointed because the spirit stone in his hand was merely a grade 2 spirit stone. Although a grade 2 spirit stone was valuable in a small world surface like the Martial Spirit World, in the Black Tortoise Galaxy only grade 1 spirit stones and above had value. Sweat. I say, little Huang rascal, you actually don't know contentment. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's thoughts, Dragon Emperor Aotai fumed. This is the first time you're using this ability and already you can condense a grade 2 spirit stone. As this ability of yours continues to grow stronger along with your strength, condensing a grade 1 spirit stone is only a matter of time. The cloud of disappointment instantly vanished from Huang Xiaolong's face. That's right, that was just his first time testing this ability. He easily condensed a grade 2 spirit stone from the void just like that. As he practiced more in the future, this ability would grow stronger. Condensing a grade 1 spirit stone was only a matter of time. Not restricted to grade 1 spirit stones, there was the possibility of condensing Saint grade, even divine grade spirit stones. He'd be able to do it. Huang Xiaolong once again extended his palm to the void, instantly attracting abundant spiritual energy rushing toward his palm, spiraling, condensing, becoming more compact until a second spirit stone was formed. This piece of spirit stone contained much ampler spiritual energy than the first one, and the flow of spiritual energy inside was much more stable. Despite that, it was still a grade 2 spirit stone. Adamant, he condensed one after another, tirelessly gathering, tirelessly transforming. Whirls of pure spiritual energy kept surging in the void, being turned into spirit stones one after another. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Huang Xiaolong swallowed a divine grade spirit pellet and initiated his martial spirit ability instant recovery, rapidly replenishing his depleted battle chi. Despite seemingly easy for him to condense spiritual energy into spirit stone, the amount of battle chi required in the process was a terrifying amount. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to peak late First Order God Realm, this endless creation of spirit stones would have probably devoured all the battle chi in his chi si in half an hour's time. Having recovered his battle chi, Huang Xiaolong continued to condense more spirit stones. Soon the day had passed. Huang Xiaolong's speed of gathering and condensing spiritual energy became faster. The first piece of spiritual stone took him a dozen breaths' time, but now, a day later, He merely needed 2 to 3 breaths time to condense one spirit stone as he grew apter and more familiar with controlling the ability. A day later, despite the spirit stones remaining grade 2, they upgraded from low to medium grade 2 spirit stones. Though it was only a small improvement, Huang Xiaolong was thrilled. At this rate, the day he'll be able to condense low grade 1 spirit stone was not far away. Time flowed, taking away another half a month with it. The spirit stones he condensed improved from low grade to medium, and now they had reached high grade 2 spirit stones. Not to mention, the time it took had greatly reduced as well, 1 breath's time. Huang Xiaolong merely needed 1 breath's time to churn out a piece of high grade 2 spirit stone. 1 month later, the spirit stone's quality continued to improve, reaching top grade 2 spirit stones. Above top grade 2 spirit stone was grade 1 spirit stone. In this 1 month, every time Huang Xiaolong's battle chi was depleted, he would stop to recover, then start again the moment his battle chi recovered. He noticed that through this continuous cycle of depletion, the liquid form battle chi in his chi actually increased. Moreover, he noticed that this 1 month's practice actually fine-tuned his control over battle chi. 2 months passed. Huang Xiaolong grasped at the void. In a flash, 3 spirit stones fell from the air. By now, within a breath's time, he could condense 3 spirit stones. However, Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed deeply looking at that 3 spirit stones. 2 months had passed, but he was still unable to condense grade 1 spirit stones. Regardless of how much he tried to compact the spiritual energy when gathering it, the highest grade he managed to achieve until now was top 2nd grade spirit stone. The fact that you can already condense top grade 2 spirit stones in just 2 months is already admirable. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke. As for grade 1 spirit stones, it is not something that can be rushed. If it was that easy, then it wouldn't be so valuable. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, nodding at Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's words. Then he turned over, looking at the large piece of jade stone that protected the innate spiritual embryo previously. This was a material that surpassed divine grade spirit stone in value. An idea flashed through his mind as he looked at the huge piece of jade stone. It was after refining the spiritual embryo that he obtained this ability. Perhaps this jade stone that nurtured the embryo could help him condense grade 1 spirit stones. With that one mind, his spiritual force slowly submerged into the jade stone, arriving at a grayish space, almost like chaos. Huang Xiaolong quivered. That's right, space. It was space. Spirit stones grade 1 and above all has an independent space within. As a God realm master that was able to manipulate the time and space laws, creating an independent space could be done with a point of his finger. Retrieving his spiritual force out from the jade stone, Huang Xiaolong immediately tried it out, hand grasping at the air. From the deep void, pure spiritual energy rushed out, turning into a spirit stone in a bright flash. This spirit stone was clearly different than the ones before. The flowing spiritual energy contained inside the spirit stone could be felt even on the outside, plentiful, vigorous, and stable. Not so much as a hair strand of spiritual energy leaked out as it hovered in midair, like a clear crystal, emitting an alluring light. Grade 1 spirit stone. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai blurted out in shock when he saw this latest spirit stone. Just moments ago, he advised Huang Xiaolong that it couldn't be rushed, and in the next moment he already condensed a grade 1 spirit stone. Huang Xiaolong stretched open his palm. A force wrapped around the spirit stone and flew into his palm. Turning the spirit stone in his hand, he chuckled in a silly manner. Finally, he succeeded in condensing a grade 1 spirit stone. Even more delightful was that this grade 1 spirit stone in his hand was close to a medium grade 1. Immersed in his joy, Huang Xiaolong tried another time. After bright flashes, pieces of grade 1 spirit stone fell from midair. However, after 2 months passed, Huang Xiaolong noticed that regardless of how he tried, the best he was able to achieve was medium grade 1 spirit stone. It's most likely related to the time and space law manipulation that you refined. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke after contemplating the matter. The stronger your comprehension in the 2 laws, the steadier the space you create inside a spirit stone will be. Hence the purer the spiritual energy. Only then will the grade of spirit stone increase. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. For now, it seems he would have to wait until he broke through to second-order God realm if he wanted to condense a high-grade 1 spirit stone. Finding the crux of the problem, Huang Xiaolong finally stopped. There were still 5 months to the outer disciple assessment. Thus Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to exit. Oh right, my Azura tactics has reached the 10th layer. I can probably summon the gates of hell to cross over. Huang Xiaolong was instantly excited. Hell, a high-level upper world surface comparable to the divine world. Entering a place like that, absorbing the spiritual energy from a high-level surface for his cultivation would bring unimaginable benefits to Huang Xiaolong. In that moment, Huang Xiaolong immediately ran Azura tactics, attempting to summon the gates of hell according to the secret method stated within the Azura tactics. Strands of black-red energy swirled around Huang Xiaolong for a dozen minutes when all of a sudden, the space above him warped, revealing the shadow of a dark black gate. This dark black gate was 3 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide. Wisps of black-red energy similar to the energy around Huang Xiaolong flowed out from the gate, and with it an aura of desolate, bleak silence, deathly, frigid, sinister. What is this? Dragon Emperor Aotai was shocked. This is the gate of hell, Huang Xiaolong explained in a concise sentence. When Dragon Emperor Aotai found out that Huang Xiaolong's Azura tactics could summon a gateway leading to hell upon reaching the 10th level, Dragon Emperor Aotai was agape with awe. Wasn't this Azura tactics breaking the natural order of things, to be able to connect hell with an inferior world surface? Was there such a perverse cultivation technique in this universe? Probably, even the divine world had never heard of a technique of this nature. One had to be aware, crossing over between an inferior and higher world surface was equivalent to breaking the law of the universe. It took quite some time before Dragon Emperor Aotai recovered from his shock. His spiritual sense probed the gate of hell that Huang Xiaolong summoned. As an afterthought, he said, "Hell is a higher plane. Its natural laws are way more profound and vast compared to our inferior world, and it's bound by much stronger gravity. Entering at your current cultivation, it might be hard for you to adapt. You need to pay attention to it." Huang Xiaolong was dazed for a second. He had not given any thoughts to all these things. Subsequently, Dragon Emperor Aotai brought up many other possible issues that Huang Xiaolong may encounter upon venturing into hell. Although Dragon Emperor Aotai had never been to hell, he used to be a high god realm master more than 100,000 years ago. His scope of knowledge far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's. Huang Xiaolong listened attentively, committing everything to memory. 1 hour later, his silhouette flickered through the gateway. The moment he passed through the gateway, an extreme frigidine energy enveloped him. The piercing cold could be felt deep into the bones. Alarmed, Huang Xiaolong swiftly circulated his battle qi, shrouding his body. Only then did he feel better. Huang Xiaolong felt like he had crossed 50 to 60,000 li through the black space tunnel before he suddenly felt lighter. The scene in front of him changed as he stepped into an endless bleak world. This world was barren, desolate, gloomy, and cold like all life was sucked out of it. Before Huang Xiaolong could register his surroundings, an overwhelming pressure rushed toward him from all directions. To Huang Xiaolong, it was like having an insurmountable great mountain fall down on his back, so heavy that he couldn't even stand up straight. Both of his feet were weighted down like they were shackled with a million caddies of weight. Even lifting a foot was difficult. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong discovered that he could hardly breathe properly. These feelings resembled a mortal being thrown into the deep seabed. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. Despite the fact that Dragon Emperor Aotai had reminded him earlier that the gravity force was greater than the inferior world surface they were on, this pressure far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. It was more than 10,000 times stronger than the Black Tortoise Galaxy. For if it was only 10,000 times, based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength at peak late First Order God Realm, he wouldn't be rendered to this state, failing to stand up straight. Hence, he had no other option but to exert full effort to circulate his battle qi to form a protective vigor barrier to resist the pressure. Once he was enshrouded within the protective vigor better, Huang Xiaolong felt better and relaxed slightly, finally being able to stand up straight. His eyes surveyed the surroundings, but only sand and boulders entered his sight. Gusts of black wind emitting chilling air howled endlessly in the air. These black gales were 100 times colder than the Black Tortoise Galaxy's frost tempest. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't broken through to God Realm, if he did not have the true dragon physique, one brush of this black gale would instantly turn him into an ice statue. Although Huang Xiaolong had stepped into the God Realm and possessed the true dragon physique, looking at this black wind blowing past, he still felt chilly air drilling into his flesh. So, this is hell? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's curious voice sounded before it turned into a lament. A higher world surface is truly different. The spiritual energy is so dense and such high quality. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He felt it too. The spiritual energy in hell was much purer and denser than he could describe in comparison to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Even the spiritual energy in his master's manor seemed lacking in comparison, in both density and quality. If the spiritual energy in the Black Tortoise Galaxy was of second grade, then hell's spiritual energy was definitely divine grade. In short, the Black Tortoise Galaxy was inferior. This is probably one of the smaller surfaces in hell. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai stated his opinion. Hell's most powerful forces were the Azura Plane, Ghost Plane, and Souls Plane. Other than these three planes, there were other planes. Just like the Vientiane divine surface that governed the Black Tortoise Galaxy, it was just another surface in the higher divine world. Hell and the divine world were similar in terms of their boundless horizons. Huang Xiaolong spread out his spiritual sense only to discover that his spiritual sense was met with strong resistance, limiting him to a radius of 30 li. In the Black Tortoise Galaxy, his spiritual sense could extend more than 100,000 li in radius. Then Huang Xiaolong tried to fly up and take a lot around. To his dismay, however, he was unable to fly. His ability to move in the air was lost. This? His eyes widened in disbelief. Hee. Dumbfounded, right? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai laughed wickedly. Didn't I tell you? Hell is a higher world surface. Its laws are more profound than the world surfaces below. Restrained by the natural laws here, my guess is that you need to be at least a high god realm to be able to reluctantly fly. High god realm masters can only reluctantly fly? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. That's right. You're a peak late first order god realm comparable to an average third order god realm. In the galaxies below, you can be considered an elite existence, but here, in a higher world surface, you're no different than a Hotian warrior from the galaxies below. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai drew a clear picture for Huang Xiaolong. A Hotian warrior. Not even a Xiantian realm expert's level. This damage was a little too big. Then again, so what if he was a mere Hotian? Determination shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. When he was reborn in the martial spirit world, didn't he also start from the Hotian level? Cultivating step by step to the top? Even if he were to reach a higher world surface like hell in the future, Huang Xiaolong strongly believed he'd be able to climb up to the top, becoming a powerful existence. He inhaled deeply. Now, however, since he couldn't fly, there was only the most primitive method, walking. Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and took a step forward. Displaying a movement skill, Huang Xiaolong's speed wasn't terribly slow, crossing almost 100 li 1 hour later. Still, 100 li away from the starting point, the scenery did not change. Huang Xiaolong was still surrounded by sand and dust, and nothing else. The whole way, he didn't even come across a plant, not to mention another person. We're probably in a desert area. At your speed, we may not even get out of this desert in half a year's time. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said, Forget about others. The purpose you come here for is to borrow the spiritual energy in hell to cultivate. Cultivating here for a day is more beneficial than cultivating a year in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Huang Xiaolong reluctantly nodded. At the moment, he needed to put up a protective vigor barrier to protect himself from the pressure coming at him from all around, rapidly depleting his battle chi. Based on his current strength, he could stay here for 3 hours at most and would need to return to the Black Tortoise Galaxy when the time was up. Thus, every minute and every second was extremely precious to Huang Xiaolong. Having decided what to do, Huang Xiaolong laid out a simple protection array around him, sitting down at the center, and began running the Azura tactics, absorbing Hell's spiritual energy. As Huang Xiaolong began to circulate the Azura tactics, spiritual energy in the proximity rushed toward him at rapid speed. His body quivered from head to toe as the first strand of spiritual energy drilled into his body, but quickly calmed down. After the first cycle of absorbing and refining, excitement spread through Huang Xiaolong. This spiritual energy in Hell was even purer than he had imagined. It could be said that the spiritual energy he was absorbing now brought even better result than the Grand Desire golden pills. Moreover, he noticed that the spiritual energy here was actually beneficial in tempering his true dragon physique. The Treasure Dragon Protective Shield art diagram formation greedily absorbed this higher world surface spiritual energy, then transferred it to Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, his internal organs became increasingly stronger. 2 hours passed. Huang Xiaolong stopped running his cultivation technique and stood up. The result of cultivating here for 2 hours surpassed his usual 1-month effort back in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. When his consciousness submerged into his body, he saw that after absorbing the high-grade spiritual energy there were some changes to his Dantian and the Azura God Force in his Qi. Despite being minuscule, Huang Xiaolong still noticed it. If he could cultivate in such environment for an extensive period of time, his Azura God Force could definitely evolve. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath as he felt an increase in the whelming pressure coming from all directions. Summoning the gateway quickly, he flew through the passage, returning to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Back in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, Huang Xiaolong was overcome with exhaustion, like he was about to collapse in an instant. He quickly sat down in a meditative pose, swallowed a healing pellet, and initiated his instant recovery ability to replenish his depleted battle chi. This mediation took him a full day and night before he felt his God Force return to peak condition. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. In the past, even after a desperate battle with others where he overdrew all his battle chi, once he employed the instant recovery martial spirit ability, it required less than 1 hour to return to his peak form. But this time, it actually took him a full day and night. However, that did not prevent Huang Xiaolong from summoning the Gate of Hell again the moment he recovered, running over to the other side. Once again he fell onto an endless stretch of sand. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong determined it was the same location where he cultivated previously. Arriving, Huang Xiaolong did not start cultivating immediately, but traveled forward for 1 hour before stopping to cultivate. 2 hours later, he returned to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. The process repeated, turning into a routine. 1 month later. In the entire month, every time Huang Xiaolong crossed over to cultivate in Hell, he would only return to the Black Tortoise Galaxy when his battle chi was exhausted to recuperate, and then went back again to cultivate. In the course of repeated crossings in that 1-month period, Huang Xiaolong realized one phenomenon. The place where he appeared next would always be the last location he was in before he left. What frustrated Huang Xiaolong was the fact that he was still stuck in the desert even after 1 month. Perhaps, like what Dragon Emperor Aotai said, relying on his current speed, even if he traveled non-stop for half a year, he still wouldn't be able to leave this barren desert. Thus, other than dry sand dunes, Huang Xiaolong did not come across any other living things in Hell. Not even a plant. He was vexed. In fact, this might not be a bad thing. Dragon Emperor Aotai spoke. At your current strength, it would be extremely dangerous if you ran into any of Hell's living beings. Huang Xiaolong nodded silently. He was well aware of this fact. Although he had never seen another living being in Hell, it was not hard to guess that Saint Realm and God Realm were the weakest existences. After that time, Huang Xiaolong no longer tried to leave the desert, focusing on absorbing the high-grade spiritual energy and cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 5 months were gone. And these 5 months of cultivation, the result was better than what Huang Xiaolong had estimated. These 5 months of cultivation in Hell were even more beneficial than him cultivating in the Black Tortoise Galaxy for a decade or more, consuming an infinite supply of Grand Desire golden pills. After 5 months, just a day before the Outer Disciples assessment, Huang Xiaolong finally advanced to Second Order God Realm. That's right, Second Order God Realm. Honestly, Huang Xiaolong had little to no chance of advancing to Second Order God Realm before the Outer Disciple assessment. But the benefits of cultivating in Hell's high-quality spiritual energy environment were greater than he imagined. Watching Huang Xiaolong advancing to second-order God realm, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai couldn't resist sighing dramatically, emphasizing the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a freak more than 10 times. Then his tone grew serious. Tomorrow's the outer disciples assessment. If Gudulang, Wang Baowen, and those brats knew that you're already a second-order God realm, they'd probably be scared to silly on the spot. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's words weren't exactly an exaggeration. Although the assessment had yet to begin, he could already imagine the scene and the expressions on Gudulang, Wang Baowen, the other disciples, and especially the Black Warrior Institute principal Fengyang when they realized that Huang Xiaolong had reached second-order God realm. One must remember, 3 years ago when Huang Xiaolong passed the new disciple assessment, he was merely a half-step God realm, not even a peak half-step God realm. Yet, 3 years later, he soared to second-order God realm. Half-step God realm, peak half-step God realm, early first-order God realm, peak early first-order God realm, mid-first order, peak mid-first order, late first order, peak late first order, and then one reached second-order God realm. Even genius disciples belonging to other super forces could hardly bulldoze from half-step God realm to second-order God realm given 300 years' time. Huang Xiaolong chuckled listening to Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's act of woeful size. Following his current cultivation speed, in another 3 years he could advance to third-order God realm. Within 10 years, he could definitely break through to fourth-order God realm. Upon breaking through to fourth-order God realm, one was considered a mid-level God realm that had crossed over an important dividing line. There were cultivators that were stuck at this point their whole life, unable to break through the barrier to mid-level God realm. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's status and identity in the entire Black Tortoise Galaxy would be elevated to another prestige. A mid-level God realm master, anywhere they went, super forces and families included, would easily receive treatment equivalent to an elder. Huang Xiaolong exited from the Shumi Temple. Just as Huang Xiaolong walked out from his yard, he ran into eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, who came specifically to look for him. Fourth junior apprentice brother, you finally came out. Seeing Huang Xiaolong exited his closed-door practice, Lu Yun's face showed a hint of joy when he smiled. Tomorrow's the outer disciple assessment. If you still didn't come out today, I'm afraid our venerable master was going to drag you out himself. Huang Xiaolong scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling a little to hide his embarrassment. I know you like wine, so today I brought some good wine over. Come, let us brothers have a good drink. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yun took a step and pulled Huang Xiaolong to the garden at the back, opening a jug of wine and drinking with Huang Xiaolong. I got news that both Gudulang and Wang Baowen broke through to second-order God realm. Most importantly, it seems like Wang Baowen has reached mid-second-order God realm. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yun added as he observed Huang Xiaolong carefully. He has let the word out that he will defeat you on the assessment stage tomorrow. Junior apprentice brother, you must be careful. Huang Xiaolong was moved by the concern in his senior apprentice brother Lu Yun's eyes. He smiled reassuringly at Lu Yun saying, Senior apprentice brother can rest assured. It won't be easy for Gudulang, Wang Baowen, or anyone else who wants to defeat me tomorrow. Mid-second order God realm? Even if they were a mid-third order God realm, he had the confidence to leave the opponent with half a life in just one punch. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's confident expression, Lu Yun added an afterthought. After advancing to mid-second order God realm, Wang Baowen's indestructible Vajra physique is at least 10 times stronger than it was 3 years ago. Due to Huang Xiaolong converging his aura, not even Lu Yun was able to see through his real cultivation. Therefore, despite knowing that Huang Xiaolong had amazing talent, he didn't hold much confidence in Huang Xiaolong defeating Wang Baowen tomorrow. In fact, not only Lu Yun, the whole of Black Warrior Institute's disciples, not a single person believed that Huang Xiaolong would be able to snatch the top spot this time. 9/10 of Black Warrior Institute's disciples were trading words back and forth, and most agreed that the outer disciple assessment's first place holder this time would be either Gudulang or Wang Baowen. To this point, Lu Yun continued, Moreover, not only has Gudulang advanced to second-order God realm, I heard he has cultivated the Gudu family's supreme secret technique to the 100th layer reborn state, possessing regeneration power. His strength is probably more frightening than that Wang Baowen's. Huang Xiaolong nodded. During the time of his closed-door practice, He had asked Dragon Emperor Aotai about the Gudu family's solitary god's infinitude. Thus he was aware of this technique's formidable powers. Despite knowing that Gudu Lang had successfully practiced the solitary god's infinitude to the 100th layer, Huang Xiaolong did not place the matter in his heart. Noticing the indifference on Huang Xiaolong's face, Lu Yun knew that Huang Xiaolong really did not mind Gudu Lang and Wang Biaoan, but he could only shake his head in secret. However, he did not say more to his junior apprentice brother. Both of them continued to drink while Lu Yun talked about matters related to cultivation. It was 2 hours later when Lu Yun took his leave. After Lu Yun left, Dragon Emperor Aotai said with a hint of mirth, "Little rascal Huang. Obviously not even a single person believes that you'll be able to take first place tomorrow. Even your eldest senior apprentice brother feels that you're not Gudu Lang or Wang Baoyuan's opponent. You must perform well tomorrow." Huang Xiaolong grinned. 3 years ago I was just a half-step god realm. I cannot blame others if they don't believe I can win the first place. A quiet night passed. Inside a certain manor in the Black Tortoise world, Wang Biaoyuan's stature flickered in unpredictable trajectories, resembling an agile butterfly in midair. Moments later, Wang Biaoyuan landed noiselessly on the ground. Congratulations to young lord for reaching the 9th stage of the flower butterfly fantasy maneuver movement technique. A similar Black Warrior Institute outer disciple from the Wang family stepped forward with a flattering smile. In tomorrow's outer disciple assessment, the first place will surely belong to young lord. Wang Biaoyuan nodded with satisfaction, confidence surging from his body. Both of his fists tightly clenched as a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, just you wait. The humiliation from 3 years ago, I'll pay it back 100 times. Tomorrow, in the assessment arena, I want you to kneel before me in front of everyone. Sensing the horrifying aura coming from Wang Biaoyuan's body, that Wang family disciple was frightened, taking a step back involuntarily. How are the things I ordered you to find out? Wang Biaoyuan converged the aura surging out from his body, questioning the disciple. That Wang family disciple approached respectfully reporting. In these 3 years, Huang Xiaolong has been in closed-door practice inside the Institute principal's manor. He has yet to take one step out. Therefore, this subordinate is unable to find out the extent of his strength. However, according to this subordinate's judgment, regardless of how they praise his heaven-defying talent and how bitterly he is cultivating, he cannot be more than a peak half-step god realm. Wang Biaoyuan nodded in agreement. In this subordinate's opinion, young lord defeating Huang Xiaolong tomorrow will absolutely be an easy matter. This time, young lord's real opponent is Gudu Lang. From what this subordinate found out, that Gudu Lang has advanced to second-order god realm. Moreover, his solitary god's infinitude already reached the 100th layer. Definitely a formidable adversary. That Wang family disciple added. Wang Biaoyuan said, that Gudu Lang really succeeded in cultivating the solitary god's infinitude to the 100th layer, but so what? I have the confidence to defeat him. At this time, the other outer disciples were also busy sharpening their swords and knives in order to compete for a chance to enter the top 10, top 3, or even the first place. Many outer disciples with 100 years of cultivation who participated in the previous assessments were vying for the same chance to be promoted to an inner disciple, and these outer disciples' strength rivaled some inner disciple geniuses. The night trickled by, giving way to the rising sun on the horizon, brightening the dark sky as the Black Warrior Institute began to hustle with an energetic buzz. Although today was merely the outer disciples' assessment, due to Huang Xiaolong's status as well as Gudu Lang, Wang Biaoyuan, and the others, the outer disciple assessment this time attracted the attention of many inner and elite disciples. Even the Institute's elders and grand elders showed up. Inside the inner hall of his yard, Huang Xiaolong, who was meditating, opened his eyes. Looking at the sunlight coming through the window, he stood up and walked out of the inner hall. Just as Huang Xiaolong passed by the main hall, he caught sight of the Institute principal Fengyang sitting in the main hall. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Guessing that the Institute principal was waiting for him, he approached saluting respectfully. Master! Institute principal Fengyang nodded lightly with a smile on his face. His eyes took in everything as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. I have heard about the situation with Gudu Lang and Wang Baoyuan. If you meet these two persons in the outer disciple assessment today, There's no need force yourself. It's good enough if you can enter the top 3. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly in his heart. He didn't expect the institute principal waited for him here just to say this. Looks like even his master wasn't so confident that he'd be able to win the first place. Top 3? That meant 3rd place. Was this the highest expectation his master had for him in this outer disciple assessment? Yes, master, Huang Xiaolong replied. Black Warrior Institute Principal Feng Yang nodded. Go. Be careful. Huang Xiaolong answered affirmatively again, saluted, and left the manor, heading toward the assessment location. The outer disciple assessment was not conducted in the Supreme Harmony Hall but at the Hidden Dragon Arena. The Hidden Dragon Arena wasn't that far away from Supreme Harmony Hall. It was built on the peak of a mountain several thousand li away from the it. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong much time to reach the peak where the Hidden Dragon Arena was located. The mountain peak was lopped off by the Black Warrior Institute's experts using Godforce, and the Hidden Dragon Arena was built on the flat mountain surface. The large arena was forged from an extremely hard rock kernel, elevated half a meter from the ground, and was able to accommodate a few tens of thousands of people, whereas the area outside of the arena could take up to several 100,000. It's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's arrival immediately stirred the crowd. The disciples that had arrived earlier all turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring these people's gazes, Huang Xiaolong descended beside the Hidden Dragon Arena. I wonder how high Huang Xiaolong's strength is after 3 years. I'll bet he's a peak half-god realm at most. Without great fortune, there's no way he can break through to God realm. If it's like this, I'm afraid he can only enter the top 3. Top 3? It's already considered not bad if he can enter the top 5. Similar mocking voices filled the arena. A minuscule frown creased Huang Xiaolong's brows as these words grew crude and brazen, but it quickly smoothed out as he calmed down. Wang Biaoyuan is here. Then, a loud shout came from the sea of disciples. Rumors say that Wang Biaoyuan has broken through to second-order God realm. Also, it's not just early order, but mid-second order God realm. Under many people's gazes, several figures were flying toward the arena at rapid speed. At the front was none other than Wang Biaoyuan. Compared to 3 years ago, the domineering aura from Wang Biaoyuan's body had increased, and the same ancient sword hung from his waist. Wang Biaoyuan descended gently to the ground. His eyes scanned the crowd and very quickly found Huang Xiaolong, who was standing beside the arena stage. The temperature in his eyes dropped as he approached Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, on the Hidden Dragon Arena stage, I will not show mercy. Coming to a stop right in front of Huang Xiaolong, Wang Biaoyuan declared coldly. 3 years ago, what you gave me, I will return it 100-fold to you today. I will trample on you ruthlessly. Huang Xiaolong's expression was indifferent. Is that so? I'll be waiting then. Seeing the indifference on Huang Xiaolong's face, an inexplicable fury surged in Wang Biaoyuan's heart. Didn't this punk get any wind of his current strength? Moreover, he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could break through to God realm in a mere 3 years. Repressing the fury in his heart with effort, Wang Biaoyuan issued a disdainful snort. Little punk, just you wait. I'll see how long you can keep this arrogance. Throwing this sentence out, Wang Biaoyuan turned and walked away. A short while later, Gudu Leng arrived, raising another commotion through the crowd. However, when Gudu Leng arrived, he did not say anything upon spotting Huang Xiaolong. Yet the burning desire for battle in his eyes was felt by everyone present. After Gudu Leng, it was Xianxia. Xianxia was also one of the favored candidates for the top 5 rankings for this term's outer disciple assessment. Unlike Gudu Leng and Wang Biaoyuan, Xianxia's strength did not soar and advance to second-order God realm. However, at peak late first-order God realm, it was only half a step away. Soon, Su Shaoqing and the others also reached the arena. Roughly 1 hour later, when the assessment was about to start, Elder Zhang Tianquan appeared in the arena. He was also the overseer for this term's outer disciple assessment. Zhang Tianquan landed softly on the stage, his sharp eyes sweeping across the gathered disciples before he briefly explained the rules and rewards for this time's assessment. The Black Warrior Institute had more than 100,000 outer disciples, thus not every outer disciple would take part in the assessment. In every term of outer disciple assessment, the Black Warrior Institute elders would select the top 100 strongest outer disciples to take part. Only those 100 outer disciples selected were eligible to participate. Of course, dissatisfied disciples could choose to challenge any disciple within the selected 100. If the challenger defeated the selected disciple, challengers could take their spot, hence the eligibility to participate in the assessment. Gudu Lang, Wang Biaoyuan, Zhang Xiaozi, Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Tianchuan read out this term's 100 selected outer disciples name list. Everyone could only guess if the Black Warrior Institute was intentional in their name list, having Gudu Lang at first place, Wang Biaoyuan second, third Zhang Xiaozi, and Huang Xiaolong at fourth place. As for the fifth place, it was an outer disciple named Luo Kai. Luo Kai was the champion in the disciple selection 3 terms prior. 100 names didn't take Zhang Tianchuan long to announce. Does any disciple want to issue a challenge? After he was done reading the name list, Zhang Tianchuan looked around the arena and asked, "You can issue your challenge now." If no disciple issued any challenges, then the 100 selected disciples would remain unchanged. Seconds after Zhang Tianchuan's voice fell, a disciple had already stated his challenge. Lu Shiqing challenges Meng Ping. A tall, burly young man leaped onto the hidden dragon arena. Then, a figure with a small stature floated down the arena stage as well, the challenged outer disciple, Meng Ping. After a customary salute at each other, both disciples began their battle. But it didn't take long for the challenger disciple, Lu Shiqing, to be defeated, falling off the arena stage in a sorry state. Many challenges took place after that. Some were successful, but most disciples failed. Slightly over an hour later, seeing that there were no more disciples wanting to challenge, he spoke. "Now I shall read out the selected top 10 outer disciples for this assessment. Gudu Lang, Wang Biaoyuan, Zhang Xiaozi, Huang Xiaolong, Luo Kai, Long Junfei, Su Gua, Su Shaoqing, Wu Xiaoshi, Yang Yu." Zhang Tianchuan paused momentarily before asking, "Within the 100 disciples, does anyone want to challenge the top 10? Again, if no challenge was issued, the ranking would remain the same with Huang Xiaolong at 4th place. Of course, not every disciple was eligible to challenge the top 10. Only those within the 100 names were eligible. Zhang Tianchuan's question was met with a silent arena. "This one is Xianing. I wish to challenge Huang Xiaolong." Suddenly, a figure leaped out, landing on the arena stage. It was a tall, lean, middle-aged man with a fair beardless face and a small pair of eyes. The arena crowd was stunned and then broke out in an uproar. There was actually someone who wanted to challenge Huang Xiaolong, and it was the first-place winner of the new disciple selection assessment 2 terms prior, Xianing. Actually, this Xianing was supposed to be one of the selected top 10, but unfortunately, his name wasn't on the final list. Therefore, he could only challenge for a spot. Still, this challenge was unexpected for everyone. A very thrilling, unforeseen event. Huang Xiaolong won the new disciple selection 3 years ago and was known for his monstrous talent. Judging based on talent alone, he could be considered as the first person in 10 million years. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong held the identity of being one of the Institute principal's disciples. As such, in the last 3 years, he was a constant topic of discussion for many. Huang Xiaolong had kept a low profile in the last 3 years, secluding himself in closed-door practice in the Institute principal's manor. No one was able to determine his real strength. Although the majority of people assumed that Huang Xiaolong could only reach peak half-step God Realm, a scarce number felt that he might have broken through to God Realm relying on his talent. The crowd heated up as they looked forward to the upcoming challenge battle. Their gazes fixed onto Huang Xiaolong. Even Zhang Tianchuan couldn't resist casting a glance in Huang Xiaolong's direction. 3 years had passed. He too was very curious about Huang Xiaolong's current strength. Wang Biaoyuan, Gudu Lang, Zhang Xiaozi, and the rest also looked at Huang Xiaolong. As if he didn't notice the many strong gazes fixed on him, with a calm face and little movement, everyone merely felt a blur flash before their eyes, and Huang Xiaolong was already standing on the hidden dragon arena stage, in front of the challenger disciple Xianing. Wang Biaoyuan, Gudu Lang, and many others' eyes narrowed. So fast! This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's minds. On the other hand, Zhang Tianquan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong's speed to have reached such an extent. The challenger disciple, Xianing, was taken aback seeing Huang Xiaolong's abrupt appearance in front of him, but quickly calmed down. His eyes shone brightly staring at Huang Xiaolong. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Huang Xiaolong, please." His own momentum soared the instant he said the words. Fierce winds blew. The hidden dragon arena seemed to be a world of brewing storms. Xianing was the first-place winner of the selection assessment 2 terms past. There was no doubt that he was a strong character, recognized by many outer disciples as the first person under second-order God realm. Sensing the powerful momentum coming from Xianing, the spectating crowd tensed up, including Jiang Shaozi, Luo Kai, Long Feijun, Su Gua, Su Shaoqing, Wu Shaoshi, Yang Yu. All the disciples listed into the top 10 rankings, except for Gudu Lang and Wang Biaoyuan, who remained indifferent. Both geniuses managed to veil the shock in their hearts with the indifferent expression on their faces. From Xianing's rising momentum, it was safe to say that his cultivation had reached peak late first-order God realm. Peak late first-order God realm. Xianing has actually advanced to the peak of late first-order God realm. We're in for a good show this time. You can just tell that Huang Xiaolong isn't Nianing's opponent at all. If he's defeated by Xianing, he's going to lose face big time. At that time, he won't even be inside the top 10 ranks. Uninhibited opinions sounded loudly below the arena stage. According to the challenge rules, if Huang Xiaolong lost to Xianing, then Xianing would replace him within the top 10. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong would not be allowed to issue a challenge to other disciples in the top 10 ranks. In short, Huang Xiaolong would be barred from the top 10 ranks in this term's assessment. Who can say for sure? 3 years ago, the Wang family's 4 first-order God Realm guards weren't Huang Xiaolong's opponent despite their joint attack. Although Xianing is a peak late first-order God Realm, it's not that easy to defeat Huang Xiaolong. Still, the majority of outer disciples didn't think that Huang Xiaolong held a high chance of winning over Xianing. Those of contrary opinion were extremely small in number. Especially when 4 late first-order God Realm Wang family guards ended in a sorry state with just 1 palm strike from Huang Xiaolong in the Hall of Heroes Square. Even when they had more people. This matter was no secret. Everyone in the arena had heard of it one way or another. That spoke volumes about Huang Xiaolong's strength even then. Huang Xiaolong, without a doubt, could only be stronger than 3 years before. For great late first-order God Realm join hands? Let me tell you something, a few days ago when Xianing went out to perform a task, he was besieged by 6 peak late first-order God Realm masters. Come, take a guess what happened in the end. All 6 peak late first-order God Realm attackers died in Xianing's hands. At one point, an outer disciple clamored in his sonorous voice. It's just that not many people know about this matter. Xianing's strength absolutely qualifies him a spot in the top 5. The instant this disciple's voice sounded, the arena was astir. 6 peak late first-order God Realm Masters' besiegement ended with total annihilation in Xianing's hands. What kind of strength was this? Even an average mid-second order God Realm Master couldn't have done better. In that instant, the low number of Huang Xiaolong's supporters was swayed. Huang Xiaolong was indeed very strong 3 years ago, but no one knew how much his strength had increased since then. Could Huang Xiaolong win over Xianing? Could he kill 6 peak late first-order God Realm Masters like Xianing did? In the end, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation time was too short, not even 40 years. No one would believe that someone who had cultivated for a little over 30 years was capable of killing 6 peak late first-order God Realm Masters at the same time. On the platform, Zhang Tianquan was frowning after sensing Xianing's aura. Xianing's strength had indeed exceeded his estimation. His gaze shifted onto Huang Xiaolong with a faint worry in it. He was confident in Huang Xiaolong initially, but now he too felt that Huang Xiaolong's chances were bleak. At a corner of the arena, Wang Biaoyuan's lips curved up into a derisive sneer looking in Huang Xiaolong's direction. He was waiting to see how Huang Xiaolong would handle the situation. With each to their own thoughts, Xianing's momentum continued to rise. transforming the energy around him into fearsome, tempestuous wind. His eyes turned a glaring crimson, as if there were two sparks of ferocious fire raging inside. Sound of striking thunder palm. Xianning hollered, sounding like an angry thunder from heavens. His body propelled forward like a tornado, closing the distance to Huang Xiaolong in an instant, with both palms poised to strike. He dared not underestimate Huang Xiaolong. Therefore he exerted full power in this attack. It was his ultimate winning move. He wished to defeat Huang Xiaolong in a single move. He wanted to crush Huang Xiaolong in the most devastating manner. He wanted the upper levels of the Black Warrior Institute to know that the top 10 outer disciples name list they had compiled this time was a mistake. A great mistake. His strength qualified him a spot within the top 5. Him. Not Huang Xiaolong, a punk that wasn't even a peak half-step god realm 3 years ago. Of course, his name, Xianning, would resound loud and clear in the entire galaxy once he defeated Huang Xiaolong. Although Huang Xiaolong was the Institute principal's personal disciple, no one could find fault with his action, for he would defeat Huang Xiaolong fair and square on the arena stage. Not even the Institute principal could say anything. But his ultimate confidence lied in his Xia family, as one of the galaxy's super forces. Watching Xianning attack, the whole arena went into an abrupt silence, holding in their breaths with eyes wide open, as if they were afraid to miss any interesting detail. Just when Xianning's palms were about to land on Huang Xiaolong's torso, a sigh sounded from Huang Xiaolong. This low, audible sigh seemed to originate from an ancient time, as if myriad gods were sighing. A sigh that traveled from the depths of hell, coming from the death god. Everyone in the arena heard the low sigh clearly, but no one was able to accurately describe this sigh. They only felt a shudder to their core, as if enveloped by an uncomfortable cocoon. Those who stood close to the arena stage were trying to calm their qi and blood that were seething violently. On the stage, Xianning had the impression that he was knocked back by a giant hand, unable to bite down the scream coming out from his mouth. The fierce, tempestuous wind around him shattered and dissipated as he tumbled back in the air, several li away, slamming heavily on the edge of the stage. His crash shook the entire Hidden Dragon arena stage. Yet, the sound of that sigh was still reverberating in the air, drumming in the crowd's ears, clenching at their hearts, shaking their souls. It was a long time later before the sigh dissipated. By then, weaker disciples in the arena had gone white as a sheet. No one dared to make a sound, and the arena fell into deathly silence. The feeble groan coming out from Xianning's lips at the edge of the stage sounded harsh to the ears. All eyes never left Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Shaozi, Luo Kai, Long Junfei, Su Gua, Su Shaoqing, Wu Shaoshi, Yang Yu, and the rest of the 100 disciples were staring at Huang Xiaolong with flabbergasted shock stamped on their faces. Especially Jiang Shaozi, feeling his limbs grow cold. 3 years ago, when Huang Xiaolong came out of nowhere and snatched the first place in the new disciple selection assessment, he was one of many that felt unreconciled. Just moments ago, he was still thinking of a way to test Huang Xiaolong's strength. But now, a low-sounding sigh defeated a peak late first-order god realm Xianning. This was even more appalling than that single palm strike defeating the 4 Wang family masters. No one made a sound, not even Gudu Ling or Wang Biaoyuan. However, the look in their eyes clearly exposed the great waves crashing in their hearts. Yes, they were a little bit frightened. On the platform, Zhang Tianquan's eyelids were twitching in great momentum. He was just left dumbstruck. He could tell, Huang Xiaolong's mere sigh actually contained a mysterious sound-based battle skill. But even so, he couldn't determine Huang Xiaolong's real strength. A masterpiece genius. These words emerged in his mind. As usual, Huang Xiaolong ignored all the stunned expressions directed his way. Retrieving his gaze from Xianning's body, he looked where the 100 disciples were standing. Anyone else wants to challenge? Being subjected to Huang Xiaolong's gaze, the disciples retreated a step by reflex so that Huang Xiaolong would not misunderstand. Xianning was asking for it. They begged to differ. In the end, no one was brave enough to challenge Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong's place within the top 10 ranks was set in stone. However, the fact that no one dared to challenge Huang Xiaolong did not mean that no one dared to challenge the other 9 of the top 10 disciples. Deng Lei wishes to challenge Yang Yu. A challenger disciple named Deng Lei stepped up to the stage, challenging one of the top 10, Yang Yu. This new challenge roused quite a reaction from the spectating crowd of disciples, for Deng Lei had some reputation due to his strength, despite being a late first-order god realm. Also, he came in second after Xianning in the term before the previous new disciple selection assessment. Unexpected for everyone, Deng Lei too failed in his challenge against Yang Yu. Needless to say, although Yang Yu managed to fend off Deng Lei, his win did not come as easy as Huang Xiaolong's did. His was a bitter battle over his challenger before coming out on top. After Deng Lei, many more challengers appeared for the top 10 ranking disciples in succession, such as Long Junfei, Su Guo, Su Shaoqing, Wu Shaoshi, and the rest. Su Shaoqing's challenger succeeded, throwing Su Shaoqing out of the top 10 ranks. She was replaced by a disciple named Fang Kun. Though challenges were issued one after another, none dared to point the spear at Gudulang or Wang Baowen. More than an hour later, the top 10 name list was finally determined. According to the rules, once the top 10 were determined, next came the battle for the first place. These 10 names weren't named like it was previously done. Instead, Gudulang, Wang Baowen, Huang Xiaolong, and the rest of the top 10 who felt that they had the qualifications to take the first place were to walk up the stage and accept the challenge from the remaining 9 people. But no one made a move after Zhang Tianchuan finished speaking, surrounded by silence. Everyone knew that being the first one to go up was a thankless job, having to accept all 9 people's challenges. A light flickered in Gudulang's eyes just as he prepared to go up the arena stage when a shadow flashed before his eyes, landing on the stage center. Huang Xiaolong. Gasps were heard all around. Yes, the first person who went up the Hidden Dragon arena stage was Huang Xiaolong. Watching that figure standing at the center of the stage, most people were momentarily stunned. Gudulang and Wang Baowen both were no exception. No one expected Huang Xiaolong to act so decisively, showing his edge, being the first person up, challenging all 9 others. This punk thinks he's number 1 just because he won over Xianning. Wang Baowen sneered inwardly, although it was out of his and most people's expectations that Huang Xiaolong was able to defeat Xianning. That victory didn't mean anything in Wang Baowen's eyes. With his current strength, he could easily crush a peak late first-order god realm like Xianning to death with half a move. The gap between a second order and a first order were poles apart. Landing on the Hidden Dragon arena stage while ignoring the whispers and astounded expressions, Huang Xiaolong swept over Gudulang and Wang Baowen, speaking as if he was talking about the fine weather. "I proclaim myself as the first place holder. Who wants to challenge me?" The noisy crowd quieted at his words and the focus fell on the 9 remaining top 10 rankers, especially Gudulang and Wang Baowen. How is it? No one dares to come up. After a while, seeing no one make any move, Huang Xiaolong casually nudged them. A sharp glint exploded in Wang Baowen's eyes, but when he was about to leap out, a silhouette had already landed in front of Huang Xiaolong. Luo Kai. When everyone saw the challenger's face, the crowd clamored. Luo Kai, first place in the new disciple selection assessment 3 terms ago, it was acknowledged that his strength qualified him a spot within the top 5. But the majority secretly felt that only Gudulang and Wang Baowen could be Huang Xiaolong's opponents. Luo Kai going up to challenge Huang Xiaolong, wasn't that the same as seeking death? Seeing that it was Luo Kai who came to challenge him, Huang Xiaolong was also surprised. Luo Kai remained calm despite the less than encouraging words coming from below the stage. His eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit as he said, "Huang Xiaolong, I admit you are indeed very strong. Even Xianning is not your opponent. But today, I will fight you and defeat you." A powerful momentum exploded from Luo Kai's body, matching the flames in his eyes. As Luo Kai's momentum rose, the entire stage seemed to quake under pressure. This brought another wave of shock because second-order god realm. Oh heavens! Luo Kai has actually broke through second-order god realm. Shock, disbelief, and surprise filled the arena. Those who had thought that Luo Kai was merely seeking death in challenging Huang Xiaolong were forced to swallow their words. Upon reaching the God realm, each small advance was difficult. With each advance one's strength would double, and from peak late first order to second order it was much more than a simple strength enhancement. A peak late first order God realm was still a first order, whereas a second order, even a mere early second order, had left any first order God realm in the dust. Huang Xiaolong was able to defeat the peak late first order Xianning, but could he defeat the second order Luo Kai? No one could say for sure. Gudu Lang, Wang Biaoyuan, and the others were also blindsided by Luo Kai. None of them expected that in this outer disciples' assessment there would be another second order God realm other than the two of them. This Luo Kai really hid too deeply, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. No wonder he dared to challenge Huang Xiaolong. On the platform, surprise flickered in Zhang Tianquan's eyes. This Luo Kai had broken through to second order. Standing opposite of Luo Kai, Huang Xiaolong looked unperturbed by the surge of momentum released by Luo Kai. Second order God realm? No wonder he was so confident, declaring that he would defeat Huang Xiaolong. When Luo Kai's aura rose to the peak, it stopped. Feeling the changes in the surrounding disciples, he looked across at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Huang Xiaolong, make your move. To show my respect for the Institute principle, I'll let you make the first move." A hint of conceit flitted in his eyes. To show my respect for the Institute principle, I'll let you make the first move? The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, then became excited. Luo Kai was arrogant, but they liked it. Some disciples even began to cheer Luo Kai on loudly. "Are you sure you want to let me go first?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a hint of ambiguous smile hanging on his lips. "That's right." Luo Kai nodded with confidence. The instant Luo Kai said so, Huang Xiaolong made his move. In a flicker, he already narrowed the distance between him and Luo Kai, then a fist punched out. No superfluous movements, not even a tiny energy fluctuation was detected. Luo Kai was startled. In a panic, he raised his own fist to meet Huang Xiaolong's fist, resulting in two fists' collision. At that precise moment, Luo Kai went deathly pale. His conceit, pride, and arrogance from earlier were shattered by Huang Xiaolong's fist, giving birth to indescribable fear and horror. A thunderous blast resounded, followed by a tragic wail as the silhouette of a person was sent flying in the air, slamming down below the hidden dragon arena. A loud thud was heard, raising a curtain of dust in the air. The disciples cheering on Luo Kai stiffened. The excitement vanished from their faces, replaced with bewilderment and daze. Did Luo Kai really broke through to second order God realm? A second order God realm's battle ended just like that? It still ended with one move. Gazes moved to the figure lying below the hidden dragon arena stage, unsure if Luo Kai was still alive or otherwise. Sharp's gasps could be heard. The disciples that were cheering for Luo Kai moments ago were trembling uncontrollably. Both Gudulang and Wang Biaoyuan's faces twitched. The crowd was dumbstruck watching what transpired before them. Luo Kai lost. Just like Xianning before him, he was thoroughly defeated. Yet Luo Kai's arrogant declaration that he would defeat Huang Xiaolong moments ago was still resonating in their ears. On the platform, Zhang Tianquan was experiencing reverberating shock underneath his poised appearance. Truth be told, he had thought that it would be an extremely arduous fight if Huang Xiaolong wanted to win over a second-order God realm Luo Kai, even if he had the slimmest possibility of success. Never had he imagined that the arduous battle he assumed would take place was settled in just one move. Victory in one move. The most crucial point was that Huang Xiaolong did not use a shred of battle chi. Whether it was against Xianning or Luo Kai just now, both battles were based on the power of his physical flesh. This was what astounded everyone. Merely relying on the toughness of his flesh, Huang Xiaolong subdued a second-order God realm master. What horrifying level had his strength reached? This had gone beyond the level of an outstanding monstrous genius. It could be called super horrifyingly invincible outstanding monstrous genius. That's right, invincible. That was the feeling Huang Xiaolong gave Zhang Tianquan, invincible. For 1 second there was a fleeting feeling telling him that not even a late second-order God realm would be Huang Xiaolong's opponent. Huang Xiaolong would still win. No one uttered a sound. No one dared to utter a sound. Huang Xiaolong removed his gaze from Luo Kai's body. Initially, he hasn't intended to be so heavy-handed toward Luo Kai, but since this fellow said that he would defeat him, even allowing him to make the first move, the contempt in Luo Kai's eyes slightly upset him. What Huang Xiaolong hated most was this kind of people, no real strength yet loved to put on a self-righteous pretense. Not that one couldn't be a pretentious prick but be smart in choosing the target. Huang Xiaolong turned back toward the top 10 group, sweeping over Gudulang and Wang Bon. Anyone else would like to challenge? The crowd instantly regained their senses. Gazes from all around were obviously directed at both Gudulang and Wang Bon. Needless to say, literally everyone was thinking the same thing. Only Gudulang and Wang Baowen could suppress Huang Xiaolong. Sensing the pointed gazes on their bodies, Gudulang and Wang Baoyuan recovered from their shock, immediately returning to their usual calmness. However, at this moment, hesitation lurked within Gudulang and Wang Baoyuan. Obviously, neither one wanted to be Huang Xiaolong's next challenger. While an awkward silence hung in the air, Wang Baoyuan suddenly leaped onto the hidden dragon arena, landing opposite of Huang Xiaolong. The silence was shattered as the crowd cheered with anticipation. Who hadn't heard the news of Wang Baoyuan's advancement to mid-second order god realm? Before the assessment, everyone had thought that the first place in this time's assessment belonged to Wang Baoyuan. But now the question was, could Wang Baoyuan defeat Huang Xiaolong and snatch the first place? The crowd fixed their gazes on the arena, giving the two people on it their undivided attention, unblinking. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Baoyuan, speaking with a calm face. "You're not my opponent. You and Guduling both should come up together." The instant Huang Xiaolong's words were spoken, the arena broke into an uproar. What did Huang Xiaolong say? He wants Wang Baoyuan and Gudulang to attack together? This is madness. He really thinks he's invincible? The crowd's first reaction was to clamor that Huang Xiaolong was overestimating himself. Rumors had been circulating that Wang Baoyuan had advanced to mid-second order god realm, and his indestructible Vajra physique was harder than a pseudo-divine artifact. There was a little-known rumor that all the peak late-second order god realm masters of the Wang family weren't his opponents. And Gudulang had not only broken through to second order god realm, he had also cultivated He Gudu family's supreme secret technique, the solitary god's infinitude to the 100th layer, generating the power of rebirth. His real strength was unfathomable. Against either one of them, Huang Xiaolong couldn't even win for sure, but now he wanted both geniuses to attack him together. On the platform, Zhang Tianquan was frowning. Still, he felt that Huang Xiaolong wasn't a person that uttered arrogant words without the strength to back it up. But could Huang Xiaolong really battle Gudulang and Wang Baoyuan simultaneously? Inwardly, Zhang Tianquan shook his head. While everyone was clamoring, Wang Baoyuan's fury soared after a second of daze. Fury mingled with hate erupted like a wrathful volcano. "Huang Xiaolong, you?" His rage uncontainable, eyes red with fury as he roared. "You think just because you defeated a measly early second-order god realm, that the first place is yours? I'll let you know now who's the real outstanding genius, who is this assessment's first-place holder." By the time his words were finished, the momentum coming from his body had reached the peak. Muffled air blasts could be heard all around him. Eye-piercing rays of aureate light shone from Wang Baoyuan's body, causing pain in everyone's eyes. This is late second-order god realm? Oh god. Wang Baoyuan isn't a mid-second-order god realm, but a late second-order god realm. In a matter of seconds, the crowd was stupefied by the Wang Baoyuan's display of strength, babbling incoherently. A late second-order god realm. His true strength wasn't like the rumors said at all, a mid-second-order god realm, but a late second-order. Wang Baoyuan actually concealed his true strength. The crowd drowned in surprise and excitement. Even the calm and collected Gudulang felt his eyelids spasms. Zhang Tianquan was nearly agape at the sudden revelation. This time's outer disciples' assessment brought too many surprises, each more shocking than the last. In past assessments, one late First Order God Realm disciple emerging was already big news and would have definitely been the first-place winner without much suspense. But this time, Wang Biaoyuan was actually a late Second Order God Realm. Peerless genius. Wang Biaoyuan's talent is truly awe-inspiring. Didn't he just break through to early First Order God Realm 3 years ago? In 3 years, he has climbed all the way to late Second Order. So terrifying. That's right. This is what you call an outstanding peerless genius. It's the end of the road for Huang Xiaolong. I don't believe he can defeat a late Second Order God Realm Wang Biaoyuan. Faces in the crowd flushed red with excitement, hands punching the air, for they were witnessing a miracle. A miracle no one thought possible. A miracle of shattering the orders from early First Order God Realm to late Second Order God Realm within 3 years. No one had ever boasted this level of cultivation speed. Although Wang Biaoyuan was able to achieve this due to the pure metal essence he found, it was still a miracle regardless of the reason. A miracle. From time immemorial, ever since the Black Warrior Institute was established 30 million years ago, never once had a late Second Order God Realm outer disciple appeared in the assessment. But one had appeared now, Wang Biaoyuan. Wang Biaoyuan exuded full pressure from his body, without any intention of holding back. He wanted to jar everyone, awe everyone. He wanted this ignorant punk Huang Xiaolong to know how foolish, idiotic, and ludicrous his words earlier were. Everyone, be astounded by me, awed by me. A radiant golden armor protected Wang Biaoyuan's body, resembling a primordial war god. The indestructible Vajra physique's bloodline power had fully awakened, exuding a sharp, indestructible aura that could pierce a hole in the sky. Huang Xiaolong, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still leave you some face, so that your loss won't be too unsightly. Wang Biaoyuan glared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. The crowd held their breaths. Kneel and beg for mercy? Leave you some face. This was blatant face-slapping in public. Zhang Tianquan's brows were tightly scrunched together. No matter what, Huang Xiaolong was still the Institute principal's personal disciple. Wang Biaoyuan actually wanted him to get on his knees and beg. Wang Biaoyuan had forgotten himself, it seems. These superforces disciples needed to be given extra care in the future. Unlike everyone else around him, Huang Xiaolong seemed no different after Wang Biaoyuan's display of power and might. A minuscule difference that went undetected was the iciness that glazed over his pupils when Wang Biaoyuan told him to kneel and beg for mercy. Kneel down and beg? Huang Xiaolong sneered. One move. One move. All the gathered disciples were baffled by this sentence that came out from Huang Xiaolong's mouth. But when it finally dawned on them the meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words, the whole arena looked as if it was about to split into half from the crowd's reaction. One move? Is this Huang Xiaolong saying that he only needs one move to defeat Wang Biaoyuan? Damn. Isn't he acting too brazen? Did he damage his brain knocking against a door somewhere? Is he blind as well? Didn't he see Wang Biaoyuan's late Second Order God Realm strength right in front of him? He still thinks he can win over Wang Biaoyuan. It's already the greatest miracle if he can defeat Wang Biaoyuan. Forget doing it in one move. That's right. If he really can defeat Wang Biaoyuan in one move, I'll kill myself by slamming my head against this hidden dragon arena. When Huang Xiaolong said that Wang Biaoyuan wasn't his opponent in the beginning, and instead suggested both Wang Biaoyuan and Gudulang to join hands, the crowd was already indignant with Huang Xiaolong's arrogance. Huang Xiaolong didn't seem that pleasing to the eyes anymore. And now, Huang Xiaolong's exaggerated claim of defeating Wang Biaoyuan in one move had completely drawn the crowd's anger. This caused them to be in an extremely bad mood. Some were enraged to the point of forgetting Huang Xiaolong's identity, shooting a ferocious glare at Huang Xiaolong. Even those who had supported Huang Xiaolong in the beginning felt that Huang Xiaolong's arrogance had gone over the limit. Zhang Tianquan didn't even hide his disappointment, shaking his head on the platform. Indeed, this Huang Xiaolong was an outstanding peerless genius, a talent worthy to be nurtured by their Black Warrior Institute, but this little guy's temperament needed a little bit more grinding. Gudulang snorted in obvious contempt at Huang Xiaolong's words. Similar to everyone present, he too felt that Huang Xiaolong's pride had gone to his head. Did he think that defeating both Xianing and Luo Cao allowed him to swagger without fetters? Did he take Wang Biaoyuan for the likes of Xianing or Luokai? Wang Biaoyuan was a true blue late second-order god realm. After breaking into second-order god realm, he understood more than the other disciples here what a late second-order god realm meant. Even him, who successfully practiced the Gudu family's solitary god's infinitude until the 100th layer, possessing the reborn power, wasn't confident in being able to defeat Wang Biaoyuan. As for completing that feat in one move, that was ludicrous, a joke, the words of a fool. After blanking out for a second, Wang Biaoyuan pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong and broke out in wanton laughter. The laughter hid his indescribable fury. He wasn't this freaking mad even when Huang Xiaolong defeated him in public 3 years ago. Good, good. Wang Biaoyuan's eyes were crimson like blood. Huang Xiaolong, if you can really defeat me in one move, I shall kneel and beg for mercy before you. Not waiting a moment longer, Wang Biaoyuan's figure flew out, his fist aimed at Huang Xiaolong. In the air, his figure flickered in an unpredictable manner, leaving more than a dozen afterimages in different locations, sometimes appearing, sometimes swerving away. From outside the stage, Wang Biaoyuan looked like an illusory butterfly that contained a horrifying murderous intent. An invisible energy rushed toward Huang Xiaolong. That is the Flower Butterfly Fantasy Maneuver Movement Technique. Flower Butterfly Fantasy Maneuver Movement Technique. If I'm right, this skill was created by Venerable Fantasy 100,000 years ago and has disappeared for more than 10,000 years. It is said that this Flower Butterfly Fantasy Maneuver Movement Technique is unpredictable. One can hardly defend against it. Could Wang Biaoyuan have found Venerable Fantasy's Immortal Cave? Those who heard this exclaimed in shock. Just as the crowd exclaimed, the power in Wang Biaoyuan's fists exploded, striking at Huang Xiaolong. Immovable Wisdom King's God King Fist. Fists whistled through the air, each shrouded in a scary ball of flames that rippled in space. At this point, Wang Biaoyuan's fists were no longer simple fists, more like catastrophic meteors falling from the sky, carrying a tale of scorching flames and a terrifying power of destruction, exuding an aura that would kill God if a god blocks, kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. Wang Biaoyuan's only aim was to blast Huang Xiaolong into a million pieces in one attack. Zhang Tianquan's frown deepened as he watched from the platform. Should he intervene? If this strike hit, although Huang Xiaolong wouldn't die, he'd suffer grave injuries. How was he supposed to explain to the Institute principal then? Moreover, great harm was not allowed to fall on Huang Xiaolong. However, the rules prohibited anyone from interfering. As the overseer of this round's assessment, if he was the one who broke the rules, then... While Zhang Tianquan was caught in a dilemma, Wang Biaoyuan's fists were only meters away from Huang Xiaolong. As he got nearer to Huang Xiaolong, a brutal light flickered in Wang Biaoyuan's eyes. Huang Xiaolong, go die! Watching as Wang Biaoyuan's fists were about to strike Huang Xiaolong, suddenly a vast, overwhelming energy surged out vigorously from Huang Xiaolong's body. Before this wave of energy, the sky trembled as if it was about to collapse, the earth sinking in. Everyone's breaths were stuck in their chests, as if a great mountain was pressing down on them. Their souls trembled. An inexplicable intention to prostrate emerged in their minds. Confusion, bewilderment, apprehension, all mixed into one. Wang Biaoyuan's face tightened. Gudu Lung's face tightened. So did Zhang Tianquan's expression. A layer of black scale armor covered Huang Xiaolong's body. 2 horns protruded from his forehead. The wings of demons spread majestically behind him as groups of blackish red energy covered the entire hidden dragon arena stage. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong moved. The wings of demon flapped, revealing the profound golden hellish symbols on their surface. Wang Biaoyuan barely caught sight of a blurry black shadow when 2 black fists grew bigger in his pupils. His eyes widened in alarm. Then, rumble. A sharp, ear-splitting blast resounded, as if heaven and earth split into 2. His immovable Wisdom King's God King fist collided with the 2 black fists. The high frequency stabbed at Wang Biaoyuan's eardrums, and before he could react, an overwhelming tyrannical power crashed against him like a giant tidal wave. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was nothing more than a pebble that fell into the vast sea. That tyrannical power struck straight at his chest. His body quivered badly, tumbling backwards. One moment he was bouncing off clouds, and in the next moment, his body slammed heavily on the ground. Huang Biaoyuan lost his consciousness at that point, sinking into oblivion. Huang Xiaolong landed gently back on the hidden dragon arena, yet the stage groaned in protest. With Huang Xiaolong's feet as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Although the hidden dragon arena stage was built from extremely hard rock kernel, it had a limit of endurance. It couldn't withstand the power of a third-order god realm. Because, in regular outer disciples' assessment, the strongest would only possess the strength of a first-order god realm. Hence, from the Black Warrior Institute management's perspective, no outer disciple could break the hidden dragon arena that could withstand close to a third-order god realm master's strength. But now, dumbfounded, watching these events taking place, their dumbfounded brains were empty of anything else. Wang Biaoyuan laid sprawled below the arena, his clothes torn to rags that were drenched with his blood. His indestructible Vajra physique had lost its use. His indestructible iron fists that everyone idolized were mangled to an unrecognizable degree. Even his bones seemed broken. Huang Xiaolong stood on the stage, akin to an ancient overlord, exuding an irrefutable dragon might and the chilling cold air of a death god. God, second-order god realm, Gudu Leng stammered incoherently. His tongue twisted into a knot and his face was ash-gray. This time, Huang Xiaolong no longer hid his aura. Second-order god realm. Everyone froze. They couldn't believe, unable to believe, and dared not believe. On the platform, Zhang Tianchuan was trembling all over. One he knew if it was because of excitement or shock. One move, it was indeed one move. Still, only one move. Disciples that raged satirical remarks at Huang Xiaolong for his vain arrogance now felt like a large piece of stinky tofu was stuck in their throats. All their rage and unhappiness transformed into fear, astonishment, and shock. Some disciples with lower strength who stood close to the arena stage, the same ones who made the most noise and derisive remarks, were now shaking uncontrollably. If Huang Biaoyuan was a peerless genius for his breakthrough to late second order from first order god realm within 3 years, then what was Huang Xiaolong, who broke through to second-order god realm from half-step god realm? Compared to Huang Xiaolong, Huang Biaoyuan's genius was worse than dregs. Complicated feelings rose in the hearts of disciples that were cheering excitedly for Huang Biaoyuan earlier. In 3 years, from half-step god realm to second-order god realm. Without drastic exaggeration, this had surpassed all great predecessors, and there would be no other successors to this feat. No one present in the arena had ever heard of any genius of Black Tortoise Galaxy breaking through from half-step god realm to second-order god realm in a mere 3 years' time. This speed was enough to scare others out of their minds. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong didn't seem like an average second-order god realm, being able to defeat the higher realm Huang Biaoyuan, who also possessed the fabled indestructible Vajra physique, with one strike. One could only imagine the terrifying extent that Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached. A light tap from his feet cracked the hidden dragon arena stage. Clear proof that Huang Xiaolong's strength was at least on par with a third-order god realm master. Who could say for sure whether it was early third order, mid-third order, or late third-order god realm? Eventually, the attention once again returned to the unconscious figure sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Suddenly, the thought of Huang Biaoyuan telling Huang Xiaolong to kneel and beg for mercy felt so ironic, so naive, so presumptuous. Huang Biaoyuan was nothing more than a jumping clown before Huang Xiaolong. For Huang Xiaolong, Huang Biaoyuan was no different from Xianing and Luo Kai. Anyone else wants to challenge? Huang Xiaolong stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the remaining 8 top 10 disciples, finally stopping on Gudu Leng. Following the direction of his gaze, all eyes whooshed onto Gudu Leng. Gudu Leng's face twitched. He neither moved nor spoke a word. Before the assessment began, he had assumed that by breaking through to second-order god realm and having practiced the solitary god's infinitude technique to the 100th layer, defeating Huang Xiaolong was merely the matter of a casual wave of his hand. In fact, he thought that one finger was more than sufficient to flatten Huang Xiaolong to the ground. Similar to Huang Biaoyuan, Gudulung had naturally taken it for granted that he himself was the ultimate first-place champion, whereas Huang Xiaolong wasn't qualified to compete with them. But now? To challenge or not? That was the question. Even a late second-order god realm Wang Baowen was barely breathing after taking a hit from Huang Xiaolong. If he went up, what could he do? In all honesty to himself, he wasn't that much stronger than Wang Baowen. If he challenged Huang Xiaolong, he most probably wouldn't end up much better than the current Wang Baowen, being defeated in only one move. Gudulung's expression grew sullen as these thoughts sped through his mind. In the end, he took a deep breath and remained where he stood. Watching Gudulung's expression, it was clear to the crowd that he had given up on the challenge. Some gasped, some shook their heads, and others broke into a noisy commotion. The disciples who supported Gudulung were greatly disappointed. They had imagined the scene where Gudulung defeated Huang Xiaolong, displaying overwhelming strength, but a miracle did not occur. Gudulung didn't even have the guts to challenge. Gudulung did not challenge, needless to say, Xianxia and the rest were even less inclined to challenge. In the end, without any suspense, Huang Xiaolong was declared this term's Outer Disciple Assessments champion. In the Institute Principal's manor, Principal Fengyang was lounging in the main hall, savoring tea. I wonder how that kid did. Third or fourth? His soft voice sounded in the hall, muttering to himself. Others might not have known Wang Biaoyuan's true strength, but he did. Late second-order god realm. He held high hopes for Huang Xiaolong, understanding what a freak of a genius his fourth disciple was. However, as high as his hopes were, and as talented as his disciple might be, he wasn't naive enough to believe that Huang Xiaolong was a late second-order Wang Biaoyuan's opponent. As for Gudulung, with his second-order god realm strength and him reaching the 100th layer of the solitary god's infinitude, his strength wasn't any weaker than Wang Biaoyuan's. Hence, the reason why he told Huang Xiaolong that striving for top 3 was good enough. At this point, he saw his eldest disciple Lu Yun enter the main hall in great haste. His eldest disciple, Lu Yun, had always been calm and steady. Never had this disciple shown such a side in front of him, stoking Institute Principal Fengyang's curiosity. What is it? All hurried and flustered. Fengyang spoke. Master. Lu Yun saw his master just as he walked into the main hall, quickly greeted Fengyang. However, he had yet to figure out how to inform his master the details of this time's outer disciple assessment. Just moments ago, when he heard the result, he was stunned on the spot before he thought of informing his master and hurried over. Fengyang frowned slightly at Lu Yun's silence. The result is out? Yes, master. The top 10 ranking result is out. Lu Yun respectfully answered. Fengyang shot a glance in Lu Yun's direction, his voice a little somber. What did your junior apprentice brother get? 4th place or 5th place? Lu Yun's expression immediately became a little strange, bracing himself with a deep breath, trying his best to speak in the calmest tone he could muster. Replying to Master, junior apprentice brother took 1st place. Fengyang nodded sagely, yet to fully register the words. What? 1st place? You said your junior apprentice brother took 1st place. Moments later, Fengyang finally reacted. His hand halted in midair, holding the teacup as his head jerked up with a disbelieving expression looking at Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded seriously, excitement shining in his eyes. That is so, master. 4th junior apprentice brother came out on top. Moreover, he defeated Wang Baowen with just one move. Late second-order Wang Biaoyuan. The cup in Fengyang's hands slipped, falling to the floor with a loud thud. But it was totally ignored by Fengyang and Lu Yun. Fengyang's eyes widened as his brain buzzed. 4th junior apprentice brother not only broke through to God Realm, he even advanced to second-order God Realm. Lu Yun continued while quivering with excitement. The power of 4th junior apprentice brother's one strike could crack the Hidden Dragon Arena stage, comparable to a 3rd-order God Realm. Cracked the Hidden Dragon Arena stage with one strike. The buzzing in Fengyang's brain grew more intense. After 4th junior apprentice brother defeated Wang Baowen with one strike, it terrified Gudulung so much that he dared not challenge. Lu Yun continued excitedly. What was said after that didn't enter Feng Yang's ears. To him, the world had suddenly gone quiet. Moments later, all of a sudden, Feng Yang exploded in thunderous laughter, unbridled, to the point of forgetting oneself. At this moment, Feng Yang felt he was so fortunate to receive such a peerless genius as his disciple. Only at this very moment did he realize this fourth disciple's talent far exceeded what he had assumed. It was far more horrifying. This fourth disciple had given him a surprise, a great big surprise. Half a day later, the outer disciples' top 100 rankings were announced. Huang Xiaolong defeating Wang Baoan in one move, terrifying Gudu Lung to the point of not daring to challenge, spread like a wild tempest, blowing to every corner of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Shocking! Ancestor-level characters and patriarchs of super forces, first-rank powers were all shocked. 3 years from half-step God Realm to second-order God Realm. Moreover, with strength comparable to a third-order God Realm. This had gone beyond the scope of imagination of most people. After Huang Xiaolong received the first-place rewards and returned to the manor, Feng Yang had stared at him for what seemed like half a day, causing goosebumps to crawl out on Huang Xiaolong's skin before he managed to find an excuse, allowing him to make a run for it. Huang Xiaolong's glorious win over a late second-order God Realm Wang Baoan during the Outer Disciples assessment raised a great wave of shock throughout the galaxy's forces for almost a month before it eventually calmed down. In this 1 month's time, Huang Xiaolong simply stayed inside the Institute Principal's manor to cultivate and did not step out of the manor. After advancing to second-order God Realm, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the time he could stay in hell had increased to roughly a day. When his battle chi depleted, the recovery period was now reduced to slightly more than an hour's time. He was more than delighted at this discovery. While he was still at peak late first-order God Realm, he could only stay for 2 to 3 hours, but now, his cultivation time in hell had increased 7 to 8-fold. Before this, he needed 1 day and 1 night's time to recover his exhausted battle chi. But now it was reduced to a mere hour. This greatly increased the effectiveness and speed of Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. Initially, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he'd need 3 years to break through to third-order God Realm. Now, however, in at most 2 years, probably not even 2 years, he could step into third-order God Realm. Days passed. Approximately 2 months passed since the Outer Disciples assessment. On this particular day, Huang Xiaolong ended his routine cultivation. I should have my own courtyard now, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Although the spiritual energy in his master's manor was abundant, it was irrelevant to Huang Xiaolong, for the spiritual energy in hell was by far much purer and higher grade. Most importantly, it wasn't really convenient for him to cultivate here on a long-term basis. He didn't want to expose the secrets on his body at this point. This included his master Feng Yang. For instance, the Dragon Pearl, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's existence, or that he could summon a gateway to hell, entering a higher world surface to cultivate at any time. Hence, Huang Xiaolong decided to move out from his master's manor. Every Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple could have their individual courtyard. He was already a second-order God Realm and the first-place winner in the Outer Disciple assessment. He was more than qualified to be promoted to an inner disciple. In the Black Warrior Institute, before an outer disciple could be promoted to an inner disciple, they needed to meet 2 conditions. 1, reach the God Realm in cultivation, and 2, being placed within the top 30 in the Outer Disciple assessment. Having decided, Huang Xiaolong exited the Institute Principal's manor, once again heading toward the Supreme Harmony Hall to collect his inner disciple robe and identity token. The journey was a short one. It's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's appearance in the Supreme Harmony Hall immediately caused a commotion among the disciples that came to pick up and report tasks. Their eyes zoomed onto Huang Xiaolong. Did this Huang Xiaolong really defeat Wang Baoyuan with a single move? I heard that Wang Baoyuan's a late second-order God Realm, and those peak late second-order geniuses aren't his opponents. Outer disciples that did not watch the assessment voiced their doubt and suspicion. Indeed, without witnessing the event with one's own eyes, merely hearing about it by word of mouth, hardly anyone would believe. It wasn't a secret that Huang Xiaolong was just a half-step God Realm 3 years ago. It's most probably some exaggerated rumors. It is unbelievable enough he defeated Wang Baoyuan. Saying that he did it in one move is just too fake. Huang Xiaolong walked into the hall, ignoring all the noise around him. He went to the side hall in charge of distributing the inner disciple identity tokens and robes. When the person in charge, Elder Su Fa, saw Huang Xiaolong, he was overly polite. After Huang Xiaolong returned the outer disciple identity token and robe, he personally handed Huang Xiaolong his new inner disciple identity token and robe. He even personally walked Huang Xiaolong out from the side hall. In the entire history of the inner disciples, Huang Xiaolong was probably the only one to receive this level of courtesy. After leaving the Supreme Harmony Hall, he did not immediately head to his own courtyard, but returned to the Institute Principal's manor to inform his master of this matter. At first, Institute Principal Feng Yang disagreed to let Huang Xiaolong moving out. Even though Huang Xiaolong was promoted to inner disciple and had his own courtyard, the spiritual energy there couldn't compare to his manor. He worried that it would have an adverse effect on Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. However, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had decided, Feng Yang no longer insisted. Fine then. Institute Principal Feng Yang relented. Still, you can come here any time to practice. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, you can also come ask me at any time. A warm feeling spread over in Huang Xiaolong's heart. To his knowledge, even the eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, second senior apprentice brother and third senior apprentice sister did not have the privilege to come over and ask their master for guidance at any time, much less cultivate here. Yes, master. Huang Xiaolong respectfully complied. Institute Principal Feng Yang's mouth opened, wanting to say more, but in the end, he merely said, "Good. If there's nothing else, you can go." Huang Xiaolong saluted properly and retreated out. Leaving the manor, Huang Xiaolong made his way to the Misty Rain mountain range, where all the inner disciples' courtyard were located. The Misty Rain mountain range was on the northern corner of the Black Warrior world, a long distance away from the central region. Based on Huang Xiaolong's full speed of flying, he used an entire day's time to arrive at the mountain range. Standing in the air and looking down from afar, one could see the peaks of the Misty Rain mountain range, which were shrouded with ethereal pillows of mist that looked like soft rain. Orderly buildings lined the peaks of this Misty Rain mountain range, close to 20 or 30,000 in number. At first, Huang Xiaolong thought that the number of inner disciples would only be a few thousand despite the large number of outer disciples, but he found out that the number of Black Warrior Institute inner disciples was close to a staggering 20,000 people. It was a few days ago, and it truly gave him a shock. But he quickly figured it out. Any one of the Black Warrior Institute's outer disciples was a talent. Though it may be difficult for others to break through to God realm, for them the difficulty was much lower. Moreover, once one broke into the God realm, their natural lifespan increased exponentially. With years of accumulation, it was nothing strange that there would be 20,000 inner disciples. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation courtyard was arranged on one of the higher peaks, where the spiritual energy was denser and ample. Thus, the cultivation courtyards located on the peaks were the most ideal. Generally, the cultivation courtyards of newly promoted inner disciples would be arranged closer to the foothills, but Huang Xiaolong was placed on a peak. Other than him obtaining first place in the outer disciple assessment, he also dipped in the Institute Principal's light, receiving some extra benefits. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong flew to one of the peaks, reaching it in a few breaths' time. There were a dozen courtyards on the peak, and Huang Xiaolong found his quick enough. Yard number 1. Huang Xiaolong glanced toward a courtyard shrouded in dense spiritual energy and walked over. This was the courtyard arranged for him. But when he reached the door, a frown appeared on his brows, because he noticed that the array formation was activated, showing that there was already someone living inside. What is happening? Did he make a mistake? He looked up, above the main door. Written in 3 big ancient characters, it clearly stated that this was yard number 1. Was his yard occupied by another? Moreover, that person was presumptuously cultivating inside. Huang Xiaolong snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to see which grand persona was inside, with the guts to take over the courtyard arranged for him. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong's finger pointed at the void. Instantly, a powerful energy shot out. Rumble! A thunderous rumble echoed in the air, sending a rippling pattern across space. This sudden roaring noise alerted the inner disciples cultivating in the nearby courtyards, and all of them emerged to see what was happening. Of course, it also alerted the great persona, currently cultivating in Huang Xiaolong's yard number 1. The restriction array around yard number 1 glimmered open as a disciple wearing the same inner disciple robe walked out. A tall young man with red hair and charming features walked out from the courtyard. The moment this red-haired young man walked out, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes, staring daggers at Huang Xiaolong. Who is this kid? Looks like someone who has just been promoted to inner disciple. A fledgling that has just been promoted to inner disciple dares to run all the way up to the mountain peak, moreover, disturbing our cultivation. Such lawlessness, is he tired of living already? Noticing Huang Xiaolong, the inner disciples that came out began taking turns to reproach Huang Xiaolong. The atmosphere immediately became noisy. The peaks of the Misty Rain mountain range were mostly occupied by those outstanding geniuses amongst inner disciples. Their strength undoubtedly represented the crème de la crème of the crop. In fact, the mountain peak areas were written off as a restricted area to other inner disciples. Thus, no average inner disciple dared to step a foot in the peak areas, afraid they would anger these top geniuses on a rotten luck day and end up missing an arm or leg or even both. These top geniuses usually secluded themselves in closed-door cultivation, one of the reasons why none of them went to watch the outer disciple assessment a few days ago, explaining the reason why none present could recognize Huang Xiaolong. The red-haired young man with devilish charm, Li Dufeng, had been glaring coldly at Huang Xiaolong ever since he walked out of the courtyard. "Little punk, you're new here? Don't you know the rules of the Misty Rain mountain range? Newly promoted disciples are not allowed to come up to the peak." "Misty Rain mountain range's rules?" Huang Xiaolong repeated with indifference. "I really don't know. I only know that the Black Warrior Institute does not have such rules in place. Also, this yard number 1 was allocated to me by the Institute. Move out now and apologize. I will not pursue this matter." All the older inner disciples were left in a daze for a second at his words. No one expected that a new inner disciple would behave so arrogantly. Not only he demanding Li Dufeng to move out, but even telling Li Dufeng to apologize? Did they hear right? Li Dufeng was acknowledged as one of the top 10 inner disciples. Although he ranked at number 10th, his strength left little doubt in everyone's minds. Has this punk gone freaking mad? His brain growth stunted? A newly promoted inner disciple wants Li Dufeng to move out and apologize on top of that? Does he think that courtyard really does belong to him just because of the little family background behind him, or because the Institute arranged a mountain peak yard number 1 to him? Among the inner disciples, which one doesn't have some family background? Within the ranks of inner disciples, backgrounds are insignificant. Here, one talks with their fists. The peaks on Misty Rain mountain range are occupied by the strongest inner disciples. A few days ago, didn't they say that a kid from Gudu family was also arranged to a peak courtyard? But that Gudu family kid tactfully conceded that yard and went to cultivate in one of the yards in the mid-mountain area. This punk is dead for sure. The surrounding disciples watched coldly in undisguised mocking. Li Dufeng looked at Huang Xiaolong, a sinister-sounding chuckle coming from his lips. "Little punk, it seems like your backing's quite big to have a mountain peak cultivation courtyard arranged for you. But so what? I'm sure you've heard, here in the Misty Rain mountain range, backgrounds are useless. Everything depends on the size of your fist. Because of the fact that you're a newly promoted inner disciple who is ignorant about the rules, cripple your own 2 arms and kneel, performing 100 loud kowtows, then you can roll to the foot of the mountain. In your entire life, don't even dream of stepping a foot on this peak again. Cripple your own 2 arms. Roll down to the foot of the mountain." Huang Xiaolong's expression remained the same. "Is that so?" Then his expression turned icy. "Initially, I could forget about this matter if you just moved out and apologized. But now you should cripple your own 2 arms, get on your knees and kowtow 1,000 times, then you can roll down to the foot of the mountain, otherwise." He did not continue, however. The sharp gleam in his eyes said it all. What? What did this punk say? Did my ears deceive me? I think this punk has gone crazy. The surrounding inner disciples each had an uncanny expression on their faces looking at Huang Xiaolong. as if they were looking at an idiot. Killing intent exploded in Li Dufeng's eyes. A newly promoted inner disciple had the guts to tell him to break his own 2 hands, kowtow 1,000 times, and then roll to the foot of the mountain. Little death-seeking punk. You're literally begging for death. Li Dufeng's anger boiled over. Even if I can't kill you, I'll still turn you into a waste, a cripple that's better off dead than alive. Li Dufeng shouted. His momentum rose to the peak as his palm struck forward. The 1,000 li bright sky suddenly turned dark and stormy. Ferocious frigid wind emerged from the surrounding space. Li Dufeng, among the top 10 inner disciples ranking, ranked 10th. A late 3rd order God Realm Master. That's right, a late 3rd order God Realm. Compared to the late 2nd order God Realm Wang Baowen, Li Dufeng was much stronger by far. Die! Li Dufeng's palm targeted Huang Xiaolong's chest. Before the full impact of the palm even neared, the frightening gusts of frigid cold wind were stinging Huang Xiaolong's skin. The bushes, trees, and flowers nearby were wrapped in a layer of ice in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. His momentum rose to the peak in an instant. This time, he did not hold back. The Azura physique was pushed to the limit. The wings of demons spread out. At the same time, the black and blue twin dragon martial spirits flew out from his body. Huang Xiaolong's soul transformed in a split second. How? This is peak early 2nd order God Realm. No wonder this newbie is so proud, so he's a peak early 2nd order God Realm, but so what? An idiot just the same. What a pity this kid's going to be wasted in a few moments. Otherwise, with his talent, as long as he knew how to behave with his tail between his legs, who knows what could happen in a few hundred years' time. The inner disciples' top 10 name list could have his name on it. When the surrounding disciples witnessed Huang Xiaolong's momentum, they were inwardly shocked, but their shock turned into pity as they shook their heads, sighing heavily, with eyes filled with sympathy. In the next moment, 1,000 arms emerged from Huang Xiaolong's back, scaring them silly. The 15th move, unrivaled myriad dragons. All 1,000 arms attacked simultaneously. Each of the 1,000 arms had 15 divine dragons flying out. 1,000 arms were equivalent to 15,000 divine dragons. The majestic might of a dragon descended, shaking the heavens. The dragon flow created by 1,000 arms instantly shattered Li Dufeng's frigid palm attack like crushing rotten wood. Li Dufeng's eyes widened in surprise, fear, and dismay as he was drowned in the overwhelming force of 15,000 divine dragons. A booming blast resonated and Li Dufeng was seen being smashed into the air. His robe exploded into fragments from the force, and his hair was disheveled, slamming down heavily on the ground some distance away like a dead dog. The 15,000 divine dragons hovered in the air for some time before dissipating. By that time, Huang Xiaolong had dispersed the 1,000 arms at his back. Not a sound could be heard on the mountain peak. All the older inner disciples were stiffened on the spot. Their nerves twitched unnaturally staring at Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring these people, Huang Xiaolong stepped closer to Li Dufeng. Li Dufeng did not fall unconscious. Watching Huang Xiaolong coming closer to him, his eyes revealed fear. Only he understood how powerful Huang Xiaolong's attack was. Amongst the inner disciples, he had the same feeling from 2 people. You! Just as Li Dufeng wanted to speak, a gush of warm blood spurted out from his mouth, splattered across the ground, glaring to the eyes. A few feet from Li Dufeng, Huang Xiaolong stopped, lifted a foot and stomped on Li Dufeng. Instantly, sounds of bones cracking rippled in the air, followed by Li Dufeng's miserable scream. What did Li Dufeng say earlier? Telling Huang Xiaolong to cripple his own 2 arms and perform 100 kowtows? You little punk, do you know who I am? I'll not let you go. Li Dufeng roared these words out at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with boiling rage. If looks could kill a person, Huang Xiaolong would have died 100 times over by now. Pardon me, I have no interest in knowing who you are, came Huang Xiaolong's indifferent reply. Then he raised his foot again, stomping down on the other hand. The sound of breaking bones rang once again on the mountain peak. This time, Huang Xiaolong secretly used a fraction of internal force, nearly causing Li Dufeng to cry for his mother. "This brother, I'm Wang Changsan. Give me some face, let the matter end here." At this point, a young man that could be considered handsome and a little feminine stepped forward to persuade Huang Xiaolong. This young man, Wang Chengsan, was strong. His strength was above Li Dufeng's, ranked 6th among the inner disciples Great 10. "Give you face." Huang Xiaolong turned around, a cold smirk on his face. "Why should I give you face? Is your reputation very big?" Huang Xiaolong did not forget that this Wang Chengsan was the one who clamored the most, inciting the other inner disciples. The same one who said that Huang Xiaolong's brain was damaged, that he was crazy, that he was nothing but dregs before Li Dufeng. Wang Chengsan was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's reply. A deep flush quickly climbed up his face, clearly showing his anger. He didn't expect someone that had just been promoted to an inner disciple to dare speak to him in such manner, not leaving an ounce of face for him at all. There had yet to be anyone among the inner disciples who dared to speak to him this way. Even those few people that ranked above him would still give him some face. Wang Chengsan's knuckles turned white, looking at Huang Xiaolong with a frosty gaze. The energy fluctuations around him surged and rose higher. However, just as everyone thought that Wang Chengsan would attack, his rising momentum abruptly converged and retreated to the side as if nothing happened. Everyone around was baffled by the sudden change. Wang Chengsan actually retreated. He didn't have the guts to confront this newly promoted inner disciple. Sensing the many eyes on him, Wang Chengsan's fists clenched even harder under his sleeves, feeling great humiliation in his heart. He wished more than anything to blast Huang Xiaolong into mincemeat with his fists, but he wasn't confident. Although he too could defeat Li Dufeng, it was impossible for him to defeat Li Dufeng in one move like Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's display of strength made him feel apprehensive. Therefore, he would endure. Endure for now, and later in the future, he would pay it back 10 times, 100 times to vent this anger. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect this Wang Chengsan to suddenly retreat. This made him take another look at the person. Not everyone had this temperament. In fact, he was just thinking that he might as well deal with this person in one go. But Huang Xiaolong didn't mind this missed opportunity too much. His attention returned to Li Dufeng, saying, "Now, after you give 1,000 kowtows, you can roll down the mountain." More than one disapproving frown appeared among the surrounding inner disciples. "Brother, aren't you being too ruthless? You have already broken Li Dufeng's arms, and now you're asking for 1,000 kowtows." Another inner disciple couldn't resist speaking up. This inner disciple's name was Zheng Feng, ranked 5th amongst the Great 10. Those capable of having a courtyard on the mountain peak were all elite inner disciples. "Too ruthless," Huang Xiaolong sneered. "When Li Dufeng attacked, wanting to cripple my Qi and break both of my arms, why did you not come out and say it's too ruthless? If my strength was weaker than him, my Qi would have crippled by now and both of my arms broken. I've only broken his arms, yet you feel like I'm ruthless." An unnatural flush colored Zheng Feng from his face to his neck, but he knew that Huang Xiaolong was highlighting the facts. If it weren't for Huang Xiaolong's strength dominating over Li Dufeng, the crippled one would definitely be Huang Xiaolong instead. However, they subconsciously felt like it was Huang Xiaolong's fault. A newly promoted inner disciple with his attitude was too lawless. In the end, Zheng Feng didn't speak another word. "Damn punk! You're definitely going to regret this." Li Dufeng glowered viciously at Huang Xiaolong. "I only know that if you don't kowtow 1,000 times and then roll down to the foot of the mountain, you'll definitely regret it." Huang Xiaolong's tone was chilling. Li Dufeng looked like he was about to spit fire from his eyes, while Huang Xiaolong merely looked at him with cold indifference. The others looked on. This time no one said a word. A short while later, right in front of everyone, Li Dufeng flipped his body up, then his heads lowered, touching the ground in a kowtow. This scene was shocking to the other inner disciples. One loud thud after another was heard as Li Dufeng kowtowed again and again. The entire time, his killing intent was akin to a roaring, wrathful volcano. But it did not erupt, for he knew that with his current strength he had no power to resist against Huang Xiaolong. The result of resistance would only end up more tragic than it was now. At that time, Huang Xiaolong would likely crush his qi, and even cripple his legs as well. He gritted his teeth and held everything in. Huang Xiaolong spared a few glances at Li Dufeng. Ignoring everyone else, he walked into yard number 1. Although this yard number 1's spiritual energy was less dense compared to the Institute Principal's manor, its environment was several times better than the cultivation courtyards located at the foothills. Inside the courtyard, there was a cultivation room, a study room, and a small front hall. At the center of the yard was an unknown spiritual tree emitting a refreshing faint scent. A whiff of it actually helped calm one's mind and will. Other than these, there was also a back garden, space for planting some spiritual flowers and grass. After taking a tour around yard number 1, he was quite satisfied with the place. Despite its compact size, around 200 square meters, it could be considered a haven. How many geniuses dreamt of having such a cultivation courtyard in the Black Warrior Institute yet never had it realized? More importantly, there was the protective formation laid out by the Institute in each courtyard. During cultivation, after activating it, he wouldn't need to worry about others coming to disturb him. But the array is a little weak. I must strive to strengthen it in the next 2 days. Huang Xiaolong made a mental note. Although he was not very skilled in array formations, he did learn some from Dragon Emperor Aotai in recent years. It could be considered as having some superficial knowledge. A little rearranging could increase the strength of the array twofold. On the outside, the crowd of inner disciples also dispersed after watching Huang Xiaolong stepping inside yard number 1, each one returning to their own cultivation courtyard. Staying there any longer would only increase Li Dufeng's humiliation. Who knew if Li Dufeng would direct his resentment onto them instead? No one wanted to get involved in endless troubles. Some time later, Li Dufeng completed his 1,000 kowtows and stood up. Throwing a vicious look at yard number 1, he turned around and left. As for Wang Chengsan, a piercing gleam flickered in his eyes the instant he returned to his own yard. That new punk made him lose face in public. He was greatly upset by this. I'll take care of you once I have your background investigated. Killing intent flitted in his pupils. Huang Xiaolong watched with a sneer as the other inner disciples, as well as Li Dufeng, left. He was sure that Li Dufeng would not let this matter slide. However, this only made things livelier. Although he couldn't really kill the opponent within the Black Warrior Institute grounds, next time it definitely wouldn't be as simple as 2 broken arms. The news that one of the inner disciples, Great 10, Li Dufeng, was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong with a single move, and on top of that had both arms broken by Huang Xiaolong and gave 1,000 kowtow at the end, spread like wildfire. Not only in the ranks of inner disciples, it spread throughout the whole Black Warrior Institute, raising waves of shock. The impact of this news was larger than Huang Xiaolong defeating Wang Biaoyuan in a single strike during the outer disciple assessment. It was even more shocking, rousing the hot blood of both inner and outer disciples. After all, Wang Biaoyuan was merely a late second-order God Realm. Who was Li Dufeng? A late third-order God Realm master. Moreover, he wasn't any average late third-order inner disciple. Huang Xiaolong, at early second-order God Realm, defeated a late third-order God Realm master in one move. This was the shocking point. When the 2 outer disciples who challenged Huang Xiaolong during the outer disciple assessment, Xianing and Luo Kai, heard this news, they only felt their limbs go cold, half frightened to death. Institute Principal Feng Yang, who was cultivating in his manor, was stunned for half a day when he heard this piece of news. Then he erupted, laughing madly with happiness. Being able to receive such a disciple, what more could he ask for? The Huang Xiaolong who could defeat a late second-order God Realm Wang Biaowen in one move had made all those Super Forces high experts' eyeballs nearly pop out of their sockets and their jaws fall to the floor. But now he truly felt the extent of his 4th disciple's genius. Inside one of the cultivation courtyards at the mid-mountain area, Gudulang stood with his hands behind his back. His face a myriad of wonderful expressions. Of course he heard about Huang Xiaolong defeating Li Dufeng. Recalling his hesitation on challenging Huang Xiaolong during the outer disciple assessment, the muscles on Gudulang's face involuntarily twitched. This was the first time in his life feeling powerless and frustrated. Not even when Huang Xiaolong took the first place in the outer disciple assessment had he felt like this. Originally, after being promoted to an inner disciple, he had thought that he could defeat Huang Xiaolong during the inner disciple assessment. However, this idea was now vanquished. In the past, he had always considered himself a monstrous genius. No other person could rival his talent. But now, he finally realized what a genuine monstrous genius was. His talent before Huang Xiaolong was less than a fart. A few days ago, when he was promoted to an inner disciple, the institute also arranged a mountain peak cultivation courtyard for him. However, he himself tactfully conceded it, moving to the mid-mountain area on his own accord. He knew full well the extent of his strength. Perhaps after another 200 years of cultivation, he would obtain the qualification to move up to the peak. Inside yard number 1, Huang Xiaolong cared not how intense the rumors outside were, talking about how he defeated Li Dufeng with one strike. He cultivated wholeheartedly, and also spared some time to strengthen the array around the courtyard. On this day, Huang Xiaolong ended his practice. Both hands grabbed in front of him and pure spiritual energy from deep in the void surged, gathered, and condensed, turning into 3 pieces of spirit stones. Spiritual energy continued to swirl around the spirit stones, not dissipating, vibrant and dense. High-grade 1 spirit stones. Yes, high-grade 1 spirit stones. Before breaking into second-order God realm, no matter what method he tried, he failed to condense high-grade 1 spirit stones. The highest he ever managed was mid-grade 1 spirit stone. After he stepped into second-order God realm, the time and space laws inside his soul sea greatly enhanced, enabling him to condense high-grade spirit stones. Currently, the number of time and space law threads in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea had more than doubled, reaching close to 21,000. Furthermore, each thread was 2 meters long and twice the thickness of a thumb. On average, a second-order God Realm Master had around 2,000 time and space threads in their soul sea. Huang Xiaolong's had exactly 10 times their amount. Consequently, Huang Xiaolong's battle power was not as simple as 10 times stronger than them. Even some more powerful late third-order God Realm experts' time and space law threads barely reached 20,000. Not to mention the fact that their length and thickness couldn't be compared to Huang Xiaolong's threads. Huang Xiaolong continued to gather more spiritual energy, condensing it into high-grade 1 spirit stones. Very quickly, 1 hour passed. In front of Huang Xiaolong laid a pile of spirit stones. In fact, there were 10,000 pieces in total. According to the market price, 1 high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for a little more than 1,000 Xuanwu coins. Therefore, 10,000 spirit stones brought Huang Xiaolong's new wealth close to 10 million Xuanwu coins. With Huang Xiaolong's condensing speed, 24 hours in 1 day, he could condense more than 200,000 pieces, bringing him more than 200 million. 200 million That time, when he auctioned a piece of high divine grade spirit stone, it was only 83 million. Now, you kid can be considered as a bottomless, inexhaustible spirit stone mountain. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke. If those old monsters found out that you have such an ability, they'd be fighting all over themselves to have their granddaughter marry you. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Even if I didn't have this ability, those old monsters are already fighting to have their granddaughters marry me. Although Huang Xiaolong was joking with Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, indeed there were many top forces ancestors and patriarchs trying to have their granddaughters or daughters linked with Huang Xiaolong through marriage. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai couldn't resist laughing. A pity. Your master Fengyang, that old man, doesn't have a daughter. Otherwise he'd probably betroth his daughter to you. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled. What are you planning to do with so many high-grade 1 spirit stones? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai asked. Of course it's for buying a manor. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, explaining, I decided to take a trip back to the martial spirit world in a few days and bring my family over to the Cloud Sea mainland. Only after bringing his family over to the Cloud Sea mainland would they be safe enough. Only then would Huang Xiaolong feel reassured. A manor in the Cloud Sea mainland didn't come cheap. Even a manor in small cities required over 100 million. Since Huang Xiaolong was planning to migrate the Huang family over to the Cloud Sea mainland, he needed to purchase a bigger manor. By his estimation, he needed to prepare at least 1 billion Xuanwu coins. 1 billion Xuanwu coins was a difficult sum to a lot of people. Even the young lords from some super forces might not be able to take out this amount. To Huang Xiaolong, however, it was a matter of 5 days' time. 5 days, selling off his 5 days' effort, he'd have 1 billion. In the subsequent 5 days, Huang Xiaolong tirelessly gathered and condensed spiritual energy from the void, turning them into spirit stones. 5 days later, Huang Xiaolong's Azura ring was filled to the brim with more than 1 million high-grade 1 spirit stones. At the end of the 5th day, Huang Xiaolong exhaled heavily. 5 full days of condensing spirit stones had really tired him out. It seems like we need to look for some materials to reforge the Azura ring, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. The space inside the Azura ring seemed a little small now, prompting Huang Xiaolong to reforge it in order to increase the space within. Being a God Realm master with the ability to manipulate the time and space laws to construct an independent space, reforging a spatial ring wasn't a difficult task. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to step out from his yard to head to the Cloud Sea mainland to buy a manor, a young man appeared outside his courtyard. He Can is here to pay brother Huang Xiaolong a visit. The young man spoke loudly from outside. He Can? Huang Xiaolong's interest piqued. Huang Xiaolong didn't exactly spend his days like a hermit in seclusion. He took some time to understand the inner disciples' environment in the last few days. He was aware of those top personas among the inner disciples. This He Can was not only one of the great 10 inner disciples, he ranked at number 3, the 3rd strongest inner disciple. Those capable of being promoted to a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple were all genius among geniuses, and the great 10 inner disciples were each more outstanding than the other. As for the top 3, they were the creme de la creme of inner disciple hierarchy. What purpose did this He Can have in paying him a visit? Bearing doubt in his heart, Huang Xiaolong proceeded to deactivate the array surrounding his courtyard and walked out. Brother Huang. Seeing Huang Xiaolong emerging from within, He Can greeted with a fist palm salute. Huang Xiaolong returned the etiquette in the same manner, slanting his body aside, inviting He Can into his yard. Both men took a seat in the front hall. After taking a seat, He Can issued a laugh before speaking. I've just returned from outside today and heard about Brother Huang defeating Li Dufeng with 1 move. That Li Dufeng has always acted overbearing due to his family background. So bullying the weaker inner disciples is a norm. Brother Huang teaching Li Dufeng a lesson like that makes an immense number of people feel gratified. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand saying, "A small matter." Both men went on trading a few polite sentences before He Can revealed his purpose. However, Li Dufeng is someone who holds a grudge. Brother Huang should pay more attention. That Zhang Bai is his cousin brother. At the moment he's outside performing a task, but he'll be back to the institute in half a year's time. At that time, Zhang Bai will definitely make trouble for you, Brother Huang. He Can advised. Zhang Bai, leader of the inner disciples Great 10. According to rumors, this Zhang Bai had broken through to 4th Order God Realm. After the upcoming inner disciple assessment, he would be promoted to the ranks of elite disciples. A slight crease wrinkled Huang Xiaolong's brows thinking of this. Although he took the time to understand some of the workings between inner disciples, he knew of Zhang Bai's strength but wasn't aware that Zhang Bai and Li Dufeng were cousins. He might be the institute principal's personal disciple, but there were still certain things that weren't convenient for his master to intervene in, such as the friendly competition between inner disciples. Just like how Huang Xiaolong broke Li Dufeng's arms and made him kowtow 1,000 times, and even the Li family, as one of the super forces, did not make any noise. A short while later, He Can left, but not before extending an open invitation to Huang Xiaolong to his courtyard when he had time. He Can's cultivation courtyard was located nearby, a few hundred meters away from yard number 1. A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he watched He Can's leaving figure. On the surface, this He Can seemed to come with goodwill, but reminding Huang Xiaolong about Zhang Bai with a veiled intention of currying favor with him were in fact just him discreetly sowing dispute. A smiling tiger, the kind of people that hid a dagger in their sleeves while smiling at you. This kind of people was unsuited to be taken as a friend. On the other hand, that was Zhang Bai indeed a problem. Half a year. If he could break through to third-order God realm, he need not be wary of this Jiangbai. However, to do so in half a year's time, it wasn't an impossible feat, for he could cross over and practicing in hell at any time. Forget it. I'll handle it when the times comes, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. It's not like he would be afraid even if that Jiangbai really was a fourth-order God realm. More importantly right now was to purchase a manor. Huang Xiaolong exited yard number 1, activated the array and flew off, leaving the Misty Rain mountain range. He flew toward the North Star Square's transmission array. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the North Star Square, it was 1 day later. It was a rule that every disciple that wanted to use the transmission array had to pay a fee, unless it was an elder or higher rank, which were exempted from paying any fees. Moreover, the transmission fee was a scary number. For each usage of a single transmission, a disciple was charged 1 million Xuanwu coins. 1 million Xuanwu coins was a significant amount for any Superforce's core disciples, but Huang Xiaolong, who was rich and afforded to be extravagant at this point, he really did not put this 1 million Xuanwu coins in his eyes. After paying the 1 million Xuanwu coins transmission fee, Huang Xiaolong arrived shortly in the Cloud Sea mainland, at the Black Warrior City's Supreme Harmony Square through the North Star Square transmission array. Of course, there was another method other than using the transmission array. By flying through the galaxy with Huang Xiaolong's speed, he could arrive in the Cloud Sea mainland in 1 month. Arriving at the Supreme Harmony Square on the Cloud Sea mainland, Huang Xiaolong's first stop was one of the largest exchange firms, the Azure Sea firm. Because Huang Xiaolong was wearing the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple robe, the moment he entered the Azure Sea firm's building, he was warmly welcomed by the firm's supervisor himself. Naturally, a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple held a high status within the Black Warrior City. But then again, even if one were to strip away Huang Xiaolong's inner disciple status, as a second-order God Realm Master, he'd garner a high standing regardless where he went. Still, when Huang Xiaolong brought out over 1 million pieces of high-grade 1 spirit stones from the Azure Ring, it terrified the firm's supervisor to the point where he forgot to breathe, his legs shaking unsteadily. That was more than 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He had been a supervisor at this branch for more than 2,000 years, but this was his first time looking at so many high-grade spirit stones piled high up in front of him. More than 1 million spirit stones piled up, that was quite a high mountain. It was quite some time later before the firm's supervisor recovered from his shock. His throat was dry and his hands were trembling as he calculated the mountain of high-grade spirit stones. In the end, it came up to 1,213,621 pieces. Multiply that by 1,400 Xuanwu coins for each spirit stone, giving Huang Xiaolong more than 1.6 billion Xuanwu coins. When Huang Xiaolong walked out from the firm supervisor was literally prostrating before Huang Xiaolong, extremely polite and flattering as he personally sent Huang Xiaolong out. Before Huang Xiaolong left, the firm supervisor gave Huang Xiaolong a supreme guest card. Only then did he find out that Huang Xiaolong was looking for a property. He seized the chance, enthusiastically giving several property recommendations that belonged to their Azure Sea firm. Since there was a rule allowing only elite disciples and higher to purchase a property within the Black Warrior City, Huang Xiaolong could only search in other cities. The good thing was that Huang Xiaolong didn't lack money. When he got promoted later on to an elite disciple, he could buy another property in the city itself. A while later, Huang Xiaolong left the Black Warrior City, flying toward the largest city closest to it, Xianxia City. He arrived half an hour later and headed straight to the Azure Sea firm branch. But just as he stepped inside the hall, he ran into some unexpected people. Zhao Chen, Xia. That's right, the son of Sin City's mayor in the Bedlam's land, Zhao Yi's son, Zhao Chun, and also Cosmos God Cult's young lord, Xia. Huang Xiaolong. Neither Zhao Chun nor Xia imagined that they would run into Huang Xiaolong here. A surprised exclamation escaped their mouths. That time, when Huang Xiaolong unified the whole martial spirit world, Zhao Yi and his son Zhao Chun fled back to Peace Emperor world. Killing intent exploded in Zhao Chun and Xia Hui's eyes, regaining their senses. In the martial spirit world, one was Sin City's young lord, whereas the other was Cosmos God Cult's young lord, Their status allows them to call for wind and summon the rain, whatever their hearts desired, but because of Huang Xiaolong, they fled like mongrels out of the martial spirit world. All of it was because of Huang Xiaolong. Zhao Chun and Xie Hui desired nothing more than to tear Huang Xiaolong apart even in their dreams, to feast on his flesh and drink his blood. But neither of them lost reason, noticing the black tortoise emblem on the chest of Huang Xiaolong's robe. Both were dazed for a moment, the surging killing intent emitted from their bodies immediately reduced by half. Although the Zhao and Xie families weren't among the Black Tortoise Galaxy's first-rank forces, they were by no means small or insignificant. At least, as a member of the Zhao family and a Xie family disciple, both young men could recognize the Black Warrior Institute's uniform. The Black Warrior Institute. Their hearts shuddered. Never did they imagine that not only did Huang Xiaolong manage to enter the Black Warrior Institute, he was even an inner disciple. Huang Xiaolong, you're quite lucky Running into unbelievable dog's hit luck. Becoming a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. Zhao Chen spouted mocking words. Inwardly, his heart was raging with hate, jealousy, and killing intent. The news of Huang Xiaolong being received by the Black Warrior Institute principal as a personal disciple was only made known to the super forces and first-rank forces. Mid-level forces like the Zhao and Xie families were not included in the loop. Forget the younger generation like Zhao Chun and Xie Hui. Even the patriarchs and elders of these families were still in the dark about the fact that the Black Warrior Institute's principal had taken in a new disciple. This situation could be portrayed by the old Huang clan manner. As the head of Huang clan manor, it was impossible for Huang Cheetah to know what took place in the Duanren Empire, for there was a mammoth difference in their identities. Huang Cheetah had no way of touching matters of that level. But, so what if you're a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple? Xie Hui sneered. Can a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple save the entire martial spirit world? Although seeing with their own eyes that Huang Xiaolong was a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, both Zhao Chun and Xie Hui weren't apprehensive in the least, even knowing that Huang Xiaolong must be a God Realm master, for they were in the Cloud Sea mainland, Changji City. Even most elders belonging to the Super Forces families dared not deliberately attack in Changji City. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously all of a sudden. An overwhelming pressure from killing intent froze the surroundings, as if it was a 1,000 zhang ice cave, causing Zhao Chun and Xie Hui's faces to turn ash-gray. What did you say just now? Huang Xiaolong's gaze was sharp like knives. You didn't hear it clear enough? Huang Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, the Ying family has already found out that you're the one who killed Ying Tian. 2 months ago, they've sent experts to the martial spirit world. They might have already arrived by now. Zhao Chun selectively ignored the dense killing aura from Huang Xiaolong, regaining his composure after his initial shock, rubbing it to Huang Xiaolong's face with a wide sneer. Who knows, if you try to rush back to the martial spirit world now, perhaps you can still collect your parents, siblings, and subordinates' bodies. If you dally here a few more days, perhaps you won't even be able to find their bodies. Xie Hui burst into manic laughter. Huang Xiaolong's face paled slightly, his hands tightly clenched. Ying family. He did not expect the Ying family to find out so quickly. I forgot to tell you. The reason why the Ying family was able to find out so quickly about Preceptor Ying Tian's murdered is courtesy of our Zhao family. We informed them. Zhao Chun also burst out laughing, looking extremely complacent and proud. You! Huang Xiaolong's eyes were red with fury. The energy fluctuations around him became intense, suffocating, soaring to the sky. Before Huang Xiaolong's terrifying aura, Zhao Chun and Xie Hui felt increasingly difficult to breathe, akin to a little fish that had left the water, dead at any moment. At this moment, they finally felt the genuine terror of Huang Xiaolong's strength. Both of their fathers were also God Realm masters, but it was disheartening to note that Huang Xiaolong's momentum seemed far stronger than even their fathers. Was this Huang Xiaolong's strength after breaking into the God Realm? Little brother, resolve peacefully if there's any disagreement. This is Changji City. At this point, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Searching for the source, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe was seen walking out from the Azure Sea firm's back hall. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed to a slit at this middle-aged man's emergence. Despite not exposing any aura, Huang Xiaolong could tell that this middle-aged man was definitely a master, most likely not weaker than the Black Warrior Institute's elder Zhang Tianchuan. After a second of hesitation, Huang Xiaolong converged his aura. Just like what the middle-aged man said, this was Changji City in the Cloud Sea mainland. He couldn't kill Zhao Chun and Xie Hui. Even his master Fengyang couldn't be exempted from this rule. No fighting and no killing in the Cloud Sea mainland was a rule set by the Black Tortoise Galaxy's 23 superforces. There'll be a day when I will personally annihilate both the Zhao and Xie families. Huang Xiaolong shot an icy glance toward Zhao Chun and Xie Hui before turning around and left the Azure Sea firm. He was no longer in the mood to purchase a property right now. His heart was filled with anxiety, wishing so badly he could be back in the martial spirit world in the next second. As for Zhao Chun and Xie Hui, they would be dead for sure in the future. Then again, Huang Xiaolong did not intend to let them die comfortably. Zhao Chun and Xie Hui watched as Huang Xiaolong converged his aura, turned around and left the Azure Sea firm, feeling like they just survived an ordeal. Despite knowing for sure that the Cloud Sea mainland banned fighting and killing, who could really say that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't run amok all of a sudden, adamant in killing them regardless of the punishment? After regaining their composure, both flew into rage from shame. Just now, they nearly pissed their pants from Huang Xiaolong's threatening aura. Damn this Huang Xiaolong! In fact, both of them came over to the Azure Sea firm to purchase something under the orders of their family elders. But they never imagined that they would be running into Huang Xiaolong just as they were about to leave. After confirming that Huang Xiaolong was really gone, Zhao Chun and Xie Hui left the Azure Sea firm. I didn't expect that dog Huang Xiaolong to break through to the God realm so fast. In Zhao Chen's eyes glimmered with hate and jealousy. Fleeing back to the Peace Emperor world from the martial spirit world, Zhao Chun had come across many good encounters, and under the Zhao family elders' guidance, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Yet, to date, he had only reached 6th Order Saint Realm. Of course, Zhao Chun wasn't aware that Huang Xiaolong had already broken through to peak early 2nd Order God Realm and defeated a late 3rd Order God Realm, being an outstanding genius. He assumed that Huang Xiaolong had just advanced to the God Realm recently, a 1st Order God Realm. Xie Hui smirked. If he rushes back with his strength alone, what can he do? This time, the Ying family actually sent 2 5th Order God Realm Masters to the martial spirit world. In front of a 5th Order God Realm, he's nothing but a measly ant. Not only is he powerless to save the martial spirit world, powerless to save his Huang family and his subordinates, he'll even lose his own life. It's a pity we won't be able to kill this dog personally. Zhao Chen sneered. Later, after the 2 masters of the Ying family kill Xiaolong, we'll return to the martial spirit world and conquer it once over. A cold gleam flashed in Xie Hui's eyes. Those treacherous bastards that betrayed us and submitted to Huang Xiaolong. I'll make them regret it 1,000 times over. Go, we should head back. Zhao Chun and Xie Hui flew eastward after coming out from Changji City, whereas Huang Xiaolong flew at breakneck speed the moment he exited Changji City. He had to think of a way to return to martial spirit world quickly, but the fastest method was through a transmission array. However, martial spirit world's transmission array couldn't be used. He could only be transported to the closest world surface. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaolong was not familiar with the Black Tortoise Galaxy's transmission array locations. Neither did he know what the closest world surface to martial spirit world was, where he could be transferred to. I also don't know the current status of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's transmission arrays. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said. Now, you can only rush back to the Black Warrior Institute and ask your master, he should know. Ask master. Huang Xiaolong was extremely anxious on the entire way back from the Cloud Sea mainland to his master's manor. Even using the transmission array, it would still take a day off Huang Xiaolong's time, right when time was of the essence. If he could make it back to the martial spirit world even a day earlier, the chances of him intercepting the Ying family would increase a little bit more. But Huang Xiaolong knew there was nothing he could do at the moment but rush back to the institute to see his master. Furthermore, he didn't know how many masters the Ying family sent to the martial spirit world. Displaying all his trump cards, his current strength could, at most, battle an early 4th Order God Realm. but the chances of winning were very slim. If the Ying family sent masters higher than early Fourth Order God Realm to the martial spirit world, then Huang Xiaolong soldering back alone would be a futile effort in the end. He'd be powerless against them. However, just as Huang Xiaolong made it to the Black Warrior City's transmission array to transfer back to the Black Tortoise world, the transmission array before him released a bright light as a man and a woman walked out. Eldest senior apprentice brother, third apprentice sister. Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised. The two individuals that came out from the transmission array were none other than his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and third senior apprentice sister Qi Wen, fourth junior apprentice brother. They too did not expect to run into Huang Xiaolong. Fourth junior apprentice brother, where are you going? Noticing the anxiety on Huang Xiaolong's face, eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun inquired. Lu Yun had heard about how Huang Xiaolong sent Li Dufeng flying with one strike on the Misty Rain mountain range. Therefore Lu Yun's gaze was slightly weird when he looked at this youngest apprentice brother of his. Before the outer disciple assessment, he even tried to remind Huang Xiaolong to watch out for Gudu Lung and Wang Baoyuan. The way third apprentice sister Qi Wen looked at Huang Xiaolong was also a little strange. She had always thought her own talent was shocking, but only now did she realize that compared to this little fourth junior apprentice brother, her level of talent seemed superficial. Hearing his eldest senior apprentice brother asking, Huang Xiaolong recounted the earlier event briefly to Lu Yun. I know about the Iron Radix world having a transmission array. Let's go, junior apprentice brother. I and your third senior apprentice sister will go to the martial spirit world with you. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong's family was in danger, he too became anxious. The words blurted out from his mouth without hesitation. Originally, in this trip to the Black Warrior City, he and Qi Wen were planning to purchase something from the auction house. However, they couldn't be bothered with that matter right now. Lu Yun's words made Huang Xiaolong overjoyed. He didn't expect that his eldest senior apprentice brother was someone well-versed in the transmission arrays network. Moreover, with him and third senior apprentice sister willing to accompany him back to martial spirit world, he no longer worried about the Ying family. Despite not knowing his eldest senior apprentice brother and third senior apprentice sister's true strength, he knew that both of them were 10th Order God Realm and above. Uptight about his family's safety, Huang Xiaolong did not refuse their offer. Immediately, all three of them stepped into the transmission array and departed. However, it was not a direct one-way transfer from the Cloudsea mainland to reach the Iron Radix world. Transmission arrays, in simple terms, were just a high god realm master constructing a teleportation formation based on their space law comprehension, but this was limited to a certain distance. Huang Xiaolong's group of three departed from the Black Warrior City, arriving in a place called the Cosmos World Surface. Upon arriving, the three of them did not rest, immediately rushing for the next transmission out, reaching a world surface called Gwar World. The entire way, going through more than a dozen transmission arrays, the three of them finally reached the Iron Radix world. Flying from Iron Radix world to the martial spirit world at their fastest speed would only take a day's time according to Lu Yun. However, when Lu Yun and Qi Wen walked out from the Iron Radix world's transmission array, both of them had flabbergasted expressions on their faces. Every time the three of them used the transmission arrays, the lowest fee required them to pay 1 million Xuanwu coins per person. Hence, the lowest sum for each transfer for their group of three was 3 million Xuanwu coins. With more than a dozen transfers along the way, it racked up close to 50 million Xuanwu coins. 50 million Xuanwu coins, even for 10th Order God Realm masters like Lu Yun and Qi Wen, was no small change. But Huang Xiaolong paid the 50 million Xuanwu coins without so much as a frown. Inwardly, Lu Yun and Qi Wen were worried about the transmission fees at the beginning, for neither of them carried that much money when they came out from the institute. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong's wealth had blown them away. Lu Yun and Qi Wen knew of the martial spirit world. To them, it was even lesser than a remote countryside. Ignorant of the thoughts running through his senior apprentices' minds, Huang Xiaolong's figure shot to the sky the instant he stepped out from the transmission array, desperate to find out the situation in the martial spirit world. His mother, father, his sister and brother, and also Shi Xiaofei, the familiar faces of his family revolved in his mind. Every time he thought that the Ying family's masters had already reached the martial spirit world crossed his mind, that they may have already acted against the Huang family, already made a move on Shi Xiaofei, or worse yet, the entire Huang family and Shi Xiaofei already met with misfortune. Huang Xiaolong became even more anxious, filled with unease, and struck with heavy guilt. If, by any chance, something really did happen to his parents and the others, his conscience would never let him be at ease for his entire life, because he was the one who killed Ying Tian. He was the reason the Ying family sent high-level masters over to a small martial spirit world. Fourth junior apprentice brother, don't be so anxious. Uncle and auntie will be all right. Watching Huang Xiaolong grew more desperate and anxious by the second, Lu Yun spoke to reassure him. That's right, fourth junior apprentice brother. Qi Wen also tried to comfort Huang Xiaolong. We've investigated about that Ying family earlier, a family from the twin celestial world, which is located far from the martial spirit world. Even if a mid-level God Realm master flies at full speed, they would need at least 2 months to make it to the martial spirit world. Therefore, those people from the Ying family very likely haven't arrived yet. If the Ying family wants to deal with the martial spirit world, they would at most send a 4th or 5th order God Realm master. Lu Yun analyzed solemnly. Chances of them sending over high-level God Realm masters is negligible. This was Lu Yun's conclusion, taking into consideration the Ying family and the martial spirit world situation. Before sending people over to the martial spirit world, the Ying family had definitely gathered information regarding the martial spirit world from the Zhao and Xia families. Currently, there was no God Realm expert in the martial spirit world. Simply sending 2 or 3 second order or third order God Realm masters was more than sufficient to take over the whole martial spirit world. Therefore, Lu Yun judged that the masters sent out by the Ying family wouldn't exceed 5th order God Realm. Listening to Lu Yun and Qi Wen's words, Huang Xiaolong's anxious heart calmed down slightly. Only slightly. 3 people flew at their fastest speed toward the martial spirit world. While the 3 continuously narrowed the distance to the martial spirit world, somewhere in the vast galaxy, there were 2 more people flying at high speed in the same direction. Both men were clad in purple brocade robes, one old and one young. The older man was fat, whereas the young man was the opposite. It was undeniably a strange combination. The martial world is right in front. We'll arrive in another half a day. The fat old man said, if it were up to me, a weak world surface like the martial spirit world is too insignificant for the Patriarch to actually send us, the Ying family's twin heroes. The Patriarch is being too cautious. The small lean young man said, once we've arrived, just kill off all the members of the Huang family first. After we capture that Huang Xiaolong, we must enjoy the fruits of our labor for a few days. For the past 2 months, they had been rushing the entire journey. It was dull and boring. Even their lower part seemed to emit a stench. The fat old man chuckled. Rumors say that the so-called martial spirit world's #1 beauty, Shi Xiaofei, is even prettier than our twin celestial world's Zhou. Indeed, we absolutely must reward ourselves and enjoy a little. Zhou, that cheap slut. If it weren't for the protection of the Fu family, I'd have done her to death. The lean young man fumed. Sooner or later, there'll be a day when she has to kneel before me and lick my toes. The fat old man changed the subject. Let's not talk about Zhou, that cheap slut. Then again, I didn't expect that kid Ying Tian to die in the hands of a kid that's not even half-step God Realm. Otherwise the Patriarch wouldn't have ordered us to capture this Huang Xiaolong alive. The lean young man continued. After capturing him, the Patriarch definitely wants to force out the cultivation technique he uses of him, as well as research the bloodline and potential in his body. This pair of Ying family, twin heroes chit-chat, as they continued to fly at high speed toward the martial spirit world. Coincidentally, they were coming from the opposite direction of Huang Xiaolong. One group was closing in on the martial spirit world from the north side, while the other was rushing back from the south direction. In the boundless galaxy, the closer Huang Xiaolong got, the stronger his unease grew. After another short distance of flying, Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth and took out the godly MT Shumi, as well as the remaining 5 divine grade spirit stones, placing them at the center of the 10 Buddha formation. The rest of the way was made using the godly MT Shumi. As for the person in charge of activating the formation, it was eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun. Looking at the godly MT Shumi and divine grade spirit stones, Lu Yun and Qi Wen once again lamented in secret. Space divine artifact like the godly MT Shumi was extremely rare in the whole Black Tortoise galaxy. However, with Lu Yun at the helm and divine grade spirit stones as energy source, their speed was indeed much faster than before. In the endless dark space, the godly MT Shumi sped past at high speed like an asteroid, aiming for the martial spirit world. Within the territories of the Duanren Empire in the martial spirit world, it was another peaceful day at the Huang clan manor. Over 300 Saint Realm experts were hidden in the corners, protecting the safety of the Huang clan manor. Inside Huang clan manor, laughter rippled as two figures went tit for tat, trading fist for fist with each other in the air above the front hall square. A sudden loud blast resounded and the two figures separated from each other. On one side was a man about 30 and the other side was a youth no more than 13 to 14 years of age. "Ha, little uncle, if you don't put in more effort, in another 2 years you won't be my opponent." The youth smirked. "Go ahead and act proud. I know you kids' talent is better than mine. You only know to come for sparring. Wait till your big uncle comes back. At that time, come look for me if you dare," the young man teased. This youth and young man were none other than Huang Xiaolong's nephew, Guo Xiaofan, and younger brother, Huang Xiaohai. 6 years had passed since Huang Xiaolong left the martial spirit world. The little kid from that time had grown into a fine young man. Guo Xiaofan grinned sheepishly. "Forget this. Sparring with big uncle with my little strength. It's basically self-seeking abuse." Both men laughed. Right at this time, two figures entered the martial spirit world from the galaxy outside, passing through its chaotic space layer, standing high in the sky above. These two men were exactly the Ying family's twin heroes. Peering at the mountains and rivers below, the fat old man shook his head. "This martial spirit world scenery is not bad, but the spiritual energy is too thin. In that year's great God-fiend war, the martial spirit world suffered the most damage. All of its god and high god realm warriors have fallen. Who knows how many hundreds of thousands of years it will take to recover." The lean young man urged. "Come on. Don't just stand here and look. Even if the Devil Supreme's grand army comes again the next time, it has nothing to do with us. The people above will hold the sky. Let's hurry and finish our task." Both men turned into a streak of light, disappearing in a flicker. In the blink of an eye, they were standing in the air above Snow-Wind Continent. "Find a Saint Realm warrior for directions." The fat old man spread out his spiritual sense, and both men disappeared from view, appearing above a tall mountain peak. A palm pressed down lightly on the peak and the entire mountain crumbled into countless dust particles without a single sound. Within that mountain peak, the Saint Realm warrior cultivating there was paralyzed with fear. With a simple gesture, the Saint Realm warrior felt his body being pulled upwards without his control to the front of the lean young man. A trace of purple flashed in the lean young man's pupils as a purple light beam pierced into the Saint Realm warrior's forehead. The Saint Realm warrior's eyes lost its brilliance, turning dazed as if his soul was stripped away. "Which empire is this?" "Spring Fawn Empire. Go. Lead us to Luotong Kingdom's Huang clan manor." That Saint Realm warrior complied respectfully, flying in front as he led the two toward Luotong Kingdom's Huang clan manor. Spring Fawn Empire was right beside the Duanren Empire. It didn't take them long to cross over to the Duanren Empire's territory. 3 hours later, the Ying family's twin heroes were peering down at the Huang clan manor that rivaled an imperial palace. The fat old man spoke first. "This Huang Xiaolong really put a lot of thought and resources into this place, to actually station over 300 Saint Realm warriors to protect a small Huang clan manor. Over 300 Saint Realm warriors might be able to withstand a first-order god realm," the lean young man snorted. "But in front of us, this is not enough." As he said that, his finger poked at the Huang clan manor in front, as if he was poking at a bubble. In an instant, the air high above rumbled loudly like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Then, the earth shook vigorously as if it would never stop, and a terrifying power of destruction enveloped the Huang clan manor. Everyone inside the Huang clan manor became ashen. What was happening? In the sky high above, shadows appeared from numerous corners as all the Saint Realm guards of the Huang clan manor revealed themselves. Dense, monstrous ghostly aura spewed from the Devils and Ghosts flag, turning into a stream of evil spirits, covering the entire Huang clan manor. A ray formation spiritual tool. The fat old man was a little surprised when he saw the flag hovering in the void, before laughing happily. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the martial spirit world to have something like this. Although its grade is a little low, it's still a treasure that is worth some Xuanwu coins. His hand reached up, flicking toward the flag. A purple giant hand formed out of nowhere, and wherever this giant purple hand passed, all the evil spirits from the Devils and Ghosts flag dissipated. The flag quivered, and in a matter of moments, it was pulled out from the void by the giant purple hand. Streaks of light flew out from the Huang clan manor. It was the members of the Huang family. The Saint Realm warriors tasked with protecting the Huang clan manor swiftly launched attacks toward the fat old man and lean young man. Fists and palms covered the sky. Watching the waves of fists and palm directed at them, the lean young man snorted with contempt. A bunch of ants dare to attack us, like slapping away annoying flies. His hand slapped away these attacks as if they were nothing. Thunderous explosions rumbled. In the next moment, the more than 300 Saint Realm warriors tasked with guarding the Huang clan manor were sent flying all at once. Some of them even exploded in midair. In less than a breath's time, over 300 Saint Realm warriors were either dead or gravely injured, defeated in the most devastating manner. Every member of the Huang family paled at this scene. Who are you? Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu stood in front of the Huang family, blocking in front of them, watching the fat old man and lean young man with trepidation. Who are we? The lean young man taunted. Just so you can die peacefully knowing who killed you, we can be generous and tell you. We're elders of the twin celestial worlds Ying family. Huang Xiaolong killed our Ying family's disciple, Ying Tian. Our purpose this time is to annihilate the Huang family from top to bottom. Deity's Templar's preceptor, Ying Tian? Their faces turned deathly pale. No one thought it would be the Ying family. The fat old man suddenly slapped a palm down through the void, sweeping away Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu who were blocking in front of the Huang family. Blood spurted violently from Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's mouths as they crashed heavily into the mountain behind the Huang clan manor. Left Custodian Zhao. Right Custodian Zhang. All of the Huang family members cried out in alarm. The fat old man didn't even spare a glance in Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's direction after sweeping them away. He turned toward the Huang family's ears. Tell Huang Xiaolong to roll out here. His curt voice rumbled like a furious thunder, shaking the minds of every member of the Huang family, causing everyone to vomit blood from the penetrating shockwave. My big uncle is not here. Amidst the group of people, Guo Xiaofan stepped out to the front with anger shining in his eyes. To tell you the truth, my big uncle is already a Black Warrior Institute disciple. If you dare to kill us, big uncle will never spare you. A Black Warrior Institute disciple. Both the fat old man and lean young man were stunned. Neither of them thought of the possibility that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be in martial spirit world. A Black Warrior Institute disciple? The lean young man snickered. Little friend, you nearly frightened me to death just now. His words and tone filled with incessant mockery. The fat old man also sneered with contempt. So what if he's a Black Warrior Institute disciple? You think our Ying family would be afraid of a mere Black Warrior Institute outer disciple? Indeed, for the Ying family, someone who had just passed through the selection assessment was too insignificant to be considered a threat. The lean young man was scanning through the faces of the Huang family, but just as he lifted his hand preparing to kill all of them once and for all, his eyes suddenly lit up. He spotted Shi Xiaofei among the people below. Noticing the pause in the lean young man's actions, the fat old man's eyes followed his gaze. Seeing the object at the other end, the fat old man's eyes lit up as well. Little beauty, you're the one they call the number one beauty of the martial spirit world. Shi Xiaofei, right? The lean young man revealed a lecherous grin. A real beauty indeed. A few points higher than that cheap slut, Zhou. Hee. Still a virgin as well, what a pleasant surprise. He was smacking his lips at the end. The fat old man joined in with a wicked cackle. A force from his palm easily pulled Xiaofei out from the group, making her fly to the sky, where they were. Xiaofei went deathly pale. She tried to struggle free, but to her dismay, she actually couldn't move an inch as she flew toward the two men. Leaving Xiaofei hovering in front of them, the fat old man moved in closer to Xiaofei. His nose scrunched up as he made several exaggerated sniffs at the untainted scent coming from her body. Drunk from her scent, the wicked light in the fat old man's eyes increased, and at the same time, his lower male part had an instant reaction. Xiaofei! Sister Xiaofei! Everyone below cried out in alarm. The fat old man looked over at the Huang family members. Hee, go die! A thick killing intent flashed across his eyes. His right palm raised and slammed down at the crowd of Huang family. When the palm attack was about to send everyone flying, a sudden sword light flew from the void, immediately slicing the fat old man's palm imprint into two. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, 3 human silhouettes came whistling through the wind from afar. Big Brother Huang, Xiaolong. When they saw who one of the 3 people was, every Huang family member was overjoyed, crying out his name. The 3 people were none other than Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen, who rushed all the way from the Cloud Sea mainland. The fat old man and lean young man both snapped around. Their eyes narrowed dangerously at the interruption. A brief moment later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 had arrived at the Huang clan manor, stopping in front of everyone. A Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple? The fat old man and his partner immediately noted the inner disciple robe on Huang Xiaolong. Both of them were shocked inwardly and exchanged a silent look. If Huang Xiaolong was just an average Black Warrior Institute outer disciple, the two of them would not have any scruples. However, neither of them expected Huang Xiaolong to be promoted to an inner disciple in such a short time. Murdering a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple would be troublesome. Then the Ying family twin heroes looked at Lu Yun and Qi Wen. Because Lu Yun and Qi Wen did not wear their Black Warrior Institute Grand Elder robes, the two men mistook Lu Yun and Qi Wen for Huang Xiaolong's associates. Moreover, Lu Yun and Qi Wen hid their auras, a matter that the Ying family's twin heroes overlooked. In their assumption, the strength that the associates of a newly promoted inner disciple like Huang Xiaolong had wouldn't be too high, most likely between 2nd or 3rd order God realm. Huang Xiaolong finally heaved a sigh of relief when he arrived, seeing that all the Huang family members were all right. However, noting Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu lying injured some distance away, unknown whether they were dead or alive, as well as the many corpses of the Huang clan manor's Saint Realm warrior guards, his expression became frosty. In the end, he was half a step late. Pain filled his heart looking at the figure held captive between the two men. There was a blood stain running down from the corner of her mouth. "Damn both of you," Huang Xiaolong said through gritted teeth, his icy yet furious eyes glaring at the two men. Each word was slow and deliberate. Feeling the intense killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong's body, both men laughed instead. "Huang Xiaolong, you think rushing back will allow you to save your Huang family?" The fat old man laughed loudly. "I might not dare to kill you since you're Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple. However, the Huang family members are not inner disciples of the Black Warrior Institute. It's even better now that you've returned. I will kill them one by one in front of you." The lean young man chipped in. "Now you can watch how your family dies in front of you." The fat old man added leisurely. "After that, we'll slowly peel off Xiaofei's clothes layer by layer. We'll let her learn a little of the wonderful skill of our lower parts. Don't worry, we guarantee to make sure your woman feel as if she's gone to heaven." Both men broke out laughing at their own joke, brazen and unscrupulous. The killing intent thickened in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, but he took a deep breath and turned to Lu Yun and Qi Wen. "I'll have to trouble eldest senior apprentice brother and third apprentice sister to help, but don't kill them yet." Huang Xiaolong could tell that these two masters from the Ying family were 4th order God realm or above. If he was the one to fight, He was not confident that he'd be able to save Xiaofei. Hence, he could only trouble his seniors. Fourth junior apprentice brother, leave it to us. Lu Yun and Qi Wen beside him nodded. They did not act earlier because they were waiting for Huang Xiaolong's decision. Qi Wen said to Lu Yun, eldest senior apprentice brother, you just stay put. I alone am enough. Two mere fifth-order god realm did not call for two tenth-order god realms to deal with them. The fat old man and the lean young man laughed even harder hearing Qi Wen's words, as if they just heard a funny joke. Little chick, you probably don't know our powerful strength. The lean young man was still laughing as he spoke to Qi Wen. Honestly telling you lot, we're fifth-order god realm masters. As his last words fell, he fully released his fifth-order god realm aura, followed by the fat old man. Fifth-order god realm, the Huang family exclaimed in horror. Big brother Huang, quickly run. Sure Xiaofei disregards her own safety, shouting out at Huang Xiaolong. At this moment, Qi Wen made her move. Her extended hand shone with a jade-like luster. In that instant, the complacent laughter on the fat old man and lean young man's faces vanished, replaced by horror, despair, and disbelief. Why you're a high-level god realm master. Two voices stammered almost simultaneously. Qi Wen's right palm made a gentle push forward. Poof! Their clothes exploded into bits. Blood gushed out uncontrollably from their mouths. Then, in the next second, two bodies plummeted to the ground like dead dogs, slamming down heavily on the ground. Violent tremors shook the earth, raising a thick curtain of sand and dust. Qi Wen retrieved her palm. Coldness suffused her delicate face as she looked at her handiwork. Around her, Shi Xiaofei and the Huang family members were agape with shock. Two fifth-order god realm masters were dealt with just like that? Huang Xiaolong did not find this result surprising. Looking at the two people that were thrown down, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. A suction force swirled from his palm, drawing the two men's limp bodies before him. Their clothes had burst into pieces, exposing their full naked bodies to the sunlight. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was on their lower parts. He suddenly lifted his leg, and in two quick successive actions, landed a kick each on their lower body. Accompanying two people's shrill shrieks were crackling sounds similar to broken eggshells. The fat old man and the lean young man both clutched their injured groin, and after the first note, pain stole their voices away. Eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and the other males around tightened their legs by reflex. But Huang Xiaolong was not done yet. Before they could catch their breaths, Huang Xiaolong sent another kick, aimed right at their stomachs. Another two distinctive but miserable wolf howls rang in the mountain. This kick sent the fat old man and the lean young man down like falling meteors, landing with their heads buried in the ground. Huang Xiaolong arrived on the ground in a flicker and launched another bout of successive rapid kicks aimed at their groins. This time it was no longer the sound of breaking eggs, but that of their pelvic bones breaking. Huang Xiaohai, Guo and the others knew without looking that these two people's tool in the middle was completely broken. However, both men were god realm masters. Even if every bone in their bodies was broke by Huang Xiaolong, they wouldn't die. But the excruciating pain was enough to make them hover between life and death. With each hand grabbing them, Huang Xiaolong easily pulled both of them out from their half-buried condition. Huang Xiaolong, we won't forget this. The fat old man glowered vicious hatred as he uttered the words through gritted teeth. But due to his pain, the words did not come out clearly. You, kill us. Ing family will definitely avenge us. The young man's scarlet eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong as if he wanted nothing more than to devour Huang Xiaolong's flesh and blood. Huang Xiaolong's expression remained unperturbed. Is that so? Without waiting for another word from their mouths, both of his fists punched out, striking their chests where the Qi Si was located. The Azura Qi contained in the attack instantly destroyed the two men's Qi Sis. Ear-splitting screams reverberated. Don't worry, I won't let the two of you die so easily. Huang Xiaolong's icy voice sounded in their ears. He then sealed both of their meridians and threw them into the Linglong treasure pagoda. He would slowly torture them later, For Huang Xiaolong, the most important thing now was to heal the Huang family's injuries. Although their injuries were caused by shockwaves and it heavily affected their consciousness, with Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen's aid, very soon their injuries stabilized. Then Huang Xiaolong went to check on Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's injuries. Both men were gravely injured, their breathing barely discernible from the surface. Every second, it seemed like there would not be another breath going in. When Huang Xiaolong uprooted the deity's Templar, he found quite a few sets of divine dragon armor, and he gave both Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu each a set. If it weren't for the divine dragon armor's protection, it would have been instant death for them. Fortunately, inside Huang Xiaolong's Azure ring, there were many 100,000-year-old elixirs that the Super Forces ancestors and first-rank Forces patriarchs sent as congratulatory gifts during the apprenticeship ceremony. After a series of treatment and healing, Huang Xiaolong barely managed to keep Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu alive. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu were very important to Huang Xiaolong, just like family. Even if there was only the slimmest hope, he would do everything to save both of them. As for the 300 Saint Realm warriors guarding Huang Clan Manor, a large number of them were dead, leaving only about a dozen of them that survived due to luck. Huang Xiaolong ordered the rest of the guards to clean up the place. Night gradually descended. After a day of fear, fright, and suspense, the Huang Clan Manor regained most of its usual atmosphere by nightfall. The heavy blood scent in the air had dissipated, and all destroyed areas that could be repaired were repaired. Huang Xiaolong was standing on the mountain peak behind the Huang Clan Manor, looking outward at the Great Sea. Bright moonlight shone down on him, elongating his shadow on the ground. Recalling the situation during the day, he still felt fearful. If he returned a step too late, his parents, sister, brother, Shi Xiaofei, and the rest, the possibility of the worst outcome sent a cold shiver in Huang Xiaolong's heart. His hands clenched into tight fists. Ying family. A day will come when he would personally uproot the Ying family, as well as Peace Emperor World's Zhao and Xie families. And this day wasn't too far away. At this time, a soft rustle sounded behind him. Huang Xiaolong turned around and saw Shi Xiaofei's alluring face. 6 years had passed, but there weren't many changes to her face. Two people looked at each other just like this, in silence, crossing time and space. Everything around them seemed to melt into the background. Without warning, Shi Xiaofei lunged into Huang Xiaolong's arms, holding him tight as if she wanted to incorporate these 6 years of longing and thoughts into this one embrace. Huang Xiaolong's arms wrapped around her shoulders, his voice tender. "Have you been well in these 6 years? Have you been well?" Shi Xiaofei looked up. Her big eyes widened in bewilderment, and then she broke out in laughter akin 100 flowers in bloom that would make even fishes forget how to swim. Huang Xiaolong was reduced to a silly and dazed young man watching her laugh. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's reaction, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Huang Xiaolong's dazed expression was so silly, but it was much better than the fury he had shown during the day when he shattered the two Ying family master's balls with a kick. Recalling Huang Xiaolong's valor as he carried out the act, Shi Xiaofei blushed, dusting charm over her alluring features. Huang Xiaolong suddenly lowered his head and his lips pressed down on Shi Xiaofei's dainty, cherry-red lips, causing Shi Xiaofei to shiver and her mind to go totally blank. Gently parting her lips, his tongue seized the opened gap and snaked in to plunder. Shi Xiaofei stiffened for a few moments before adapting, gradually responding to Huang Xiaolong. Her breath grew heavy as time lengthened. He had tasted excellent wine of 100,000 years, yet it did not compare to the taste of her lips. A long time later, both of them finally separated. Shi Xiaofei was slightly panting, her face so red that she lowered her head, not daring to look at Huang Xiaolong. That pitiful expression stirred Huang Xiaolong, and he went in for a second round. Shi Xiaofei let out a muffled scream of surprise, having her lips sealed once again. When they separated for the second time, Huang Xiaolong pulled Shi Xiaofei down to sit beside him, telling each other the events that had taken place in the last 6 years. When Shi Xiaofei heard that Huang Xiaolong won first place in the new disciple selection assessment, how he was received as the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, how he once again gained the first place during Outer Disciples assessment, She was extremely happy for Huang Xiaolong. Compared to Huang Xiaolong's eventful 6 years, Shi Xiaofei's life was much simpler. During these 6 years, other than the time spent cultivating, she spent most of the time here in the Huang clan manor together with the Huang family. Unknowingly, the night receded. On the horizon, the morning sun was slowly rising, casting a fiery red glow on the sea surface. When Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei returned to the Huang clan manor from the back mountain, they ran into Lu Yun and Qi Wen, fourth junior apprentice brother. "The two of you didn't come back for the entire night, ah?" Lu Yun teased, deliberately extending the words entire night, lacing with double innuendo. Shi Xiaofei made out the teasing tone in Lu Yun's words, and a bright red blush instantly colored her face. Huang Xiaolong cleared his throat awkwardly, saying, "We were just talking at the back mountain. You talked for an entire night?" Lu Yun laughed knowingly. I understand. Shi Xiaofei turned even redder still. "Enough already, eldest senior apprentice brother. You're already old but still behave so flippantly. Fourth junior apprentice brother is not dirty-minded like you." Qi Wen shot a glare at Lu Yun before turning to Huang Xiaolong. "Fourth junior apprentice brother, do you want us to make a trip over to the twin celestial world now and annihilate the Ying family?" Although the Ying family was not small, with both Lu Yun and Qi Wen, uprooting a single Ying family wouldn't be that difficult. Huang Xiaolong shook his head hearing this. "Thank you, third senior apprentice sister. It is not necessary for now. When the time comes, I will annihilate the Ying family myself." Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had decided, Qi Wen merely nodded and did not insist. Later that day, Huang Xiaolong ordered for all the martial spirit world's Saint Realm experts to gather in the Huang clan manor. Moving to the Cloud Sea mainland this time, he was uncertain how many years later he would return once again to the martial spirit world. Hence Huang Xiaolong decided on a large-scale migration. From the beginning, Huang Xiaolong did not intend to force anyone, bringing only those who were willing to follow him over to the Cloud Sea mainland. As for those preferring to stay, that was fine as well. However, it would take some time for each and every martial spirit world's Saint Realm experts to gather in the Huang clan manor. The farthest away would require no less than 1 month, which meant that Huang Xiaolong needed to stay in the martial spirit world for at least that long to settle things. Going with the flow, Lu Yun and Qi Wen also stayed back, planning to return together with Huang Xiaolong a month later. After all, they had already missed this year's Black Warrior City annual auction, so they would have to wait for the next auction to get the items they wanted. In this 1 month's time, Huang Xiaolong spent the day with his family, chatting or guiding their cultivation, whereas, at night, he would summon the gates of Hell and cultivate in Hell's higher realm environment. When free, Huang Xiaolong accompanied his eldest senior apprentice brother and third senior apprentice sister sightseeing. A month later, Huang Xiaolong, who was a peak early Second Order God Realm, finally advanced to mid-Second Order God Realm. By this time, all Saint Realm experts in the martial spirit world had assembled in the Huang clan manor after receiving Huang Xiaolong's summon. Huang Xiaolong then told everyone about migrating to the Cloud Sea mainland. In the end, around 200 people were willing to follow Huang Xiaolong to the Cloud Sea mainland. As for the others, Huang Xiaolong did not force them, allowing them to stay behind in the martial spirit world. When the preparations for the big migration were done, Huang Xiaolong brought the Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, and her father, blessed Buddha Emperor, the Duanren Emperor Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, the Guo family's ancestor Guo Chen, his good friend Xia Puti, and the others, and departed for the Cloud Sea mainland. When he once again stood in space, Huang Xiaolong turned back to take a glance at the martial spirit world behind him before flying off to the Iron Radix world with the rest. Although only God Realm Masters and above were capable of traveling by flight in the vast galaxy, this problem was easily resolved with Huang Xiaolong's godly MT Shumi. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong's group long to reach the Iron Radix world. Spending a night to rest in the Iron Radix world, they departed from the transmission array the next morning, and were back in the Cloud Sea mainland some time later. When the Huang family members stepped out from the transmission array, their expressions were just like the time when Huang Xiaolong first arrived, absolutely stunned. Looking at the endless expanse of giant cities on the Cloud Sea mainland, the stone pebbles that were like low-grade spirit pellets strewn on the ground, the never-ending streams of extravagant carriages entering and leaving the mainland, everyone was dumbstruck. Even Xiaofei couldn't hide her shock from showing on her face. But even so, her shocked expression was still charming. The blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, and the others watched as countless numbers of half-step God Realm and peak half-step God Realm were flying past them, and humility rose in their hearts. In the martial spirit world, they were one of the few pinnacle existences, but here they were the same as any other country bumpkins. Vividly aware of the contemptuous and ridiculing gazes directed their way, the blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, and the others dared not raise their heads. This did not escape Huang Xiaolong's notice, however. He did not say anything. This was a normal reaction, arriving in a new, unfamiliar place. Once everyone got used to the environment, things would gradually improve. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was confident that with his help, everyone would have successive breakthroughs. Although he dared not guarantee that everyone would step into the God Realm, reaching peak half-step God Realm within 200 to 300 years was not an issue. As for his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, and the others limited by their innate talent, unable to advance to the Xiantian realm, it was no longer a cause for worry because he had inquired the matter from his master Fengyang. His master could resolve this issue. At that time, his parents and siblings would be able to have a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm, adding years to their lifespan. At least they would live beyond 300 years. As for the years after that, Huang Xiaolong would think of another method to help his parents and the others break through to the Saint Realm. Upon arrival, Huang Xiaolong led the group toward Changji City. Now, the first thing he needed to do was buy a property so his family could settle down. He took into consideration the fact that Changji City was closest to the Black Warrior City, thus made it convenient for Huang Xiaolong to visit them at any time. He had decided early on to purchase a property in Changji City. Back when they arrived in the Cloud Sea mainland, Lu Yun and Qi Wen had matters to attend to, so the two bade farewell to Huang Xiaolong and headed to Black Warrior City, separating from Huang Xiaolong's group. Reaching Changji City, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the Azure Sea firm with the Huang family. However, when Huang Xiaolong's group stepped into the building's main hall, the other customers around that were at the firm to purchase things immediately noticed them. Ho Tian? Xian Tian? Are my eyes seeing this right? There are actually Ho Tian and Xian Tian ants appearing in Changji City. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Shaohai, and the others' appearance raised a fuss in the hall. This brother, my apologies. Our Azure Sea firm does not permit customers to bring their Ho Tian and Xian Tian realm servants inside. At one point, an Azure Sea firm disciple in charge of greeting guests approached Huang Xiaolong, explaining in a polite manner. If it weren't for the Black Warrior Institute inner disciple robe on Huang Xiaolong's body, the disciple would have shooed them away without saying a word. Would he have reminded Huang Xiaolong with such courtesy? The Azure Sea firm was one of Black Tortoise Galaxy's largest firms. How could they allow flies like Ho Tian and Xian Tian realms hanging around, lowering the status of their firm? Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the rest were enraged hearing the disciple's words. This Azure Sea firm's disciple was clearly looking down on them. The servants he talked about were obviously Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Shaohai, Guo Xiaofan, and the others. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand, stopping Zhao Shu and the rest from taking any further action. The Cloud Sea mainland was not martial spirit world. Huang Xiaolong was worried they would attack due to impulse, not knowing the rules of the Cloud Sea mainland. Are you sure? Huang Xiaolong's icy stare was fixed on the Azure Sea firm disciple. The Azure Sea firm disciple was greatly dissatisfied with the nonchalant look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Wasn't he just a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple? He actually had the guts to behave so arrogantly in front of their Azure Sea firm. Not to mention a mere Black Warrior Institute inner disciple, even an elite disciple wouldn't dare to behave insolently in their Azure Sea firm. The disciple in charge of greeting pulled his face. I'm very sure if you refuse to tell these servants to go out, I will make sure they roll out of here. A mocking cold sneer emerged on Huang Xiaolong's face as he took out a purplish gold token, flinging it into the disciple's hand. Su Supreme Guest Card. The disciple's voice trembled, and his face became ashen. His throat felt dry. This Black Warrior Institute inner disciple actually had their Azure Sea firm's highest Supreme Guest Card. representing their firm's most honored guests. "Call your supervisor out here," Huang Xiaolong snapped. Huang Xiaolong's words were like a thunder rumbling in the disciples' ears. Hearing that the honored guest, owner of the highest supreme guest card, wanted to see their supervisor, his legs gave out, nearly tumbling to the floor. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, trying to say something, but after one look at Huang Xiaolong's calm but frosty expression, the disciple wisely kept his mouth shut and went to look for the supervisor. The initially noisy hall filled with people waiting to watch a good show quieted down abruptly. "This black-haired young man holds the Azure Sea Firm Supreme Guest Card?" What an Azure Sea Firm Supreme Guest Card represented. Everyone present in the hall was extremely clear. A short moment later, the same disciple returned, trailing behind a seemingly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was someone that Huang Xiaolong recognized. Slightly more than a month ago when he ran into Zhao Chun and Xia Hui, it was the same middle-aged man that reminded him about fighting in Xianxia City. When the middle-aged man saw Huang Xiaolong, he was clearly surprised. He too had an impression of Huang Xiaolong. "This one is Fang Chuanjing, this Azure Sea Firm branch's supervisor." The middle-aged man introduced himself as he came to a stop in front of Huang Xiaolong. "Little brother, we meet again. I didn't expect that little brother would be holding our firm's supreme guest card." Fang Chuanjing was very polite and enthusiastic. In all honesty, he inwardly doubted that the supreme guest card actually belonged to Huang Xiaolong, because in order to qualify for a supreme guest card, one had to make a one-time transaction of 1.5 billion Xuanwu coins and above. However, the Azure Sea Firm's regulations stated that regardless of who was holding a supreme guest card, they were the firm's honored guest and were to be treated as such. Since the other side was polite, Huang Xiaolong did not put on an arrogant front, cupping his fists and returning the greeting. "How should I address little brother? What are you looking to purchase from our firm?" Fang Chuanjing inquired with a polite smile. "I heard from Supervisor Mengxia that you have a selection of Xianxia City's properties for sale, which is why I made this trip." In the next breath, Huang Xiaolong added, "But after I had just stepped in, your firm's disciple was making noise, wanting to drive my family out." Mengxia was the Azure Sea Firm's supervisor in the Black Warrior City, the one who gave Huang Xiaolong the supreme guest card. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Fang Chuanjing turned around, looking at the disciple standing behind him with a stern expression, barking, "What happened just now?" The disciple's knees were knocking against each other. Then with a loud thud, his knees hit the floor hard, stammering incoherently, "Supervisor Fang, aye." Despite still being in the dark about the events that had taken place, judging from the disciple's reaction, Fang Chuanjing could guess to a certain degree what had transpired. His voice hardened as he shouted at the disciple, "Go pack your things right now. You no need to come here anymore." The sentence was like a thunderbolt, burning the last shred of the disciple's hope. His body finally gave out and collapsed on the floor. This disciple's job of greeting customers in the Azure Sea Firm was obtained through a complicated twist of connections and calling favors. Ever since he got this position, people around him had been looking at him with different eyes. Even the family's elders seemed to place great hopes on him. But now, all of these were gone. Everything shattered. "Drag him out." Fang Chuanjing ordered the several firm disciples close by. The several disciples respectfully complied. Their feet moved in quick steps over to the disciple in charge of the greetings and dragged him out with force. Fang Chuanjing turned over, facing Huang Xiaolong once again with a friendly smile. "Brother, we will impose a stricter training for these greeting disciples in the future. I guarantee this kind of issue will never happen again." His voice paused slightly at this point, inquiring, "May I know what kind of requirements does little brother have for this property?" "We indeed have some properties for sale in Xianxia City, but even the cheapest amongst them requires approximately 500 million. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "The price is not an issue. I only have one requirement for the property. The land area must be big. The bigger the better." Huang Xiaolong brought more than 200 people from the martial spirit world here. The property's area had to be as large as it could be, above all else. Fang Chuanjing was puzzled as he shot a sidelong glance at Huang Xiaolong. The price is not an issue? Although the young man in front of him held a supreme guest card, Fang Chuanjing remained doubtful that he would be able to take out 1 billion, or even 800 million for that matter. On average, the bigger properties in Changji City had a price tag of over 1 billion. Nevertheless, he wouldn't reveal anything but enthusiasm despite his doubts, as he introduced and explained several properties that the firm had on hand to Huang Xiaolong. Most of them were within 1 billion price range. Noticing that the places Fang Chuanjing introduced to him were all within the price range of 1 billion, a minuscule frown wrinkled his brows. Supervisor Fang, are these the biggest properties you have? It did not escape Huang Xiaolong's observation that this Fang Chuanjing was deliberate in his action, highlighting those within 1 billion price range, afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford if the price was too high. Detecting the trace of dissatisfaction in Huang Xiaolong's tone, Fang Chuanjing was dazed for a moment before covering his gaffe with a smile. Since brother insists, fine then, let me introduce one particular property to brother, located in the center of our Changji city. It is called Divine Fort Residence, more than 2,300 square meters. But the price is quite high, 2.536 billion Xuanwu coins. 2.536 billion. The customers around the main lobby, most of them being elders of their families, sucked in a cold breath at the price. Not even elders of super forces and families could gather this sum after selling everything and even pawning their underwear. Whereas Huang Xiaolong merely flicked his sleeves and a rain of sparkling light danced in the air. Endless muffled thuds continued for quite some time as Xuanwu coins fell to the floor like torrential rain. Everyone's eyes were bedazzled, feeling a bout of dizzy spell lasting as long as the muffled thuds ringing on the floor. Looking toward the source, they saw that in the lobby center 26 high piles of Xuanwu coins had appeared. Every pile was exactly 100 million, a total of 2.6 billion. Huang Xiaolong wrapped each pile of Xuanwu coins in an independent space, preventing them from strewn all over the lobby floor, merely filling the center space. During the month that Huang Xiaolong spent in the martial spirit world, whenever he was idle he would start condensing spirit stones, and on the way back to the Cloud Sea mainland, he had exchanged those spirit stones to Xuanwu coins. Although the amount of Xuanwu coins inside his azure ring wasn't much, only a little over 3 billion, it was enough for him to play with. Like others in the lobby, Fang Chuanjing was staring at the 26 piles of gold mountains of Xuanwu coins in front of him, sluggish with shock. Before anyone could recover from their state of shock, Huang Xiaolong spoke. Supervisor Fang, here are 2.6 billion Xuanwu coins. Other than the 2.536 billion price of the property, the remaining is for buying some good furniture. Fang Chuanjing made an effort to compose himself. However, the remnants of shock were hanging on stubbornly. As an Azure Sea firm supervisor, his salary was quite handsome, but it was still far from allowing him to take out 2.6 billion. The current Changji City residence where he was residing in cost no more than 1 billion. A wry smile emerged on Fang Chuanjing's face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't expect himself to err in his judgment. This young man in front of him truly had money. In fact, he was a super wealthy young man. Subsequently, Fang Chuanjing's enthusiasm shot up as he helped Huang Xiaolong through the remaining sale contract procedures for the Divine Fort residence. When that was done, he personally led Huang Xiaolong's group to the said residence. When the group arrived, the Huang family and everyone else was stunned going around the layout of the residence, including the Blessed Buddha Emperor and Duanren Emperor. After seeing the Divine Fort residence's layout, both of them inwardly felt that their Blessed Buddha Imperial Palace and Duanren Imperial Palace were more like an outhouse. Huang Xiaolong was extremely satisfied with the place. Inside the Divine Fort residence there was a pond, and its water was one of the rare and precious treasures of the galaxy, spirit-nurturing water. There was also a garden rock mountain built from another rare material, 5-metal stone, that gathered spiritual energy. It could be said that the spiritual energy around the residence was much denser than many other on the Cloud Sea mainland. It was well worth the billions he spent. Most importantly, his parents, siblings, and Xianxia could live comfortably here. Despite the spacious land area of the Divine Fort residence, it only had no more than 30 rooms. After allocating the rooms to his parents, sister, brother, nephew, Xianxia, blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, Gua family ancestor, his best buddy Xia family ancestor, purple violet spirit devourer monkey Huang Xiaoyong, heaven-swallowing beast Lil Tian, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu. There weren't that many rooms remaining. Amongst those Saint Realm experts that were willing to follow Huang Xiaolong here to the Cloud Sea mainland were the Tiger Tribe Patriarch Chuck, Snake Tribe Patriarch Danny, the Nine Dragons Temple's 9 AO brothers, Violent Lion Temple's Lei Gu, Elf Queen Kelly, and Elf Grand Elder Celine. Even if he made the likes of Chuck and Danny live 4 men in a room, the number of rooms were far from enough. There was a garden area at the back of the Divine Fort residence that could be converted into more rooms, but it was a lot of work. Hence, the easiest and quickest way was to purchase all the properties surrounding the Divine Fort residence, expanding its area. When Huang Xiaolong mentioned this thought to Fang Chuanjing, the latter was stunned. Subsequently, he began looking at Huang Xiaolong with a strange expression. The gaze in his eyes was exactly like someone staring at a mountain of treasures. The properties surrounding the Divine Fort residence, although slightly smaller in land area, could fetch a price of 2 billion and above each. Although the properties around the Divine Fort residence initially belonged to our firm, they have been sold out to others. Fang Chuanjing recovered from his gaffe, a wry smile hanging on his mouth as he went on. Generally, once these people bought them, they wouldn't sell it unless someone was able to offer a much higher than the one they paid. Huang Xiaolong, the price is not an issue. Fang Chuanjing nodded, half expecting this answer. Since brother said so, I shall make an attempt to discuss with the owners. Under normal circumstances, these owners were very unlikely to sell, but given the right price, Fang Chuanjing believed there would be some buyers. Following that, he arranged for the furniture to be sent to the Divine Fort residence. Each piece of furniture was of top quality. Included within was a kind of bed called Warm Winter Jade Bed, which was made specifically from a scarce spiritual warm jade. Sleeping or meditating on the bed could clear the mind and temper the body. Fang Chuanjing sent over 100 beds of this kind. Huang Xiaolong's Supreme Guest card entitled him to a 10% discount on his purchases from the Azure Sea firm. Deducting the price of the Divine Fort residence and the beds from the 2.6 billion that Huang Xiaolong paid, there was quite a huge change remaining. Thus, after inquiring Huang Xiaolong's opinion, Fang Chuanjing made a selection of furniture accordingly. Spending more than 200 million Xuanwu coins just on furniture, even someone like Fang Chuanjing couldn't resist muttering a few words inwardly. When the furniture arrived, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu instructed Chuck and the rest, arranging them accordingly. Even though 200 million bought a lot of furniture, with more than 200 people working together, it didn't take long for everyone to settle down in the new place. On the same night, Huang Xiaolong lit a big bonfire in the Divine Fort residence's garden for a barbecue. Hearing that there was roast meat for the night, Lil Tian was drooling all over, jumping high with excitement. On this night, everyone was in a merry mood. Shi Xiaofei sat beside Huang Xiaolong, looking at him with loving warm affection. Happiness could be seen on everyone's faces. The night passed in merrymaking. After everything was done, Huang Xiaolong left the Divine Fort residence, returning to the Black Warrior Institute through the transmission array inside the Black Warrior City. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong left 100 million Xuanwu coins each for Huang Peng and Su Yan, whereas his sister, brother Shi Xiaofei, blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, his best buddy Xia, and the others were given 20 million each. Huang Xiaolong told his parents to buy anything they wanted, and if it wasn't enough, just ask him again later. He was able to condense an endless amount of spirit stones anytime he wanted. He did not mind these mere amounts as long as his parents could live comfortably. Back in the Black Warrior Institute, Huang Xiaolong went to see his master Fengyang, inquiring when he had time so that he could arrange his parents and siblings over to resolve the problem of their limited innate talent to break through to the Xiantian realm. After finding out that his master was free in the coming days, on the same day itself Huang Xiaolong returned to the Divine Fort residence to bring his family to see his master Fengyang. Not long after that, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others advanced to the Xiantian realm with Fengyang's help. Huang Xiaolong was happier than his parents seeing that they finally broke through to Xiantian. He strongly believed that with the elixirs and medicinal pills he had, It was sufficient to ensure that his parents would live well over 300 years old. Having his parents' lifespans extended for another 200 years, he had enough time to search for a safe method that would allow his parents to break through to Saint Realm. At that time, their vitality and lifespans would greatly increase again, allowing them to live for a few thousand years more. As for Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong also asked his master about the reason for her inability to awaken the potential of her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique. What disappointed Huang Xiaolong was that even his master Fengyang shook his head and said that he had no way of doing it. Although Fengyang was unable to help Shi Xiaofei awaken her unique physique potential, he did give many valuable first meeting gifts to her. At the end, Fengyang even teased his disciple. "You kid are truly blessed. Miss Xiaofei a very good girl. You must treat her well in the future. If not, Master will personally uphold justice on her behalf." Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Smiling helplessly, he assured, "Master can rest assured." He shot a glance at Shi Xiaofei beside him as he was saying this, and saw her face was as red as a ripe apple. He felt an impulse to take a big bite. "I have no way of solving Miss Xiaofei's problem, but there is one person who may be able to help." Fengyang suddenly remembered something and spoke. Both Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei's ears perked up with delight. "Who is this person Master is referring to?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Actually, even I don't know this person's name. I only know that this person has a nickname, Crazy Lady. A powerful master. Around 1,000 years ago, Master fought this crazy lady once." Fengyang fell into recollection as he continued. "We exchanged more than 1,000 moves, but in the end, I only won by a stroke of luck, and I've never seen her since then. The cultivation technique she cultivates is called Moon Summoning Rhyme. What's special about this cultivation technique is the fact that it can awaken the potential residing in one's body." Huang Xiaolong was secretly shocked. This woman nicknamed Crazy Lady was able to fight his master up to 1,000 moves. Not to mention the fact that his master only won by a stroke of luck. One could imagine this crazy lady's strength. "Like I said, I haven't seen her since that time," Fengyang sighed. "Her whereabouts are hard to predict, not staying for long in any location. Wanting to find her is very difficult." The joy that Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei felt earlier deflated slightly. How were they to find one person in the vast galaxy? This was harder than trying to fish a needle out of the sea. "Master, is there no other method?" Huang Xiaolong was a little reluctant to give up just like that. If Shi Xiaofei was unable to awaken the potential of her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique, who knows how long it would take her to break through to God realm. "There's a way to find this crazy lady," Fengyang said, but then he shook his head in the next moment. "It's just that, this way." "Master, what method is it?" Huang Xiaolong was excited. "I know she was looking for a sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone." Fengyang said, "If there is a sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone, she will probably appear herself. It's just that this sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone is hard to come by in 1,000,000 years. Even I, your master, don't have one." Above top divine grade spirit stones were the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts drifted to a particular stone. "Master, is this it?" Huang Xiaolong inquired. A soft green light glowed in the palm of his hand, lighting the entire main hall green. Fengyang experienced a sudden increase in spiritual energy, rushing at him like a tsunami. The green glow even pierced through the 4 walls of the hall, enshrouding the entire hall where Fengyang usually cultivated. This. Fengyang was flabbergasted as he stared wide-eyed at the spirit stone in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Excitement, joy, shock, and bewilderment toppled over to the point where his hands were shaking and he became tongue-tied, unable to get a full sentence out. Huang Xiaolong passed the green spirit stone to his master Fengyang. This green spirit stone was a small portion of the large jade column that was used to breed the innate spiritual embryo. After he had refined the innate spiritual embryo and broke through to God realm, Huang Xiaolong used the blades of Azura to cut the jade column into a dozen pieces of similar sizes, conforming to the regular size of spiritual stones seen on the market. "Where did you find this?" A weak tremble could be detected from Feng Yang's voice as he asked Huang Xiaolong. Feng Yang's dramatic reaction slightly baffled Huang Xiaolong. It seems like this sacred-grade immortal spirit stone was very precious? At his master's question, Huang Xiaolong did not conceal the truth, recounting how he found the innate spiritual embryo. When Feng Yang heard Huang Xiaolong saying that he stumbled upon an innate spiritual embryo while rushing through the galaxy, he was literally dumbfounded for a full minute before shaking his head with a wry smile. The luck of this youngest disciple of his seemed a little overboard. This innate spiritual embryo was hard to come by once in a million years. How many ancestor-level old monsters and prominent families' patriarchs had dreamt of it yet were unable to get their hands on it? But his youngest disciple actually stumbled upon it while rushing through the galaxy. Feng Yang's gaze turned somewhat strange, scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong. Now he finally understood how his youngest disciple was able to break through to second-order God Realm from half-step God Realm in 3 short years. Feng Yang gradually calmed down, embarrassed by his own reaction earlier. Xiaolong, this is a sacred-grade immortal spirit stone. Master would like to request 2 from you? By this point, Feng Yang's old face was already red. He has great use for this sacred-grade immortal spirit stone. Hearing that, Huang Xiaolong took out 10 pieces and gave them to Feng Yang without a word. To Huang Xiaolong, Feng Yang had given him much gracious guidance. Solely based on the fact Feng Yang helped resolve his parents' Xianxia realm cultivation problem, he wouldn't have hesitated even if Feng Yang wanted all of the remaining sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. After a brief bout of insisting and refusing, in the end, Feng Yang put away the 10 sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. His gaze slightly softened, looking at his youngest disciple. In exchange, Feng Yang gave Huang Xiaolong a spatial ring after taking the 10 sacred-grade immortal spirit stones, containing all the treasures he had collected for the past several thousands of years, insisting that he wouldn't take his disciples' things without giving something in return. Thus Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate to accept it. Subsequently, Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong hatched a plan of taking out 1 piece of sacred-grade immortal spirit stone to be auctioned in the Black Warrior auction house 1 year later. When that crazy lady would hear news of the auction, she would definitely rush over to the Black Warrior city. Although they were unable to resolve Shi Xiaofei's physique problem right now, the possibility of it being solved in a year's time made Huang Xiaolong feel more lighthearted. According to his cultivation speed, it probably wouldn't take him too long to break through to High God Realm, and once he did so, he could ascend to the divine world. Hence, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be staying long in the lower realm. Huang Xiaolong hoped that Shi Xiaofei's pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique could awaken earlier, helping her break through to High God Realm earlier, so that the both of them could ascend to the divine world together. In the month after, Huang Xiaolong mainly spent his days in the Misty Rain Mountain Ranges Yard No. 1, condensing spirit stones. Previously, Huang Xiaolong was able to condense more than 20,000 spirit stones in a day, but now that his cultivation had improved, his speed became faster as well. By the end of the month, Huang Xiaolong had added over 7 million pieces of top-grade 1 spirit stones to his collection. When Huang Xiaolong left Yard No. 1, arriving in the Black Warrior City through the transmission array, he headed straight to the city's Azure Sea Firm branch. When he stepped into the Azure Sea Firm branch, Supervisor Xianxia, who gave Huang Xiaolong the Supreme Guest card, welcomed him warmly, akin to a good old friend that he had not met for many years. Xia's eyes shone brightly when he found out that Huang Xiaolong had once again come to exchange high-grade 1 spirit stones. The last batch of high-grade 1 spirit stones that he exchanged with Huang Xiaolong was judged to be of excellent quality by their firm's appraiser, close to being top-grade spirit stones. That transaction earned him a reward personally given by the firm's elder. "May I ask how many high-grade spirit stones brother wants to change this time?" Xia inquired with a bright smile. "Over 7 million pieces." Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. This figure gave Xia such a big fright that he fell off the chair he was sitting on. "Oh, over 7 million pieces?" Xia was more than astonished as he stared dumbly at Huang Xiaolong. "Over 7 million pieces. How much was that worth?" 10 billion. Xia sucked in a breath of cold air, keenly aware that the heart in his chest was beating rapidly out of rhythm. Despite being one of the largest firms in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, ever since its founding year several tens of thousands of years ago up until now, there had only been very few transactions that exceeded 10 billion. That's right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Receiving a confirmation from Huang Xiaolong, Meng Xia jumped to his feet, his voice urgent. Brother, please wait here for a moment. Coincidentally, our president is in the Black Warrior City these few days. I'll immediately go invite our president over. Transactions of double digits in the billions far exceeded his scope of authority. A short while later, Meng Xia returned, following behind an elegant-looking middle-aged man. This elegant-looking middle-aged man was the Azure Sea firm's president, He Zixin. When He Zixin arrived, his footsteps paused slightly out of surprise seeing Huang Xiaolong. Then he laughed good-naturedly, saying, I was wondering who could it be on the way over here. So it is the Black Warrior Institute principal's cherished disciple, Brother Huang Xiaolong Ah. A few years back, He Zixin attended the Black Warrior Institute principal Feng Yang apprenticeship ceremony for his youngest disciple. Hence He Zixin was able to recognize Huang Xiaolong at a glance. Black Warrior Institute principal's cherished disciple Huang Xiaolong? Meng Xia, who was following behind He Zixin, felt like a thunder clapped in his brain. His eyeballs widened to the size of a fist staring at Huang Xiaolong. Only now did Meng Xia know Huang Xiaolong's identity. The following procedures went smoothly knowing who Huang Xiaolong was. A short while later his Azure ring was packed with a little over 11 billion Xuanwu coins. When business was concluded, Huang Xiaolong and Azure Sea firm president, He Zixin exchanged a few polite sentences before Huang Xiaolong left, sent off by Meng Xia and He Zixin personally. I didn't expect this Huang Xiaolong to be so cherished by Institute Principal Feng Yang to this extent, actually giving him so many spirit stones. Meng Xia looked at Huang Xiaolong disappearing back as he said this. With Huang Xiaolong's monstrous talent, gaining the Institute Principal's love is normal. He Zixin added. Instead, I'm feeling jealous of Feng Yang for receiving such an excellent personal disciple. Obviously, both of them assumed that Huang Xiaolong's many high-grade 1 spirit stones were given by the Black Warrior Institute principal to his cherished disciple. From the Black Warrior City's Azure Sea firm branch, Huang Xiaolong went to Changji City's Azure Sea firm branch. Meeting with Supervisor Feng, Huang Xiaolong was informed that there were 3 owners who were agreed to sell. The prices they requested were 200 million higher than their purchase price. 3 properties, a total of 6.8 billion. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands without saying a word. 6.8 billion Xuanwu coins flowed out like a Milky Way river from the void. It was like the undulating stirrings of first love in Feng Chuanjing's heart. The bright, glittering sparkles nearly blinded his eyes. A long time later, Feng Chuanjing was finally able to pull his eyes away from the sparkling waterfall. Repressing the astonishment he felt, he proceeded to handle the paperwork for the 3 properties around the Divine Fort residence. When the contract and other procedures were done, Huang Xiaolong gave another billion for the furniture. Very soon, Feng Chuanjing's subordinates sent another batch of 300 warm winter jade beds and other miscellaneous furniture. Even as the Azure Sea firm supervisor, Feng Chuanjing felt goosebumps crawling on his skin using 1 billion of Huang Xiaolong's money to purchase furniture. 1 billion. This sum could buy the entire residence he was living in now. On the other hand, this made him even more curious about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Adding the Divine Fort residence into the calculation, Huang Xiaolong had more or less spent close to 10 billion in his branch. Being able to take out 10 billion without batting an eye proved that Huang Xiaolong's identity wasn't so simple. After buying the 3 properties around the Divine Fort residence, Huang Xiaolong did not make any major renovations. He merely ordered people to open 3 archways linking the 3 properties to the Divine Fort residence. With that, the Divine Fort residence had expanded almost 3-fold in size. The expanded Divine Fort residence was more than enough to accommodate over 200 people comfortably. Indirectly, it also became Changji City's largest residence. Even so, Huang Xiaolong did not plan to recruit any guards. Although Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the other strengths were on the lower side on the Cloud Sea mainland, more than anything else they were loyal. Each and every one that followed Huang Xiaolong all the way here was absolutely loyal. Then again, in the Cloud Sea mainland's Changji city, there wasn't any danger whether Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, and the rest were slightly weaker or slightly stronger wasn't a crucial point. After the Divine Fort residence expanded, Huang Xiaolong once again gave his parents 1 billion each, and 100 million Xuanwu coins each to his sister, brother, and Shi Xiaofei. After all, what Huang Xiaolong did not lack most was money. Anything that could be bought with money was not an issue. Only when all of this was done could Huang Xiaolong consider the Huang family fully settled. And such, for the next 3 months, he stayed inside yard number 1 in the Misty Rain mountain range, cultivating with every effort to enhance his strength. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, within the ranks of the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciples, he could definitely be considered within the top 3. But to Huang Xiaolong, this level was far from enough. Just like the incident with the Ying family. If it weren't for his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun and third senior apprentice sister Qi when lending a hand, at his current strength level there was no way he'd be able to save his family. Simply point to any one of the Ying family's elders and Huang Xiaolong still wouldn't be an opponent. Forget about personally annihilating the entire Ying family. At the moment, high-levels God Realm was still too far-fetched for Huang Xiaolong. His target was to break through to 4th Order God Realm at the earliest possible. If he possessed a 4th Order God Realm strength, he had the confidence to kill those 2 Ying family elders even without both senior apprentices' help. In these 3 months, other than the Azura tactics and the godly Shumi art, Huang Xiaolong mainly focused on improving the ancient puppetry art, soul mandate, and the treasure dragon protective shield art. Moreover, the treasure dragon protective shield art diagram formation inside his body was growing increasingly clearer with each passing day. Huang Xiaolong ended his closed-door practice at the end of 3 months. In this time's closed-door practice, although Huang Xiaolong did not advance to late 2nd Order God Realm, he did reach peak mid-2nd Order God Realm. If he continued to progress at this speed, he believed that within a month's time, he could advance to late 2nd Order God Realm. Coming out from his own yard, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun's Immortal Cave, the Peerless Palace. Every Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple was given a cultivation yard, whereas the elite disciples and above were allowed to select a peak and arrange it to their individual preference, building their own Immortal Cave. In short, an entire mountain peak belonged to one person. Eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun's Immortal Cave was located in the Peerless Peak, quite a distance away from the Misty Rain mountain range. Huang Xiaolong flew at breakneck speed, arriving at the Peerless Peak 2 days later. Toward this youngest apprentice brother's arrival, Lu Yun was very happy and welcomed him warmly. In fact, this was the first time Huang Xiaolong paid him, the eldest senior apprentice brother, a visit since Institute Principal Fengyang received him as a personal disciple. Lu Yun even opened a good jug of wine that he brewed himself. The two of them drank the day and night away, talking about cultivation, the galaxy's many families, relationships, and the Black Warrior Institute. Among the Institute Principal's several personal disciples, Huang Xiaolong was closest to Lu Yun. Especially after the incident with the Ying family, he felt indebted to Lu Yun. 4th junior apprentice brother, that Zhang Bai is close to returning from his outside task, in the next 2 days at most. Lu Yun added, "You must be careful. Zhang Bai is the leader of the inner disciples. His strength is definitely not weak, having broken through to 4th Order God Realm. Moreover, he has a unique physique, the Arhat Golden Buddha physique. A late 4th Order God Realm is not necessarily his opponent. You wounded Li Dufeng, so he will definitely come and make trouble for you." Huang Xiaolong nodded, and smiled reassuringly. "Yes, eldest senior apprentice brother, but don't worry. It's not that easy if that Zhang Bai wants to harm me." Arhat Golden Buddha physique? If it was half a year ago, Huang Xiaolong might be a little less confident facing Zhang Bai, but now he had a little confidence. Lu Yun fixed his stare on Huang Xiaolong for a second before shaking his head in laughter. "I really don't know how you kid cultivate. Admittedly, my talent is astounding, however, when compared to a freak like you, I'm just mud on the ground. Oh yeah, there's one more thing Master wanted me to tell you. The upcoming Inner Disciple Assessment is in 5 years' time, and there's something different this time compared to the last assessment. The Outer Disciples Assessment was conducted once every 3 years, while the inner disciples assessment was held every 30 years. There were still 5 years left to the coming inner disciples assessment. Huang Xiaolong smiled, asking, "What is different? Don't tell me the rewards have been doubled again." Lu Yun laughed. "That I don't know, however. The possibility is high. According to what Master said, in this time's inner disciples assessment, the Azure Dragon Institute will send over their inner disciples as well. On the surface, it's called building friendly relations, but I'm afraid things are not as simple as that. They might be targeting you." The Black Tortoise Galaxy had the Black Warrior Institute, whereas the Azure Dragon Galaxy had the Azure Dragon Institute, and the Azure Dragon Institute held the same status in the Azure Dragon Galaxy as the Black Warrior Institute did in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. That took Huang Xiaolong by surprise. First of all, he didn't expect the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples to be spectating their institute's inner disciple assessment. "Targeting me?" A slight frown creased Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Lu Yun nodded. "Correct. Due to the amazing talent Junior Apprentice Brother has revealed, not only Azure Dragon Galaxy, even the White Tiger Galaxy, and Vermilion Bird Galaxy's multiple super forces have begun to take notice of you. This time, the Azure Dragon Institute members are coming over under the pretext of spectating our inner disciple assessment. At that time, they will surely find a way to suggest a friendly competition with you. If they find an opportunity, they might even gravely wound you." A cold glint flickered as he said the last part. "How is the Azure Dragon Institute's strength?" Huang Xiaolong asked. He was somewhat informed about the forces within the Black Tortoise Galaxy, but toward the Azure Dragon Galaxy, White Tiger Galaxy, and Vermilion Bird Galaxy, what he knew was very limited. Lu Yun's smiling face grew solemn. "Very, very strong." He literally used two very before continuing. "Among the 4 great institutes, the Azure Dragon is the strongest. Regardless of their inner disciples or elite disciples, elders or even grand elders for that matter, at every level, their strength is above our institute by several notches. Within the Azure Dragon Institute, they have several monsters, and each of their talents does not lose to Gudu Lang's, not even to yours. The strongest among them is the one called Xiang Mingji, hailed as the strongest genius talent since the establishment of the Azure Dragon Institute. He is also the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple. With less than 100 years of cultivation, he's already a 4th-order God Realm Master. Xiang Mingji, Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple." Huang Xiaolong uttered the phrase inwardly like a mantra. Reaching 4th-order God Realm in less than 100 years of cultivation was indeed an awe-inspiring talent. He himself couldn't say with certainty that he could reach 4th-order God Realm within 100 years of cultivation without the ability to summon the gates of hell to cross over to practice in a higher realm environment. Moreover, this Xiang Mingji has always kept a low profile. 4th-order God Realm could be only what he's willing to show on the surface. His real strength might have already reached the 5th-order God Realm. Lu Yun added. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Eldest senior apprentice brother, do you know if our institute has a female disciple named Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked. These years, Huang Xiaolong no longer forced matters related to Li Lu, which was why he did not actively seek news about her. For the past 20-odd years, Li Lu had been a beautiful memory in his heart, and that was all there was to it now, a beautiful memory. Li Lu. Lu Yun thought for a moment, then shook his head in reply. "Never heard of her." Huang Xiaolong frowned. Even eldest senior apprentice brother didn't know? If Li Lu was really here in the Black Warrior Institute with her talent, it seemed impossible for Lu Yun not to have heard of her. Could it be that the information Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu received was false? That Li Lu was not in the Black Warrior Institute? Pondering the matter briefly, Huang Xiaolong asked again, "Then does eldest senior apprentice brother know if any of our grand elders received a personal female disciple in the last few years?" Lu Yun shook his head. "No." Then he added as an afterthought, "The Wang Na couple took in an adopted daughter 4 years ago, but her name isn't Li Lu." "Not Li Lu," Huang Xiaolong mused. "Right, her name is Chening," Lu Yun said. "Chening." Huang Xiaolong was puzzled, repeating the name to himself. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong left Lu Yun's Peerless Peak, heading toward the Supreme Harmony Hall. In the Black Warrior Institute, regardless of outer disciples or inner disciples, they were given a monthly allowance of Black Warrior greater strength pellets and some spirit stones. In the few years he was here, Huang Xiaolong had never come to collect his. Huang Xiaolong might not be lacking in money, however, the Huang family did need the Black Warrior greater strength pellets. Every month, Huang Xiaolong could take 100 Black Warrior greater strength pellets. Now, for years had passed, there were close to 4,000 pellets he could take. With these 4,000 Black Warrior greater strength pellets, he could greatly increase the Huang family's strength in the short term. When Huang Xiaolong was flying toward the Supreme Harmony Hall, a golden sphere of light was also heading in the same direction at incredible speed. This golden sphere of light was extremely eye-catching. Beneath the sunlight, it was like a second golden sun that suddenly descended down in the Supreme Harmony Hall. Before the dazzling golden sphere of light even arrived, the air surrounding the Supreme Harmony Hall was surging with muffled blasts. The disciples around the Supreme Harmony Hall were still in a daze, but the golden sphere of light already crashed into the hall in a resounding boom. When the golden light dissipated, it revealed a tall silhouette within. It was a young man. Both of his arms were bare and exposed, with a golden cloak secured around his shoulders. Arrogant, condescending, and domineering. On the young man's left cheek was a faint blade scar that seemed to add a rough masculine charm. It's Senior Brother Jiang Bai. Senior Brother Jiang Bai is back. I heard that Senior Brother Jiang Bai took a task half a year ago, to kill the 6 blue-face ghosts in the Ghost Abyss. I wonder if he succeeded. When the disciples around saw who the young man was, they were shocked and excited. That young man that made a grand entrance was none other than the leader of the inner disciples' Great 10, Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai ignored all the buzz around him, walking straight into the hall. An invisible, whelming, murderous aura spread from his body, causing the outer disciples and inner disciples near him to give way in apprehension. When he came toward the task counter, he removed 6 bodies out from his spatial ring, flinging them onto the counter. All 6 bodies exuded strong ghostly aura. It's the 6 blue-face ghosts. Senior Brother Jiang Bai really succeeded in killing those 6 blue-face ghosts. According to rumors, each of the 6 blue-face ghosts has the strength of a late 4th Order God Realm. Senior Brother Jiang Bai actually managed to kill all 6 of them. Senior Brother Jiang Bai's strength is high to such a degree. The surrounding disciples were shocked and thrilled, making noise in the hall. Before the large gathered crowd, Jiang Bai smoothly collected the reward for this task. Just when Jiang Bai was about to turn and leave, several silhouettes were flying toward him from the right, whistling through the wind. In the blink of an eye, the group had descended down in the Supreme Harmony Hall. When the group of people saw Jiang Bai, all of them looked stunned. "Big Brother Jiang Bai, you're back!" The person in front of the group exclaimed in delight, quickening his steps toward Jiang Bai. This person was Li Dufeng. Jiang Bai nodded and his eyes swept over Li Dufeng's arms. He had already heard about Li Dufeng's arms being broken by Huang Xiaolong almost the second he returned. "Big Brother Jiang Bai, this time you definitely must help me. That Huang Xiaolong actually broke my arms in public. He's being wildly arrogant and not putting anyone in his eyes. That damn bastard." Li Dufeng complained the instant he arrived next to Jiang Bai. "I can't swallow this humiliation." Jiang Bai nodded. "I've heard of this matter just as I've returned. Don't you worry, this foul breath, I'll help you deal with it. Since he broke your arms, then I'll break his arms in front of you." Joy flooded to Li Dufeng's face hearing this. "Many thanks, Big Brother Jiang Bai." With Big Brother Jiang Bai acting, that Huang Xiaolong's dead for sure. But merely breaking his 2 arms is too cheap for him. I say he must also give Senior Brother Li 10,000 kowtows. Right, that time, he made Senior Brother Li kowtow 1,000 times. We shall make him kowtow 10,000 times. The several disciples that arrived with Li Dufeng began to clamor with vigor. Right at this time, a cold aloof voice rang in the air. "Is that so?" Everyone was stunned. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a lone silhouette flying toward the hall, and in the next moment he was standing in front of them. Huang Xiaolong. When he saw the person's face, Li Dufeng's hatred exploded. blood-red veins turned his eyes scarlet. The disciples around broke out in another commotion, for none of them expected Huang Xiaolong to appear in the Supreme Harmony Hall at this time. Zhang Bai gave Huang Xiaolong a once-over from top to bottom. Peak mid-second order God realm? You're Huang Xiaolong. Correct. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as usual as his gaze swept over to Li Dufeng standing beside Zhang Bai. Then back again at Zhang Bai. You're Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai did not answer the question, but said, half a year ago, you broke both of Li Dufeng's arms and made him kowtow 1,000 times. Pausing slightly, he added, however, seeing that you're the Institute Principal's personal disciple, I will break your arms in a moment. As for the 1,000 kowtows, it's not necessary. Do you have anything to say? His words were moderate, neither fast nor slow, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Huang Xiaolong was not angered in the slightest. Just you alone? Zhang Bai clearly heard the derisive tone in Huang Xiaolong's words. A sharp gleam flitted in his eyes as he sneered, just me. He didn't think one bit that Huang Xiaolong's strength would be higher than the 6 blue-face ghosts that he had killed. A dazzling golden light surged out from Zhang Bai's body as spheres of golden light appeared behind him. Within the golden spheres sat little miniatures golden arhat images in meditative poses. They were the legendary arhats, just a little blurry. Feeling the overwhelming momentum bursting from Zhang Bai's body, all the other disciples scrambled to retreat to safety. Huang Xiaolong grew serious watching Zhang Bai's rising momentum. This Zhang Bai was stronger than Huang Xiaolong had predicted. On top of that, he could feel an extremely pure Buddhism energy from Zhang Bai's body. Huang Xiaolong had refined the godly MT Shumi, a treasure of the Buddhism world. Therefore, the Buddhism energy in Huang Xiaolong was also pure. However, the Buddhism energy emitted from Zhang Bai's body wasn't any weaker than Huang Xiaolong. This was the Golden Buddha Arhat physique. The Golden Buddha Arhat physique was a unique physique that was ranked higher than Wang Biaoyuan's indestructible Vajra physique. No wonder this Zhang Bai held steadfast to the first rank among the inner disciples. No one could shake his position. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously. In the next moment, his body shifted away in a rapid flicker. Simultaneously, 2 humongous divine dragons flew out, one black and one blue, integrating with Huang Xiaolong, who had already transformed into the Azura physique. The 9th move of the Dragon God in the clouds. 1,000 arms appeared behind Huang Xiaolong's back, with fists clenched, and bombarded down on Zhang Bai without hesitation. Huang Xiaolong had soul transformed, taking the initiative to attack first. Moreover, he went all out in the first move, displaying the godly Shumi art. Dragon roars reverberated in the heavens as myriad dragons flew out like a furious stampede, rushing towards Zhang Bai. No one predicted that Huang Xiaolong would attack first, including Zhang Bai. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong's speed was too fast, so fast that the opponent could hardly react. By the time Zhang Bai regained his senses, Huang Xiaolong's attack was right in front of his face. Arhat Samsara Body Reversing Palm. The instant Zhang Bai reacted, he made an abrupt twist, and the space in his proximity turned and twisted with him, as if he had crossed over to another dimension of time and space. At the same time, both his palms struck at Huang Xiaolong. The 10th move, Dragon Piercing Through Heaven and Earth. The 11th move, Dragon Astounding the Fiend God. The 15th move, Unrivaled Myriad Dragons. Huang Xiaolong launched attack after attack, with a cunning combination of his martial spirit ability, space concealment, and phantom shadow. Every corner of the spacious hall was filled with Huang Xiaolong's afterimages. Too fast. That was the first thought that struck every spectator's mind. Huang Xiaolong's speed too fast for them to capture anything but his afterimages, and even those were just blurred vestiges of his afterimages. Filling their line of sight were dragons that covered heaven and earth, attacking Zhang Bai, wave after wave. Affected by Huang Xiaolong's horrifying attack power, all the disciples had scurried off to the edge of the great hall. Zhang Bai stood where he was, like an invulnerable giant mountain, withstanding Huang Xiaolong's consecutive attacks. But as Huang Xiaolong's attacks became more vigorous with each move, he was finally forced to step back, One step. One step was just the beginning. With that came the second step and the third step. Facing Huang Xiaolong's crazy storm of attacks, Jiang Bai was astonished inwardly, and at the same time he was depressed and enraged. Correct? Depressed and enraged. He, the leader of the inner disciples Great 10, was actually attacked by a newly promoted inner disciple to the point where he retreated step after step. What enraged him the most was the fact that he did not have an opportunity to attack. Each of Huang Xiaolong's attacks was violent, tyrannical, and came from all directions, destroying everything, tearing everything, giving him no chance to dodge nor a chance to retaliate, leaving him no other option but withstand them. However, as enraged and depressed as he was feeling, Jiang Bai was actually very calm. For one, he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could maintain these blistering attacks. He was waiting for Huang Xiaolong to exhaust his energy, for that was the time when he needed to stop attacking. Huang Xiaolong's tyrannical attacks went on for more than a dozen moves when it suddenly halted. All of his afterimages dissipated, revealing his true body, standing still just 10 meters away from Jiang Bai. Joy flooded to Jiang Bai's face and a sharp gleam shone in his pupils. Just as he had expected, Huang Xiaolong was finally exhausted. When he was about to retaliate, a light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's hand, revealing a wooden sword, an extremely common wooden sword. Yet, a slight quiver from the wooden sword sent a rain of sword lights, piercing at him. Even before the sword lights arrived, Jiang Bai already felt a strong foreboding danger, scaring him enough to make him jump back in retreat. Countless sword lights fell the spot he had just vacated. The hard floor pavement was pulverized into dust by the sword lights. Cold sweat dampened Jiang Bai's body. Although he managed to escape the sword lights in the nick of time, when the remnant sword energy that spread to the surroundings struck his chest, he actually felt as if his skin was slashed open. How could this be? The defense of his Arhat golden Buddha physique was uncompromising and unyielding. An ordinary divine artifact could barely leave a scratch on his skin. In the second all these thoughts passed through his mind, another blinding flash of light caught his eyes. Turning over to look, he saw the same wooden sword coming at him, whistling in the wind with glimmering sword lights. Jiang Bai twisted his body again to dodge. Huang Xiaolong watched coldly, standing in the same spot, controlling the wooden sword to attack from a distance. This wooden sword was given to him 4 years ago by his master Fengyang when he took Huang Xiaolong as a personal disciple. The mulberry sword, forged from the ancient sacred mulberry tree. Huang Xiaolong had previously experimented using this mulberry sword, and he could easily slice the divine world's fine iron. After breaking to God realm, the true essence in Huang Xiaolong's dantian had evolved into immortal essence force, capable of controlling a sword to attack from 1,000 li away. Moreover, its attack power was greater than his true dragon physique. Other than that, controlling the sword through his qi allowed him to change the sword's direction of attack anytime, making it hard for the enemy to defend against. This was Huang Xiaolong's biggest trump card, and also the reason why Huang Xiaolong had the confidence to fight Jiang Bai. The disciples surrounding the hall were utterly dumbfounded at the scene before their eyes. Huang Xiaolong controlling the wooden sword, forcing Jiang Bai to jump around as he dodged awkwardly. The leader of their inner disciples Great 10, possessing unfathomable strength, the one who had just returned after killing the 6 blue-faced ghosts. Their senior brother Jiang Bai was rendered to dodging helplessly. Also, what sword skill was that? Was there such a terrifying sword skill in this world? Not to mention the disciples, even the elders in charge of giving tasks were flabbergasted. Huang Xiaolong's method of controlling sword with qi was something they all had neither seen nor heard of before. Well, even if the Institute principal Fengyang arrived and saw this scene himself, he too would show the same reaction. Because this method of controlling a sword with qi could only be done using immortal essence force and not battle qi. Hence, in the entire galaxy only Huang Xiaolong knew how to do this. After more than a dozen stabs and slashes, the sword lights disappeared. The mulberry sword flew back toward Huang Xiaolong, hovering above his head. Huang Xiaolong flashed a satirical sneer looking at Jiang Bai. Break my arms? It seems that the current you do not have the strength to do so. Jiang Bai's feet touched the floor, wearing an extreme chilling expression that matched the look in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you think you've won? Although he was forced to an embarrassed state by Huang Xiaolong's sword, from beginning to the end, he wasn't wounded at all. Moreover, it had solely been Huang Xiaolong attacking the entire time. He didn't even show a fraction of his strength. The elders in the hall could see it, and Huang Xiaolong could see it. You think you can win? Huang Xiaolong retorted with the same indifferent expression. Undeniably, Jiang Bai was stronger than him at this point in time. However, if Jiang Bai wanted to defeat him, it wouldn't be easy. Jiang Bai's face turned ugly. In the beginning, he was full of confidence that he could easily squash the other party. But Huang Xiaolong's strength exceeded his imagination and was unexpectedly tyrannical. When everyone thought that Jiang Bai would unleash his anger on Huang Xiaolong, retaliating with ferocity, he instead spoke calmly. Huang Xiaolong, I admit I underestimated you earlier. 5 years later will be the Inner Disciples assessment. At that time, I will fight you on the Hidden Dragon Arena stage, and I will defeat you in front of the Institute Principal, Grand Elders, and Elders. We're leaving. Jiang Bai flicked the side of his robes, turned around and left. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot as they watched Jiang Bai's leaving silhouette. Li Dufeng and the several disciples with him snapped out of their daze moments later, scampering after Jiang Bai as they followed him out from the Supreme Harmony Hall without daring to turn their heads in Huang Xiaolong's direction. It wasn't until Jiang Bai, Li Dufeng, and the several disciples left that the elders and other disciples in the hall reacted. Jiang Bai was afraid to battle and left. The disciples were left in a racket of disbelief. Even Huang Xiaolong did not expect that Jiang Bai would leave so casually. Watching the other side's leaving silhouette, Huang Xiaolong's expression was calm. The Inner Disciples assessment? It seems like Jiang Bai thought that he could easily defeat him 5 years later. Perhaps Jiang Bai encountered a fortuitous adventure that would allow his strength to break through. Or perhaps he was cultivating a certain technique that needed another 5 years to achieve a desirable result. Regardless, Huang Xiaolong already threw this person to the back of his mind. In fact, to Huang Xiaolong this was even better. 5 years, I can probably break through to 4th Order God Realm by then. Huang Xiaolong estimated inwardly. In the coming Inner Disciples assessment 5 years later, the disciple from the Azure Dragon Institute, Xianxia, was Huang Xiaolong's real opponent. Ignoring the gazes of the others around him, Huang Xiaolong walked toward the side hall distributing medicinal pellets and spirit stones, and collected his dues of 4,000 Black Warrior Greater Strength spirit pellets and Saint-grade spirit stones. After leaving the Supreme Harmony Hall, he headed straight toward the North Star Square's transmission array to reach the Black Warrior City. From there, he flew towards Xianxia City's Divine Fort residence. The news that the Black Warrior auction house would be putting up a piece of sacred-grade immortal spirit stone for auction had already spread out. Hence, many strong experts were already rushing to the Cloud Sea mainland from every corner of the galaxy. Black Warrior City, Xianxia City, and other nearby cities became livelier. Reaching the Divine Fort residence, Huang Xiaolong gave the Black Warrior Greater Strength spirit pellets to his parents and others to refine. However, considering the domineering medicinal effect, he told them to grind the spirit pellets into powder, refining them bit by bit. Deep into the night, the bright moon hung high in the velvet-colored sky over the quiet land. Huang Xiaolong stood alone in the yard outside his room in the Divine Fort residence in contemplation. Thinking about the Inner Disciples assessment 5 years later, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke, breaking the silence. Huang Xiaolong nodded. That Jiang Bai is not a threat, but the Azure Dragon Institute's Xianxia might not be an easy opponent. Despite not having seen the person, Huang Xiaolong felt that this Xianxia could be the toughest opponent he ever faced. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said, "When I was still a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, I had some experience with the inner disciples of the Azure Dragon Institute. In short, the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples are all freaks. Our Black Warrior Institute's inner disciples have the top 10 rankings, whereas the Azure Dragon Institute has the top 100 rankings. Let's put it this way. Any one person within that top 100 ranking could easily flatten that Li Dufeng." Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into furrows. meaning to say, within the ranks of the Azure Dragon Institute inner disciples, there were at least 100 people stronger than Li Dufeng? He didn't expect the strength of the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples to be at such a level. If the inner disciples were as such, then what about their elite disciples? If that Xiang Mingji is the leader of the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciple, his strength is definitely not as simple as Fourth Order God Realm. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added. The top 10 of the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples, even the one at the bottom, their strength would be at Fifth Order God Realm at the very least, not to mention Xiang Mingji, who is ranked first. Although you can summon the Gate of Hell and cross over to Hell to cultivate, after 5 years, the best result you can achieve is Fourth Order God Realm. At that time, you might be able to defeat Jiang Bai with ease, replacing him as the number 1 among the inner disciples, but he's far from being Xiang Mingji's equal. Don't mention Xiang Mingji. Any of their top 10 inner disciples can defeat you without breaking a sweat. Old Dragon, speak. What do you have in mind? Huang Xiaolong asked. Theoretically, it was impossible to advance from peak mid-second order God Realm to fifth order God Realm in a short 5 years. But somehow, Huang Xiaolong felt that the old dragon might have a way. As expected, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke. It's not that there's no way about it. During my years, I found a treasure map. If you can get your hands on that treasure, there would be some hope to break through to Fifth Order God Realm in 5 years' time. Huang Xiaolong didn't imagine that Dragon Emperor Ao Tai would genuinely have a way. Treasure. Huang Xiaolong's interest was stirred, urging, there are sacred grade divine pellets in that place? Above divine grade spirit pellets were sacred grade divine pellets. Each and every sacred grade divine pellet contained unfathomable medicinal effects that could enhance a God Realm master's strength by leaps and bounds. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai nodded. Indeed, among the treasures of the treasure map I have, there's sure to be sacred grade divine pellets, but the most important thing within is not the sacred grade divine pellets. Moreover, even if it is sacred grade divine pellet, it cannot help you break through to Fifth Order God Realm within 5 years. What is it then? Huang Xiaolong couldn't think of anything better than a sacred grade divine pellet. It's a High God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said. And as far as I know, there's more than one. High God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. Then his breathing quickened. High God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core. That's right. High God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued. It's just that this treasure is located deep within the Hailstone mainland, a very dangerous place. Even for a high-level God Realm Master, the chance of survival does not exceed 1/10. Venturing into that place at your current strength, the chance of survival does not even reach a 100th. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. It didn't cross his mind that this hidden treasure would be in Hailstone mainland. He had heard of this Hailstone mainland before, one of the top perilous lands of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. According to rumors, on this Hailstone mainland lived High God Realm Ice Element demonic beasts. Although he couldn't be considered weak, he was no different than a little ant before a High God Realm demonic beast. At this time, soft footsteps sounded behind him that prompted him to turn around. It was Shi Xiaofei. Big Brother Huang, you're still awake? Shi Xiaofei asked. Can't sleep. I was thinking about some matters. Huang Xiaolong replied. Thinking about the auction? Shi Xiaofei asked. Say, do you think that crazy lady senior will come? Huang Xiaolong reached out, holding Shi Xiaofei's petite hand in his palm, comforting softly. She'll come. Master said she has always been looking for a sacred grade immortal spirit stone. And once she heard about the news that the Black Warrior auction house released, she will definitely come. Huang Xiaolong knew what Shi Xiaofei was worried about. He too hoped that her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique could be awakened even a day faster. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong left the Divine Fort residence. Having decided to go to the Hailstone mainland to search for the treasure Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke of. Although it was hailed as one of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's perilous lands, the Hailstone mainland was reachable through transmission arrays. Still, one was unable to reach the Hailstone mainland from the Cloudsea mainland with a one-time direct transfer. Huang Xiaolong had to pass through 6 transmission arrays before he arrived in the Hailstone mainland. Stepping out from the Hailstone mainland's transmission array, Huang Xiaolong was assaulted by biting cold gales all around, and even he felt the intense chill on his skin. Looking to the horizon, nothing but a boundless span of ice and snow entered his sight. Huang Xiaolong leaped to the air, flying off at high speed. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong spotted a big towering city not far ahead, built in the middle of the ice snowfield. This is Hailstone City, also the sole human city on the Hailstone mainland. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said, "In the deeper parts of the Hailstone mainland, the Yin element within the frigid cold is extreme. You can stop by Hailstone City and equip yourself with a good fire element armor." Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement, flying toward the Hailstone City's entrance. A short while later, he reached outside the city. Looking closely at the 100-jong tall city walls, he noted that every inch of the city wall was piled up using a kind of stone called ice stone. This ice stone was extremely hard and transparent like ice, emitting a soft luster. The drifting snow actually skimmed off its surface. Entering the city, Huang Xiaolong surprisingly discovered that the city wasn't as deserted as he had imagined. The streets were wide, similar to the streets in the Black Warrior City. Pedestrians going one way or the other and carriages filled the streets on both sides. Truly a hive of activity. Shops were everywhere in sight. The Hailstone mainland is rich in minerals and elixirs. As it is also the kingdom of the ice element demonic beasts, many families, trading firms, and experts would frequently come here to purchase elixirs and demonic beast cores. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai explained. There are also many family disciples that come to Hailstone mainland to hunt ice element demonic beasts as training. Huang Xiaolong nodded as he listened. Then a thought crossed his mind, asking, "Do you know which family the Hailstone City's castellan belongs to?" Dragon Emperor Ao Tai shook his head. Each generation of Hailstone City's castellan is very mysterious. No one knows their origin. Yet each generation of castellans possesses unfathomable strength. Even those superforces' ancestors dare not underestimate the generations of castellans. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Even those superforces' old monsters were apprehensive against the Hailstone City's castellan. But you need to be careful. Fighting and killing are not prohibited inside Hailstone City. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai reminded Huang Xiaolong. Many God Realm masters came to purchase materials in Hailstone City, but many of them died inside these city walls as well. Although you're wearing the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple robe, and those with ill intent might not have the guts to kill you in broad daylight, there's always an exception. I know. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He already noticed the faint rusted scent of blood the moment he entered the city, which was why Huang Xiaolong had been vigilant ever since he entered. Hailstone Inn. When Huang Xiaolong was passing by an inn, his footsteps stopped. This Hailstone Inn's hailstone wine is excellent. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai commented. I've tasted it in the past. You should go in and have a taste. Huang Xiaolong entered without needing much persuasion. Stepping into the inn, Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance at the environment inside. There weren't many people inside. Close to half of the tables were empty. Merely 7 to 8 tables were occupied, consisting of both men and women, young and old, with different styles of clothing. The inn fell into a momentary silence when Huang Xiaolong stepped inside. That was because Huang Xiaolong was more eye-catching than the others, clad in his Black Warrior Institute inner disciple robe, causing many pairs of eyes to take an extra glance at him. A Black Warrior Institute inner disciple would always attract attention regardless where they went. Greeted by the inn's worker, Huang Xiaolong sat down at an empty table in a corner, ordering 2 jugs of hailstone wine and some accompanying dishes. The inn worker returned shortly with 2 jugs of hailstone wine and several small dishes, serving them on the table. Huang Xiaolong opened up one of the wine jugs. The fragrance that floated out wasn't strong. In fact, it was a little weak in Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Pouring out some into the wine bowl, he took a big gulp, instantly feeling an icy sensation flowing through his body. A layer deeper to the iciness was a crisp bite, providing a fiery hotness after the icy coldness, leaving a warm, comfortable feeling throughout his body. Good wine. Huang Xiaolong praised out loud. While Huang Xiaolong was praising and drinking by himself, a group of people walked into the inn. Huang Xiaolong noticed the big group of people walking in and was stunned when he glanced in their direction. It was actually Zhao Chun and Xia Hui. Also Sin City's castellan, Zhao Yi. Other than these three people, the rest seemed to be masters from both Zhao and Xia families. Truly, what a coincidence! To run into Zhao Chun and Xia Hui here of all places. A cold glint flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The last time, if it weren't for him rushing back in time, his family and Shi Xiaofei would have died in the hands of those Tuing family masters. As if sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze, after entering the inn, Zhao Chen, Xia Hui, and the rest of the group looked over in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Huang Xiaolong! Both Zhao Chun and Xia Hui cried out in unison. The look in the eyes of Sin City castellans Zhao Yi and the middle-aged man standing beside Xia Hui sharpened. This middle-aged man was none other than the Cosmos God cult leader, Xia Chao. "You actually did not die?" was the next sentence Zhao Chen blurted out. Zhao Chun and Xia Hui exchanged a glance. Did the Ying family's masters not go to martial spirit world? Or perhaps Huang Xiaolong did not rush back after hearing the news last time. "Both of you are very disappointed?" The corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curved up with heavy ridicule. "He. Indeed a little disappointed." Xia Hui's eyes were filled with thick hatred. "But, Huang Xiaolong, let's see who can save you this time. This little punk is that martial spirit world's so-called beast god? Huang Xiaolong?" One of the old men within the Zhao family suddenly spoke. His voice was shrill and piercing. "Yes, Elder Zhao Rui," Zhao Chen answered respectfully. The Cosmos God cult leader Xia Chao was brimming with killing intent. "Huang Xiaolong, you destroyed my Cosmos God cult. Even if you're a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. Today I'll make you wish you were dead." The Cosmos God cult was his blood, sweat, and tears over 1,000 years. The blood grudge of a sex annihilation was tantamount to killing one's father. Xia Chao wished he could tear off Huang Xiaolong's flesh and drink his blood even in his sleep. Of course, neither the Zhao family nor the Xia family knew that Huang Xiaolong was the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, merely taking him for an ordinary inner disciple. Huang Xiaolong already half-guessed that this middle-aged man was the Cosmos God cult leader Xia Chao, though it did not change the indifference on his face. "Is that so? I could annihilate your Cosmos God cult in the past, and I can kill you today just the same. You're courting death." Cosmos God cult leader Xia Chao roared with fury, leaping forward. His momentum fully released as he aimed both fists at Huang Xiaolong. The ferocious fist force tore space. All the furniture in his path was thrown into the air, bursting into fragments. Customers all around retreated to safety in haste. Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly as he sat there, casually pointing a finger. The absolute soul finger shot out, instantly shattering the force of Xia Chao's fists, and it continued forward, piercing a hole through Xia Chao's chest. Xia Chao's body was thrown back in the air from the opposing force, blood spurting out from his body like arrows. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Xia Chao was a peak mid-First Order God Realm. He needed just a little bit more to advance to late First Order God Realm, but he was defeated in one move. "Father!" Xia Hui regained his senses, arriving next to Xia Chao in a flicker, crying out loud. Xia Hui's shriek jolted the others to their senses. "Little punk, no wonder you're acting so conceited. So you're a peak mid-Second Order God Realm." Zhao family's elder, Zhao Rui, fixed an icy glare on Huang Xiaolong. "What? Peak mid-Second Order God Realm?" Zhao Chun, Xia Hui, and even the Sin City castellan Zhao Yi's face turned ash-gray, their widened eyes directed at Huang Xiaolong. Others might not be familiar with Huang Xiaolong, but they were. When Huang Xiaolong annihilated the Cosmos God cult and unified the martial spirit world, he was but a peak mid-10th Order Saint Realm. But now, his strength actually reached peak mid-Second Order God Realm. From then until now, a decade had barely passed. 10 years. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen, Xia Hui, Zhao Yi, and the rest felt their hearts shudder. The way they looked at Huang Xiaolong drastically changed. In the beginning, Zhao Chun and Xia Hui had assumed that even though Huang Xiaolong broke through to God Realm, becoming a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple, he could at most only be an early First Order God Realm. When Zhao Yi and everyone's shock subsided, an endless wave of terror crashed against their souls. The rate of Huang Xiaolong's growth had truly frightened them. If Huang Xiaolong continued to grow at this terrifying rate, in another several hundred years their Zhao family's tragic end would surely come. Elder Zhao Rui, we cannot let this Huang Xiaolong continue to grow. Zhao Yi came to Zhao Rui's side. Feeling a need to emphasize, he added, if he's allowed to grow further, our Zhao family will perish in his hands. Zhao Rui cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yi with obvious displease. Do I need you to teach this elder how to handle things? This Zhao Yi was acting more presumptuous in front of him by relying on the patriarch's favor. Zhao Yi's face twitched slightly, but he did not say a word more in the end. Zhao Rui turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Despite this being his first meeting with Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to him. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to their Zhao family. A few years ago, when Zhao Yi and Zhao Chun, this pair of father and son, fled back in an embarrassed state to the Zhao family, it shocked many Zhao family members. It was also from that time onward that Huang Xiaolong's name was added to the Zhao family's kill list. However, Zhao Rui didn't expect this Huang Xiaolong to become a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple within a short few years. One could hardly avoid the annoying consequences of killing a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple. Still, he stepped toward Huang Xiaolong. Elder Zhao Rui, you need not trouble yourself with killing a mere second-order God Realm. I alone am sufficient. At this point, the white-haired old man who had been standing beside Zhao Rui spoke. This white-haired old man was also a member of the Zhao family, and his strength was definitely stronger than Zhao Yi, a mid-third order God Realm. Pondering the white-haired old man's words, Zhao Rui stopped advancing and nodded his head. Fine, you go, but don't kill the punk. He's a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple. Killing him would be troublesome. Amen? Shatter his Qi-Si, then break his whole body's meridians. With his Qi-Si shattered and his whole body's meridians broken, such a Huang Xiaolong was no different than garbage. As talented as Huang Xiaolong may be, he would no longer pose any threat to the Zhao family in the future. Elder Zhao Rui, I feel that after shattering this Huang Xiaolong's Qi-Si and breaking his meridians, it would be safer to damage his soul as well. Another Zhao family elder spoke. Even if his Qi-Si and meridians are crippled, a High God Realm Master can still mend these wounds. However, if his soul is damaged, not even a High God Realm Master can do anything about it. The look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes grew increasingly icy as he watched the group from the Zhao family. Damaging a person's soul would turn that person into a fool. This was much crueler than directly killing a person. It seems like the Zhao family's nature is quite benevolent. Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly. Hearing the elder's suggestion, Zhao Rui nodded towards the white-haired old man, agreeing to damage Huang Xiaolong's soul. This method was indeed more secure. Seeing Zhao Rui giving his permission, that white-haired old man proceeded toward Huang Xiaolong with an undisguised sinister cackle. Little punk, take advantage the little time you have before turning into an idiot. Do you have any last words? Maybe I can lend a hand. Like, do you have a sister or mother that I can help look after? I'll definitely take real good care of them on your behalf. The Zhao family members burst into waves of obnoxious laughter. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved slightly in a cold smile. Then he suddenly lifted his palm and pressed through space. The Zhao family white-haired old man's cackle stopped all of a sudden. His head lowered in disbelief, looking at his own chest where the shape of a huge palm was imprinted onto his chest. In the next second, red blood seeped out from the palm imprint's borders at a horrifying speed, toward his face, his legs, his hands, spreading out to every inch of his body. The Zhao family group's laughter behind him also abruptly halted. Before their horrified eyes, the white-haired old man suddenly exploded into pieces, akin to a piece of glass subjected to a high-impact force, bursting into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered all over, covering the floor. The whole inn fell into an eerie silence. A few seconds passed before the Zhao and Xie families regained their senses. They had ugly expressions on their faces, glowering fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. Zhao Rui's face was gloomy to the extreme. "You punk! You dare to kill my Zhao family's members?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhao Rui as if he was looking at an idiot. "Dare to kill? I don't think killing a Zhao family member is any great feat. Moreover, why wouldn't I dare? In a little while, all of you will die as well." The other Zhao family elder was so enraged that his beard trembled. Reckless arrogance. A measly second-order god realm conceded without limit. "Punk! I'll kill you." The Zhao family elder's momentum rose to the peak, and he was actually a peak early fourth-order god realm. Just half a step more and he'd be able to step into mid-fourth-order god realm. In the long history of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, he had never heard of a second-order god realm warrior's strength being tyrannical enough to defeat a fourth-order god realm master. And he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could break this myth. Just as the elder was about to attack, a sword light flashed in his eyes. Before he could even realize what happened, a piercing pain came from his chest. He looked down by reflex only to see a wooden sword lodged in his heart. The wooden sword entered his chest, piercing through his heart, and came out through his back. Huang Xiaolong's cold snort sounded crisp in the air. With a wave of his sleeves, the mulberry sword flew back to his side. Although this Zhao family's elder was a peak early fourth order, compared to the Black Warrior Institute inner disciple leader Jiang Bai, he was 10 times worse. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong made a sudden attack. How could the Zhao family elder have time to react? While the rest of the Zhao, as well as the Xie families, were still in shock, both of Huang Xiaolong's hands waved. The mulberry sword once again turned into a cold sword light, shuttling between the Zhao and Xie family members. Miserable screams rippled in the air as each scream was accompanied by a bloom of red blood. In a few breaths' time, other than the mid-fourth order Zhao Rui, there was no one standing around him. Even so, barely a moment had passed when blood began to seep out from the sword slashes and cuts on Zhao Rui's body. "Huang Xiaolong, you!" Zhao Rui's figure continued to flicker around the inn, either jumping up or dodging to the sides. "Stop!" When the word came out of his mouth, even Zhao Rui felt like an idiot. Would Huang Xiaolong stop? Just when he was beating himself inwardly for being an idiot, the mulberry sword's attacks halted. Zhao Rui blanked for a second, but before he could think of anything else, Huang Xiaolong closed in on Zhao Rui using the Phantom Shadow Martial Spirit innate ability. One punch landed squarely on Zhao Rui's chi-si. The force nearly popped Zhao Rui's eyeballs out of their sockets, doubling over in pain with his mouth agape and tears in his eyes, knocking over the Zhao family members. Huang Xiaolong walked over the group of Zhao and Xie families with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Zhao Chun, Zhao Yi, Xie Hui, Xie Chao, and the rest looked at Huang Xiaolong with fear-stricken eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Rui watched warily as Huang Xiaolong got closer, his face white without a hint of blood. Tried as he did, Zhao Rui couldn't keep the trembling out of his voice. It was too much for him to accept that Huang Xiaolong had such overbearing strength with less than 100 years of cultivation. Those who were able to break through to God realm all possessed high talent. Zhao Rui himself was a Zhao family genius, however. To break through to mid-fourth order God realm, he had spent more than 8,000 years. "What am I trying to do?" Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of Zhao Rui, flashing a brilliant, chilling smile. "Nothing much. Just now I've shattered your chi-si. Now, I want to break every meridian in your body. Oh right, at the end, I will damage your soul, turning you into an idiot." These were the things that Zhao Rui and the others planned to do to Huang Xiaolong. He was merely paying back in kind. Fear filled Zhao Rui's face, but just as he was about to speak, the mulberry sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand swung, followed by a tragic howl from Zhao Rui's throat. Zhao Chun, Xie Hui, and the rest watched with dread as blood flowed endlessly from Zhao Rui's body. That single slash from Huang Xiaolong had cut off all the meridians in his body. "Huang Xiaolong, you won't end well." Zhao Rui screamed in pain. "The Zhao family definitely won't spare you." Huang Xiaolong snickered as he raised his hand, slamming down his palm right at the center of Zhao Rui's forehead. Sounds of shattered bones entered everyone's ears, and in that instant, Zhao Rui no longer screamed. His pupils were out of focus and saliva started flowing out from the corner of his mouth. No, I don't want to turn into a wastrel. I don't want to become an idiot. Zhao Chen's terrified shrieks rang out, stammering in fear. Huang Xiaolong, spare me. Let me go. If you let me go, I promise to do anything you want. I beg you, don't turn me into an idiot. Thinking that he would be turned into a second Zhao Rui, his soul suffering irrecoverable damage with one palm strike from Huang Xiaolong, being turned into an idiot and living the remaining of his life in this world like that, Zhao Chen's will collapsed. Xia Hui was also crying for mercy. So did the others from both the Zhao and Xia families. Huang Xiaolong turned around, taking a few steps toward Zhao Chun and Xia Hui. These two could be considered old associates. Of course Huang Xiaolong wouldn't forget the fact that Zhao Chun hunted him down when he had just arrived in the Bedlam lands so long ago. He also wouldn't forget Xia Hui kidnapping Shi Xiaofei, wanting to force her hand in marriage, causing him to break into Cosmos God City alone to rescue her. Events of the past flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Everything ends here. The mulberry sword gripped in Huang Xiaolong's hand slashed down. A sheet of bright sword lights flashed by and both Zhao Chun and Xia Hui's veins and meridians were cut off. Then, with an additional strike from Huang Xiaolong's palms, their chi seas shattered. Lastly, another strike on their foreheads damaged Zhao Chun and Xia Hui's souls. Before long, all present Zhao and Xia family members were crippled and turned into drooling fools by Huang Xiaolong. When everything was done, Huang Xiaolong had lost the mood to drink. Buying all the remaining hailstone wine available from the inn owner, Huang Xiaolong left the inn, walking toward a shop selling armors. Despite the confidence he had in his own strength, the frigid coldness in the deeper parts of the hailstone mainland was not something to sneeze at. Having a fire element armor was better than nothing. After all, Huang Xiaolong did not lack money. Due to the unique environment of the hailstone mainland, armor shops were in abundance. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong came to a street filled with shops selling armors. He saw as much as 30 to 40 shops. Picking one of the biggest shops at random, Huang Xiaolong went inside. When Huang Xiaolong entered, there were already more than a dozen people inside the shop. From the looks of things, everyone had the same purpose. Noticing a new customer walking in wearing the Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple robe, the shop worker's eyes lit up as he hastened to greet Huang Xiaolong in quick steps. After knowing that Huang Xiaolong was looking to buy an armor, the shop worker enthusiastically introduced their shop's many different goods. The 4 interior walls of the shop were hung with rows of various different kinds of armors. They had different colors, styles, and different sizes from large to small. In a quick glance, there were more than 100 of them on display. The majority of them were fire element armors, but there were also earth element, metal element, water element, so on and so forth. The many choices bedazzled the eyes. Depending on the armor, the price ranged from 100,000 to millions. But Huang Xiaolong secretly shook his head looking at them. Although these armors were not bad, they were still too weak in his eyes. Some were worse than the divine dragon armor that Deity's Templar had. Do you have something even better? Huang Xiaolong asked. The shop worker was stunned at first, then his face bloomed into a wide smile. We have a few pieces that are the shop's treasures. It's just that the price is a little high. The lowest one is priced at 100 million. Money is not an issue. Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. 100 million? The amount of Xuanwu coins inside his Azura ring could buy this entire shop if he so desired. Noting the extravagant air in Huang Xiaolong's tone and words, the shop worker beamed as he led Huang Xiaolong to a small hall in the back. Politely asking Huang Xiaolong to wait for a moment, the shop worker turned around and left in search of his boss. It didn't take long for the shop worker to return with the shop owner in tow. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with coarse facial features, even more so with the long scar across his face. His body emitted a strong ferocity that belied his identity as the shop owner. A bandit was more like it. On the other side, surprise flickered in the shop owner's eyes when he saw Huang Xiaolong. But just as quickly he put on his best smile and uttered a few perfunctory words before taking out the 6 most expensive armors with the best attributes for Huang Xiaolong to see. Among the 6 suits of armors, 3 of them were fire element armors in 3 different colors: snow white, copper yellow, and dark black. At first glance, Huang Xiaolong was taken with the white armor, pure like a white snowflake. This was also the most expensive armor among the 3 fire element armors. A piece of armor selling at 350 million. This price would leave anyone staggering in shock. When the shop owner, He Luhua, heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted the white armor, he chuckled and explained, "This little brother's eyesight is really good. This divine armor was forged by an ancient fire element master using several hundred different pieces of magma essence iron, aptly named White Flame Divine Armor. There is even the ancient formation 99 Blazing Sun Formation carved on it. After wearing this White Flame Divine Armor, even to the depths of the hailstone mainland, you'd have no trouble resisting even the frigid coldness from the polar ice. The highest grade of ice in the lower world was called polar ice. Even if a high-level God Realm Master accidentally touched this polar ice, they would be turned into an ice sculpture." Hearing the shop owner bragging that this White Flame Divine Armor could resist the extreme coldness from polar ice, Huang Xiaolong merely smiled and did not refute. He, of course, didn't believe that this White Flame Divine Armor could resist the frigid coldness from polar ice. Otherwise, this armor would be worth much more than just 350 million. Subsequently, the shop owner explained to Huang Xiaolong the various attributes of the armor. The White Flame Divine Armor had many other uses than merely resisting the cold. After activating the 99 Blazing Sun Formation, it could even withstand attacks from a 7th-order God Realm. Huang Xiaolong did not bother to negotiate for the price. He paid the full price and bought the white armor. After buying the White Flame Divine Armor, Huang Xiaolong exited the Hailstone City, flying toward the deeper parts of the mainland without further dallying about. Shop owner He Liuha watched Huang Xiaolong's disappearing silhouette on the horizon, chuckling to himself, "Hee, I didn't expect that after more than a decade's waiting. Another big fish came. Big boss, when do we move?" The shop worker stood behind He Luhua asked. "No hurry. This kid won't be able to run away." He Liuhua's eyes narrowed, causing the scar on his face to stretch taut. "This kid is a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. It would be a lot of trouble if someone found out we killed him. Wait till he enters the Hailstone Forest. We'll make our move then." "But, big boss, shouldn't we try to investigate this brat?" The shop worker hesitated before suggesting. He Luhua waved his hand brusquely, not minding one bit. "A mere Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. How strong can he be? Given the highest probability, he'd be a peak late 3rd-order God Realm at most. If he was an elite disciple of the Institute, I might act with caution. There's nothing wrong with being scrupulous, however. Being overly scrupulous will cause you to lose out on many opportunities, leaving you with regrets when you think back about it later. This one thanks Big Boss guidance." The shop worker smiled respectfully while managing to bootlick his superior. "But that kid bought the White Flame Divine Armor. It will be slightly troublesome dealing with him later." He Luhua wasn't worried at all. "You'd think I missed this point? I've placed a ban on the White Flame Divine Armor early on. As long as I activate the ban later, this kid will be subjected to a backlash from the White Flame Divine Armor. No matter what, he won't be able to escape from my hands even if he grows a pair of wings. Haha. Big Boss is the wisest. This trick is really superb. The shop worker laughed with glee. "This kid could take out 350 million without blinking an eye. There should at least be 1 billion on him." Both men's raucous laughter echoes in the air. Huang Xiaolong flew at high speed across the field of ice and snow. Roughly an hour later, he entered the Hailstone Forest. Vigilant against any unforeseen danger that could jump out at any time, Huang Xiaolong took out the mulberry sword, flying forward as he stood on the wooden sword. White snowflakes drifted endlessly from the sky above, leaving a heart-penetrating coldness when they touched his skin, whereas the cold wind that was blowing against his face as he flew brought a different sensation. A little numb and a little itchy. "Little Huang brat, be careful of that armor shop owner." Dragon Emperor Ao Tai cautioned Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong laughed nonchalantly. Don't I have you? Dragon Emperor Aotai could clearly see through the hidden intentions of that armor shop owner. But then again, how could Huang Xiaolong not see it as well? One should not display their wealth in public. But it was deliberate on Huang Xiaolong's part. Dragon Emperor Aotai issued a laugh at Huang Xiaolong's remark. You think I'm a miracle worker? Then again, you kid probably still don't know that the other party had already placed a hidden ban inside your white flame divine armor. Right? Huang Xiaolong was astounded. There's a ban inside the white flame divine armor? I just checked it with the eye of hell and couldn't see anything wrong with it. The other side had skillfully concealed it, a pretty smart method. So it is very normal that you didn't detect anything. Dragon Emperor Aotai added. The point is, the ban is a strong one. Only high-level God Realm Masters are able to break it. Take out the white flame divine armor first. I'll erase the ban on it. Huang Xiaolong nodded as his hands moved quickly, taking out the white flame divine armor. The minuscule golden symbol of the dragon pearl on his forehead glimmered brightly as it sucked the white armor into the space within the dragon pearl, so that Dragon Emperor Aotai could erase the ban placed on it. Although that armor shop owner He Luhua was a 7th-order God Realm Master, and the ban he placed on the white flame divine armor was well hidden, as well as powerful, it was child's play in Dragon Emperor Aotai's eyes. Moments later, the ban was erased. Putting it on now, Huang Xiaolong need not worry about the sinister tricks left behind by that He Luhua. Huang Xiaolong flew forward on the mulberry sword. He dared not fly too high nor too low close to the ground. In the boundless fuzzy hailstone forest, flying too high would turn oneself into an obvious target, having a high risk of attracting attacks from the numerous demonic beasts in the forest, while flying too close to the snow-laden forest floor was also dangerous, with the various demonic beasts on the prowl. Thus, Huang Xiaolong maintained a flying height of 20 meters from the forest floor. The hailstone forest was made up of a very large land area. In fact, it took up 8/10 of the hailstone mainland surface and was 30 to 40 times bigger than Martial Spirit World itself. Other than the undulating white, snow-covered mountain range, everywhere one looked, thick trees of an olden era could be seen. The olden trees on the outer part of hailstone forest weren't tall, most of them growing to a height of 30 to 40 meters. These olden trees were also covered with white snow and ice. One could hardly make out their true appearance anymore. Watch out! While Huang Xiaolong was flying forward on his mulberry sword, right in front of him some distance away, a flock of demonic beasts that resembled nightingales flew over. Each one of them was more than 10 meters in length, pure black from head to tail, and had eyes of ice blue. Iron-like sharp glints were reflected from their deadly claws. These are the most commonly seen aerial demonic beasts in the hailstone forest. They are called dark sprite poison owls. Dragon Emperor Aotai went on to explain. Their claws contain extremely toxic poison. It would be best if you don't let them scratch you. Just as Dragon Emperor Aotai finished his sentence, that flock of several hundred dark sprite poison owls had narrowed the distance between them to several hundred meters. Their beaks issued a series of euphoric squawking noises, and their lethal claws were poised to capture Huang Xiaolong. The most troublesome thing in this hailstone forest was none other than running into these dark sprite poison owls, for they were a flock of aerial creatures with amazing speed. On top of that, they had highly toxic poison. Watching several hundred dark sprite poison owls locked onto him, Huang Xiaolong did not dally. The mulberry sword under his feet flew up, and with a wave of his hands, the mulberry sword created a curtain of sword lights, resulting in these dark sprite poison owls plummeting from the air like dead locusts. Even the blood of these dark sprite poison owls was black, unusually glaring to the eyes as it splattered across the white snow. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to deal with this flock of blackbirds. The mulberry sword flew back to Huang Xiaolong's side as he descended, once again riding on the wooden sword. However, when Huang Xiaolong wanted to go down for a closer inspection, his eyes widened and goosebumps ran down his neck. The several hundred dark sprite poison owl corpses were almost instantly covered by thumb-sized bugs barely seconds after hitting the ground. These bugs were white, countless in number, gnawing and wriggling all over the corpses at a horrifying speed. A short while later, nothing was left, not even a feather. "These are ice maggots," Dragon Emperor Aotai exclaimed. "This kind of ice maggots lives underground and is extremely terrifying. Their numbers too are too large, and once bitten by these ice maggots, frigid ice poison will spread rapidly throughout the entire body, robbing the body's ability to move, a little similar to the poison corpse scarabs that you tamed. It's just that your poison corpse scarabs can evolve, and these cannot." Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. If he sent out his poison corpse scarabs to eat these ice maggots, would his poison corpse scarabs obtain these ice maggots' attribute? As if knowing what Huang Xiaolong was thinking, Dragon Emperor Aotai spoke. "It is not so easy to handle these ice maggots, although your poison corpse scarabs could suppress them, and even swallow them. The number of ice maggots is too much, tens of billions of them. Moreover, once you start attacking, it might attract the nearby ice maggots." Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong suppressed thought of calling out the poison corpse scarabs. As Huang Xiaolong continued to move deeper into the hailstone forest, he had lost count of the number of demonic beasts he had killed along the way. The sky gradually darkened. Though there was no sunlight, night and day were still obvious. Once night descended, the numerous hidden demonic beasts that were hidden during the day wandered out in search of food. Even for someone daring like Huang Xiaolong, he inevitably reduced his speed and acted with more caution. Due to the snow's attribute of reflecting light, the entire forest seemed colder at night compared to daytime. It was deathly white, with a ghostly green glow. Huang Xiaolong was flying over the forest carefully when he suddenly stopped. "Gentlemen, you have been following me for so long, but still haven't decided to show yourselves?" Just as Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, several dark shadows appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. Two of them were the armor shop owner and the shop worker. He Luhua chuckled as he stood in front of Huang Xiaolong. "Little brother, we meet again. But I'm very curious. When did you notice us?" He was very curious about this. In their group of people, the weakest person was a fourth-order god realm. How did a mere second-order god realm actually detect their presence? "Is that really important?" Huang Xiaolong asked without any changes to his expression. He Luhua was stunned for a second before laughing loudly. "Right? For a dead man, this point is indeed unimportant." Huang Xiaolong smiled kindly at He Luhua instead of showing anger hearing those words. "You think you lot are capable of killing me?" He Luhua's eyebrow rose as he watched the young man opposite him that didn't seem nervous at all. Doubt rose in his heart. Did this kid possess some hidden trump card? This kid's biggest trump card was probably the white flame divine armor he sold to him, right? If this kid is able to activate the white flame divine armor's 9-9 blazing sun formation, it can temporarily block a 7th-order god realm's attack. He Luhua snickered to himself thinking of this. "You punk, if I were you, I would just obediently hand over all the valuables, spatial rings, treasures and whatnot. Then you should get down on your knees to lick our toes, hugging our big thighs while begging us sincerely not to kill you." The shop worker couldn't resist chiming in. "Instead of putting on a brave act here, when in truth you're cowering inside, pretending to be calm." When no one expected it, Huang Xiaolong made his move. The mulberry sword under his feet flew out. Sword lights cut toward the opponents as if they were agile snakes. "Look out!" He Luhua shouted, and at the same time, his wrist turned, sending out a palm strike whistling through the air to scatter the torrent of sword lights. However, the miserable cry that rang told him that he was too late. 3 of the subordinates that came with him had their throats and foreheads pierced through, resulting in their lifeless bodies plummeting to the forest below. All these 3 subordinates were early 4th-order god realm warriors. Seeing this, He Luhua couldn't contain his fury. "Damn punk. I had intended to let you die more comfortably at first, but now you'll die without an intact corpse." His fingers extended and a giant ringed knife appeared in his hand. Howling Wolf Fang Knife. He Luhua aimed the giant ringed knife at Huang Xiaolong with both of his hands, making a vertical slash down. Countless shadows of ferocious wolves pounced through the air, while the knife chi transformed into sharp spikes resembling wolf fangs that locked onto Huang Xiaolong's body from all directions, cutting off all routes of escape. The rest of his subordinates also awakened from their shock, and each of them mustered their strongest attack, releasing it on Huang Xiaolong. Before any of their attacks even got close, A snow-white armor emerged on Huang Xiaolong's body. The white flame divine armor. A layer of white flames danced on the armor's surface, and simultaneously, 9 bright fireballs flew out, hovering around Huang Xiaolong from top to bottom. When He Luhua and his subordinates' attacks reached Huang Xiaolong, all of them were negated. The powerful energies dissipated into nothingness. White flame divine armor. He Luhua was startled, but it quickly turned into elation. This damn kid really activated the 9-9 blazing sun formation on the white flame divine armor. Although the white flame divine armor's 9-9 blazing sun formation could withstand a 7th order God Realm Master's attack, the formation itself required divine grade spirit stone to activate. What did this mean? It meant there were divine grade spirit stones in this kid's possession. He Liuhua's eyes twinkled brightly like stars and his hands stopped attacking, merely looking at Huang Xiaolong with a mysterious grin on his face. Heh! Damn kid. You still don't realize, do you, that I placed a ban on the white flame divine armor. As long as I activate this ban, you will receive a backlash from the white flame divine armor and be split into pieces by the armor itself. You will suffer excruciating pain, so much that you'll wish you were dead. Huang Xiaolong issued a cold snort in reply. He arrived in front of the armor shop worker in a flicker, slashing out with the mulberry sword. White phoenix cut. Numerous rays of sword chi gathered, cutting down from high altitude. That shop worker was petrified with fear, but he still thrust the long spear in his hand toward Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to block the falling sword. He Luhua was even more enraged watching this. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to continue attacking recklessly knowing about the ban on the white flame divine armor. Did this punk think he was bluffing? Courting death. He Luhua began to move both his hands, forming some strange obscure signs and flicking out a mysterious shining symbol. Right at this moment, Huang Xiaolong's sword had sliced the shop worker's long spear in half, and continued down, splitting the shop worker into half starting from the middle of his head. A thin red bloodline emerged to the surface of the shop worker's skin from his forehead all the way down to his groin area. In the next instant, the shop worker's corpse exploded into pieces, genuinely dying without an intact corpse. You're still fine? He Luhua dumbly looked at Huang Xiaolong. He had just activated the ban that he placed on the white flame divine armor. Why didn't the kid suffer a backlash? Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder at He Luhua like he was looking an idiot. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong's gaze drove He Luhua crazy. He felt a maddening impulse to tear Huang Xiaolong into pieces with his bare hands. His eyes spat fire, yet he really did not understand how Huang Xiaolong could have erased the ban on the white flame divine armor. This was something impossible with Huang Xiaolong's second-order God realm strength. Could it be there were other masters at his side? However, they had been following Huang Xiaolong for some time before appearing. He Luhua was sure there were no other masters with Huang Xiaolong. Then again, whether there was any master by this kid's side was no longer important. The ban on the white flame divine armor was erased, and the kid was in possession of divine grade spirit stones, enabling him to activate the 9-9 blazing sun formation, a defense he had no way of breaking. The question now was, should he withdraw or not? In the short span of time where He Luhua struggled to decide, Huang Xiaolong's figure flickered to his front. In the next moment, a giant divine dragon enlarged in He Luhua's pupils, emitting a dragon might that dimmed heaven and earth. Enveloped by this overwhelming pressure, He Luhua felt his breathing stop in an instant, to the point where he couldn't even utilize the time and space laws. Fear filled his eyes. All of his attention was on the enormous 5-clawed golden dragon right in front of him. A high god realm master. There was actually a high god realm master by this kid's side. Dragon Emperor Aotai glowered icily at He Luhua, and one of his claws extended out. Before He Luhua could react, he was already caged between Dragon Emperor Aotai's powerful claws. With a slight pressure, He Luhua's body burst into pieces. His tragic wail jarred the rest to their senses as fear pierced through their hearts. He Luhua's subordinates screamed, turned around, and fled for their lives. Unfortunately, just as they turned around, Dragon Emperor Aotai spat out dragon flames from his mouth, drowning these people in a sea of flames, incinerating them into embers before they could even issue a scream. At the end of everything, Dragon Emperor Aotai's jaw opened in a big yawn, smacking his dragon mouth. No fun at all. This kind of small shrimps also need to trouble this old man. Too degrading for my status. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. On the other hand, what Dragon Emperor Aotai said was the truth. As a High God Realm Master coming out to kill several 4th Order, 5th Order and a 7th Order God Realm Warrior was indeed degrading for his status. After resolving He Luhua and his subordinates, Huang Xiaolong continued flying into the deeper part of the Hailstone Forest. The deeper he ventured, the more extreme the frigid cold became. 2 days later, when he was almost at the center of the Hailstone Forest, he had no choice but to use the white flame divine armor to resist the cold energy. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the center of the Hailstone Forest. The snow at the center of the Hailstone Forest was no longer pure white but whitish with a tinge of green that seemed to turn violet at the edge. At the center of the forest, one couldn't even hear the sound of wind. That's right, not even the sound of a gentle breeze existed. It wasn't that there was no breeze or wind, but reaching up to this point, the wind itself was frozen in place by the coldness. Not only that, Huang Xiaolong keenly sensed that in the center of this hailstone mainland, even time seemed to move much slower. A coldness that could even affect the time flow. One could imagine the terror of this frigid cold. After entering the center area of Hailstone Mainland, Huang Xiaolong raised his vigilance even higher and took extra care with every step. Prior to entering this area, he had already come across several 8th Order and 9th Order God Realm demonic beasts. If it weren't for Dragon Emperor Aotai, he would have breathed his last early on. According to Dragon Emperor Aotai, the location of the treasure was close by. However, not long after Huang Xiaolong entered the center area, noises of people flying at high speed and talking reached his ears. There were actually people who entered this deep into the Hailstone Forest. Barely a second after Huang Xiaolong concealed himself, 6 figures arrived where Huang Xiaolong stood. Seeing these people's clothing, Huang Xiaolong was slightly surprised. For 3 of them were garbed in the Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elder robes, while the other 3 had the emblem of an azure dragon. They're from the Azure Dragon Institute. Dragon Emperor Aotai cautioned. Azure Dragon Institute. Hearing Dragon Emperor Aotai's reminder, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed to thin slits. Never did he imagine that he would run into people from the Azure Dragon Institute here. Moreover, they were together with people from the Black Warrior Institute as well. What were the Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elders doing with people from the Azure Dragon in this deep part of the Hailstone Forest? While these thoughts raced past Huang Xiaolong's mind, the 6 figures flew far away, disappearing in the hazy snowing sky. Only then did Huang Xiaolong emerge from his concealment. These 6 people's strength is not bad, Dragon Emperor Aotai commented. That tall thin one from the Azure Dragon Institute is the strongest one amongst them, infinitely close to the High God Realm. Infinitely close to a High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. Although he had guessed that all 6 people were very strong, he didn't expect the tall thin man from the Azure Dragon Institute to be so powerful. Close to a High God Realm? That meant peak late 10th Order God Realm. Then a thought occurred to Huang Xiaolong. How does my eldest senior apprentice brother's strength compare to this person? Your eldest senior apprentice brother is also a peak late 10th Order God Realm. However, even among them, there is a distinction between strong and weak. Dragon Emperor Aotai continued. This person's strength is slightly higher than your eldest senior apprentice brother. This judgment was a little hard for Huang Xiaolong to accept. This person was stronger than his eldest senior apprentice brother? Dragon Emperor Aotai went on. Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger. Amongst these 4 galaxies, the Azure Dragon is the strongest of all. In every High God Advancement tournament, it has always been the Azure Dragon Institute that held first place. Moreover, among the names of the top 10, half of them would be Azure Dragon Institute disciples. What High God Advancement tournament? Huang Xiaolong was a little confused. This was the first time he had heard of this High God Advancement tournament. It's normal that you've never heard of it, Dragon Emperor Aotai explained. Every 1,000 years, the Vientiane Divine World Surface would conduct a High God Advancement Tournament in the lower world surface as a form of selecting and cultivating great talents from the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger galaxies. There are rewards for the first 1,000 places. The enormity of the rewards is not something you can imagine. A glimmer of light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. This was news to him. He didn't know that the Vientiane Divine World Surface held a High God Advancement Tournament every 1,000 years. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued saying, from the 1st place to the 10th place, they are rewarded with divine grade spirit stones, divine armor, and divine artifacts. The divine armor is much more durable than the ones you've seen. Definitely not the fart of a white flame divine armor that you are wearing right now. The 2nd place and 3rd place also have these rewards, but other than these, there are many higher grade rewards. Huang Xiaolong was listening attentively when Dragon Emperor Ao Tai suddenly stopped speaking, prompting Huang Xiaolong to ask, what other rewards? Take a guess. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai deliberately left Huang Xiaolong's curiosity hanging. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. How would I be able to guess? Satisfied, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued. The 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place could have a powerful Vientiane Divine World Surface's master direct infusion of God Force into them. Direct infusion of God Force. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in shock. That's right. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai nodded. 8 out of 10 peak late 10th Order God Realm warriors can directly break through to High God Realm after the infusion of God Force. Direct breakthrough to High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong's breathing grew heavy. This was too terrifying. How many monstrous geniuses existed in the lower world galaxies? How many great talents were stuck at peak late 10th Order God Realm, unable to make a breakthrough to High God Realm? But if they could get a spot within the top 3 in the High God Advancement Tournament, they had an 80% chance of breaking into High God Realm after the God Force infusion. Needless to say, a High God Realm Master does not have the ability to infuse God Force into another person. Therefore, the God Master from Vientiane Divine World Surface performing the inculcation would definitely be someone with a cultivation higher than the High God Realm. As for what realm they might be at, that I do not know. Other than that, the 1st place winner has a high chance of being granted by the same God Master a divine law of their own comprehension. Divine law. Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. Correct. After advancing to High God Realm, the time and space laws will evolve to become a higher grade, divine law. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai explained. If one can be bestowed a divine law by the God Master, it would greatly benefit their future cultivation in a way they never imagine. This is 1,000, 1,000,000 times better than God Force infusion, divine armor, divine artifact, or divine grade spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong nodded silently in agreement, great waves of shock roaring in his heart. High God Advancement Tournament. 1st place. A short while later, his eyes shone with firm determination. No matter what, he had to win this High God Advancement Tournament's 1st place. Whether it was for his parents, family, or himself, he absolutely must win 1st place. Only then would he have an 8/10th chance of breaking into the High God Realm and receive that powerful God Master's divine law, reaching higher and further in his cultivation path. So, kid, are you tempted? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai needled Huang Xiaolong. Do you want to win the 1st place? Huang Xiaolong laughed. Of course. Who doesn't want to win the 1st place? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said. Not that I underestimate you, although your talent is indeed excellent, your chances of winning the 1st place in the High God Advancement Tournament are not very high. In every tournament, the number of disciples taking part from all 4 galaxies surpass 1 billion. Each and every person is a strong and talented genius in their own right. The weakest cultivation would be 9th Order God Realm. Even that can only be considered cannon fodder. A 9th Order God Realm was just cannon fodder. Huang Xiaolong had a bitter expression on his face. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai wasn't done. In the 4 galaxies, regardless of their status and identity, one would have 2 chances to participate in the High God Advancement Tournament. During my first participation at peak late 9th Order God Realm, I didn't even reach the top 100. My second participation was at mid-10th Order God Realm, and I barely managed to squeeze into the last 100th spot. Huang Xiaolong's bitter smile seemed plastered to his face. Even with Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's freak of a 5-clawed golden dragon true body, at mid-10th order God realm he only just managed to squeeze into the last spot of the top 100. The monstrous geniuses within the 4 galaxies, their strength is not as simple as you think. Some have been enduring for a long time, until the time for the High God Advancement Tournament arrives, before revealing their shocking strength in front of everyone. You have great talent and a powerful true dragon physique, but there are geniuses that do not lose to you in terms of talent. If you really want to win the first place, at the very least you must be a late 10th order God realm. If I was a late 10th order God realm, what would be the chances of me winning? Huang Xiaolong was curious to know. About half. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added. If you can break through to peak late 10th order God realm, the chances would increase to 80%. Late 10th order God realm only had half a chance? Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded, asking, when will the next High God Advancement Tournament be held? It is held once every 1,000 years. Estimating the time according to the second time I participated, the next tournament is approximately 230 years later. He shook his head saying this. 230 years, no matter how you cultivate, there is no way you can reach 10th order God realm by then. I advise you to give up on this thought. It would be better if you wait another 1,000 years for the next tournament. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Merely 230 years. The time was truly a little tight. Even if he could summon the gates of hell to cultivate in a superior environment, it was still impossible for him to break through to 10th order God realm in a little more than 200 years. Was there really no other way other than the one Dragon Emperor Ao Tai spoke of, to wait for another 1,000 years before participating? But Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to wait an additional 1,000 years. Let's not think about the tournament for now. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice cut through Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. First find that treasure. For you, the High God Advancement Tournament is still far away. Set your sights on how to deal with the inner disciple assessment 5 years later. I feel that the purpose behind the 3 Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders working together with the Azure Dragon Institute isn't so simple. Who knows, they might be targeting the same treasure we are. They're here for the treasure as well? Huang Xiaolong was doubtful. If they aren't here for the treasure, who would be so idle till their balls hurt to come to a place where even birds refuse to lay eggs in? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai retorted, don't tell me they're here for a secret rendezvous? Huang Xiaolong sweated profusely at Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's delectable choice of words. If there were people who came to this hailstone forest for a secret rendezvous, they were definitely a man amongst men in Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Inevitably, an image of the 6 robust men of the Black Warrior Institute and Azure Dragon Institute having a secret rendezvous appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind, making him shudder. Secret rendezvous was a term Huang Xiaolong mentioned in passing to Dragon Emperor Ao Tai. He didn't expect this old dragon actually made a point to remember it. In fact, a lot of people heard that a treasure is hidden deep within the Hailstone Forest. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai explained, it's not a big secret at all. It's just that, in the tens of thousands of years, no one has ever found it. Thus as time went by, people stopped searching for the Hailstone Forest treasure. In the deeper parts of this Hailstone Forest, other than 10th order God realm demonic beasts, there's a high possibility of High God realm demonic beasts appearing. Those who come seeking fortune, 9 out of 10 barely make it out alive by the skin of their teeth. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a solemn expression. Although I got my hands the treasure map during my time and came searching for it several times, at that time, I had just found the treasure. There wasn't enough time to even go through the dwelling's door when my archenemy and a group of peak late 10th order God realm lackeys besieged me. Despite having escaped death at that time, alas! Dragon Emperor Ao Tai stopped here, but the implied meaning was evident. Only at this moment did Huang Xiaolong found out the cause of Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's physical body destruction and the heavy injury to his soul. Besieged by a group of peak late 10th order God realms. Goddamn. However, this old dragon was a tough one for being able to escape an encirclement by a group of peak late 10th order God realm masters. Who's that archenemy of yours? The cause and reason roused Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said, not knowing about this now is better for you. If you can win the High God Advancement Tournament's first place, receive God Force infusion, and break through to High God Realm. I'll tell you at that time. If Huang Xiaolong was able to do all that he said, he'd be able to break the restrictions on the Dragon Pearl, allowing Dragon Emperor Ao Tai to be freed from the Dragon Pearl's shackles and leave the Dragon Pearl itself. The first thing Dragon Emperor Ao Tai wanted to do was to exact revenge on that year's hatred. Kill his archenemy of that year. That archenemy's strength was undeniably high. Even if he was able to regain his freedom from the Dragon Pearl, relying on his lone strength, there was no guarantee he'd be able to kill the enemy. Therefore Dragon Emperor Ao Tai required Huang Xiaolong's help to succeed. To him, the current Huang Xiaolong was as weak as a chick. Even if they found his enemy of that year, nothing could be done at the moment. Seeing that Dragon Emperor Ao Tai wasn't willing to mention his archenemy's identity, Huang Xiaolong also did not dog the question. He then continued flying on the mulberry sword. On the other hand, if those Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders and the Azure Dragon Institute people really came for the same treasure, this indeed posed a huge problem for Huang Xiaolong. Forget it, since I'm already here. Let's take things step by step. Huang Xiaolong consoled himself. Converging his aura, he raised his vigilance higher as he flew. At this point, his current strength allowed him to execute sword flight without generating any outward energy fluctuations. As long as he was cautious, he could still avoid most of the God Realm demonic beasts. Just like this, Huang Xiaolong survived the day without much suspense. The forest gradually darkened. Tomorrow, you should be able to reach the location of the treasure. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice continued. The center area of the Hailstone Forest is extremely dangerous at night. It would better if you rest for the night and continue moving during daytime. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This was also a good option. After all, they were in no hurry. Furthermore, if that 6 people really came for the same treasure, it was useless even if he hurried. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice sounded again. I know of an extremely well-hidden natural cave around here. You can spend the night there. Following Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's directions, Huang Xiaolong found the natural cave shortly. The cave was located midway on a tall precipice, obscured by layers of snow, and had the protective formation placed by Dragon Emperor Ao Tai many years ago. This natural cave was a good hiding place indeed. Huang Xiaolong entered. The cave was bigger than it looked from the outside. There was even an ice bed inside, forged by Dragon Emperor Ao Tai himself long ago. More than 60,000 years had passed, but the ice bed still existed. That year, I forged this bed using purple crystal cold jade. Cultivating on it will be greatly beneficial for you, he added. In fact, if those 6 people are here to search for the treasure, it might be a good thing for you. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto the purple crystal cold jade bed, sitting in a meditative position with a baffled look on his face. Why do you say that? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai explained. Even if they managed to find out how to break the protective formation leading to the Hailstone treasure, it isn't that easy to break it. If the 6 of them cooperated, it would still take them 2 to 3 days' time. Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief hearing this. Fortunately, there was still hope. When it comes to the time they break the formation, it will surely generate strong energy fluctuations, which will attract God Realm demonic beasts. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai continued to explain. Let them break the formation. Let them fight these demonic beasts. You can look for an opportunity to reap a fisherman's benefits without exerting much effort. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Then again, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's analysis wasn't illogical. Hence, Huang Xiaolong began cultivating as he sat on the ice bed. Although he has been traveling toward the center area of the Hailstone Forest, on the way, he killed quite a few mid- and high-level God Realm demonic beasts and refined their beast cores. His strength that was already at peak mid-second order God Realm grew significantly. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that, in a day or two, he would be able to break through to late second order God Realm. Of course, demonic beasts of 5th order God Realm and higher were out of Huang Xiaolong's current ability. During these times, it was Dragon Emperor Ao Tai who came to the rescue. Occasionally, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard close to the cave. Other than this, it was dead silence most of the time. As Huang Xiaolong cultivated on the purple crystal cold jade, He could feel the movement of a colossal 10th-order God realm demonic beast. Because there was Dragon Emperor Ao Tai helping him conceal his presence, he wasn't worried that these demonic beasts would be able to detect him. It was a quiet night. As time passed, the morning rays appeared, chasing away the darkness. Huang Xiaolong walked out from the cave. Taking a second to determine the direction, he continued to travel deeper into the forest on his sword. Because the white flame divine armor he had on was the color of white snow, blending in with the surroundings, it was difficult to discern Huang Xiaolong's movements from afar. On top of that, the lack of energy fluctuations once again paved a rather smooth passage through the hailstone forest for Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong continued flying toward a certain direction, he suddenly sensed powerful energy fluctuations up ahead. It came from the treasure's location. It seems like those 6 people came for the same treasure and attracted the nearby demonic beasts. Dragon Emperor Aotai urged with glee. Go! Let's take a look! Huang Xiaolong flew forward for a short distance before changing to the godly MT Shumi as a precaution, continuing forward slowly, getting closer to the treasure's location. The closer he was, the more horrifying the energy shockwaves grew. Each wave seemed to surpass the one before. Snow-covered mountain cracked and crumbled one after another. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the source of the powerful energy fluctuations he sensed earlier. The 2 battling parties were just like Dragon Emperor Ao Tai predicted, the group of 6 people and the demonic beasts of Hailstone Forest. Amongst the 6 people, the tall, thin young man from the Azure Dragon Institute, which Dragon Emperor Ao Tai pointed out as the strongest, was persistently flicking strange shining symbols toward the void in front of him. Colorful lights rippled ceaselessly in the void. He was seemingly in the midst of breaking the protective formation, while the other 5 people were dealing with 8 demonic beasts. These 8 demonic beasts were no doubt a headache to deal with, as the weakest of them was a mid-10th order god realm. Even so, both sides were equally matched. The formation protecting the treasure is about to break. Once it breaks, sneak in quickly. Dragon Emperor Aotai was unable to hide the delight in his voice. Huang Xiaolong nodded, concealing himself as he waited for the right time. The battle before him continued. Roughly an hour later, a thunderous roar resounded from the horizon. Clearly, the vigorous battle had alerted other powerful demonic beasts. Senior brother Lu Tsong, one of the Azure Dragon Institute men, couldn't resist urging toward the tall thin man who was breaking the formation. We won't be able to hold them back much longer. They could barely manage to fight 8 demonic beasts. However, if another one came to join the fray, they had no choice but to retreat. Although a treasure was extremely tempting, it was on the prerequisite that they were alive to enjoy it. Lu Tsong's face turned gloomy. The formation breaking had been progressing smoothly, but he didn't expect the burst of energy fluctuations close to the end to attract even more of the surrounding demonic beasts. However, he only needed another half an hour to break the formation. Half an hour's time. He wasn't about to give up when success was so close that he could almost taste it at the tip of his tongue. Determination glimmered in his eyes. In the next second, his entire body shone with a blinding light as he opened his mouth and read out a string of unintelligible gray symbols. Those gray symbols turned into streaks of golden light, which flew at rapid speed, crashing into the surface of the protective formation. While this took place, the roar coming from the distant horizon grew increasingly near. Moments later, 2 gargantuan-sized demonic beasts appeared in everyone's line of sight. These 2 gargantuan newcomers were 2 great apes, apparently a pair of male and female, both exuding overwhelming momentum from their bodies. Even Huang Xiaolong, who was hiding in the deep void inside the godly MT Shumi, felt the tremendous pressure surging from the 2 great apes. Oh boy! It's actually 2 peak late 10th order god realm immemorial raging heart great apes. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai smacked his lips in schadenfreude. The 6 people's expressions turned grim in an instant. All 6 of them saw through these 2 great apes' origin and frightening power. Lu Tsong shot a quick glance in the direction of the treasure's protective formation, and a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. His face flushed a bright red as he released a booming roar. An acoustic shockwave pierced through heaven and earth as if there was nothing left but this roar. Before Huang Xiaolong's flabbergasted eyes, countless symbols crashed into the defense formation like angered tidal waves. Rumble. Finally, a blinding light exploded in the perimeter of the treasure's protective formation, and a black spatial hole appeared in their line of sight. The treasure location's protective formation was finally broken. Decisiveness flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Seizing this moment, he quickly had the godly MT Shumi turn into a dust-sized particle that floated into the black hole in an instant. Enter! Almost at the same time, Lu Tsong hollered and was the first one to disappear into the black spatial hole. Joy flashed across the other 5 people's faces, forcing back the surrounding demonic beasts. Each of them swiftly flickered into the spatial hole. When all 5 passed through, Lu Tsong was waiting on the other side, his fingers forming signs and flicking out symbols into the black space hole, making it disappear. On the other side of the hailstone forest, demonic beasts roared with endless fury. The 6 wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, breathing out in huge relief. Any slower and we'd all be dead meat after those 2 immemorial raging heart great apes arrived. The Azure Dragon Institute's Ling Qingming forced a chuckle. The Black Warrior Institute's Nye Yu scanned the hailstone treasure space. Spotting the grand palace structures atop of a peak, he broke into jubilant laughter. This is the fabled hailstone treasure? Now all of it belongs to us. The rest joined in the laughter, filled with exuberant joy. Once we find the High God Divine Dragon's beast cores and refine them into extreme dragon golden pellets, our strengths will definitely soar. In the High God Advancement Tournament 200 years later, the top 10 will be monopolized by us. Go! The 6 people flew at rapid speed toward the grand palace structures on the peak, leaving their jubilant laughter echoing in the air. While the 6 of them were flying toward building on the mountain peak, Huang Xiaolong descended on another side of the mountain. Still thinking about the technique that the Azure Dragon Institute's thin young man used earlier? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai asked. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Earlier, the soundwave attack move that young man used at the end to break the protective formation was extremely powerful. He was pondering about this. It is the 10,000 words Therni, the ultimate technique of an ancient sect called 10,000 words scholarly gate. According to rumors, if one learned all 10,000 characters, its power could shake heaven and earth. There probably wouldn't be any rival in the 4 galaxies. However, if I'm not mistaken, that Azure Dragon young man has only mastered 3,000 characters at most. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. This 10,000 words Therni technique was so tyrannical? Learning all 10,000 characters would enable one to swagger in all 4 galaxies with no rival? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai added, many ancient sects' cultivation techniques were lost in the river of time. I didn't expect to see this 10,000 words Therni appear again. Little Huang brat, if you're really going to participate in the coming High God Advancement Tournament, this young man would be your number 1 rival. Huang Xiaolong's expression grew serious and somber, but he nodded, agreeing with Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's comment. Whether it was that powerful young man or the other 5 people, all of them were tough opponents in the tournament. In fact, this hailstone treasure is a dwelling left behind by an ancient sect. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai explained. It was called the Hailstone Holy Sect. More than 100,000 years ago, its name resounded throughout the 4 galaxies, to the extent where all 4 Institute principals were wary of it. Its sect founder was an ice element divine dragon, and under him were all formidable ice element demonic beasts. Of course, there were also many humans that practiced ice element techniques. This information astounded Huang Xiaolong. It never crossed his mind that the Hailstone treasure would be a ruin of an ancient sect, one that even the 4 top institutes were wary of. Just from this statement alone, he could imagine how powerful the Hailstone Holy Sect was back in the day. It's just that the sect provoked too many parties. The 4 galaxies' superforces joined hands and sieged the sect, ending in its destruction. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai sighed, pausing for a moment before continuing. High God Divine Dragon Beast Core, Sacred Grade Divine Pellets, all of these should be inside the Hailstone Holy Sect's treasure vault. We must now hurry and locate the treasure vault before the others. Huang Xiaolong's eyes took a quick glance at his surroundings. Undulating mountain ranges weaved out for thousands of li, and the countless palaces scattered like mushrooms after rain evoked a wry smile on his face. How was he supposed to search for the treasure vault in this situation? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's voice sounded. It may be difficult for the 6 of them to locate the treasure vault, but it is an easy matter for you because you possess the true dragon physique. On top of that, you cultivate in the treasure dragon protective shield art. Try to sense the dragon chi. The place with the highest concentration of dragon chi should be the location of the treasure vault. Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened, immediately understanding the meaning of Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's words. A high god realm divine dragon's beast core definitely contained abundant pure dragon chi. Others might not be able to sense it, but Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique could. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong activated the treasure dragon protective shield art, allowing the formation inside his body to appear. It's inside one of the buildings on the mountain up ahead. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Huang Xiaolong turned into a streak of light, flying toward a peak further in the distance. 10 minutes later, his feet touched the ground at mid-mountain level. This particular mountain peak wasn't as tall as the others in the proximity. Weeds grew tall around large and small stone boulders carelessly piled on the ground. If it weren't for Huang Xiaolong sensing the dragon chi in this particular spot, it would never have crossed his mind that the Hailstone Holy Sect's treasure vault was located in such an inconspicuous small mountain. With some help from Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, Huang Xiaolong swiftly arrived at the inner parts of the mountain. In a short span of time, Huang Xiaolong was already 100 zhang beneath the mountain, standing in front of the Hailstone Treasure Vault's doors. The Hailstone Treasure Vault's doors were 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide, made of a material unknown to Huang Xiaolong. The surface of the doors was inscribed with many different symbols that resembled ancient demonic beasts, or ancient talisman symbols if one looked from another angle. And they even looked as if they were depicting the scene of a battlefield. At the center of the treasure vault doors, there was an obvious dent where a key was supposed to go. Huang Xiaolong stared dumbly at the treasure vault doors, a helpless smile emerging on his face. Well, he found the treasure vault, but he had no key. What was he going to do now? For a powerful prominent sect like the Hailstone Holy Sect, the restrictions placed around its treasure vault were undeniably strong, striking off the option of breaking into the vault by brute force. Even if brute force could be used, the energy fluctuations would no doubt attract that 6 people over here. That, in itself, was another kind of trouble. First, move the treasure vault away, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai seriously said. You can think about breaking through the restrictions later. Huang Xiaolong was stumped. Was this also a method? He laughed at himself. Moving the whole treasure vault away? That was easier said than done. I'll help you suppress the restrictions on the treasure vault. With your strength, it shouldn't be too hard to move the treasure vault away. Huang Xiaolong hesitated. Even if he could take away the treasure vault, it would surely cause the whole mountain to shake in a big way. That would certainly draw that 6 people's attention. What are you hesitating like a girl for? Even if those 6 people really rush over, there's still me. What's there to be afraid of? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was running low on patience. Quick! Those 6 people will come searching this area very soon. With that said, Huang Xiaolong threw away his hesitation and stood in front of the treasure vault doors. The true immortal essence in his dantian roared madly. Then he stuck both of his palms right onto the doors, pulling it up as if he was uprooting a tree. Light shimmered around the treasure vault as the restrictions were triggered. Just as a terrifying force prepared to attack Huang Xiaolong, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's sturdy claws slammed down. An even stronger dragon force tyrannically suppressed the treasure vault's restrictions. Boom! As Huang Xiaolong exerted force in a lifting action, the entire treasure vault shook violently, spreading out to the surface of the mountain. Despite the far distance, the mountain's abnormal tremors inevitably attracted the 6 people's attention. All 6 people hastily turned around, gazing in the direction of the small mountain. What is happening over there? Azure Dragon Institute's Li Qingming exclaimed in surprise. At this time, another strong tremor was felt. Someone else snuck in? A cold gleam flickered in Lu Tsong's eyes. Go over there. All 6 people turned into streaks of light, rushing over toward the mountain Huang Xiaolong was in at breakneck speed. In the inner part of the mountain, Huang Xiaolong let out a shout. Both black and blue twin dragons flew out, enhancing Huang Xiaolong's strength. The treasure vault seemed to loosen slightly, but it was still stuck to the mountain. Forget it, let me, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai said. The dragon pearl released a brilliant light as streams of dragon essence force surged out, traveling along Huang Xiaolong's arms. With Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's help, the treasure vault finally began to move upward. The whole mountain trembled as if there was a fierce beast that was about to escape from inside the mountain. Even from afar, Lu Tsong's group could see the mountain Huang Xiaolong was at shaking vigorously, seemingly without reason, slightly baffling them. Their movements slowed down due to hesitation. In that split second of hesitation, the mountain peak suddenly exploded. The 6 people saw a black-haired young man carrying a giant square treasure box the size of a small hill, shooting out from the crumbling mountain. 6 pairs of eyes widened in shock. That is the hailstone treasure? Delighted, all 6 people lunged toward Huang Xiaolong in a flash, but before they could do anything else, the dragon pearl glimmered in a dazzling light as Huang Xiaolong put the hailstone treasure away in the dragon pearl space. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong was surrounded by the 6 people. Earlier, all their attention was on the hailstone treasure, and due to the distance, none of them paid any attention to the Black Warrior Institute inner disciple robe on Huang Xiaolong. Now that they were closer, all of them were surprised to a certain degree looking at the robe on Huang Xiaolong. The Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elder Nye Yu recovered promptly from his surprise. Scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong, he snapped crudely, "Impetuous! As a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, why aren't you kneeling in salute seeing 3 Grand Elders before you?" According to the Black Warrior Institute's rules, any outer disciples and inner disciples were required to kneel in salute upon meeting a Grand Elder. Huang Xiaolong merely sneered at his words. Grand Elder? Working in cahoots with people from Azure Dragon Institute. According to Black Warrior Institute's rules, not only will you be stripped off your Grand Elder status, you're to be subjected to severe punishment. Although both the Black Warrior and Azure Dragon Institutes were under the Vientiane Divine World Surface's jurisdiction, the 2 institutes had always been at odds with each other. The competition between them never ceased. Neither did the conflicts. Nye Yu and the other 2 Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders' expressions tightened. Killing intent flitted across their pupils. Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elder Zhao Lufei shook his head with a disdainful sneer. Brat, you think you'd be able to leave here in one piece? I'll give you a choice. Obediently hand over the hailstone treasure vault, and we shall give you a painless, quick death. Of course, if you think you're able to escape, you can choose to escape, however. I advise you not to do so, or you will wish you were dead. Lu Tsong's icy voice sounded. No need to speak so much nonsense. Just kill him off directly. Zhao Lufei and the other Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders looked at Nye Yu. Nye Yu nodded. Regardless of anything else, this inner disciple couldn't leave here alive. Even if the Black Warrior Institute conducted an investigation, it wouldn't involve them in any way. Even if it did, they could just simply use the excuse that the inner disciple was rebelling, thus they punished him. With the 3 Grand Elders' status, the Institute naturally wouldn't pursue the matter too deeply. Nye Yu, Zhao Lufei, and the other Grand Elder did not recognize Huang Xiaolong because he changed his facial features with his immortal essence force. Otherwise, knowing that Huang Xiaolong was the Institute principal's personal disciple, they'd still feel a minimum amount of apprehension killing Huang Xiaolong. Seeing Nye Yu nod, Zhao Lufei turned his attention back to Huang Xiaolong. His palm struck out through the void without a word. Wind blades rose with the palm force, accompanied by the sound of muffled air blasts. But, just as Zhao Lufei's attack was about to hit Huang Xiaolong, the 6 of them saw his forehead shine brightly, releasing a horrifying destructive power. Startled, all 6 of them flew backward in retreat. By the time they looked again in Huang Xiaolong's direction, he had already vanished without a trace. This? Lu Tsong rushed to the spot where Huang Xiaolong stood earlier, his face ugly. What happened? Impossible, that little punk. How can he vanish? How did he escape? Nyeyu yelled in anger and disbelief. Search! We absolutely must find that damn punk. We cannot let him get away. He won't get away, Lu Tsong said with a cold glint in his eyes. To leave the Hailstone treasure space, one must know the method to open the restrictions. He's definitely still here somewhere. When the 5 people heard Lu Tsong say that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to leave unless he knew the secret method of opening the restriction, their tension slightly eased. We'll split up and search. We must absolutely dig out that damn punk. The Black Warrior Institute Grand Elder Nyeyu hissed through his teeth, a grim expression on his face. Zhao Lufei and the rest nodded their heads in agreement, flying off in different directions without another word. While Lu Tsong's silhouette appeared above the mountain, where the Hailstone treasure used to be in a flicker, his eyes were chillingly cold. How did that Black Warrior Institute inner disciple hide himself from their spiritual sense detection and entered this Hailstone space? Most importantly, how did he find the Hailstone treasure? What baffled him even more was how that inner disciple blocked Zhao Lufei's attack. Despite being the weaker one amongst the 6 of them, Zhao Lufei was still a genuine peak mid-10th order godream. Lu Tsong and the rest split up to search for Huang Xiaolong, adamant to find him even if they had to dig 6 feet under. Meanwhile, out on the other side in the Hailstone forest, a soft light glimmered, revealing Huang Xiaolong's silhouette. Huang Xiaolong breathed out in relief, having fled from the Hailstone treasure space. All 6 on the other side were formidable 10th order god realm masters, and although Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was a high god realm master, being bound to the Dragon Pearl, there was no guarantee he'd be able to kill all 6 people. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong heeded Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's advice. Leaving the Hailstone treasure space and finding a safe place to break the restrictions on the treasure vault was more important than anything else. The 6 people inside are probably close to going berserk by now, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai chuckled. The Hailstone treasure was right in front of them, but in the end, it was taken away by an unknown swift-footed Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. Huang Xiaolong flashed a sheepish smile. Let's leave the Hailstone mainland first. If those 6 people realized that Huang Xiaolong had actually left the Hailstone treasure space, they'd probably keep a hawk's eye on the Hailstone mainland's transmission array. At that time, it would be much more troublesome to leave. Controlling the godly MT Shumi, Huang Xiaolong made his way back to the Hailstone mainland's transmission array. When his feet once again touched the Cloud Sea mainland's soil, the last shred of worry finally disappeared from his mind. Changing back his facial features, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to Changji City's Divine Fort residence to visit his family before returning to his yard number 1 in the Black Warrior Institute's Misty Rain mountain range to enter closed-door practice. After contemplating the matter over several times, Huang Xiaolong decided against telling his master Fengyang about Grand Elder Nyeyu and other 2 Grand Elders' secret collusion with the Azure Dragon Institute. If that matter was revealed, the news of him getting the Hailstone treasure would also be exposed. At that time, Nyeyu and the others would definitely lock on to him. Though they might not do anything on the surface, arrows released from the dark were hard to avoid, especially when they came one after another. After all, they knew Huang Xiaolong by another face. Thus he wasn't afraid that their investigation would lead to him in any way. The restrictions placed around the Hailstone treasure vault far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's current ability to break. However, with Dragon Emperor Ao Tai around, it was a different matter. Then again, it still took Dragon Emperor Ao Tai a full month before he managed to successfully break all the restrictions placed on it. The moment the treasure vault was opened, Huang Xiaolong came face to face with mountains of divine grade spirit pellets that saw no end, winding mountains of Xuanwu coins, peaks after peaks of piled-up divine and saint-grade spirit stones. He was dumbstruck. Endless mountains of spirit pellets, an inexhaustible amount of Xuanwu coins, countless spirit stones and elixirs. Ha! Cat got your tongue, right? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai laughed proudly. From the outside, the Hailstone treasure vault doesn't seem big, but in fact, this Hailstone treasure vault space was expanded many times over by high god realm masters using their divine law. The Hailstone Holy Sect was a prominent sect tens of thousands of years ago. How could its treasure vault be any less than this? Huang Xiaolong swallowed audibly. Although he could condense spirit stones and he did not lack money, he was still shocked by the richness displayed in front of his eyes. Staring at the piles and piles of Xuanwu coins that stretched for miles, his eyes widened. How many were there exactly? This amount could no longer be summed up using billions. Was it 1 trillion? Or 10 trillion? Perhaps 100 trillion? And those divine grade pellets, there were probably no less than 1 trillion pellets? The mountains of Saint grade spirit stones. Another trillion? On another side, there were armors and weapons piled into several hundred small hills. Despite having yet to determine the durability of these armors, he could tell at a glance that these were no common stuff. At the very least, they reached divine grade. Some were even better than the white flame divine armor that he bought. Huang Xiaolong's breathing inevitably quickened. If any of the super forces or families got their hands on the Hailstone treasure, their strength as a whole would increase at least twofold. Dragon Emperor Aotai said, if it was a first-rank force, they could develop into a new super force within a few hundred years' time. Little Huang brat, with this Hailstone treasure, you can even raise your own army and squander as you like. Huang Xiaolong laughed. What use do I have in raising an army? However, one thing is right, with so many Xuanwu coins, I can squander them as I please. Forget buying a few properties. He could now afford to buy an entire city in the Cloud Sea mainland. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong arrived above one of the divine grade spirit pellet mountains. Taking a quick glance, he headed toward a pile of spirit pellets that were white as snow. Huang Xiaolong had seen his fair share of divine grade spirit pellets, but this was his first time seeing ones white as snow. These are the Hailstone Holy Sect's Hailstone Divine Pills. Their effect is several times greater than the Institute's Black Warrior Greater Strength pellets. Dragon Emperor Aotai added. You can give them to your family, but I must say, although its effect is several times better, it is still not a sacred grade divine pellet. But that pile up ahead is. Huang Xiaolong raised his head to look, flying toward it with a light tap of his foot. 3 Revolutions Golden Pill. Dragon Emperor Aotai clucked his tongue. These 3 Revolutions Golden Pills are valuable even amongst sacred grade divine pellets. They were extremely sought after during the ancient primordial era. Kid, you've struck the jackpot. The quantity is a bit low, Huang Xiaolong commented. There was only a small pile of 3 Revolutions Golden Pills, about 50 to 60,000 pellets. Little, Dragon Emperor Aotai was rendered speechless. You think the sacred grade divine pellets in this world can simply be refined when half asleep? This pile of 50 to 60,000 3 Revolutions Golden Pills are priceless, just like the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stones. They aren't something you can buy with money. Other than the 3 Revolutions Golden Pills, the rest were divine grade spirit pellets. Although delighted, Huang Xiaolong was also a bit disappointed at the same time. At the edge of these mountains of divine grade spirit pellets, Huang Xiaolong found 11 High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Cores and quite a number of 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores. Even though your true dragon physique is very tough, a High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core's demonic essence energy might prove to be too much to bear. I'd advise you to refine these 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores first. Wait till you break through to 4th Order God Realm. It won't be too late to refine these High God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Cores then. Huang Xiaolong nodded, taking Dragon Emperor Aotai's advice, and began refining the 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong picked up an early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core and began refining it. Even though Huang Xiaolong picked an early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, the demonic essence energy contained inside was daunting. It swirled like a never-ending vortex, vigorously rushing through Huang Xiaolong's body, giving him a sensation like his body was on the verge of exploding in the next second. Pain. Excruciating pain. This was the only feeling that occupied his entire being at this moment. If this demonic essence energy wasn't first refined by the Dragon Pearl, even if Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was 10 times stronger than it was now, he would still be hard-pressed trying to refine the demonic essence energy contained inside an early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core. Despite the terror of the potent energy, every strand that Huang Xiaolong managed to absorb strengthened his true dragon physique by a point, providing comfort from the pain. Hence, it could be said that Huang Xiaolong was hovering between torture and happiness. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, refining a mid-second order God Realm Beast Core was merely a matter of 2 breaths' time. On the other hand, refining an early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Core was another matter altogether. It took him a good half a month. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong finally finished absorbing that Beast Core. Prior to refining it, his cultivation was already at peak mid-second Order God Realm, but he finally advanced to late second Order God Realm. At the same time, his true dragon physique was much tougher and resilient than before. After the first early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, Huang Xiaolong continued with a second Beast Core. Because the founder of the Hailstone Holy Sect was an ice divine dragon, many of its subordinates and the sect's important figures mostly consisted of demonic beasts of draconic origin. Hence, these 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores originated from divine dragons. After advancing to late second Order God Realm, refining a 10th Order God Realm Beast Core was slightly less torturous compared to the first time. Even so, the excruciating pain was real. The passage of time flowed by. From the second early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon Beast Core, he moved on to the third, the fourth, the fifth, so on and so forth. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. By the end of 3 months, after refining the 7th early 10th Order God Realm Beast Core, Huang Xiaolong's strength grew again, reaching peak late second Order God Realm. But his advancement speed only brought a wry smile to his face. This true dragon physique of his was truly a bottomless pit. It mystified him greatly that after refining 7 early 10th Order God Realm Divine Dragon's Beast Cores, he had only advanced from peak mid-second Order to peak late second Order God Realm. The amount of demonic essence energy contained inside a Beast Core, given to any other second Order God Realm Master, it would be enough to propel them to third Order God Realm. And 7 Beast Cores were more than sufficient to aid anyone in breaking through to 4th Order God Realm. Unfortunately, he didn't even manage to advance to 3rd Order God Realm. Merely attempting to break through to 3rd Order God Realm was this difficult. Later on, when he proceeded to enter the high-level God Realm, this issue would only be magnified 100-fold. As for the High God Realm, how much energy did he need to refine? What about the laws that he needed to comprehend? A bitter smile surfaced after a short bout of vexation. He could only continue to refine 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores. Luckily, 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores were not short in supply inside the Hailstone Treasure Vault. Over 100 pieces were sufficient to last Huang Xiaolong a period of time. When the early 10th Order God Realm Beast Cores were finished, he proceeded with mid-10th Order God Realm Beast Cores. Things progressed in the same manner and 5 months swiftly passed. 2 days before the Black Warrior Auction House's annual auction was scheduled to begin, Huang Xiaolong finally stepped into 3rd Order God Realm, from half-step God Realm to 3rd Order God Realm in less than 5 years. Even Huang Xiaolong himself could hardly believe his rapid cultivation speed. No doubt, if the news of Huang Xiaolong's advancement to 3rd Order God Realm was made known, it would raise another great wave throughout the Black Tortoise Galaxy. From the time Huang Xiaolong participated in the Outer Disciples Assessment where he defeated Wang Biaoyuan until now, only a little more than a year had passed. One day before the Black Warrior Auction House's annual auction, after stabilizing his cultivation, Huang Xiaolong exited his closed-door practice, coming out from the yard number 1. From there, he headed toward his master Fengyang's manor. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at Fengyang's manor, the first word the latter said upon seeing Huang Xiaolong was, "You kid are always hiding away in closed-door cultivation. One can't even find your shadow. Even for me, your master, wanting to see you is a difficult matter." Huang Xiaolong scratched his head sheepishly. "Your eldest senior apprentice brother must have told you about the upcoming Inner Disciple Assessment. The Azure Dragon Institute will be sending some of their inner disciples over to spectate." Fengyang entered into a serious topic, no longer teasing Huang Xiaolong. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong affirmed, "Eldest senior apprentice brother did mention it." There's still 4 years' time till the next inner disciple assessment. Feng Yang stated with a slight frown between his brows. Time is too short. A flash of worry flitted across his eyes. Despite admitting that this youngest disciple of his was extremely talented, always managing to surprise him and everyone, Feng Yang was still doubtful that Huang Xiaolong could defeat that bunch of freaks from the Azure Dragon Institute. Knowing the crux of his master's worry, Huang Xiaolong reassured him confidently, "Master, don't worry. Your disciple will not disappoint you." Feng Yang was momentarily stunned seeing the brimming confidence on Huang Xiaolong's face. His anxiety eased a little, smiling as he said, "You're so confident? The Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciple leader, Xiang Mingji, will also be present. Although I don't know his real strength, a few years ago, he killed an early 5th Order God Realm Master." Huang Xiaolong had an expression of extreme indifference as he replied, "In the coming 4 years, I will strive to improve my cultivation." Feng Yang laughed with ease. "Very good then, but you need not give yourself too much pressure. The inner disciple assessment 4 years later will be held in our territory. That Xiang Mingji won't dare injure you gravely." Even though Huang Xiaolong was confident inwardly, Feng Yang still couldn't see the possibility of Huang Xiaolong defeating Xiang Mingji 4 years later. Knowing that his master Feng Yang still had doubts, Huang Xiaolong let the matter rest for now as he changed the subject. "Master, any news of Senior Crazy Lady?" The reason he took out the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone for auction was mainly to lure out the fugacious Senior Crazy Lady. If she didn't show up, there was no point to this time's auction. Feng Yang admitted, "There is yet any news of her as of now, but I have a feeling she will definitely show up in tomorrow's auction." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Subsequently, he asked Feng Yang about some issues related to cultivation that he had come across. Both master and disciple talked for a while before Huang Xiaolong excused himself, leaving Feng Yang's manor. He made his way to the North Star Square, taking the transmission array to Black Warrior City. Because it was the eve of the Black Warrior Auction House's annual auction, Black Warrior City was many times livelier than usual. The appearance of a sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone had attracted many masters from all corners of the galaxy. There were even some coming from the faraway Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird galaxies. The Black Warrior City's spacious wide streets felt crowded compared to normal days. Walking out from the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong headed straight toward the Divine Fort residence in Changji City. Arriving at the Divine Fort residence, Huang Xiaolong took out the Hailstone Divine Pills, distributing them to his parents, Shi Xiaofei, Blessed Buddha Emperor, Duanren Emperor, and the rest. Each person received 100 pills. 100 Hailstone Divine Pills were enough to last his parents, Shi Xiaofei, and the rest a good couple of years or so. However, his younger brother, nephew, sister, and a few others were not in the residence. According to Huang Peng, the lot of them ran outside since morning and had yet to return. Family head, it's bad. Just as Huang Xiaolong finished distributing the Hailstone Divine Pills to his parents, Zhao Shu was seen running in a flustered manner. When he spotted Huang Xiaolong, the words blurted out by reflex, "Sovereign, third young master, and the others are in trouble." The third young master that Zhao Shu was referring to was Huang Shaohai. In trouble? Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. What happened? Huang Xiaolong's heart sank too, having a bad premonition even before Zhao Shu spoke. Just now, third young master got into a clash with a young man named Zhang Weian inside a carrier. Zhao Shu spoke urgently. That Zhang Weian gravely wounded third young master and the others. Gravely wounded. Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened as he jumped to his feet. Quickly, lead me over there now. Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others also stood up, agitated. Father, mother, wait for my word here in the Divine Fort residence. Huang Xiaolong insisted. Me going over is enough. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to third brother and the others. Huang Peng and Su Yan still wanted to follow. However, they relented in the end, listening to Huang Xiaolong's persuasion to wait for his news in the Divine Fort residence. Both were aware that they wouldn't be able to help with anything even if they went over. Rather, they might even make things worse for Huang Xiaolong. Soon, Zhao Shu and Huang Xiaolong rushed out of the divine fort residence, speeding off in the direction of the riding wind carrier. On the way, Zhao Shu briefly described the head and tails of the matter to Huang Xiaolong. Because Huang Xiaohai and that Jiang Weian young man took a liking to a 9-phoenix carriage at the same time, conflict aroused. Angered that Jiang Weian suddenly attacked Huang Xiaohai, Guofan, and the others. The other side made the first move? Huang Xiaolong's asked with iciness in his eyes. Yes, Zhao Shu nodded. Huang Xiaolong's expression was akin to a storm waiting to unleash. Daring to attack within the Changji city, ignoring the Cloud Sea mainland's fundamental rule, this Jiang Weian, without a doubt, was a Jiang family disciple. Amongst the 23 ranks of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's super forces, the Jiang family's forces stood within the top 5. While Huang Xiaolong was rushing over to the riding wind carrier workshop, inside the workshop's building, Jiang Weian was seated down on a grand chair, peering loftily over Huang Xiaohai's group lying on the ground. Bumpkins that don't know the rules. The steward behind Jiang Weian, Gu Yun, looked at Huang Xiaohai's group with a gaze thick with contempt. Xiantian? Saint Realm? On this Cloud Sea mainland, it's equivalent to the existence of lowly slaves. You actually dare to fight over a carrier with our young lord. Huang Xiaohai wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His chest was throbbing with pain, yet it did not reduce the anger in his eyes one bit as he glowered at the other party. You actually dare to attack inside Changji City? Aren't you afraid of the city's law? Rules? Jiang Weian stood up, together with his steward Gu Yun. Both broke out in raucous laughter. In this Changji City, my word is law. This Changji City belongs to our Jiang family. The current Changji City Castellan is none other than my uncle. Who do you think my uncle will believe, you or me? Huang Xiaohai, Guo Xiaofan, Huang Min, and Guofan paled. They did not expect this Changji City's Castellan to be this young man Jiang Weian's biological uncle. In fact, Huang Xiaohai, Huang Min, and the rest understood that the so-called laws were relative. Regardless of the place, laws and rules were insignificant and non-existent before certain people. Jiang Weian took note of the changes on Huang Xiaohai's face, as well as the others, and he was emboldened. Approaching Huang Xiaohai with a proud, wide grin, he suddenly raised his foot and stomped down on Huang Xiaohai's left hand, exerting more force than necessary. A scream escaped Huang Xiaohai's throat. Little uncle, third brother, Guo Xiaofan and Huang Min both cried out. Jiang Weian felt even more complacent, raising his foot again, this time stomping on Huang Xiaohai's right hand. Another tragic scream came from Huang Xiaohai. What are you dare compete with me? Jiang Weian sneered, turning toward his steward Gu Yun. Break their qi, cripple their meridians, then throw them out on the streets. Gu Yun hesitated, saying, Young lord, should we check these several people's background? Inwardly, he thought it was unlikely for several small Xiantian realm ants to not have any background. Due to his cautious nature, he felt more assured checking. Jiang Weian waved his hand, unconcerned in the least. Just a few Saint Realm and lower garbage. What background can they have? Even the feet-washing slave at my side is stronger than these people by 1,000 times. Even if they do have a little background, can it compare to our Jiang family? Coming across this matter, the other side had no other option but swallow and endure. There was no way they'd risk offending their Jiang family. Although Jiang Weian was proud of his identity, he dared not kill Huang Xiaohai and the ones with him. After all, there was a distinction between teaching a lesson and killing, despite believing that nothing would happen to him even if he did kill this bunch of garbage. But if words of a murder inside Changji City leaked out, it would stain their Jiang family's reputation. Riding Wind Carrier Workshop's owner, Zhang Shaoxing, was standing some distance away. Seeing that Jiang Weian wanted to cripple Huang Xiaohai's group, he wanted to step up to stop him, but in the end, he failed to step up. These several people were probably some small family's slaves. It wasn't worth it to offend Jiang Weian, a Jiang family core disciple, for several slaves. Gu Yun approached Huang Xiaohai in brisk steps. You can only blame yourselves for being blind, offending our young lord. With that said, his palm struck out at Huang Xiaohai's chest, right above his qi. Huang Xiaohai wailed from the pain. Witnessing Huang Xiaohai's qi being broken right before their eyes, Guo Xiaofan and Huang Min's eyes were wide with fury. My big uncle definitely won't spare you lot, Guo Xiaofan roared at the top of his lungs, glaring at Jiang Weian and Gu Yun with menace. My big uncle will absolutely kill all of you. Kill all of you. If the looks from Guo Xiaofan could kill, Jiang Weian and Gu Yun would have probably died 1,000 times. Jiang Weian snickered hearing those words. Big uncle? Hehe. I'm so scared. The ridicule in his voice was obvious. A mere Xiantian, a measly existence no different than the ants crawling on the ground. How strong could that so-called big uncle of his be? My big uncle is Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, Guo Xiaofan roared at Jiang Weian. Everyone was stunned. Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple? Jiang Weian's brows scrunched together, but a beat later, he sneered. No wonder you dare to compete with this young lord. But you were just relying on a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple? Hehe, you think this young lord would be afraid of a measly Black Warrior Institute inner disciple? At this point, Jiang Weian was standing right in front of Guo Xiaofan. His leg suddenly kicked out right at Guo Xiaofan's qi. As Guo Xiaofan screamed, his body flew out, sliding over the ground. Xiaofan! Huang Min screamed shrilly. Jiang Weian sneered. This young lord hates being threatened the most. Death-seeking reckless idiot. He actually dared to use an insignificant Black Warrior inner disciple to threaten me? Continue, break their qis and cripple their meridians. I would really like to see that fart of a Black Warrior Institute inner disciple, big uncle dare to come save them. Gu Yun and several subordinates stepped forward. In a short few moments, they dealt with Huang Xiaohai, Guo Xiaofan, and the rest's qis and meridians, all crippled and shattered. Throw them out on the streets. Jiang Weian casually waved his hand. Gu Yun and several others acknowledged, throwing out Huang Xiaohai's group as instructed. Young lord, are we returning now? Gu Yun asked. Jiang Weian waved his hand again, saying, There's no hurry. It's not every day that I come across something this interesting. We'll wait here for their so-called big uncle. Finished saying that, he really sat down, picking up a cup of tea and sipping in leisure. This tea is not bad, he praised, smacking his lips. With Zhao Shu leading, Huang Xiaolong reached the Riding Wind Carrier Workshop. Seeing the large crowd surrounding the Riding Wind Workshop, pointing here and there, a strong unease surfaced in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Huang Xiaolong and Zhao Shu pushed through the sea of people, arriving at the front. Entering their eyes were Huang Xiaohai, Guo Xiaofan, Huang Min, and several others, wounded and blood-stained while being pointed at, listening to the loud whispers from the spectating crowd. Third young master Xiaofan. Zhao Shu rushed up, arriving beside them in large hurried strides as he called out their names in grief. Huang Xiaolong was momentarily stunned to the point where he seemed rooted on the spot. In a split second, monstrous killing intent erupted like a furious tsunami in his heart seeing the blood-stained, unconscious Huang Xiaohai, and the others with him. His fists clenched so tight that his fingers were digging into his palm. Never had there been a time when Huang Xiaolong's killing intent was this strong, this terrifying, that he ever feel like taking someone's life to this extent. Huang Xiaolong wasn't this furious even when he rushed back to Martial Spirit World from the Cloud Sea mainland and saw his parents, family, and subordinates injured by the Tuing family masters. He could tell at a glance that his brother, Huang Xiaohai, sister Huang Min, his nephew Guo Xiaofan, and the others' qis and meridians were crippled. Kill! 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 His eyes grew bloodshot, yet he restrained himself by taking a deep breath. He walked toward his younger brother Huang Xiaohai, sister Huang Min, and the others, feeding each of them a top divine grade spirit pellet before accurately stabbing a few acupoints on their bodies, stopping their condition from worsening. Big brother, Huang Min, as well as the others, finally regained conscious albeit slightly unfocused, calling out weakly to Huang Xiaolong. Where's the one who did this? Huang Xiaolong asked. Just as Huang Xiaohai and Huang Min wanted to answer, a mocking sing-song voice sounded, Hehe. So, you're that Black Warrior Institute inner disciple that they were relying on? I didn't expect you to really dare to show up. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder, watching a group of people walking out from the riding wind carrier workshop. Walking right in front of the group was a young man clad in a fine brocade robe. Eyes narrowed to thin slits, Huang Xiaolong slowly got up, knowing without asking further that this was the culprit, the Zhang family's disciple, Zhang Weiyan. At this point, Zhao Shu had helped Huang Xiaohai and everyone else up on their feet, moving back to stand behind Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Weiyan's group swaggered out, stopping arrogantly in front of Huang Xiaolong. "You did this." Huang Xiaolong's gaze was glacial, looking at Zhang Weiyan. Having a mere Black Warrior Institute inner disciple dare speak to him in such questioning tone. The look in Zhang Weiyan's eyes grew cold. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he said, "Brat, there hasn't been anyone that had the guts to speak to me with such a tone. That's right, I did it. So what? What can you do, bite me? A little Black Warrior Institute inner disciple like you fantasizing to avenge your brother? Avenge your nephew?" Zhang Weiyan and the guards behind him laughed in ridicule. "Brat, let me tell you, our young lord is a Zhang family's core disciple, and the current Zhang family patriarch is our young lord's grandfather." One of the Zhang family guards prattled in a lofty manner. "And Changji City's castellan is our young lord's uncle." The spectating crowd reacted greatly to the guard's words. "He's actually is the Zhang family patriarch's grandson. Looks like this Black Warrior Institute inner disciple can only swallow this injustice." The surrounding whispers entered Zhang Weiyan's ears, boosting his ego further. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, he said, "Brat, if you want to take your brother away, you can. Since they think having a few extra coins qualifies them to compete with me, even having the guts to attack me without reason, you should get on your knees and apologize on their behalf." Slander. Shameless slander. Huang Xiaohai and the others with him glared angrily at Zhang Weiyan. "Rubbish. We didn't start the fight," Huang Xiaohai shouted furiously. Huang Xiaolong lifted his hand, indicating Huang Xiaohai and the others to calm down as he remained composed, looking at Zhang Weiyan. "Kneel down and apologize?" Zhang Weiyan snobbishly added. "Before I change my mind, you?" But he didn't have the chance to finish his words, for Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flicker. By the time they caught sight of him again, his fist had accurately struck Zhang Weiyan Qi. Zhang Weiyan didn't even have the time to register what was happening, let alone react. A long wail rendered the air as a human body was knocked into the air like a dead dog, crashing into the riding wind carrier workshop's front. Its doors shattered into pieces. The noisy, whispering crowd went quiet all of a sudden. "Young Lord!" Gu Yun and the Zhang family guards finally recovered from their shock, scrambling hastily to check Zhang Weiyan's condition. You dare to cripple our young lord's Qi." Gu Yun spun around, inexpressibly enraged as he glowered at Huang Xiaolong. His voice thundered in the street. No one present expected Huang Xiaolong, a mere Black Warrior Institute inner disciple, to actually dare to attack Zhang Weiyan. Not only did he attack, he even ruthlessly broke Zhang Weiyan's Qi. Dare to cripple? Huang Xiaolong was coldly indifferent. So what if it's crippled? Gu Yun jumped to his feet, releasing his aura to the fullest. Death-seeking brat. Even if you're a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, crippling our young lord's Qi is a sin punishable by death. Both of Gu Yun's palms was ember red like burning steel rods. Burning fire palm. Gu Yun's palm struck out at Huang Xiaolong. Before the actual palm arrived, alarming waves of heat swept out at the crowd watching on the sides, who felt as if they had fallen into a high-temperature stove. Everyone swiftly retreated like the tides toward safety. When Gu Yun felt his palm strike Huang Xiaolong's torso, a brutal light glinted in his eyes as he shouted, "Go die, big brother!" Huang Xiaohai and Huang Min cried out in worry. Huang Xiaolong remained standing, his feet firmly on the ground. Looking at Gu Yun's palm sticking to his chest, a sneer appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. "It seems like your burning fire palm is lacking in heat." The crowd was dumbfounded watching this scene. "You!" Gu Yun was wide-eyed with shock, looking at Huang Xiaolong. How could this be? This was his first thought. He was a peak early Fourth Order master. How could an insignificant Black Warrior Institute inner disciple be fine after taking a head-on hit from his burning fire palm? While these thoughts were racing through Gu Yun's head, a frightening energy rushed out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Gu Yun's hands quivered as he was repelled, tumbling back in the air without the slightest resistance. Kill him! Jiang Weiyan climbed up from the street floor, yelling madly toward the several Jiang family guards at his side as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. I'll bear all the consequences. Without another word, those Jiang family guards pounced on Huang Xiaolong in attack. However, before these Jiang family guards' attacks even reached Huang Xiaolong, they were sent flying at an even faster speed. It goes without saying, being able to become a Jiang family's guard, these guards' strength wasn't weak at all. But then again, the strongest among them was only a fourth-order god realm. Even though they won in numbers to Huang Xiaolong, it made no difference whether it was 1 person or 10 people. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he didn't need to soul transform nor use the godly Shumi art. He could easily defeat these Jiang family guards. Watching Huang Xiaolong knocking off all his guards like nothing, Jiang Weiyan felt as if a bucket of ice water doused over him from head to toe, extinguishing his hatred and killing intent. At this moment, he finally understood that the strength of this Black Warrior Institute inner disciple in front of him had far exceeded his estimation. Having settled the Jiang family guards, Huang Xiaolong gradually approached Jiang Weiyan. What you want to do? Jiang Weiyan staggered frightfully. Since your qi is crippled. Next are the meridians. Huang Xiaolong answered without a change in his expression. No! Jiang Weiyan shouted loudly. The mulberry sword appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. With a single flick, he cut all the meridians in Jiang Weiyan's body. My Jiang family will not spare you. Jiang Weiyan screamed shrilly, his voice piercing. You won't be able to run away. Everyone that has any relation with you, they won't be able to escape. There will never be a place in the Black Tortoise Galaxy that will accept you. You will die tragically. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's expression gradually grew icy. The mulberry sword in his hand chopped down, cleanly cutting off Jiang Weiyan's left arm at the shoulder. In that case, I'll kill you first, Huang Xiaolong stated in a casual manner. When he heard Huang Xiaolong say that he would first kill him, Jiang Weiyan's deranged shouting about Huang Xiaolong's impending tragic death halted abruptly as his pupils dilated in fear. His remaining arm clutched at his left shoulder. Jiang Weiyan was trembling. Don't! Huang Xiaolong raised his mulberry sword. A gentle tilt and Jiang Weiyan's right arm fell to the ground from his shoulder. I'll make sure you die tragically, horribly. Huang Xiaolong spoke softly, as if he was speaking of an inconsequential matter. The mulberry sword in his hand glinted again as it sliced off one of Jiang Weiyan's legs. The people spectating were stupefied, perturbed, and lastly, resigned to shaking their heads. A mere Black Warrior Institute inner disciple actually dared to kill a direct lineage grandson of the Jiang family's patriarch. They could already foresee the tragic ending that this Black Warrior Institute inner disciple would suffer when the Jiang family masters arrived. There was no way the Institute would offend the Jiang family for just one inner disciple. Changji City's Castellan, Jiang Yongheng, was currently seated in the Castellan Manor's main hall, accompanying the Wang family's Grand Elder, Wang Jingyuan. When a manor guard dashed inside in panic, Lord Castellan, young Master Jiang Weiyan's qi has been crippled by someone in Changji City. What? Jiang Yongheng's face was stretched taut. Jumping to his feet, he was already barraging. Who is that person? The Wang family's Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan was just as nonplussed by the mishap. What kind of person was so bold, daring to cripple Jiang Weiyan, a Jiang family's core disciple's qi? It is a Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple, the guard replied in a tense voice. Not only did he cripple young Master Jiang Weiyan's qi, he even cut off all of young Master Jiang Weiyan's meridians. Killing intent erupted from Jiang Yongheng's body. What bold dog's guts! A little Black Warrior Institute inner disciple actually disregarded the Cloud Sea mainland's ironclad law, ignoring Changji City's rules, daring to cripple my Jiang family core disciples' qi and meridians. Damn him to hell! With that said, he made brief work excusing himself from the Wang family's Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan. storming out of the main hall to lead a group of Castellan Manor's masters over to the riding wind carrier workshop at the fastest speed. This matter had roused Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan's curiosity, hence he followed from the back, heading toward the riding wind carrier workshop. He had a vague feeling that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. In front of the riding wind carrier workshop, Huang Xiaolong looked without any ripple of emotion at Jiang Weiyan, who had lost all 4 limbs. A murderous gleam flickered in his eyes as the mulberry sword in his hand was preparing to swing down. Stop! At this point, an angry roar thundered from the horizon, rumbling mightily in the air. However, the action of Huang Xiaolong's mulberry sword did not hesitate, sending a string of blood pearls to the air. Jiang Weiyan's head flew out at an arch before falling on the street. The people standing there jumped back, shrieking in avoidance. Jiang Yongheng descended on the street moments later, staring dazedly at his nephew's head rolling on the ground. He then turned around, his bloodshot eyes glaring viciously at Huang Xiaolong, spitting out each syllable through gritted teeth. Today, no one can save you. No matter who. No one. The last few of his words sounded hoarse and strained, as if the last shred of his sanity was melted away. Never had he imagined that, after personally commanding the other to stop, this bastard Black Warrior Institute inner disciple still dared to swing his sword, killing his nephew. Jiang Weiyan. How many resources had the family spent to nurture this core disciple? He was actually killed inside the walls of Changji City, his territory, in broad daylight. This was shame, the greatest humiliation of his life. By this time, Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan and the rest of the Castellan Manor guards finally arrived. All of them gasped inwardly, seeing Jiang Weiyan's head lying on the street, dead. Jiang Yongheng slowly approached Huang Xiaolong. The momentum surging from his body grew increasingly overwhelming. As Changji City's Castellan, one of Jiang family's grand elders, Jiang Yongheng was undoubtedly no weakling, a 10th order god realm. Although he was only an early 10th order god realm, he was stronger than any average mid-10th order god realm. The crowd once again retreated away in fear. Die! Jiang Yongheng's fist punched out at Huang Xiaolong, bearing intense killing intent. Wherever his fist passed, space warped and shattered inch by inch. Watching as the force of his fist was about to hit Huang Xiaolong, turning him and those behind him into a sea of blood mist. Suddenly, from afar, a sharp sword light pierced through the air. The whole group of Changji City's masters seemed to hear the faint roar of a dragon accompanying that sharp sword light. The piercing sword light shattered Jiang Yongheng's fist force in the most tyrannical way, completely cutting off its connection from the space Huang Xiaolong was standing. Obviously, Huang Xiaolong was standing right in front, yet his attack couldn't even move the edges of Huang Xiaolong's robe, whereas Jiang Yongheng himself staggered backwards several steps. The people on the street paled. Such terrifying sword chi. It actually pushed back an early 10th order god realm Jiang Yongheng. Who? Roll out here for me. Jiang Yongheng bellowed. There was actually someone who dared to obstruct him from killing this Black Warrior Institute's inner disciple. Roll out here? Castellan Jiang is so imposing, mouthing words with such a big tone. A languid voice sounded, and in the next moment, a bright glow flickered in the air as a figure appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Yongheng's rage turned into shock when he saw the person's face, a deep frown appearing on his forehead. Lu Yun. Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan was just as shocked. The new arrival was actually the Black Warrior Institute principal's eldest disciple, Lu Yun. Jiang Yongheng looked fixedly at Lu Yun, speaking in a less than welcoming tone. Lu Yun, this Black Warrior Institute inner disciple of yours killed a core disciple of my Jiang family, a sin deserving 10,000 deaths. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. There's only death for this inner disciple today. Lu Yun snickered. Sin deserving 10,000 deaths? What if I insist on meddling? Without waiting for an answer, Lu Yun looked toward Huang Xiaolong. Junior apprentice brother, are you alright? Eldest apprentice brother. I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong replied with a faint smile. Earlier, when Zhao Shu mentioned that Changji City's Castellan was Jiang Weiyan's uncle, Huang Xiaolong already predicted that this Jiang Yongheng would appear. Therefore he had crushed the Jade Talisman, informing his eldest apprentice brother Lu Yun about the situation. Junior apprentice brother? Jiang Yongheng, as well as the people around, were astounded. This Black Warrior Institute inner disciple was Lu Yun's junior apprentice brother. Then, he was Institute Principal Feng Yang's fourth personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong. When Jiang Yongheng once again looked at Huang Xiaolong, it was with a different gaze. He didn't expect this Black Warrior Institute inner disciple that he could easily squash would be the Institute Principal's personal disciple. His eyes flickered. Lu Yun, according to the Cloud Sea Mainland's law, a life for a life. Even if he is your junior apprentice brother and the Black Warrior Institute Principal's personal disciple, he still has to die just the same. Jiang Yongheng snorted coldly. Don't tell me he can brazenly kill my Jiang family's core disciples on the Cloud Sea Mainland, relying on his status as the Institute Principal's personal disciple? He was the one who attacked first. Huang Xiaohai stepped forward, pointing at Jiang Weiyan's corpse. He was the one relying on status and attacked us first, crippling our chi Cs. My big brother only retaliated because of this. Lu Yun patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, grinning. Junior apprentice brother, you've killed a good one. Jiang Yongheng was stifled to the point of vomiting blood, but a cold light still flickered in his eyes. I don't care for the reason. The fact is that Huang Xiaolong killed my Jiang family's core disciple. Today, he must pay for it with his life. In the next moment, his figure arrived behind Huang Xiaolong, gripping a blood-red large knife in his hand, chopping down on Huang Xiaolong. But another sword light was faster than Jiang Yongheng. A sharp light flashed before Jiang Yongheng's eyes. Then a sudden sharp pain traveled from his knife-wielding hand, causing him to jump back in retreat. Looking down, his hand was now merely a stump. All 5 fingers had been cut off. Jiang Yongheng, try and make another move if you dare. Lu Yun sneered, but let me warn you in advance. The next time, it won't be as simple as losing 5 fingers. You! Jiang Yongheng's anger-warped face was marooned looking at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's display of strength had exceeded his estimation. The question was, would he insist to act? However, Lu Yun was definitely not someone to speak empty words. The next move he made would probably chop off his hands, or even kill him. Others dared not. But Lu Yun did. Junior apprentice brother. Let's go. No longer bothered with Jiang Yongheng, Lu Yun said to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Watching Lu Yun and Huang Xiaolong taking everyone away and leaving, Jiang Yongheng gripped the blood knife in his hand. Unwillingness etched on his face. But in the end, he did not act. Lu Yun, Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Yongheng ground each word. You've gone overboard. At this time, Grand Elder Wang Jingyuan came beside Jiang Yongheng, speaking in a low voice. Brother Yongheng, this Huang Xiaolong has always acted brazenly, as if he was above others due to the fact that he is the Black Warrior Institute Principal's personal disciple. This time, he even dared to kill a core disciple of your Jiang family. This is a clear insult, showing that he does not put your Jiang family in his eyes. The look in Jiang Yongheng's eyes grew icy. This matter will not end here. Although he knew that Wang Jingyuan did not bear any goodwill, deliberately fanning the fire between the Jiang family and the Black Warrior Institute. With Jiang Weiyan killed within the walls of Changji City, the Jiang family had already lost face. Hence, one way or the other, this matter couldn't be swept away just like that. A short while later, Lu Yun, Huang Xiaolong, and the rest reached the Divine Fort residence. Junior apprentice brother. The Jiang family will not let this matter slide so easily. Lu Yun added, I have a place in the Black Warrior City. Why don't you move your family over there for the time being? Huang Xiaolong solemnly agreed. All right. After this matter, continuing to live in Changji City was no longer safe. Having decided, Huang Xiaolong informed his parents and everyone else, telling them to pack light. With that, they left Changji City, following Lu Yun. But, upon arriving in Black Warrior City, Huang Xiaolong did not settle his family in Lu Yun's residence. Instead, he took out money and troubled his eldest apprentice brother to help him purchase an adjoining residence. Only Black Warrior Institute elite disciples and above could purchase a residence in Black Warrior City, and even though Huang Xiaolong couldn't, his eldest apprentice brother Lu Yun could buy it for him. Having money helped everything flow smoother. After throwing out more than 10 billion, before the day ended, several residences next to each other changed owners. The first thing Huang Xiaolong did was have people open entrances connecting these several residences. All in all, its land area was even bigger than the Divine Fort residence in Changji City. Huang Xiaolong styled the residence as Luo Tong Residence. On the same night itself, the Huang family moved into the Luo Tong residence. While the Huang family was busy moving into a new residence, the news of Jiang Weian being murdered by Huang Xiaolong in Changji City spread faster than wildfire, causing the entire Cloud Sea mainland to boil over. The Jiang family was one of the most prominent super forces of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Having one of their core disciples killed in the Cloud Sea mainland was a first in the family's history. That Jiang Weian is the current Jiang family patriarch's, Jiang Wuhuang's grandson. He was extremely cherished by Jiang Wuhuang. This time, losing his favorite grandson in the hands of the Black Warrior Institute principal's fourth disciple, Jiang Wuhuang will surely go crazy. We're in for a good show this time. There's no way Jiang Wuhuang will quietly endure this matter. However, admittedly, that Huang Xiaolong is indeed a monstrous genius. I heard he defeated Jiang Weian's several Third Order and Fourth Order God Realm Guards using just one move. For real? How long has that Huang Xiaolong been cultivating? It hasn't been a decade since he entered the Black Warrior Institute, right? No, not even 6 years. The masters that rushed over to the Cloud Sea mainland due to the Black Warrior auction house gossiped among themselves. The Black Warrior Institute, inside Institute Principal Feng Yang's manor. Feng Yang was sitting on the main seat in the hall, leisurely sipping tea while Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen sat in silence. The matter I already know. Feng Yang spoke. The fault lies with them. Even if it is Wu Huang, there's nothing much he can do. Huang Xiaolong spoke up. This disciple has caused trouble for master. Feng Yang waved his hand with an unconcerned demeanor. A matter the size of a fart. Don't mind it. If it were me, I would do the same. Just a mere Jiang family core disciple, even if we killed a Jiang family elder. There's nothing to worry about as long as we're in the right. Thank you, master, Huang Xiaolong said gratefully. At this time, a Black Warrior Institute disciple from outside came in to report. Institute Principal. The Jiang family's patriarch and Institute Vice Principal Wang Na are outside, requesting to meet with you. Vice Principal Wang Na? A light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Among the current management of the Black Warrior Institute, there were 3 vice principals after the institute principal, and this Wang Na was one of them. In the entire Black Warrior Institute, Wang Na's strength was the closest to his master Feng Yang. No one expected this institute vice principal Wang Na to stand on the opposite side, coming here with the Jiang family patriarch. They sure act fast. Hearing the disciples' report, Feng Yang sneered. Let them in. As if he saw through Huang Xiaolong's doubts, Feng Yang said, This Wang Na has some relation with the Jiang family. The disciple backed out from the main hall and returned a short while later leading in an attractive woman and a middle-aged man, Wang Na and Jiang Wuhuang. Due to Wang Na's position in the Black Warrior Institute, Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen all stood up in respectful greeting. Entering the hall, Jiang Wuhuang's eyes made a quick scan around. When his eyes swept over Huang Xiaolong, ill-disguised killing intent flickered. Institute Principal Feng Yang. As soon as Jiang Wuhuang opened his mouth to speak, Feng Yang suddenly raised a hand, cutting his tempo. Jiang Wuhuang, if you're here to ask for someone, then you need not speak further. Jiang Wuhuang's words choked in his throat. The tea in my manor tastes quite good. Probably better than what you have in the Jiang manor. Feng Yang continued, If you're here to drink tea, as a generous person by nature, I can only offer you a cup of tea. Jiang Wuhuang's expression grew increasingly ugly. Come to drink tea. Offer you a cup? What did this Feng Yang take him as? A beggar that came to beg for a cup of tea? Jiang Wuhuang inhaled deeply, but his tone was cold. Institute Principal Feng Yang. All of us Black Tortoise Galaxy's 23 super forces had unanimously laid down these rules. Regardless of a person's identity and status, if they committed murder on the Cloud Sea mainland, they must be handed to the Cloud Sea enforcement team for execution. As the Black Warrior Institute principal, will you openly shield your disciple and break the rule that our Black Tortoise Galaxy's 23 super forces had set? Fengyang smiled faintly. It's your brain that is muddled, or have I done wrong? If I remember correctly, the rule we've set here states that if the other side attacked first, one is not guilty for killing the other party in view of self-defense. Jiang Wuwang's face flushed red. Fengyang, Wang Na interjected at this point. Although you are our Black Warrior Institute's principal, you still cannot defy the rules as you like. Yes, Huang Xiaolong is your personal disciple, but he is also a Black Warrior Institute's disciple. He killed a person on the Cloud Sea mainland. He committed a crime. As the Institute Vice Principal, I have the authority to hand him over to the Cloud Sea enforcement team. That said, her hand reached out, wanting to capture Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong instantly felt the space around him still, unable to move an inch. Insolent! Fengyang snapped. His voice rumbled akin to a battle formation made up of millions of godly soldiers, like a fierce primordial beast roaring, resembling a killing outcry from the divine world. Wang Na's face tightened. With a twist of her left wrist, an endless icy flame soared forward. A thunderous crash sounded in the hall. Wang Na's body wobbled, staggering back several steps, whereas Jiang Wuhuang fared worse, forced back all the way to the entrance. Fengyang remained where he was, his eyes chilling cold as he looked at Wang Na. Old witch, you're not qualified to decide what to do with my disciple. Now, the two of you can scram out of my manor. If not, I'll strip you two naked before tossing you two adulterous cheating pair outside. Stripped naked, adulterous cheating pair. Tossed out. Wang Na and Jiang Wuwang's faces turned white and green. With their status, who dared to rebuke them? When did they ever had to suffer such humiliation? At this time, whistling winds sounded from afar. Clearly, that brief exchange between Fengyang and Wang Na earlier had alerted the Black Warrior Institute masters. Wang Na shot an icy glare at Fengyang. Fengyang, do you think you can protect your disciple his entire life? I'll wait and see how you're going to do so after the High God Advancement Tournament ends. We're leaving. Both Wang Na and Jiang Wuhuang flew off into the sky. Before leaving, Jiang Wuhuang's hostile gaze stopped on Huang Xiaolong briefly, without hiding the killing intent behind it. Not long after the pair left, Black Warrior Institute's Grand Elders Chan Yu and Bao Xinrue arrived consecutively. Lu Yun communicated with Huang Xiaolong through voice transmission. Since the beginning of the previous term, the Black Warrior Institute's new rule stipulates that each new term's institute principal can only serve for 50,000 years. By the end of the coming High God Advancement Tournament, it would also be the end of Master's term, whereas the most likely candidate for the next institute principal is none other than that old witch Wang Na. Wang Na has always been in conflict with our master. Even though everything seems peaceful on the surface, the surging undercurrents and moves made in the dark never ceased. If the next term's institute principal really went to her, that would be a world of troubles and headaches for us. Lu Yun's brooding expression revealed his disquieting concerns. There were slightly over 200 years until the next High God Advancement Tournament. Huang Xiaolong's brows knitted. He wasn't aware at all that his master would need to step down from the institute principal's position once the High God Advancement Tournament ended. What are the requirements to be the Black Warrior Institute's principal? The thought crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he turned to ask Lu Yun. Lu Yun explained, one of the main conditions is that the candidate must be an institute vice principal to be eligible to contend for the position. Currently, our Black Warrior Institute has 3 institute vice principals. To become the next institute principal, Wang Na only need to defeat the other 2 vice principals. The problem is, Wang Na's strength is only inferior to our master's. If nothing out of ordinary happens, the next institute principal will be none other than her. Must be a vice principal of the institute. Huang Xiaolong's hands clenched into fists. Perhaps, there was a chance Wang Na wouldn't get to take over the position as she expected. If he entered the High God Advancement Tournament, received the God Force infusion and broke through to High God Realm, then he would be qualified to become a Black Warrior Institute's vice principal, qualified to compete for the Institute principal position. A light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Therefore, in the coming High God Advancement Tournament, he absolutely must get the first place. 2 hours later, Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen left their master Feng Yang's manor. Instead of returning to his yard on the Misty Rain mountain range, he traveled through the transmission array, reaching the Luotong residence in the Black Warrior City. After greeting his parents and the others in the Luotong residence, Huang Xiaolong headed to his own yard with his brows locked in a deep frown. Despite the Luotong residence being located in the center of Black Warrior City, and the city's defense system being considered capable, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was still insufficient. What if Jiang Wuhuang suddenly lost his temper, unleashing his anger on the Huang family by sending high-level masters over to the Black Warrior City to assassinate his family? This was highly possible. You can go to the Azure Sea firm to hire high-level masters for protection. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai suggested. Hire masters? Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai reiterated. That's right. At a large firm like the Azure Sea firm, as long as you can afford to pay the price, you can hire high-level God Realm masters. Of course, you won't get a strong peak late 10th Order God Realm like your eldest apprentice brother, but an average 10th Order God Realm should be fairly easy. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up at this. It did not occur to him that he could hire high-level God Realm masters from big firms like the Azure Sea firm. Huang Xiaolong hurried out from the Luotong residence that very night, heading out to the Azure Sea firm branch in the Black Warrior City. Meeting the branch supervisor, Meng Xia, Huang Xiaolong stated the purpose of his visit. No doubt, hiring a 10th Order God Realm Master was an exorbitant cost. 100 million Xuanwu coins per year. The terms of service would begin after the contract was signed, and the longest contract duration available was 10 years. 100 million a year. For a contract of 10 years, that was equivalent to 1 billion per person. This price was enough to frighten anyone out the door. Without so much as a word, Huang Xiaolong threw down 10 billion, hiring 10 early 10th Order God Realm Masters for 10 years. Having these 10 early 10th Order God Realm Masters, it was more than enough to protect the Huang family. When he led these 10 early God Realm Masters back to the Luotong residence, his hanging heart finally felt at ease. However, there was still the problem of his brother Huang Xiaohai, sister Huang Min, and others' broken chi-seas and crippled meridians. He decided to wait until after the auction tomorrow and request for masters' help to heal them. On a towering peak that reached the clouds, on the north side of the Black Warrior Institute, a grand residence stood erect. The residence was Institute Vice Principal Wang Na's cultivation dwelling. Ever since she returned from Feng Yang's manor, both Wang Na and Jiang Wuhuang's faces were as black as muddied water. I didn't expect Feng Yang, that old bastard, to actually have cultivated his great purging howl to that level. Wang Na scoffed. It seems that not only has he fully recovered from his injuries from that year, his cultivation actually improved by a lot. Jiang Wuhuang's expression grew uglier at her words. The ancestor is in terminal seclusion. Wait till the ancestor comes out. Feng Yang, that old wrinkly skin's days are numbered. No need to wait for the Jiang family ancestor. When the coming High God Advancement Tournament ends and I take over the Institute principal position, let's see if he can still act this arrogantly. Wang Na stated coldly. I cannot swallow this indignity if I don't kill Huang Xiaolong. Jiang Wuhuang's voice was filled with hate and anger. Don't worry. I've already contacted the Azure Dragon Institute. In the inner disciples assessment 4 years later, some of their inner disciples would come over. At that time, they'll send Xiang Mingji as well. Wang Na's tone grew icy. All we need to do at that time is arrange that Xiang Mingji to challenge Huang Xiaolong and kill him on the Hidden Dragon Arena, right in front of that old bastard Feng Yang. I want Feng Yang, that old bastard, to watch his disciple die in front of him. Jiang Wuhuang hesitated before speaking. Having Huang Xiaolong killed in front of Feng Yang, that old wrinkled skin, I'm afraid he'll run amok on the spot. The consequences of Feng Yang running amok were not something their Jiang family could bear. Wang Na snickered. It's Xiang Mingji who's going to kill Huang Xiaolong. What are you afraid for? You think Feng Yang will dare to kill Xiang Mingji? Xiang Mingji is the treasured disciple of the Azure Dragon Institute principal. Give Feng Yang 100 leopard guts, and he still wouldn't dare. Jiang Wuhuang laughed loudly. You're right. After a brief pause, he continued, the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone in tomorrow's auction. Do you know who took it out? Wang Na shook her head. I tried investigating the matter, but there was no result. However, Feng Yang, that old bastard, knows the person who took out the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone. Jiang Wuhuang sighed. Pity. But no matter what, that sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone in tomorrow's auction. We must get our hands on it. With this sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone, we can activate the primordial formation left behind by our Jiang family's ancestors. Borrowing the power from the primordial formation, ancestors' strength would enhance to another level. The night passed peacefully. The following morning was beautiful and sunny. The Black Warrior auction house's schedule proceeded as planned. The entire Black Warrior city was filled with excitement, crowds making their way toward the auction house. As soon as the sun rose over the horizon, Huang Xiaolong brought Shi Xiaofei straight to the Black Warrior auction house. By the time Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei reached the auction house, it was already packed with a sea of people. As the Institute principal's personal disciple, of course, a high-grade private room was arranged for Huang Xiaolong. After both of them were seated inside the private room, Huang Xiaolong noticed Shi Xiaofei's nervousness. He reached out and held both of her small hands in his, reassuring her confidently, Don't worry, Senior Crazy Lady will definitely show up. As long as that Senior Crazy Lady showed up, he had ways to persuade her to help resolve the issue with Shi Xiaofei's pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique. Shi Xiaofei looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong. Big brother Huang, thank you very much. Huang Xiaolong smiled. When your pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique is awakened, quickly break through God realm and will ascend to the divine world together. Shi Xiaofei nodded with all seriousness. I will definitely work very hard to ascend to the divine world together with you. Her hands tightened around Huang Xiaolong's. Half an hour passed as more and more high experts from various corners of the galaxy filled the auction hall. Finally, the auction commenced. The first item on auction was an egg of a divine beast, the winged tiger. As a later generation of the divine bright tiger, the winged tiger inherited one of the purest divine beast bloodlines. Due to its high talent in general, a winged tiger could grow to a high-level God realm demonic beast. Moreover, the winged tiger was able to enhance its strength by swallowing spirit stones. After incubation, it had a speedy growth rate, able to advance to God realm within 500 years. Which was why many Super Forces disciples liked to purchase demonic beast eggs like the winged tiger that contained divine beast bloodlines, doubling as amount when it grew up. The starting price for this winged tiger egg was 10 million. In a matter of seconds, the cries of prices filled the hall like endless crashing waves. 10 million was, honestly, nothing to Huang Xiaolong. However, he had no interest in this winged tiger egg. Hence, he did not join in the bid for it. Attending the auction this time around, Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei's main purpose was to wait for Senior Crazy Lady to show up. As the items shifted through the auction stage one after another, gasps of shock, exclamations of surprise, heavy sighs and laments could be ceaselessly heard. In its third hour, the auction house entered into a white-hot atmosphere. Each item were treasures worth over 100 million. Shi Xiaofei gradually became worried. There's no need to worry, Huang Xiaolong comforted. The bidding for the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone has yet to start. The instant Senior Crazy Lady appears, my master will send people to inform us. As the anchor item of the auction, it would be left to the end of the auction. Shi Xiaofei nodded. She could only patiently wait. Another dozen items passed through the auction stage, and after a divine armor was bid off, the auctioneer began to introduce the next item. Coming up are 2 beast cores. These are 2 beast cores of the legendary True Dragon King. The moment the auctioneer's introduction ended, the entire hall was filled with an excited energy. It's actually the True Dragon King's beast cores. The true Dragon King was a formidable master ranked third on the god ranking list in the past. The true Dragon King's true body was a variant of Azure Dragon, thus having two beast cores inside his body. One is water element, and the other is an ice element beast core. If this true Dragon King's beast cores are used in alchemy to refine sacred grade immortal divine pellets, it would definitely be the finest top sacred grade divine pellet. Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened, sitting inside the private room. Beast cores of the third-ranked true Dragon King. Each name on the god ranking list was a high god realm master. Most important of all, what he needed the most now were high god realm divine dragons beast cores. TSK. This true Dragon King's beast cores are really good stuff. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's praised. These two true Dragon King's beast cores are comparable to 10 of the high god beast cores inside the Hailstone treasure vault. Little Huang brat, you absolutely must get these two beast cores. Huang Xiaolong nodded, determined. Even without Dragon Emperor Ao Tai's reminder, he'd have done the same. Like Huang Xiaolong, there were many people keen on getting their hands on these true Dragon King's beast cores. Huang Xiaolong was in private room number 16, and inside private room 8 not far from Huang Xiaolong sat an imposing young man of extraordinary bearing, clad in a robe with a green dragon emblem sewn on his chest. Behind the young man stood two old men. These two old men stood quietly as if they blended themselves with heaven and earth itself, unassuming yet possessed unfathomable strength. We've already collected more than 100 types of elixirs above 10,000 years, only lacking this true Dragon King's beast cores. Once we successfully obtain them, we can begin refining the twin dragon flying to heaven's sacred pellet. Once young Lord consumes it, within 4 years, young Lord's strength will break through another level. One of the old men said respectfully. The young man nodded. Young Lord, Vice Principal Wang Na extended her invitation, hoping that young Lord is willing to visit her manor after the auction ends. The other old men said. The young man answered with little interest. I know, a little Black Warrior Institute inner disciple. Is it necessary for me to personally act? When the time comes, just let that Su Guozhen or Ba Songhai to do it. They're more than enough. Young Lord mustn't underestimate this Huang Xiaolong. According to the rumors, this child's talent is extremely high, able to defeat a fourth-order god realm master, having less cultivated for less than 100 years. The first old man solemnly stated. The corner of the young man's lips curved into a mocking sneer. Just a fourth-order god realm. So what if his talent is high? At the moment he's only a second-order god realm, right? Even if he managed to break through to third-order god realm 4 years later, you can simply choose either one Su Guozhen or Ba Songhai. They can still squash him dead easily. This young man was Azure Dragon Institute Principal's personal disciple, the leader of the Azure Dragon Institute's inner disciples, Xianxia. Now, we'll begin the bidding for the true Dragon King's beast cores. Both beast cores will be auctioned together, starting at 1 billion. Every increase cannot be lower than 10 million. At this time, the auctioneer's voice rang in the hall again. 1 billion. The guests sitting in the hall sucked in cold breaths of air. 1 billion was a hard sum even for some Superforce's Grand Elders. With 1 billion, one could already purchase a comfortable residence on the Cloud Sea mainland. This figure immediately diminished the desire of many Superforce's Grand Elders and Patriarchs from bidding. Although this true Dragon King's beast cores were good stuff, they could only be used in alchemy, being refined into pellets. Other than this, there wasn't much use. Then again, since when was a sacred grade divine pellet so easy to refine? Not to mention the fact that it needed a large number of 10,000 years and above herbs as supplements. The auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. 2 billion. Xianxia aimed for a swift conclusion, doubling the price. All the people in the hall were shocked, each turning their heads toward private room number 8. Private room number 8? If I'm not wrong, it's the people from the Azure Dragon Institute. The guests in the hall showed a great reaction. In private room number 6, Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised hearing this. Azure Dragon Institute? A small smile crept up his face. How interesting. 3 billion. While everyone was still reacting the Azure Dragon Institute, Huang Xiaolong's voice cut through the noise in the hall, ringing crisp and clear in everyone's ear. 3 billion. When crowd's focus shifted to Private Room 6, another ripple shot through the crowd. Inside Private Room 8, Xiang Mingji was slightly surprised, for he did not expect there to be people who dared to compete with him. After a brief second of surprise, he showed a radiant smile. It seems like this trip to Black Warrior City isn't as dull as I assumed. This is interesting. I hope you'll continue to entertain me. In the end, he called out, "For billion! For billion!" The crowd below once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Madness. These were merely the true Dragon King's beast cores, not the actual body itself. At most, it could fetch a little over 2 billion. 4 billion had already exceeded its worth in double. 10 billion. While the crowd below was jarred to the soul at 4 billion, Huang Xiaolong's calm voice rang out. 10 billion. This time, the auction hall went deathly quiet. The amount nearly shocked some of the present Grand Elders and Patriarchs of the first-ranked forces to their deathbed. Even the Super Forces Grand Elders and Patriarchs seated within the private rooms above almost had their eyeballs pop out of their sockets. The auction hall was deathly still, so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Inside Private Room number 6, Huang Xiaolong had a scheming smirk on his face as he waited to see if the person inside Private Room number 8 would follow or not. You want to compare wallet sizes? What he lacked the least of all was Xuanwu coins. In fact, Huang Xiaolong genuinely felt like there were too few places where he could spend them. On top of that, he naturally did not have any good impression toward people from the Azure Dragon Institute. Since they ran into each other here, he might as well take the chance to discuss the other side a little. In Private Room number 8, Xiang Mingji's eyes narrowed dangerously to 2 thin slits. 2 piercing glints flickered unnoticeably. 10 billion. Although he had come across some ancient masters' cultivation dwellings and was far from lacking in terms of money, this price had managed to jar him. Go and find out who's in that Private Room number 6. Xiang Mingji coldly instructed one of the old men standing behind him. Yes, young lord. Respectfully acknowledging Xiang Mingji's words, the old man turned and left the room. 11 billion. Xiang Mingji called out, breaking the stagnated atmosphere in the auction hall. But everyone could clearly detect the thick flowing murderous aura within the collected icy voice. Huang Xiaolong leaned back comfortably on the seat, not missing the other side's killing intent. Without missing a beat, he called out, 20 billion! 20 billion! Several muffled thuds were heard coming from the auction hall below due to some first-rank forces Grand Elders and Patriarchs dazedly sliding off their seats to the floor from astonishment. Some elders of the middle-ranking forces and families could hardly control their hearts from jumping out from their chests. Who's in Private Room number 6? TW 20 billion, a first-rank force family elder exclaimed. At the mention of 20 billion, his tongue stuttered understandably. Private Room 6. It should be the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong? How can Huang Xiaolong have so much money? Did the institute principal came over to compete for the true Dragon King's beast cores, merely allowing his disciple to bid on the surface? The Black Warrior Institute principal's wealth can drown a person to death. The crowd below responded with doubt and astonishment. Hearing the words that passed between the crowd below, a wry smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as Shi Xiaofei jested. Looks like no one believes that Big Brother Huang has so much money. Still, this was also a good misunderstanding, preventing others from thinking too deeply into the source of his wealth. Otherwise, an average Black Warrior Institute inner disciple capable of taking out 20 billion Xuanwu coins to bid for something would undoubtedly raise many curious eyebrows. If it was the institute principal, then everything was easily explained. In Private Room number 8, Xiang Mingji's face muscles slightly twitched. 20 billion. His hands unknowingly clenched into fists as the killing intent in his heart roared like great waves. Young lord, I found out. The person in Private Room number 6 is the Black Warrior Institute principal's disciple, Huang Xiaolong. At this time, the old man that went out to inquire returned, reporting to Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji's tone was extremely grim. I know. The excited discussion below had already entered his ears. "Do I still need you to report to me?" His heart was burning, his anger raging. 21 billion. Xiang Mingji was literally gritting his teeth calling out his bid. He was determined to get these true Dragon King's beast cores. Otherwise, all of his efforts and time spent in collecting more than 100 different herbs above 10,000 years old would have been in vain. The uproaring auction hall quieted once more. Seeing that the other side had decided to follow through with his bid, Huang Xiaolong turned toward Shi Xiaofei saying, "Every time they're only adding 1 billion to the price. People from the Azure Dragon Institute are so stingy." Huang Xiaolong purposely did not conceal his voice. Hence, everyone in the auction hall and the private rooms clearly heard what he said. Every time only adding 1 billion to the price. Stingy. One could imagine the myriad expressions of the people around hearing this. Those words nearly made Xiang Mingji vomit blood. 30 billion. Just when it looked like Xiang Mingji was really about to vomit blood, Huang Xiaolong's unhurried voice sounded, as if what he was saying wasn't 30 billion, but 300 Xuanwu coins. 30 billion. Those in the auction hall could hear their hearts beating like war drums in their ears. A first-rank Force disciple that had a heart disease fainted, clutching his chest. A strange atmosphere filled the auction hall. Xiang Mingji's expression was extremely ugly. Fury exploded in his eyes akin to a fierce beast on the verge of going berserk. Huang Xiaolong. Each syllable came out with much difficulty. The temperature in private room number 8 plummeted sharply. "Young lord, should we forget it?" One of the old men behind him tried to persuade him. "How many more Xuanwu coins do we have?" Xiang Mingji asked after taking a deep breath. He had 2 objectives in attending this Black Warrior City auction. One of them was the true Dragon King's beast cores, and the other was none other than the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone. "Deducting the items we bought earlier, we have a little more than 46 billion, the other old man answered. "But if we insist to buy the true Dragon King's beast core, I'm afraid we won't have enough to acquire the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone." Xiang Mingji's face was extremely gloomy. Coming to the Black Warrior City this time, they had brought more than 50 billion with them. Initially, before they set off, he had assumed that 50 billion was more than enough to complete his 2 objectives, acquiring both the true Dragon King's beast cores as well as the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone. Yet, he didn't expect to run into this situation. That Huang Xiaolong was doing this on purpose, or else only those with their brain damaged by crashing into a block of tofu would take out 30 billion to buy the true Dragon King's beast cores. Private room number 6 has bid 30 billion. Would anyone else like to offer a higher price? The auctioneer's voice rang in the auction hall. Hesitation flashed across Xiang Mingji's face. He was unresigned, yet he could only give up in the end. Finally, Huang Xiaolong successfully bid for the true Dragon King's beast cores with an earth-shattering exorbitant price. Witnessing this, the people in the auction hall were still trying to recover from having their views toward money shattered, shaking their heads and sighing. Some grand elders and patriarchs found it hard to comprehend why Huang Xiaolong would spend 30 billion to buy beast cores that were worth no more than 2 billion at most. Has the Black Warrior Institute principal gone mad? Or is this disciple of his cuckoo? Even he if wanted to irk the Azure Dragon Institute's people. There's no need to throw out 30 billion. Some experts were clamoring through gritted teeth. Subsequently, several items were auctioned off. Despite the bidding war being just as fierce, none of the items managed to fetch the inconceivable price that the true Dragon King's beast cores did, falling into a more acceptable price range for everyone. Next, we're bringing out this auction's anchor treasure, a sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone. Close to the end, the auctioneer raised his voice, letting it boom throughout the entire auction hall. The auctioneer's announcement roused a great reaction from the crowd below. Everyone looked like they were injected with chicken blood. Their eyes widened and their breathing grew heavy. Sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone. The first piece to be auctioned in tens of thousands of years. When the Black Warrior auction house appraiser carried the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone with both hands onto the auction stage, everyone sitting in the hall stood up, craning their necks and opening their eyes wide as they fixed an immovable stare on the small piece of stone. Inside each private room, Xiang Mingji and the others also stood up with a feverish look in their eyes. I must get this sacred-grade immortal spirit stone. Absolutely, he vowed to himself. Under the many penetrating heated gazes, the Black Warrior auction house appraiser finally walked up the stage, standing in the center and explaining the usage and appraisal result to everyone present. When the appraiser was done, the auctioneer scanned the room with a smile on his face. I believe everyone already knows that this piece of sacred-grade immortal spirit stone is priceless, invaluable, hard to be measured by monetary value. With consent from the owner, we will not set a starting price for this sacred-grade immortal spirit stone. Everyone present here can freely offer a price. The bidding begins now. No set bidding price? Eyes turned red. This meant that everyone could make an offer, no matter the price they called out. Then can I bid 10,000? A first-rank Force Grand Elder heard what the auctioneer said and asked in a jesting manner. The others in the auction hall also broke out in amiable laughter. You can. The auctioneer did not mind at all, joining the laughing crowd. Who would like to be the first one to bid a price? 1 million. Someone from the crowd instantly cried out. Although it was said they could call out any bid price, in the end, no one really called out 10,000. Hearing someone calling out 1 million, the easy laughter in the hall stopped. 2 million. 5 million. 10 million. 30 million. Following the first bid, many more cries followed like waves from the back. The price continued to rise. Sitting inside the private room, listening to the voices calling out ever-increasing prices, a wry smile flickered across Huang Xiaolong's face. Indeed, he was the one who agreed to give the freedom of bidding price for to the current him. Money was a mere figure. The amount was irrelevant. When the bidding price reached 100 million, it quickly jumped to 1 billion in a short few breaths' time. When it reached 1 billion, the Superforces families spectating from the private rooms also began to join in the bidding frenzy, turning it even fiercer. 10 billion. From private room 8, the Azure Dragon Xiang Mingji's voice sounded. The last bid offer was 6 billion, and Xiang Mingji's offer suddenly propelled the price to double digits in the billions, causing the hall to fall into an abrupt silence. 12 billion. After a momentary silence, from private room number 4, a sharp, icy voice belonging to a woman sounded. 15 billion. The person inside private number room 3 cried out. 20 billion. A sharp gleam flitted in Xiang Mingji's eyes. 22 billion. The voice came from private room 5. After the price exceeded 10 billion, some of the first-rank forces and families sitting in the auction hall had stopped competing. The price quickly skyrocketed, exceeding 20 billion. Sitting inside his private room, Huang Xiaolong was frowning at the moment despite the ever-increasing price offered. Could it be that Senior Crazy Lady did not get wind of the auction for the sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone and therefore did not come? If this was the case, then it defeated the purpose of him taking out the sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone for this auction. Huang Xiaolong lightly squeezed Shi Xiaofei's hand, his eyes conveying remorse. Shi Xiaofei shook her head, flashing him a comforting smile. It's all right. Even if Senior Crazy Lady didn't come, I will still cultivate diligently, so that I can awaken my pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique. It was at this time that a knocking sound came from their private room door. Come in. Huang Xiaolong permitted. The person who entered was one of the auction house's supervisors. He faced Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. Lord Institute Principal said that Senior Crazy Lady is here, in private room number 4. Private room 4. Both Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei shook slightly as joy rushed to their faces. As long as Senior Crazy Lady showed up, the rest of the matter would be much easier. A short while later, the bidding price for the sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone reached 50 billion. 50 billion had far surpassed the internal limit set by many Superforces ancestors and patriarchs. Despite that, there were people willing to offer higher still. Inside private room number 8, Xiang Mingji's face was gloomy to the extreme. This time, he had only brought 50 billion. When the offer had exceeded that range, he could only give up. But he was unwilling to give up just like this. He had arrived in Black Warrior City filled with confidence to bring back the true Dragon King's beast cores, as well as the sacred-grade Immortal Spirit Stone. But now, not only had he failed to get the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone, even the true Dragon King's beast course flew from his hand. It was that Huang Xiaolong. That Huang Xiaolong. Xiang Mingji's eyes turned scarlet. The more the thought about it, the more his hatred surged. Everything was that Huang Xiaolong's fault. Initially, I didn't plan to do anything during the Inner Disciples assessment 4 years later, but since you asked for it, I will personally take the matter in my hands. Huang Xiaolong, I want your life. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. He gritted his teeth, voice chilling to the bones. In the end, the sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stone fetched a sky-high price of 65 billion, but it was bought by the guest in private room number 3 instead of private room number 4. The guests inside private room number 3 were from the Gudu family. With that, the curtain fell on this year's Black Warrior Auction House's annual auction. Knowing that Senior Crazy Lady had appeared and would be invited to his master Feng Yang's cultivation manor, Huang Xiaolong was finally able to relax a little. However, just as Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei were coming out from the auction house, they bumped into the 3 people from the Azure Dragon Institute, Xiang Mingji, and the 2 old men. Xiang Mingji extended an arm out, blocking the 2 people's path, his tone cold and condescending. "You're Huang Xiaolong?" Huang Xiaolong glanced at the other side's attire and sneered. "I am. A good dog does not block the path. If there's nothing else, please move away." The 2 old men behind Xiang Mingji were instantly enraged. Whereas Xiang Mingji's face reddened as his finger trembled, pointing at Huang Xiaolong angrily. "What did you say?" "You." Huang Xiaolong, at first I did not want to do anything in the Inner Disciples assessment 4 years later. But now you've completely infuriated me. 4 years later, I will personally squash you like the measly ant that you are. The people passing by inevitably stop to watch and listen. That looks like the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple, Xiang Mingji? Xiang Mingji? The one hailed as the Azure Dragon Galaxy's most heaven-defying genius? If I'm not wrong, they said he is already a 5th-order God Realm Master after less than 100 years of cultivation. The people around whispered and sighed. Listening to the whispers around him, Huang Xiaolong looked coldly opposite him. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be that Xiang Mingji. Truly, as the old adage goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. It seems like the person who fought him for the true Dragon King's beast cores was this kid. In a way, Huang Xiaolong understood why the other side was pissed at him. "Huang Xiaolong, we've set our eyes on the true Dragon King's beast cores. Sell them to us now and we're willing to give you 2 billion. In the Inner Disciples assessment 4 years later, our young lord can spare your life." One of the old men standing behind Xiang Mingji stated icily as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "What a joke! Your brain must have been damaged colliding with a tyrant boar, right? I paid 30 billion for the true Dragon King's beast cores, and you want me to sell them to you for 2 billion. Huang Xiaolong looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. "Are you an idiot?" "You!" The old man's face flushed a deep red, his eyes spitting fire, and his killing intent pierced the sky. "What? Want to fight?" Huang Xiaolong jeered. They were in Black Warrior City. If the other side dared to make a move, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could make that old man lose his life here. Xiang Mingji had calmed down by now, raising a hand to stop the old man from acting impulsively. Still looking at Huang Xiaolong with the same cold eyes, he calmly spoke. "Even without the true Dragon King's beast cores, I can still flatten you just the same in the Inner Disciples assessment. Flatten you with one finger, like an ant." His eyes as he shifted toward Shi Xiaofei at his side. "Your woman is not bad. Enjoy the last 4 years of your life. Let's go." Xiang Mingji's group of 3 walked away. Huang Xiaolong watched the 3 men's leaving silhouettes. He acknowledged that Xiang Mingji was indeed very strong, but 4 years later, who will squash who like an ant was yet to be determined. "Let's head over to Master's Manor," he said to Shi Xiaofei, no longer bothering with those who had left. They both headed to the Black Warrior City transmission array, arriving in Fengyang's manor shortly and meeting with that Senior Crazy Lady. She was actually a slender woman, resembling an attractive madam in her 40s. It was just that she was more than a little aloof and cold. Her real name was Yang Yi. After knowing Huang Xiaolong's intention, crazy Lady Yang Yi did not agree to pass the moon summoning rhyme to Shi Xiaofei in the beginning. But when Huang Xiaolong took out a sacred-grade immortal spirit stone, she relented with a condition. The condition being for Shi Xiaofei to worship her as her disciple. Apprenticeship. Huang Xiaolong looked over to Shi Xiaofei, seeking her opinion. Yes. Shi Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Being able to worship a high god realm as master, how many people dreamed of this kind of opportunity? This kind of pie falling from heaven, of course she wasn't one to refuse. Thus, witnessed by Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong, Shi Xiaofei respectfully went through the customs of worshipping under a master. However, what stumped Huang Xiaolong subsequently was crazy Lady Yang Yi saying that in order to cultivate her moon summoning rhyme, the first 3 stages must be cultivated on a land of the new moon. Therefore, she had to take Shi Xiaofei to cultivate in the land of the new moon. In the Black Tortoise Galaxy, only one place had such a land, and that was one of the colder world surfaces in the remote northern part of the Black Tortoise Galaxy called Wintry North World. A tiny frown made its way across Huang Xiaolong's brows. If this was the case, then until Shi Xiaofei mastered the first 3 stages of the moon summoning rhyme, she could only stay in the Wintry North World. The two of them would be separated for a period of time. Big brother Huang, don't worry. I will cultivate hard and strive to advance to the 3rd stage as soon as possible. Watching Huang Xiaolong's obvious reluctance, Shi Xiaofei comforted in return. Crazy Lady Yang Yi added, with Xiaofei's talent, she can advance to the 3rd stage of the moon summoning rhyme in 30 years' time. Moreover, you can always come see her in Wintry North World. Huang Xiaolong nodded. There was naught but this way. By the time Xiaofei reaches the 3rd stage of moon summoning rhyme, it's very likely that her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique's potential would be fully awakened. After that, within 100 years, she'd be able to break through God realm. Crazy Lady Yang Yo added, with me around, rest assured, nothing will happen to her. In fact, for the last several hundred years, she had been searching for a successor but had yet to find a suitable candidate. Although the main reason she accepted Shi Xiaofei was due to the sacred-grade immortal spirit stone, Shi Xiaofei's talent was indeed excellent. She was a most fitting successor to carry on her mantle. Moreover, this disciple's temperament was to her liking. On the whole, she liked this disciple very much. The next morning, Shi Xiaofei followed crazy Lady Yang Yi, leaving the Black Warrior City, departing toward the Wintry North World's land of the new moon to begin her new cultivation. On the other hand, his younger sister and brother, Huang Shaohai and Huang Min, as well as the rest under Feng Yang's God-force nurturing, their qi seas and meridians were healed as good as new in a short period of time. 5 days after the auction, Huang Xiaolong returned to yard number 1 and began his closed-door practice. This time around, he was resolute to break through 4th Order God Realm, otherwise he wouldn't step out of yard number 1. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't anxious to refine the true Dragon King's beast cores that he got from the auction. Instead, he continued refining the remaining hundreds of 10th Order God Realm beast cores from the Hailstone Treasure Vault. After stepping into 3rd Order God Realm, Huang Xiaolong's speed in refining the beast cores had increased again. Previously, to refine one early 10th Order God Realm beast core would take him half a month's time, whereas now, refining a mid and peak mid-10th Order God Realm beast core merely took him 5 to 6 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months quickly passed, and Huang Xiaolong's strength grew with each passing day. By the end of the 4th month, he had advanced to peak early 3rd Order God Realm, just half a step more to advance to mid-3rd Order God Realm. While Huang Xiaolong entered into closed-door practice, the Zhang family that had been clamoring noisily for Huang Xiaolong to pay a life for a life went quiet, as if all of them had forgotten about Zhang Weian being murdered by Huang Xiaolong in Changji City. The entire matter seemed to have subsided into the background. Whereas the matter about the Azure Dragon Institute principal's personal disciple, Xiang Mingji, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path after the auction and saying that he will personally be killing Huang Xiaolong 4 years later during the inner disciples' assessment spread out. Half a year passed. Not only did the matter did not die down, it became even more heated and exaggerated. In fact, all of the super forces, most first-rank forces, as well as the several higher-ranked world's forces in the Black Tortoise Galaxy knew about this. In an instant, Almost all influential forces in the Black Tortoise Galaxy waited with anticipation toward the coming Black Warrior Institute's Inner Disciples Assessment. Needless to say, there were many of those who gloated with glee hearing this news, such as the Wang and the Jiang families. Gudu Lung stood in his cultivation yard, midway up the Misty Rain mountain range, looking up toward the peak. Standing beside him was none other than Wang Biaoyuan. That Huang Xiaolong actually hid himself inside the yard in cultivation the moment the auction ended, not taking one step out from there to date. Wang Biaoyuan sneered. Closed-door practice? No matter how crazy he cultivates, he won't last one move in front of that Xiang Mingji. Say, what level can his strength grow to until the day of the Inner Disciples Assessment? Gudu Lung suddenly asked. Wang Biaoyuan was at first taken aback by Gudu Lung's question, but he solemnly answered, slightly over a year ago at the Outer Disciples Assessment, he was an early second-order God realm. Give him 5 years' time, as much of a freak as he is, he could at most advance to third order, probably. In the end, Wang Biaoyuan's words faltered from lack of certainty. Gudu Lung spoke. If I was an early second-order God realm in 5 years' time, the highest I can reach is peak late second-order God realm. But for Huang Xiaolong, third-order God realm is not necessarily his highest limit. Wang Biaoyuan frowned at Gudu Lung's words before breaking into a sneer. Then, according to you, he can break through till late third order? Perhaps even fourth-order God realm? Do you really think that's possible? That's simply ridiculous. From what I heard, the reason why he was able to break through from half-step God realm to early second-order God realm was because he found a treasure comparable to the pure metal essence that I found. As for what it was, I don't know. But I don't believe he'd be so lucky as to run into a treasure like that a second time. Gudu Lung nodded. Even if he really did have some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to break through to fourth-order God realm, he would still end up dying. With that Xiang Mingji's talent and strength, he could probably defeat a sixth-order God realm easily. Huang Xiaolong was totally ignorant of the outside world's opinions. Time continued to flow, and in the blink of an eye 1 year had passed. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the 10 Buddha formation within the Shumi Temple, multiple strands of gold, black, and red light circled around Huang Xiaolong's body, blending in and out of view. The black and blue twin dragons hovered above him. Their dragon roars echoed in the air. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong trembled from head to toe. A dazzling light covered him entirely as a clear, crisp sound came from inside his body. Following that, his aura exploded and continued to climb higher. Terrifying pressure spread out like a hurricane, causing cracks in the surrounding space. Opening his eyes, it was clear that Huang Xiaolong was in a great mood. Fourth-order God realm. After 17 months of closed-door practice, he was finally a fourth-order God realm. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had assumed that he would need at least 2 years, but who knew that even before a year and a half passed, he would be able to have a breakthrough. Huang Xiaolong's consciousness submerged internally, checking the condition of his body. His meridians had widened twice their previous size. These meridians were connected to each other, resembling a primordial divine dragon in slumber. In his dantian, his immortal essence force was extremely viscous and thick, at least 5 to 6 times of what it used to be. His battle chi roared happily like the waves in the large ocean. The time and space law strands in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea had already reached a staggering 300,000 in number, and each of them was at least 30 meters long. 300,000 time and space law strands, this had never happened before. Even for an average fifth-order God realm master, their time and space law strands only numbered about 30,000. Huang Xiaolong stood up, immediately causing the space to tremble from pressure. Sensing the vigorous energy inside his body, he had a feeling that he was able to shatter a world with one punch. He finally broke through to fourth-order God realm. I wonder if father, mother, and the rest are doing well. Thinking to himself, he exited yard number 1, heading toward the Black Warrior Institute's transmission array. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong much time to reach the Luotong residence from the Black Warrior City's transmission array. However, what baffled Huang Xiaolong upon his arrival at the Luotong residence was the fact that the guards stationed at the main entrance weren't any one of the subordinates he had brought over from the martial spirit world. Were these newly hired guards? Huang Xiaolong mused. Stop right there, what are you here for? State your purpose in coming to the Luotong residence. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to step into the residence, the guards stationed at the main entrance blocked his path, while one of them barked at him. I'm Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stopped, but there was a tiny frown between his brows. Huang Xiaolong, the same guard snapped. What do I care what long you are? Today our enforcer Wuye is not receiving any guests. The guard was rude and arrogant. Enforcer Wuye? Something flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. He remembered that among the 10 God Realm Masters he hired from the Azure Sea firm, there was one named Wuye. But since when did this Wuye become the Luotong Residence's enforcer? More accurately, since when did the Luotong residence have an enforcer position? Why wasn't he aware of it? On top of everything else, from the way these guards spoke, it sounded as if this enforcer Wuye was the real owner of the Luotong residence. Currently, Huang Xiaolong was not wearing his Black Warrior Institute inner disciple robe. Thus the 4 guards naturally took Huang Xiaolong as an ordinary God Realm warrior that came to seek a guard position. Huang Xiaolong shot a cold look at the 4 guards before opening the Eye of Hell on his forehead. In an instant, everything that was happening inside the Luotong residence entered his Eye of Hell's scope of vision. Inside the Luotong residence's main hall, amongst the 10th Order God Realm Masters that Huang Xiaolong hired earlier, 2 of them were seated at the host's seating at the head of the hall, one of them being that Wuye, whereas Huang Xiaolong's parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, they were relegated to an inferior subordinate seating. What angered Huang Xiaolong the most was that both Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's bodies were filled with angry whip marks as they knelt on the floor in the main hall. Wuye's voice sounded in Huang Xiaolong's ears as he reprimanded Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. 2 measly half-step God realms like you 2 dare to contradict this enforcer, defying your superiors. Continue to whip them for me. Another 100 lashes. 2 guards standing at the sides in the main hall acknowledged respectfully, waving the whips in their hands to strike Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu's bodies. Stop! Both Huang Peng and Su Yan shouted in anger. Wuye, Zhang Quan, you're crossing the line. Huang Peng was angered to the point he was pointing at the 2 and shouting. Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu aren't at fault at all, and even if they were, it would the 2 of us punishing them, not you lot. How can you punish Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu without rhyme or reason? Wuye looked as if he didn't notice Huang Peng's anger, speaking in an unhurried, leisurely voice. Residence Lord Huang, what I'm doing is for your own good. These dogs of a servant don't understand rules and etiquette. I'm only educating them so they understand the distinction between master and servant, what a servant should do and shouldn't be doing. Exactly so. The man beside Wuye, Zhang Quan, sneered. Otherwise, what if one of these days these ignorant slaves accidentally cause catastrophic trouble for the Luotong residents? By right, you should be thanking us. At the end of his words, a towering momentum swept out from his body. Punk! Did you hear what I've said? The loud, obnoxious guard got irritated watching Huang Xiaolong stood there like a statue. Our enforcer Wuye is not seeing anyone today. If you're here to apply for a guard position, come again tomorrow. Now, quickly leave. Huang Xiaolong did not move. He asked, is Enforcer Wuye the decision-maker in the Luotong residence? What about Residence Lord Huang? The guard grinned nastily. Residence Lord Huang? What Residence Lord Huang? In our eyes, that's just a wastrel that can't even reach the Saint Realm. In our eyes, there are only Enforcer Wuye and Zhang Quan. That's right. Another guard chimed in. We're guards recruited by Enforcer Wuye. We only listen to Enforcer Wuye. As for that dogfart Residence Lord Huang, Tui, a mid-level Xiantian realm garbage dares to dream of ordering US around. All 4 guards were First-Order God Realm. Even though they were merely First-Order God Realm, they possessed a certain level of status on the Cloud Sea mainland. After all, in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, the strong made the rules. All 4 guards were newly recruited to the Luotong residence. But it was also the truth they did not put the so-called Residence Lord in their eyes. Since it's like that, there's no need for you lot to remain in the Luotong residence. Huang Xiaolong's cold voice sounded. Before the 4 guards could react, Huang Xiaolong flickered, striking a punch toward them. 4 bodies instantly exploded. One punch sent 4 guards to their deaths. Not even a chance to scream. Killing intent thickened in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he marched toward the residence's main hall. Those in the main hall were stunned, turning their heads toward the hall in trance as the energy fluctuations from Huang Xiaolong's attack had alerted them. What is happening outside? Wu frowned as he ordered the guard beside him. Zhong Fei, you go out and take a look. That guard acknowledged respectfully and was about to exit the hall when a cold voice sounded. No need. In a split second, a fist force blew out, and that guard Zhong Fei ended up just like the 4 guards at the main entrance, bursting into smithereens. Not an inch of intact skin remained. Only then did Huang Xiaolong's figure appear in front of everyone. When Zhang Quan and Wu Yue saw that it was Huang Xiaolong, both of them were slightly stunned. Xiaolong, Sovereign, Huang Peng, Su Yan, Zhao Shu, and Zhang Fu all cried out happily. So, eldest young Master Huang has returned. A brief moment later, Wu Yue recovered his calm. A sneer at the corner of his lips. Eldest young Master Huang is so mighty, killing my subordinate the moment you return. Huang Xiaolong retorted sarcastically. Your subordinate? Wu Yue, you're merely a slave that I hired from the Azure Sea firm. Who gave you the authority to recruit guards into the Luotong residence? And who anointed you as what dogfart enforcer? Wu Yue's expression turned extremely ugly. Zhang Quan smiled whilst not smiling. Eldest young Master Huang, we're doing this for the good of everyone here. The whole Luotong residence's guards are just some weak Xiantian or Saint Realms. How will these lowly slaves be able to protect residence Lord Huang and the rest's safety? Huang Xiaolong snickered. Meaning to say I'm supposed to feel grateful? You recruited these guards to protect my parents and the others. Then what is the purpose of me hiring you to Luotong residence? To freeload here. Wu Yue grew impatient and spoke in a biting tone. Huang Xiaolong, don't think that just because you're the Black Warrior Institute principal's personal disciple, we wouldn't dare to cripple you. Let me tell you, even if we kill you, the Black Warrior Institute principal can do nothing to us after we leave the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Finished saying that, his momentum soared, about to make a killing move on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong using the word slave back and forth had triggered the killing intent from the bottom of his heart. He, a 10th Order God Realm Master, would be welcome in other galaxies' superforces and families, be it the Azure Dragon Galaxy, White Tiger Galaxy, or Vermilion Bird Galaxy, given the high, respected position of Grand Elder. He need not squat in this dump being some shit guard. If it weren't because he was in an urgent need of money to purchase a divine armor, he wouldn't even spare a glance at this sesame-sized Luotong residence.